I mean, we have hundreds of years.
That's what. That's you. You globalist scientism. That's not. That's you pseudoscientists. You priests.
Dude, this is how the world
of-
is built. Newton's equations were the foundation for modern society.
Mate, that's a belief. Prove it. Show me the globe. Where is it? Prove it. Show me the. I don't.
Okay, you want to show you my engineering test?
Mate, show me your globe. Your equations are useless, mate. Just where is the globe?
They're not useless.
Show me.
Dude, look. Okay, look around you. I want you to tell me
what do you mean, look? I'm looking around me. Everything is stationary. It's level. We're in a level plane.
Listen to me for a second, okay? I want you to look around you.
What do I mean?
Tell me one object that wasn't engineered.
What do you mean looking around? Obviously, it is where it is.
The sun.
What? Tell me one object. Where are you at right now? Where are you sitting? Where are you currently sitting? Describe to me where you're sitting.
The sky, the clouds, the leveled horizon.
I'm talking to him.
I'm talking to you.
So unless you're outside, if you're inside, every single thing that you look at is engineered. The equation.
What do you mean is it? What do you mean is engineered? Obviously, it's engineered. Obviously, it's designed by the creator.
The light.
Why should I entertain by this idea? What should I sort of imply by this, right?
You saying the monitor I'm looking at was created by God?
Presumptions, denial, the obfuscation, slippery bar.
Look at around. Just look at around you. Look at. What do you mean? Look at around you.
This voice chat has devolved so much. Can we get back to an actual conversation?
There's no conversation to begin with.
Until my interruption, it was insulting, you gummy bear.
Yeah.
Dummy bear, more like. Shut up.
Excuse me, James.
Individuals.
Don't have a conversation about the globe you cannot present.
Excuse me, Jim, but why are you making personal insults? It's not necessary.
Yeah, Jin, you're kind of just hold on, Jin. You're sort of just harassing and bullying people.
Yeah, well, it's time to give him. Sorry about that, but it's time to give him a little bit of a shake-up. That's all.
Yeah, well, I mean, at least have some kind of conversation.
Well, I think if you want to do that, you need to go to another server where that's acceptable behaviour. That's not acceptable behaviour.
This is utterly boring. This is utterly complete, just ridiculous. There's no conversation, no claim to be made.
Yeah.
Just people wasting their times because there's no debate to begin with, right?
No claim to be made. I'll make a claim.
There's no freaking claim. Just there's nothing really.
Why not start a conversation, James? Like give us a topic to talk.
What do you mean, mate? Just shut the fuck up, mate. Not speaking to you, mate. Just there's no globe, mate. Right?
What's going on here? I mean, this is a meeting offence.
Well, I mean, hold on, you guys.
I just don't understand. What's the purpose of the whole sort of debates and there's no debate to begin with, right? It's weird.
What? So you're pushing on?
You telling me to shut the fuck up? Like, come on, man, grow up, bro.
What do you mean? What do you mean grow up, mate? I'm a grown individual. I'm grown
like that?
Because you guys have
when people come to you, James, and they tell you they want to talk to you, do you tell them to shut the fuck up?
Ridiculous.
Come on, man.
No glove.
Mute your fucking mic, right?
Like, what's up with you, James? You never like this, bro. Like, you a pretty pleasant guy to talk to.
I've never been like that. Just. Guys, because I see absurdity. I see absurdities all around, ridiculous beliefs. The globe, where is it? Show me, where is it? Where is the fucking globe? Where is it?
How about you have a conversation?
I'm asking you guys, where is it? Where is the globe? Where is it? You believe in it. You believe in it. Where is it? I'm asking you guys. You've been spending ages
keep asking
in
a question and you're not
freaking servers, talking every day. Okay, here is the globe. Where is it? Show me the fucking globe. Where is it?
It's under your feet.
I'm asking you. I have to press on you guys, right? I'm here to press on you and stress you, right? Where is the globe? Show me. Where is it?
Under your feet still.
Show me the globe. Where is it? You guys
Directly
believe in
under your
concepts.
I'm fixing to show you.
No, where is it? Where is your fucking
under your
globe? Where
feet.
is it? Show
Under your
me. Show me. Where is it? Where
Under
is
your
it?
feet. Under your feet.
Show me the fucking globe because there's no globe to begin with.
Look down. There it is.
Where is the
Really?
globe? Show me.
Really?
We're
Look
stationary.
down, there it is.
We're not moving.
Look down and then you
We're
find
level
it.
plane.
There it
Obviously.
Oops.
Hey, how do you tell you're moving if
Obviously
you're on a
stationary.
train?
It is obviously
What's your
a
name?
level plane.
What's your name?
I got no name.
What's your
His name
name?
is James.
What
My
is
name's
it?
James.
James. James, how do you tell you're moving if you're on like a Japanese bullet train, a maglev train?
Mate,
Yes, you can
I
tell
am
you're moving on the
obviously.
Japanese bullet
You
train.
guys have a belief. You have a belief. You believe that you're moving. You just believe it. And you come along. You're telling me, oh, you just don't. I don't feel it.
You want to have a conversation with you, James. Why not answer this question? Then you guys have a question.
Because there's
You
no
guys have a
conversation to begin with, right?
Witness
I
non-response.
asked this
Well, if there's
question.
no
I've been
conversation,
asking
then why not
people.
let-
I've been asking people to prove that fucking Earth rotation. Where is it? They can't. They tell
But
me
James,
every
James,
day, but
don't wanna
it's
have a
moving,
conversation,
but you don't
you
feel
let other
it.
people talk.
No. Listen, when I'm speaking to you guys, right? All you claim, oh, it's moving, and then if I ask you, okay, show me the evidence, they say, oh, you just don't feel it. You just don't feel it. What do you mean by that? I don't
Alright, cool.
fucking
So
feel
you-
it. At the same time, you are making a
You
claim.
don't feel
Sorry.
it. Why not?
You're doing
Why not let
physics.
other people have a conversation? Like, don't hog the mic
No,
like
there's
this,
no
man. If you
fucking
don't wanna talk
conversation.
to us,
This is a religious. This is a
If
church.
there's no conversation, then stop talking and let the
You
people
gotta be
have a
responsive.
conversation.
The conversation must be scientific. See, the
You gotta be
conversation.
responsive.
See,
You gotta be
if you
responsive,
make a
though.
claim, if you make a scientific claim, you gotta substantiate it scientifically.
What
If you
about
make
Bob?
a scientific claim, you gotta provide proof and evidence, scientific
about Bob?
evidence, something that is tangible, something that is
Can I ask you
measurable
a
and provable.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, ask him a question, but I was just gonna say skeptical. I hear what you're saying, but it's just at least like if you want to engage, then let them respond or bring up a point. If you don't want to discuss it, then don't discuss it. But I mean, this is a live stream. This is a live stream.
I'm asking. I get that, Gio. But for me, when I ask them, just prove me where is the fucking Earth spin of rotation? Where is it? Show me. You just fucking feel. Just don't feel it.
Answer a question for me. Why do you think physics should be based on your feelings?
What? No, this is the difference. It doesn't mean you gotta. I'm asking for an objective, scientific evidence. Objective.
I can answer
I'm
that.
here because it is objectively true. It is scientific and objectively true that we're stationary. Obviously stationary.
Tell me if this is correct. So you feel that we should feel that we're spinning, right? You believe that we should feel we're spinning.
No. Don't put words into his mouth because
I'm asking him to clarify.
Yeah, but he didn't use the word feel, right? You're putting that on
whatever.
him.
I'm asking him to clarify.
He did.
Okay, so
what do you mean, Travis?
No,
You're defending
no.
him when he did.
See, that's again. See, there's a fallacy here. It is called, just Google it, stolen concept fallacy, right? Again, the positive claim is always stationary. Prove against it. You guys said, oh, it's moving. What do you mean it's fucking moving?
Well, hold on. You never answered my previous question about how you tell you're moving when you're on a maglev train.
What do you mean? How I tell is moving? No. What do you mean?
Hold on. Let me walk you through a scenario, a real quick scenario, okay?
Why would you entertain the idea of motion to be... No, hold on a minute. Why would you entertain the idea of a motionary Earth to begin with? Why would you not go with the simplest idea, which is we're stationary?
I'm going to tell you why, but I'm going to have to tell you just a quick story, okay? I want you to imagine you're drunk one night, okay? You passed out, your friends...
I don't need your stories, fucking... I don't accept your stories. Show me evidence, fucking hell. Show me, I don't...
You're going to have to listen to me, and...
Mate, just here...
The question, so you want to answer the question, basically.
No.
I don't. Okay, no stories are welcomed here, right? Why is welcome? Provide me a scientific, practical evidence, something that I can see. I don't need fucking stories because you believe. Because again, your entire globe is, I believe, is built on stories. That's why you keep telling me stories.
All right, well, hold on. Skeptical. It ends up just being audio chaos when multiple people are talking. So if you want to have a back and forth, you have to actually let him say something. So give him 30 seconds, 45, even if it's not what you want to hear, whatever it may be. I mean, it's your choice to either engage or not engage. But just talking over people nonstop and just continually sort of soapboxing is not really helping.
Okay, so I want you to imagine a scenario really quick. Okay, you get drunk one night, pass out, your friends wheelchair you onto a maglev. You wake up in the middle of the train ride. In that moment, how could you tell you're moving?
Again, false hypotheticals. I don't care about that. Again, if you study logic, mate, this is a false analogy. I don't entertain hypotheticals in reality, mate. Just, I'm a real practical person. Show me things, show me evidence. I'm going to press on you, show me right now.
Right, again,
hypotheticals are not welcomed. Hypotheticals are not scientific.
Right, exactly. You can't draw. Hold on. You can't draw an equal sign between your mag train drunken stupor and what you claim to be the Earth, because all you're going to do is say this. Well, you can't tell on the train that you're moving, right? No, I can't tell. That's just the same way it is on the Earth. You can't tell, but you haven't proven anything. You've just given an analogy of something that you think is equivalent, which it is not. So stop begging the question. Stop assuming the Earth is rotating and
Koba,
prove it.
Koba, instead of attacking 50 for that, maybe just listen
what do you mean,
to him.
50? We're not attacking, mate. We're being straightforward, mate. Just, I don't fucking care about emotions. Show me. This is false analogy. This is a fallacious
I'm very
reasoning.
sorry. I didn't know the beginning of your sentence started in the middle of mine.
Just, this is a fallacious reasoning. We spot a fallacy, accept it, move on. You've got no evidence. You have to accept it. There's no evidence.
I'll respond
to what
50
Don't
said.
tell me.
I'll respond to what 50 said. There's a couple ways that I could tell that I'm moving. One of the ways, if you're talking about a maglev, obviously that's not going to have as much movement, but obviously the vibrations and the bit of sideways up and down, that's one way. Of course, if you could see outside, you would obviously be able to tell that you'd be able to look at the stars, the ground, the things flying by. You'd be able to tell that you're moving for that reason. However, if you blacked out the windows, I guess you're removing that. The other way that I would be able to tell, let's just say that for sake of discussion, that it's absolutely not, there's like no turbulence, that it's absolutely still in terms of that way, but you're actually moving at some high rate of speed. I would go to the back of the train and I would run to the front. Then I would go to the front of the train, I would run to the back, and instantaneously I would be able to tell you that I'm moving and what direction I'm moving. Because there's a difference in the resistance amongst running from the back to the front because you're moving on something. So I would be able to tell from that.
I don't know if that's necessarily true. That's an interesting argument, but I don't know if that's true.
You ever tried?
I wish I could learn how to talk like 50. I wish I could. How do you talk with like that gravelly throat? Like this, you're almost like this prepubescent Sam Elliott. You know what I mean?
What?
Gravelly.
I don't know who Sam Elliott is. People tell me that I sound like Kosho sometimes.
You do sound like you're really high on like some indica herb.
I've been smoking and drinking a little bit. Yeah.
But yeah, that's one way I would tell I'm moving. But
well, look, Gio is the man, right? So he comes and he steps up to the plate and he hits it out of the park with his answer. Okay, those are perfectly justified answers, right? He's going to entertain your little drunken stupor, trick your friend, put him on a train. You know he doesn't know, he won't even know he's moving. Again, I don't know why. I don't know why you think that drawing an analogy on that is going to be able to put you, let you put an equal sign to the Earth's rotation.
Well, I'd have to do the math, but the actual acceleration from centripetal acceleration is like a tiny percentage of gravity's acceleration. It's like 0.03% or something.
Okay,
at the equator.
Right. So here's what would be interesting. I would love for one of you geeks that I would just totally geek out on this and crunch the numbers and tell us how big we would have to build a gravitron before we cease to feel the centrifugal forces on us, because that's what you're claiming exists on the Earth. There has to be a size at which that physical experience that we all know from kids. I remember holding on for dear life as somebody was pushing this merry-go-round faster than I could hang on. And I was like, my fingers were slipping off, right? I know. But you're telling me that, well, if you make that merry-go-round big enough, you could walk around and never even know you were on it. Show me that.
Yeah, I mean, that's just the physics of it. Like, there's tons of things
No. You can't just go, yeah, that's just the physics of it, because it doesn't exist. So how do you know that there's something
The physics
that is
exists.
Okay, hold on. The physics of what exists?
Just Newtonian mechanics. Like, well, you can
hold on.
Newtonian mechanics.
I'm not. No, okay, look. I am not disputing Newtonian mechanics. Do you not understand what it is I'm requiring of you right now?
I guess not really.
Okay. Your claim is that there can be an object large enough that will negate what we understand and experience on a small scale physically, right? So if I'm on a merry-go-round and you spin that merry-go-round, I'm going to fucking know the minute you move it. No question. No question. I will know. But you're telling me I can build a merry-go-round so big that you'll never know you're on it, and I can spin it 1,000 miles an hour. You'll never know. But you can't build that. So how do you know that can
we
happen?
can't build a planet. It because of Newtonian mechanics. Everything we've observed, except for extreme cases, like cases where there's extremely high mass or high speed, like when Einstein kicks in, we know that shit works. Like, that's how we built society, man.
What's wrong with you, 50? What's wrong with your fucking mindset? What's wrong with your mentality?
That's engineering,
50,
dude.
you've got something. 50,
Newtonian
you've got a shit in your head, mate.
Dude, I got to love for Newtonian mechanics because the entire fucking society.
Again, just
what's
wrong?
Equations.
Wait, you said that's how we build society or something to the effect. Yeah. So what are you talking about right now? Yeah, don't say yeah. I'm asking
everything, dude. Civil engineering.
No. Hold on. Listen. Don't tell me that your idea about getting on an object so big that I can't feel the centrifugal force. Don't tell me that is true because I'm talking on a cell phone right now. I'm not disputing electronic engineering, right? I'm not disputing computers. I'm not disputing anything. I'm not disputing that we can build a skyscraper. Okay, that's not what we're talking about.
Okay, so you're disputing that Newtonian mechanics breaks down.
No, listen very carefully.
Scales.
Yeah, right. That's it, right? So we all know what happens in physics with water. We all know what happens with motion. We know because we experience it. Now, when we get to the place to where we start to entertain that we are supposed to be living on this giant orb, we know that water doesn't work that way. And when we're told that we're spinning and rotating, we also know we don't feel. So it has to be ad hoc because you don't have any scientific evidence that can demonstrate when you don't feel motion, because you always know when you're moving. You always know when there's a slight little change in the elevation of your bed or whatever. Like if you lay down and go camping, you know if your head's below your feet. You know it. So when we get to the point of talking about Narnia with this globe model, we all think to ourselves, there's two things that go against this: water and motion. And the only thing that we can do is make up some story that, well, when you get on a thing big enough, you stop feeling motion. That is called begging the question.
I mean, just think about it for a second. Like, follow me for a second, okay?
I have.
Like, so we know the larger objects get, the harder it is to move them. Okay, like if you have a 50-pound hunk of steel ball, or you have a 1,000-pound hunk of steel ball, the 1,000-pound hunk of steel is going to be a hell of a lot more stable than the smaller amount. So now just imagine that planet scale. It's just so fucking stable because it's so massive, and its density and its weight creates this stability, because you have to, in order to move that, you have to input a lot of weight, and there's just nothing that's even in comparison to the size of a planet. So,
right. So what you've done is you've taken reality, right? We know about ball bearings. I know I can hold a 5-pound ball bearing in my hand, no problem. But if you make it big enough or whatever, I couldn't even push the bitch, right? I get that.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I get that. Again, you are moving into the area of logical fallacy when you have not proven the Earth is what you say it is, but you can come up with a smaller example of something that we know happens on a small scale, yeah. But then you want to put an equal sign and say the same is happening with the Earth. But you haven't proven anything about the Earth. You're just trying to find an analogy that you like, and it's going to stick to the wall.
Yeah, one step at a time, right?
But it also follows the laws of physics. So you would have to have a reason for the laws breaking, or evidence that the laws break at some point, or at what point they break. Like, you're just kind of doing it based on feeling at this point. You're just kind of like, oh, I think that at this point it might not work like it does at every other place where we engineer it into society.
No. I didn't bring.
If is saying that as an analogy to bigger objects moving, then you can say that doesn't prove a globe Earth, and that's a very fair statement. Then that step has been taken, and then you move on to the next step, which is what he's trying to do. There's nothing wrong with that. The conversation is just progressing, as it should.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Just one step at a time, you know?
Yeah, he gets it.
Yeah, that's because he likes to beg the question. Start at the very beginning.
You could ask. Like, I agree with you. Something inside
then,
a big
if you
object
agree with them, then
skeptic. Shh.
Are you begging the question? Fucking hell!
Moving.
You begging the question? You can't beg the question.
Bugging the question.
I have too tired for that. Anyway,
why are you begging the question, mate? Why are you assuming a spherical object?
I'm gonna charge $5 fine to the next person who says begging the question. Go ahead.
I agree with you. Something that you can't feel moving inside a large object doesn't prove the globe. That is true. That is just an explanation he comes up with. And then what you do is you move on to the next conversation, which you can ask a question to this, and then you move the conversation further on, which is a good thing.
Yeah, but he already did that. Yeah, so who's skeptic? Is that the guy, or are you? I don't know. Where are you from?
I'm Dane.
Okay. No, skeptic, right? You asked earlier for evidence. He didn't give evidence. He gave an analogy. So, again, the point that we're making is you have a major claim. You have a major claim. Don't give me Don't give me minor premises that you think are analogous to prove your major claim when you haven't proven the major claim. I'm not going to allow you to assume the major claim is true without proving it.
I didn't have the.
That's cool. False analogies, mate. See the difference between me and you.
I'm gonna mute this guy so I can talk.
Hold on.
That's good. So, I didn't have the impression that he used it as evidence for the major thing, but rather one piece of the puzzle. So I think what would be good is asking you, what would you accept as evidence? Like, he's given you a small analogy. What other 9 puzzles would you like to make a whole proof?
It's simply a matter of science with empirical data. If you have a claim or if I have a claim, it doesn't matter how pretty I can make a story to explain how it's possible for my claim to be real. If I can't prove it to you, if I can't demonstrate it to you, and if you can't reproduce and demonstrate it to yourself, then I don't think we're talking about science.
And I didn't have the impression that Fifth tried to say this small thing, therefore globe, but rather it's one piece of the puzzle, like one.
It wasn't a piece of the puzzle, though. That's exactly what it was. He took an analogy of being on a train, which is linear motion, not angular. So it's not. Yeah. So it falls apart right there on its face. It's not even the same motion.
No, trains curve. No, train tracks are straight, dude.
Okay, listen. Do you believe that if you were on a train and it hit a curve, you wouldn't know it?
It depends on the forces involved. I'd have to do some math.
Okay, that's perfectly fine. Okay, based on me, I don't need to do math, right? I know from my experience that when okay, hold on. This isn't a feeling. I know from experience that when I change direction in an angular motion, I know it.
You don't think there's a point at which that cannot be perceivable? You think no matter the amount, you can always perceive it?
Okay. I have never been in a situation where I have not known I'm hitting an angular momentum. So if you want to say, imagine a place where you cannot feel it, you can go play with your Barbie dolls, bro. Because I'm not going to imagine something that you can't even experience or provide for me as a demonstration. You can't provide for me the point at which I can barely, right at the last moment, feel angular momentum and then not. You can't do that.
I can actually. There's a paper published on this in the 1976 that looked at this exact thing. They put people on a chair and they basically made it as dark as humanly possible, right? You couldn't see your hand in front of your face. And they determined the point at which they could start to perceive angular momentum or angular velocity. And it's a ways away from the Earth's angular velocity.
Okay, so what are you saying that they're rocking back?
What altitude?
Hold on.
What altitude?
Hold on. Are you saying that they were sitting back on the two legs and they were trying to figure out when they start to tip over? Like, what are you talking about?
No, they were sitting on a chair that was on like a platform that rotated.
How big was the platform?
It was 8 feet across, 8 feet in diameter.
And how fast was it rotating?
Equivalent of about 0.034 meters per second squared, whatever that equates to in radians per second.
Okay, great. So which latitude on this supposed globe Earth did that measure up to?
I think 79.
So the 79th degree?
Wait. No. So basically, so they detected the accuracy of the human ear system, right? That's what detects motion, okay? So they detected the accuracy, and the accuracy was way below what the angular rotation of the Earth is, and the angular rotation of the Earth doesn't change.
At what latitude? Yeah, the angular rotation. Do you mean one rotation per day?
It was what they could detect was far less than one rotation per day.
Okay, so we're not talking about one rotation per day. We're talking about the difference in the miles per hour traveled at those different latitudes, right? Because this is the trick that you guys like to pull on here when you say, well, we're only talking about one rotation a day. If you go around a racetrack once a day, yeah, it depends on how big that racetrack is, right? You can go around the racetrack in 10 seconds. But if you drive really slow, you can do it all day if you want. Okay, again, you are simply drawing now whether or not this paper that you're talking about, 50, you know, did they make a correlation to the alleged rotation of the Earth, or is this just
no?
Okay, so they weren't even trying. They were just doing something in physics with, human physiology, right?
Yeah. It was
Okay,
like
great.
I think.
Great. I don't have any qualms with that. No qualms whatsoever. What's your point?
I think it might have been something in relationship to the Navy, if I'm not mistaken.
No. Your point was that the Earth is rotating.
My point is that you cannot detect. Your ears are not sensitive enough. You can think of your ears as a piece of equipment, right? And all pieces of equipment
I don't need you to explain
have
this to me.
sensitivities.
I understand this. Yeah.
Okay, so you understand that the ears.
I'm trying to bring you back to the point that you're still begging the question that the Earth is rotating. You haven't proven it. Yeah, you haven't proven it.
Yeah, dude, I've got a list of 22 things that can be explained by one hypothesis. Okay? And
Okay, hold on. So you have one hypothesis that there's a jolly old man in the North Pole, and then you've got 20 minor premises to support that one major premise. Go. Yeah, sure. Tell me this story.
I mean, it's pretty long, dude. I'd have to post it in chat. But
Okay,
they're all things
don't miss the fact that I just brought up the Saint Nick fallacy.
I don't know what you're talking about. That's a new one to me.
Okay, you haven't proven that Saint Nicholas existed. You've only talked to me about how. Hold on. You've only talked to me about how reindeer can fly, how Rudolph has a shiny red nose, how there's Donner and Blitzen. You can give me 20 things that support your idea that Saint Nicholas exists, but you haven't proven that Saint Nicholas exists. You just have 20 things that fit with that hypothesis. That
lines of evidence
is
based
not
in reality.
I don't give a shit about your minor premises. I want you to prove the major. Don't give me 20. Listen, why are you making it more difficult for yourself to come up with 20 when you can't even fucking come up with one?
Imagine a court case, okay? Did you watch the recent Amber Heard and Johnny Depp trial?
Can we have this this mystical music playing right now?
Did you watch that shit? The Amber Heard and Johnny Depp trial?
Absolutely not.
Oh, dude, it's fucking great. It was fucking great. That bitch is a psychopath. She is a straight up fucking psychopath.
Yeah, that's how we feel about talking to you ballers, man.
But regardless, we're not, dude. We're just people, just like you. Okay, I could be your friend. We can go out and have a beer. It's not that big of a deal, bro.
I don't know. I can't handle the way you talk.
Okay, but regardless. So in the court case, Johnny Depp had tons of lines of evidence. And that's what wins you a court case, because people believe that the more lines of evidence you have, the more strong the story is. The more evidence piles on, like you pile on evidence, at some point it becomes real.
Just because Johnny Depp spent an inordinate amount of time compiling 50 points when he could have simply used one isn't my problem.
One? What could he have used? What one could he have used?
Okay, let's bring it back to reality right now. Where is your one primary? Hold on. Where is your one primary argument for your major premise?
I created basically a scientific proof of gravity that came from the flat Earth community. It was specifically kind of tailored to you guys, right? So there's this version of the scientific method that went through the flat Earth community. So I created a version of that proves gravity. Okay, so I've also got a list of 20 things that support the notion, 20 plus things that support the notion that the Earth is a globe.
Okay, listen, does anybody want to entertain 50 right now? I mean, like, anybody else here can jump in and ask a question.
How about this? How about you just have a crack at them? I won't say anything. You can just have a crack at them.
I know that I can. Listen, hold on. I know that I can engage with you. I was trying to let someone else from my side have an opportunity to address something from you. That's all.
Okay.
If no one else speaks up, I'd be more than happy to engage.
I'd rather whoever talk. I'm not going to try and rebut every point. I just would let you rebut every point.
I'm not going to try to rebut anything. I'm going to try to understand what is it that you're claiming about gravity with flat Earth. Can you explain that?
I'm not sure what you're talking about.
It's your first fucking point, dude. You just said it.
My first point. Now I've got a list. Hold on, I'll post it. I'm not sure what you're talking about. I said that flat Earth couldn't explain more than one thing at a time, so it has to use
You
different.
said that you said. I said what's your major argument, and you said you argued for gravity using flat Earth rhetoric or whatever. So
Yeah.
Okay, so now you're remembering. Okay, great. So my question to you is, what is your claim about gravity for proving the globe?
My claim about gravity is that there's a downward force that points towards the center of the Earth.
Okay,
and it gets less and less as you go up.
Okay, so those are phenomenal. Those are physical phenomena that we can't experience. I'll grant you that. Okay, so why can we simply? And this is outside of my pay grade here, right? So I'm just going to be like trying my best to do a regurgitation of Ken Wheeler and Zachary Zabala and the Globebusters and Lindsay Harris and all these guys that are talking about the static potential that is the electromagnetic nature of our world, right? So we know that the positive charges lessen as it goes up, right? We know that the closer you get to the ground, we know all of that stuff, okay? The Earth doesn't have to be a globe in order for that to be real.
No.
Okay? So the Earth, hold on real quick. So the Earth, I'm going to say it again. The Earth, again, you're not proving that the Earth is a globe. All you're describing is things fall to the floor. That's it. Because that happens in my world too.
But that's the definition of gravity.
No. That's the pseudoscience definition of gravity.
No, physics is not pseudoscience.
Oh, great. Here we go.
So I'm fixing to post 1 through 20 of my list. Hold up.
I've talked to 50 about your list, and it's good. The problem is it doesn't go with all the stuff that suggests it's not a globe. Like if you were to put it on the scales, like in your framework, the Amber Heard Johnny Depp trial, both sides had lots of data points that they were trying to present to a jury. And over time, a lot of the jury members started saying, you know what, I can't participate. I'm just too biased towards one side or the other. And they went, finally at the end, there was like 7 people who were like, yeah, I'm not really sure. I guess I'll have to look at all the evidence again. And Johnny Depp barely squeaked it. But you're coming from a point.
He had so much more evidence, dude.
All right, so let's do something.
I'm almost there. But you're coming from a point of view where you've only got 40 pieces of evidence, and there's 10,000 years of evidence against you, and you're thinking you got a slam dunk.
No.
So okay, just real quick. So let's look at number 3, right? So this is absolutely laughable. Boats over the horizon. Okay, so simply because number 3 says
one.
Hold on. Number 3 is the one that I'm going to hang my hat on. I'm going to address that one. Okay, I can address 1 and I can address 2, but I really, really like number 3. Okay. So at what point do we see the boat over the horizon that's not uniform with every other point, right? So do we see it the same way every single time? Do you always see a boat over the horizon? Always. And when you see it on Monday and it's over the horizon, and you go out on Tuesday, do you see it the exact same way the next day? So when you say over the horizon, it's a little bit too generic for me. So I'd love if you would maybe give us a control image that we can talk about.
I mean, the world isn't perfect. There's no such thing as perfection. No horizon is going to look identical every day. We have a weather system. We have temperature. The world is a living organism. You're never going to have things the same twice.
Awesome. Great. So my question remains. Do you have a photograph you would like to present to us as a demonstration of your claim of a boat going over the horizon? And it it would be even awesomer if it was like your own, because I could give you some of mine, right? I've got them. So
yeah,
I've made these observations myself, but I'm just curious as to, you know, what you'd like to present. Like when you say a boat going over the horizon.
Okay. I'd have to dig some out.
That's fair enough. But I think that you kind of like, you know, gave yourself a little bit of an escape clause there by saying that, well, it might not be going over the horizon because the conditions are creating such an image that it's actually an optical phenomenon, right?
No, I mean they always go over the horizon.
Oh, they always go over the horizon. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if you live on the coast, go sit on the beach for a day, and you will see boat after boat after boat after boat disappear bottom first on the horizon.
What would you say at what distance should you not see the hull of a sailboat anymore? If you're just standing on the shoreline.
I mean, it depends on the height of the sailboat. Can I ask you a question real quick?
No, hold on. No, hold on. Let me rephrase my question. If you're standing on the shoreline and you see a sailboat, at what point are you going to? At what point is the hull, that's the lowest part of the boat, going to disappear?
I mean, the very bottom of the boat, like 5 miles ish. I mean, that's a rough estimate from somebody who's like 5'9" or something.
5 miles.
Something like that. That's a rough estimate. I mean,
that's a pretty extreme demonstration. I didn't think that you were going to go that extreme. What would you say though? Yeah. So what would you say though if I could show you images of boats at a greater distance? And it's the hull. You can see the you understand.
Yeah, you can tell Travis. You can tell he never do the observations.
The way you described,
that's what usually happens.
The way you described it was like the very bottom of the hole, not the top of the hole.
Okay, listen. Okay, are you being serious, bro? Okay, when the boat is in the fucking water, I'm not asking if you can see the keel. I didn't say can you see the keel? I'm talking about the fucking hull. The body.
You don't have to get all pissy. So you're talking about.
I do. When you waste time, you're wasting precious time.
So hold on. Let me clarify. You're talking about the entire hole being gone, top to bottom.
I'm talking about the hull, the body,
the entire hole, top to bottom, right?
I'm not talking about the sail. I'm talking about when you cannot see the hull any longer.
Okay, so that's
in your world, that's called hull down. Hull down. If you're not familiar with it, it's been around at least since the 1800s as a description of maritime observations when the body of a boat cannot be seen.
Yeah, I've been reading about this shit for 10 years, man.
Okay, fine, great. Okay, great. So I'm surprised that you gave almost a 6 mile extension.
I misunderstood what you said.
Okay, that's fair enough.
I misunderstood what you said.
Okay, that's fair enough.
Okay, so if you're talking about the entire hole, so this is just kind of a guesstimation, like 12 miles. Like for a 10-foot sailboat.
Okay, listen very carefully. I don't believe you know what conversation is going on right now.
Yeah, he has no fucking clue.
Because
you asked me. Yes, I know exactly what's fucking going on. You asked me when the hull of a sailboat. You asked me when the hull of a sailboat would disappear, and I just gave you the answer. So I don't know why you're pretending like I don't know what's going on.
Your answer was wrong. Your second answer was worse.
I don't know why you're pretending like I don't know what's going on. I'm a little confused.
Because rarely does anyone standing on the shoreline see farther than 3 miles.
Okay, I told you it was a guesstimate. It's been a while since I looked at this shit. I could be completely wrong.
Yeah, but you made a boast just a minute ago that you've been reading this shit for the past 10 years.
Yeah, I'm just saying I know that term, but in terms of like the actual numbers, like you have to take in the observer height, you have to take in the hole size, like it's a whole thing. Okay, I can't do all the math in my head. I can't do all the math in my head. So there's a whole lot. There's a whole lot going on. You have to know the height of the observer and the height of the boat.
You see what people post, bro. If you went out there yourself day to day, to be perfectly
Well, I want to ask you a question. So if the Earth was a sphere, would you see boats going over the horizon, bottom first? Is that something you'd witness?
I'm not going to grant this hypothetical.
You're
question.
not.
No, because
Oh,
listen.
come
Because
on.
hold on. No, because what my understanding, based on my past 4 years of making these observations, is the conditions of the medium will affect the apparent distance and elevation, or not elevation. What's the other word? What's the word where it's in the air? Altitude of the horizon. Okay, so it's going to happen in both worlds. You're going to have the horizon move in both worlds. Sometimes it's going to look closer to you. Sometimes it's going to look farther away. Sometimes it's going to be higher up. Sometimes it's going to be lower down. Okay, that's what I can talk about, right?
Okay, so you basically just said yes to my question.
No, I didn't. No,
you did.
No,
You said
my
it would be
answer.
bad.
No. My answer to your question is, it is the condition of the medium which affects how the target is presented to the observer. If the target is obscured, it is due to the conditions of the medium. If the target is in full view, it is due to the conditions of the medium. At no point did I make an appeal to geography or geometry.
So you don't believe that if the Earth was a sphere, that you would see boats disappear from the horizon? You would see boats disappear bottom first.
I look, if you want to talk about how
we got to establish like
if
some
you
honesty ground here.
No. If you want to talk about how Santa Claus makes his Christmas cookies, you can go do that somewhere else. I don't talk about La La Land.
It's not La La Land. It's just a hypothetical,
The Earth isn't a sphere.
a very easy one. It's just
the
like
Earth
saying
is not a sphere. How about that?
Okay, but it's just like saying if I put my hand in front of my face, does that mean that I block my view? Right? Like you won't even admit to that.
No, that's different. That's different. I can do that.
Well, okay, but regardless, I think you can surmise that if the Earth was a sphere, that boats would absolutely 100% without a doubt disappear bottom first as they travel away from you. That's just an undeniable fact. And if you're not going to be honest about that, then I don't think I can get any other place with you.
Here's my honesty. The Earth is not a sphere.
Okay, but if the Earth was a sphere, we would see boats disappear.
If you want to talk about, listen, say sphere one more time, motherfucker. If you want to pretend that the Earth is a sphere, go somewhere else. Go to Jem's group.
Well, I've got 20 plus lines of evidence. Why wouldn't I believe it?
You can't even handle number 3.
But 50, you could say it the other way around. 50, you could say it the other way around. You could say if the Earth was a planar surface, we would see objects obscure from the bottom, depending on.
No, that wouldn't
the
work.
exact same thing because that's precisely what happens over planar surfaces with objects.
No, Gio.
If you want to use
that's
that, I
not
guess
what
you
happens.
can use it that way too, but it's not really proof of anything either way.
No, if you have a long flat surface, things start to basically blend together. You don't see things disappear from the bottom first.
You can recreate this in multiple ways. You can do it with a boat over water yourself on a small scale. You can do it on a large floor. There's multiple ways to do this.
I've never seen it done convincingly. You can't do it over water because that's that's conjecture. Because we don't agree if the water's
Okay, wait a minute. Let me try to understand exactly what you're saying right now. What are you saying can't be done, 50?
Proving that a long flat surface would make boats disappear bottom first. You can't prove that.
So here's my question. When you see a boat in an inferior mirage, right? Can you picture that in your mind?
I can't. Wait, say it again?
A boat in an inferior mirage. So you've got the target, and then you've got the mirage below, right? And it's at a, it's you know, it's like, say it's 6 miles away from you, right? So you can't see the hull clearly. Would you describe that as disappearing from the bottom up?
Well, no. No, I mean, there's weird shit that happens.
That's fair. I'm just asking for clarification because I don't use that description. I've made numerous videos that I debunk, in my opinion, that boats disappear bottom up. Okay, I don't buy that. They don't disappear bottom up. A distortion happens.
Buy that?
What?
Where do you live by, like a coastal region?
Yeah, I lived near the Chesapeake Bay. I had a 1, 3, 5, 6, 9, and 12 mile vantage point, all from the same observer position. Okay, so I've got 4 years of recorded data, and then for the past 4 years, when I'm in California, I'm on the beaches of Ventura shooting the Channel Islands. So yeah, okay, I can show you innumerable images. Most of them are inferior mirages. Okay, so just right now, you debunked inferior mirages as being able to classify a boat as disappearing from the bottom up, which is fine. I'm perfectly fine with that. Now, if you're talking about having a more defined horizon without an inferior mirage, where the hull of the ship is obscured, for me, those have been very, very far and few between, but I do have them. Now, most of the time, those boats are moving laterally across my field of view. So they're already at a particular distance. Okay? They're not moving away from me, and they're not getting closer. They're going up the channel on the Channel Islands, which is about 12 to 13 miles away from me. So I do have some of those, but those are far and few between. But again, those conditions are due to, or those observations are due to the conditions of the medium. It's 100% refraction, just without a mirror image.
Yeah, but typically the observations match the globe model. Like, so the black swan was such a big thing because it didn't match the observations. It didn't match traditional observations.
Hold on, let's not go away to the black swan, because again, I could, if I was at my computer, I could pull up plenty of us to look at, right? That would be fantastic to see. Now, here's the problem that I have with your claim that the observations match the globe. And primarily, it is that you do not know where the horizon is. You think you do because you can mathematically work out the variables, but you haven't verified where that horizon is. And the position of that horizon is the very crux of your claim. So simply because you can do the observer height, the distance of the boat, and then say, this is where the horizon is, unless you have verified where that horizon is, your equation means nothing. And if you don't understand that, then I can't help you.
I mean, we have. That's been done many times over.
Okay, show me. Great. Awesome. You show me, please, where someone has verified the distance to the horizon physically after they've crunched their numbers. Like, they crunched the numbers and they said, the horizon is at 4.7 miles away. Get out there, Joe. Jump in your boat. Get out there and go 4.7 miles. Are you out there 4.7? Joe, you're way in front of the horizon, Joe. Yeah, well, I'm at 4.7 miles. Oh, shit, I guess our numbers are wrong. Okay, so you find some scientific paper where they actually got in a fucking boat, went out to their projected horizon, and verified it. Because that's what I'm talking about.
I mean, there's entire textbooks that
don't tell me a story. If you, okay, look, This means that you have had your hands on a textbook and you read that these guys actually, after they crunched the numbers, got into a boat, right? This is all documented. If you're making it up right now, ad hoc bullshit by saying, "Oh, there's tons of textbooks out there," show me one. Go.
Oh, okay. I don't know if I have it on my phone, but I can find one really quick.
Great.
I mean,
you know what? Listen, I know that it's probably not going to be a one and done, like you're going to do a search real quick and find it. So please feel free to DM me, because I'm not going to see the link if you put it in here or whatever. I might miss it.
He's just going to pull up something we've already went over.
These textbooks that you talk about, 50, which is fine. Fantastic that people have these ideas, these theories about how light works, how refraction works, all this sort of stuff. Have they, just piggybacking on what Travis said a little bit there, have they actually put their ideas into actual practice, right? And experimented with these in real life? Or are they just diagrams and just words in a book? Is there any experimentation to show whatsoever how refraction would work? And more importantly, 50, right? Can you show me where they have demonstrated and experimented with refraction that's in a curved or spherical medium gradient? Can you show that anywhere?
that would be done on Earth, right? Because the science has established that Earth is a sphere, so that would be done on Earth.
No.
Over long distances.
Can you show me an experiment where they have tested this refraction in a curved or spherical environment, in a lab setting? Not in Earth, not assuming anything, actually being able to control the variables, right, and put their ideas to the test.
You know, I there, so that would take quite a bit of digging. So you could do that with a basically electrically charged molecule or atom, and you could basically create a spherical gradient, and you could show it that way. So I'm assuming that that research paper is out there. I mean, it's really, you know, even if yeah. So that would take a bit of digging.
I'm not after a paper. I'm after an experiment where they have actually experimented with a spherical or curved density gradient to test to see how they say light will refract and bend in a curved or spherical gradient.
I mean, why wouldn't it? The main principle is that the angle of incident is different than the angle of retreat. Right, so it bounces off at the same angle.
There is no angle of incident in atmospheric refraction.
There's computer programs that mimic all that shit. Each angle of incident along the way.
Okay, so again, in reality, as I'm looking across the Arizona desert at a mountain in the distance, okay, there is no angle of incident along that 20-mile stretch, because I'm looking through one medium. An angle of incidence is when the light is going from one medium into the next, because that boundary layer is causing the deflection.
No, a density gradient. It can be the exact same molecule. It's just a density gradient within that medium.
Okay, you can claim that all you like.
Well, that's what the science states.
I understand that. I understand that you can claim that all you like, but I would defer you to go and read Walter Bislin's entry where he says Snell's law, and I'm paraphrasing here, has fuck all to do with atmospheric refraction. That's from
Yeah, I mean, it might be more complicated. That's usually the story. Is like
no. He didn't say it was complicated. He didn't say it was complicated. He said it has nothing to do with atmospheric refraction.
He's rubbing against the grain on that one because most people believe that's a starting point.
Right. Most people believe it because they can tell a story about what they think is happening along this 20-mile corridor at 6 feet off the ground.
It matches the observation. That's the power of science. And when it matches observation,
No. Hold on. Now, when you start to say it matches an observation, you're going to kind of have to present some evidence of what you're saying. Like, again, this is where you're going to bring me a piece of paper that has delta phi sigma kappa over cosine XYZ parenthesis 2 and say that equals reality. Simply because you have an equation.
Those are all physical quantities. Each one of those has a unit, like a foot or a joule or a Fahrenheit. Each one of those is a physical property.
That's fine. I'm perfectly happy with that. This, simply because you can write out an equation and then tell me that equals what I'm looking at 20 miles isn't proof.
Well, no, it's not proof. It's evidence. It's
okay,
evidence
whatever. Okay, whatever. It's
called reaffirming the consequence.
It doesn't demonstrate. Simply because you can put an equal sign there, it doesn't mean that that's true.
No, reaffirming the consequent would be not predicting the future, right? So if you found that result and then you like back engineered it, that would be that fallacy.
No, reaffirming the consequent is almost synonymous with begging the question. It's the same idea. You're assuming your consequent. You're assuming.
No, you're not assuming it. It's based on lines of evidence.
Yeah.
It's based on the physics.
We're back to the point. We're back to the point again, where like I'm looking out over and it's hot outside in Arizona right now. That mountain is pretty clear to me. I mean, there's a little bit of haze, a little bit of smog from wherever that's coming from, but I can see the crags in the mountain, so it's a pretty clear day. Now, I would venture to guess that maybe right at the base of the mountain and the foreground, it's possible that there could be a very acute inferior mirage right there.
And this is behind your home?
No, I'm at a truck stop in Arizona.
Oh, okay.
I'm sitting in my. Okay, whatever, dude. My point is that if I took a picture of this and sent it to you, would you say, "Oh yeah, that's 7/6R"? Like how would you?
I don't know. I'd have to analyze it.
Here's the thing: their math is to explain why it doesn't match. Their math is what we see doesn't match their model. In standard.
You're breaking up. You're breaking up for me, Brian. Is he breaking up for anybody else?
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is any better.
It is
That's
now.
better.
I was going to say, all the math is to explain why what we observe doesn't match the globe model. Okay, all that math. Okay, so your model, we don't observe globe mass in standard. I mean, it's standard for us to not see Earth curve. They had to come up with something standard because on a daily basis it doesn't match Earth curve. So they had to come up with an equation just and call it standard because we regularly don't see what the globe predicts.
We see within like 10%. Right? That's where the 7.6 comes from. So it's not perfect. You don't get
that's close to 20%, bro. That's not 10%. Don't church it up. That's closer to 20%.
Yeah, but listen, 50. You again, even if you have that allowance, you don't have a control. So you can't show us the standard and then show us a deviation from that standard. Or is the standard a deviation from that thing that we really don't see very often at all, but we most likely see the 7 over. You know what I'm saying? Like, you guys have nothing.
Yeah, no, that's just visible light. You can use radar, you can use LiDAR, you can use other wavelengths of light that don't.
Okay, we're talking about we're talking about making observations of targets over distance, like people like you and I taking pictures, right? That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about radar, not talking about LiDAR, not talking about sonograms or anything like that, okay?
Well, I was.
Okay,
Even radar
that is
has standard fixes and shit.
okay, but nonetheless,
doesn't match the model.
Nonetheless, 50, that was misdirection. It wasn't relevant. We're not talking about radar. We're talking about, and you even brought up the black swan. No. We're talking about these observations, and you brought up the black swan. What was your point in bringing up the? Okay, what was your point in bringing up the black swan?
That it's an anomaly, right? That's a picture taken one day out of.
No, it's not. The black swan is an argument, bro. Is an argument. We have been
based on a picture
for years, bro. We've been showing different people have been showing black swans for years. QE put it in an argument form in a freaking what you call it? I forgot the name of the argument, but he put it
modus tollens.
Yeah, he put it in a modus tollens logical statement. But no, anybody who goes out there regularly has black observations rarely match or.
What? That's not my understanding.
Okay, well let me go back to ask you this question, 50, because you brought it up. Okay, you said it's an anomaly, right? So typically with the black swan, there's two photographs. Which one's the anomaly?
I've only seen one.
Well, then how do you know it's an anomaly if it's the only one you've seen? It could be what happens all the time.
Bent because basically the straight trusses are bent at 90 degrees.
Okay,
so
that doesn't no. That doesn't mean that's an anomaly. See, again.
Yeah,
okay, listen. No. Listen very carefully. You're claiming that you're looking at one photograph that produces a bent target is an anomaly, which means that you have either seen or can show that target when it's not like that. Okay? Now, so I just
picture that
I'm trying to pick apart your use of the term anomaly, because that means that you have more knowledge about what the standard observation is. Because the black hold on.
Obvious.
No, okay, hold on. The black swan observation is not about a bendy crane. It's about the position of the horizon.
Yes, and the crane is indicative of an anomaly.
Okay, do you have science to back up what you're claiming right now, or is this just your own,
I mean, it's just like basic logic, right?
No, it's not. Okay, no. My basic logic, no. My basic logic is completely antithetical to yours. So who's right? Is my logic right or is yours?
But do you not believe that the bendy crane is indicative of an unusual situation?
Absolutely not.
You think
there's only one arm bending in that crane, and that's the fire boom.
Okay. Yeah, but listen, man, listen. So you're telling me then that whenever, let's say you and I were in Santa Barbara taking a picture at that oil platform, and let's say the horizon was behind that platform, like it is in the anomaly photo that you're talking about. So let's say that we have that target, we have that platform, but we have the horizon in the distance behind it, but the crane isn't bent. What would you do then?
That would be a lot better argument. But they relied on government figures. Nobody actually measured that distance, which is a big knock for that argument.
Okay, that's perfectly fine if you want to hold yourself to that standard, because that's the point that I was making earlier about verifying the position of the horizon. And you still need to go out and find that textbook, one among many that you said were out there, where they documented the fact that they got in a boat and went out and measured that their distance and the equation were exactly the same.
That book doesn't exist.
I mean, it's never going to be perfect. Like, there's no perfect physics theory. It's all an approximation.
The closest they have to that is Robotham. What's his name? Andrew Young. He didn't have going out in boats and all that. And the black swan is it's just an argument. So any time that we see the horizon, if we know the distance to an object and the horizon is farther than the square root of 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, anytime we see the horizon, even National Geographic is a black swan. Anytime we see the horizon beyond that, beyond a known distance marker, that's a black swan. So the black swan ain't a photo. It's
it's an anomaly.
It's not an anomaly. It's an everyday occurrence, man. That particular distance of a horizon is an extreme case scenario. But it's almost always, almost every photo is a black swan. You know to what you're.
No, that's why they made such a big deal out of that, because not every photo is a black swan. That's why that made waves through the community.
You have to flatten out the almost 20%, just so every photo ain't a black. A standard photo is technically a black swan until you add your refraction. But like I said, almost every observation on a good clear day is without inferior mirage is a black swan. Even the ones with where if they go off far enough they start curving.
No, I mean that's like saying that we can't take into account the atmosphere.
Well, why is it a surprise that measurements will be wrong until all the factors are taken account of? I don't know why that is a surprise.
Tell me where the horizon is. Is the horizon Earth curve?
The horizon is not equal to Earth curve. Someone mentioned it even earlier in the chat. It's affected by atmospheric conditions, the observer height, the size of the object, all these factors. If you don't include them, then you set yourself up.
If it's all these factors that are blocking objects, and you're so sure it's Earth curve, okay, we're sure, and this is one thing we can all agree on. We know that the medium and the optics block shit. Okay, we can all agree on that. What we don't agree on is that Earth curve and the medium and the conditions of the day are blocking shit. Okay, we know for sure that the conditions of the day cause obstruction, cause little, more, and everything in between. Okay, you're the one coming up with this Earth curve shit that hasn't been proven.
And so then an honest refutation, like you said it yourself, the idea is that a combination of atmospheric effects and Earth curve would produce the effect. So an honest refutation of that would calculate the expected distance using both the Earth curve and atmospheric effects. In other words, it would include things like standard refraction. If you don't do that, you're not really steel manning the globe position at that point. Which is why the black swan argument doesn't steel man the globe. At least not in the P implies Q part. And that's why Globers rejected outright.
Well, the other thing that I don't really like about
about refraction, bro. Can you show me evidence of the atmosphere refracting at standard horse shit?
The other thing that I haven't been satisfied with the black swan discussion is that no one has any scientific data to back up their claims about what they think is looming or is not looming. Like, no one's produced any amount of science. They all just, like, I don't even know who the first one, like when Bo put his video out, sometimes he makes claims, sometimes he gives his data. I can't remember what that video had in it, but I doubt he said that it was looming. So my question is who was the first person who said, "Oh, that's looming"? And then where's your evidence? How do you know?
Copernicus.
Yeah.
It's a blanket statement of refraction, because it must be that, because we know it's a globe, so it must be refraction. That must be a chapter. That's specific.
Yeah, I get that, but that's an ad hoc, unscientific position to take. When you don't know why something is happening and you say, well, it could be this, you're making shit up at that point, and you have no contribution to the discussion. Because if you don't know why something is happening and you make up an idea and then 5 people go, that sounds pretty good, but it's wrong, and then you guys just start making all these equations to back up that, well, if this was doing this, and if it did, oh no, Bob, we can't have it do that. We got to have it do, you're just making shit up.
It was never a good. That's correct. It was never a good reason, because there's no way you can quantify the exact refraction from a distant object, because we would have to know what the refraction is. Nature gives us the refraction. We don't know exactly what that's going to be. So for them to say they can quantify it or test it or measure it is false. The atmosphere can change every 100 feet, for example. You don't know what's happening. Heat, cold, moisture. I don't know anybody who can quantify the exact refraction that's going to give you the determinable measurement of a sphere or flat.
It probably changes every 15 to 25 minutes as the sun rotates. It changes. The shadows, everything changes.
That's correct, Matrix. That's correct. So when they claim that, it's I don't know what you want to call it. It's just a really bad excuse.
This is what they're calling
anyway.
This is what they're called curvature, bro. These optic tricks. This is what's been confusing everybody for years. Are they conceited, by the way?
Well, I say silence is acquiescence. So yeah, no one's yep.
I don't know if you guys are here, but Witsit destroyed Gummy Bear about an hour ago. Gummy Bear had to admit that if a supernova can happen, that would cause a tremendous refraction, and that would prove this refraction happening to explain away thousands of feet of curvature, which was Witsit asked, how would you explain away thousands of feet of curvature? Jumping Gummy Bear said, well, a supernova could happen, and that would explain it. So it's like there's no amount of.
And you know what they could do is they could give all of these values for what the supernova can do. This value, that value, crunch this number, crunch that number, and then they've got their equation. And
because they got an equation, they assert it as true, and therefore everybody believes it as true.
Right, because you can't argue. I mean, you can, if you don't check your work, you can get to the incorrect answer. Right? So if you check your work and your equation works, great. I'm glad your equation works. Doesn't mean that it equals the reality that I'm looking at right now.
Yeah, so that bendy bar on the crane, on the habitat, does not mean that the whole picture is lifting up 25 or 40 feet in the air. That does not mean that.
Well, no, I've gotten photographs of other oil platforms on the Channel Islands with bendy cranes, and the horizon is in front of the crane. So it's the exact opposite, right? That was my point with 50. Except I used it in the opposite. I said, if there was the horizon beyond the platform, but you don't have a bendy crane, what then? Well, I had a bendy crane, but my horizon was in front of the platform. So even that breaks it down. It's not the same.
A lot of it too is appeal to authority, because all these equations, for the most part, the person presenting these refraction equations and these things, they can't do it themselves. These measurements, they haven't done themselves. I got a globe proof yesterday, a measurement from surveyors 120 years old. So all these measurements that are supposed to have been done, the people that have done them, and the equations that must be true, for the majority of part, appeal to authority, because the person presenting them can't do it themselves. They can't prove it themselves. They can't show it. Just tell a story about it.
What do surveyors actually do, right? Do they just take the measurements and punch them in a computer somewhere? Like, as far as their job, how extensive does it actually, like, how much work do they actually do? How much figuring shit out do they actually do?
As far as all the surveyors, I've heard that they all measure on a flat plane. I don't know why they would change to do something else. Let me see if I can find that document that was given to me yesterday that supposedly proves a globe Earth, and it was, believe me, 120 years old. And that guy was showing, like, it's been done. We don't have to worry. Trust the science. Trust the lab coats, because guess what? These guys wouldn't lie. They have no reason to lie. Let me see if I can find it for you. If I can find it, I'll post it.
Yeah, it's like I don't even think the globe has a leg to stand on anymore, bro.
It's just basically stories that what people have done, all the way from Eratosthenes to Alberoni to
who for all we know could just have been stories themselves, right? Like, who knows if those were actually characters or real people?
They probably are stories, because when you get down to what they actually did, like Eratosthenes, for example, like, my question is, how can he know from Syene to Alexandria, 5,000 miles away? How can he know what's happening in one well 5,000 miles away? And then the Glober says, oh, well, he had an assistant. So I said, oh, so an assistant must have been there. So where is his assistant? What's his name? You know, so it's like the whole story unravels once you research what they actually did to get this measurement or to get this information.
Dude, I was talking about this 2 years ago.
How can Alberoni measure a parent, not a real horizon, but an apparent horizon, right? It just breaks down once you try to replicate it or try to confirm it.
But not even that, right? Hypothetically, let's just say he managed to do it. Let's just say they managed to gather that information 2,000 or 3,000 or 4,000 years ago, right? Some rich Greek family figured it out, because obviously at that time they were going to be the only ones that could afford it, right? Some Roman or some whatever the fuck. And they figured it out, right? They got all the information, they don't figure it out, right? Now they're in charge of spreading the information. How the fuck would they do that shit to the point that everybody will receive this information, bro? Because listen, if people want to talk, most people are just going to let them, spread your information. But a lot of people not just going to willingly accept it. A lot of people going to be like, fuck you. You know what I'm saying? So how will they go about spreading that information at that?
I say in those days and ages, if they got the information, it would be secret knowledge. It would not be shared with the public.
That's what I'm saying, man. Like, they make these wild claims like, oh, we knew thousands of years ago. Come on, what do you mean we knew? We and those that knew are two different kind of people. Yeah, but it's just more evidence of their fucking nonsense, their stories, bro. It's like, it's crazy once, like, you see it, right? And I actually admire it, bro. Like, the stories, how they put it all together. They figured out formulas and math. It's fucking brilliant. I mean, whoever the fuck is behind this shit is a fucking genius, bro.
Sorry, I have a PDF file that I downloaded, and I don't know the original website how to get there, how to give this to you. So I can't show it to you, but it's basically 120-year-old surveyors did Australia and they did North America, and supposedly they've measured a curve. What they were doing, I have no idea what they were trying to do, but apparently that the surveyor, 120 years old, was very, very thorough, and they did all these measurements and this geometry, these measurements they're doing. This is all appeal to authority because I'd say most people don't do these measurements unless they're taking physics or calculus in college, because you have to know how to understand this math. So no layman would be able to read this stuff, which is which is how they hide it, right? They hide it in advanced calculations and theories, and this way the average person doesn't have access to it, right? So it's hard to falsify it. It's hard to test these actual equations.
I mean, dude, in my opinion, anything that has to do with the sky is going to be hard to test, other than observing them, bro. I don't see much you could do.
Is nobody talking?
Nobody's talking. Why don't you tell us? Why don't you start the new topic?
Oh no, man, I'm eating dinner right now, but I put my headphones down and came back, so I didn't hear anything. So just checking.
Mic check, mic check. You're loud and clear, man.
What's up? Who we got right now that has access to a mic? What you doing, Jen? Jeremy?
Bunch of people listening, waiting on the next man to talk.
Well, we had a little bit of a conversation earlier. Somebody claimed that evolution is change over time. I asked them if abiogenesis is evolution. They said no. So apparently, going from non-living to living over time is not evolution. So again, if you just allow them to explain their own claim, they always literally annihilate themselves. And that's why you'll notice they don't have a claim. They can't define anything. They don't believe in words. They can't use the definition. That's why they only can ask you questions so that they can hide from their own claim. And this evolution topic, let me just finish with this flat earth test. This evolution topic needs to be studied by a lot more flat earthers because it is the foundation for the literal outer space religion is evolution. You guys got to combine these facts. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, I was gonna say, man, dude, they have very few points or proof that have any demonstration at all to back it, dude. It just baffles me that they don't fucking see that and at least get a little suspicious. Like, dude, when we ask for, show us a pressure gradient without a container, they can't do it. They just like look outside, dude. Or if you were, asking them prove standard refraction, prove that the atmosphere is that refraction is standard, and they don't have they show us a fucking sugar water fish tank with a laser. When we show them fucking all kinds of local demonstrations with regular atmosphere, and over ponds and shit. And I mean, I could go on and on. It's like evolution, give us fucking some kind of demonstration of this shit, dude. They fucking bring up some corn or fucking bullshit bacteria. It's like everything they claim, they don't have no fucking demonstration. They can't back it up with demonstration. It's insane, man. And just about every one of them scenarios we can demonstrate.
Well, this is the most psychotic argument I've ever heard in my life. There is not a close second. The evolutionist argument of looking at animals and making assumption, at least they can look at animals. But in this argument, everything we experience in reality contradicts the outer space ball religion. And then, like Witsit was doing earlier, when you ask somebody, well, what if, we saw something for 1,200 miles or 1,500 miles? They don't have an answer. Like, they don't have a what if, because they will come up with a new excuse to hide from whatever evidence they give you. That's why they invented the refraction religion. It never meant being able to magically see around objects and corners and hills and mountains until we realized that everybody has always seen too far. They had to invent this religion, literally admitting that they think reality is an illusion. So just the fact that the problem is flat earthers are arguing against people that have already admitted that they don't believe reality. They're claiming reality is an illusion. And if you entertain that without at least attacking that idea, then you're basically enabling the drug addict. They're a drug addict that we're still handing syringes to in bags of crack, apparently, because we're entertaining these psychotic ideas that now evidence doesn't matter, guys. That's the point. They're saying evidence doesn't matter. It's an illusion. So there is no more claim. There's no more goalpost. They took the goalpost and they threw it off the edge. There is no goalpost anymore. They're hiding from everything. So it's just an insane circular argument.
I got to redo my test, man. I should have. Go ahead.
I mean, that's the evidence. If I meet someone that says I can't trust my eyes and reality is an illusion, they've already forfeited the conversation. There's no challenge. That's the point. One group is saying we can trust our senses and eyes, and we repeat it over, and it's repeated millions of times. It's been documented for thousands of years. This is how reality works. All the way up to modern military models and maps. They all have to be used flat. Trident Flight Research Center, Boeing, Northrop Grumman, McDonnell Douglas. It's not even my claim. I'm not even a flat earther because I don't like that term. But for some reason, the entire military industrial complex agrees that they have to operate over a flat, non-rotating Earth. Bible matches that. Then we go out into reality. It also matches that. So everything already complies with the notion that no one's ever going to adjust for curvature or spin. So they tell you, well, that's actually not really there. It's actually being loomed up over a curve, and magically it's bending it, which makes it look flat. Just on the front claim, right off the bat, if someone's claiming to you that something is bending, therefore it makes something else look flat, they're already mentally challenged. I mean, this is beyond insane. They're already hiding from everything you would be presenting in reality. That means no evidence matters. It doesn't matter if the Earth measures and looks and radar tests flat for 1,000 miles. They'll say there's a magical reason why it just appears that way. So there isn't even a discussion. If you entertain these psychotic religions of refraction, which is the same old evolution religion, we can't trust our eyes. Cats making kittens actually means cats come from germs, and those germs eventually turn into people. It's the same religion. They're just admitting now that they can't trust their senses. They're admitting now that they think reality is an illusion. So the conversation's already over. You've already won. Take the win. It's a concession. They've already given into the... Here's the biggest part about this. This has nothing to do with evidence. It has to do with morality. And this one side all had to agree that literally there is no morality. They can just wish it away with refraction, just like they do their vision. So it's the exact same argument. We'll just wish it away and say it's a magical effect called refraction now that we invented in 2016. The religion of evolution and gravity got together and they had this baby now known as refraction. And that is the new age atheistic and secular religion. It's the newest one of its kind. And there's like what, 2,000 or 3,000 people that follow this. It's the smallest cult, I think, in the world right now, actually.
Yeah, they are a cult, man. But I don't know, man. It's how can you say that? I mean, if you have any experience at all with long distance photography or even horizon observing, it's almost, 9 out of 10 you're going to get inferior mirage, period. When they act like that anything is like we always see boats fucking going over, that's horse shit. We usually see a fucking mirage. They talk about the sunset. No, it's usually fucking flattened out mirage, funky looking. But for them to say anything at all is standard about that, about the medium we look through, and all the fucking optical effects and the moving around, there's nothing standard about that. They it's just to fix their model, but when are they going to admit that? Whether they stick to the globe or not, be honest.
They can't. Remember, this sort of, I don't even know what to call it anymore, but this sort of behavior has never been we've never seen anything. There's no book about a group of people that started saying they can't trust their senses and reality's an illusion. It's never happened before until now. There's never been a religion this dangerous until the evolutionists have now come out and they're just honest and say, we can't trust our eyes. And that's it. You actually have to look away. They're actually claiming you shouldn't actually look at Earth. You should go away from Earth. Actually, you should go to someplace else. You should go to a cartoon fairy tale called Outer Space. Apparently, the only way they can determine what is in reality is by going to a cartoon. I mean, you can't even tell me a worse religion. This is the most dangerous religion in all of history. It is literally, I'm out of descriptors. There's nothing that's ever been this bad.
Yeah, I see how they do it too, man. They sneak shit in like they something that's theory or their best guess, or something to fill their model. How it slowly becomes a fact. Like fucking now, black holes, gravitational waves are like a fact. Dark matter is starting to become a fact now. It's just a fucking, it's just a mathematical fix.
Like Brian, like just yesterday, the Chinese claimed that they have this ginormous satellite dish that they've picked up a signal from space. They've detected alien frequency, a signal coming from another planet. You know, that's just another thing to back up their little space theory. Did you hear that one, Brian? That Chinese have detected a signal coming from aliens.
No, but at least we've been saying over and over, that bullshit's coming. So there's so many examples we can give them. How, Werner von Braun fucking said exactly what's going to be. The Russians, then the fucking terrorists, or then the Russians, then the fucking asteroids, then the terrorists, and then the UFOs. So we're getting over the terrorist phase, right? So now comes the UFOs. You said it's all bullshit, right?
Let's go, Brandon.
It turns out my giant squash plant is a fucking pumpkin plant. Dude, I'm like, man, this bitch has got all the flowers and everything, man. It fucking making squash. All my little ones are. And I thought I even seen one, dude. And I'm like trying to pollinate the whatever you call the steeple or whatever the fuck you call the thing you pollinate in a female flower. And I like pollinating a pumpkin plant with squash, dude. It looks just like a fucking squash plant, dude. I thought it was squash. And I didn't know my wife threw pumpkin seeds out there like shit months ago, like Halloween or something. And one of them happened to make it, but that thing, I thought I had a record-sized squash plant, dude. And it's so big you couldn't see underneath it, man. And it's starting to wilt a little bit because the sun's getting so fucking hot. And it shriveled up enough for us to see a big ass pumpkin underneath there today.
Well, actually, that's interesting. Yeah. So what you're describing is pumpkin seeds making pumpkins, which is evolution. But going from non-living to living is not evolution. I mean, you guys notice that every single example they give you it's called normal reproduction. This is really complicated because for some reason nobody's calling this out. I don't get it. How I'm the only person that's noticed this. It really bothers me.
No, we don't buy it, bro. We definitely don't buy it. I ain't heard him make that claim. I mean, I thought we've shut that bitch down.
Watch this. Watch what will they say? A change in allele frequencies over time. Yeah, that's called cats making kittens, dogs making puppies, whales making whales, and when you were born, that was a change in allele frequencies over time. That's a normal reproduction, and they're claiming that's evolution now. So again, it's a psychosis. It's just like saying we see a flat Earth, therefore it's a ball. Same thing. You can't even get them to actually read the words they're using. Go ahead.
Usually when we shut them down pretty good on a subject, it's rare they'll bring it back up. Like evolution, we fucking demolished that, dude. So they will rarely bring that up. They'll rarely bring up Travis had to bring up the horizon. They'll rarely bring up the horizon since the black swan. It's just a shit argument they have. Shit to back it up, so they'll rarely bring that up. So anything you don't hear around here, it's because they're dodging that shit. Evolution's one of them, man. We've destroyed that.
Well, you're right, but that's because they're hiding their evolution religion. They're trying to keep it safe. That's why they won't bring it up, because they don't want it challenged. They just believe it. They just declare that it's true. Like all religious zealots, that's the foundation of all of these religions is evolution. The outer space religion is evolution. Magical balls forming in a cartoon is part of evolution. So that's the problem is that you're still talking about evolution. It's just that most people don't realize it. I think I'm echoing through your mic tests, Brian. I hear myself in your mic. Yeah, there you go. And that's the issue, because it is not a different religion. It's like trying to separate Noah's flood from Jesus Christ. It's the same overall truth. There's no separation of obviously Noah's Ark and also the Ark of the Covenant and Jesus Christ and Adam and Eve. These are all part of the same story, the same truth. Well, with evolution, it's the exact same thing. Evolution and magical balls in outer space and monkeys turning into people and germs turning into fish is all the same religion. It's literally 100% all from the same source. So it's the same exact paradigm. And you see, for years, they were getting their asses handed to them by literally probably little kids on the internet. I mean, I could just imagine, it was in the 80s and 90s when, Kent Hovind was out there before the internet. He was already prepping. There was thousands of millions of conversations before Flat Earth, right? They were always about evolution versus creation. That was the hot topic. And then, 2015, somebody said those two magical words to me, and I said, oh boy, this is going to be a whole new level. And it was, and I love it. I absolutely love the fact destroying the outer space religion is the most fun thing I've ever been able to do in my life. I love combat. It literally is endless fun. The problem is that they're trying to hide the evolution part of the religion, and that's their safety net. So if somebody's automatically going to say they can't trust their eyes, I already know that there's an underlying problem here. What is that issue? Usually, not saying always, there's no such thing as just a blanket statement, but the vast majority of these people that you see come in here and argue and go on Nathan's show here at Geo's or argue against Witsit are almost always evolutionist atheists, just to point that fact out. I can't find one person waving a Bible that's argued against Witsit or Geo. Maybe you guys can show me an example of some weirdo that has a Bible that claims it's a book. Haven't found him one. You can't show me one. Show me one. Wait, let me give you an example.
There's a couple of them, man.
Flat. Hold on. Let me give you an example. Kent Hovind was one of them. Oh, that's right. But in 2016, he ran from Rob Skiba. That's when I was advocating for Rob, and he ran away for his life. He won't even discuss flat Earth. So know that supposed Christians that believe in the Bible are scared to death of this topic. Atheists are scared to death to discuss their evolution topic. It's quite fascinating. Same thing.
It won't be long, dude, where flat Earth, will pretty much be Christians. Flat Earth, it's already getting where we pretty much all hold the same beliefs. If you see a flat earther and the points brought up, you know what side he's going to be on with every subject. Just about, like you're saying, there ain't very many who fall outside the category. It's getting, there's just, I trust evidence, man. I try not to say nothing for sure. 100%, I try to keep somewhat of an open mind, but I got to go, where the evidence is, and
well, yeah, I got you. No, that's a fair assessment, but once in a while you're gonna meet somebody. I hate to say me, but I can only speak for myself, right? I can't speak for anybody else. But some of us teachers, which I'm sure that word's not going to sit well with many people, we are going to make claims that are absolute, and that's going to piss a lot of people off. Go ahead. I thought you were trying to talk, Brian. Mike, go ahead.
Yeah, man. I need to fucking mute. Usually, I was watering these plants and shit, but I can mute when I'm not talking now. But well, you could claim absolutes, man, but that's kind of dogma to me. I'm not talking about your religion and your faith. That's not what I mean. God said, prove all things, and
bingo.
Christian
it's
and all
not
that.
a job.
I know.
Yeah, Brian. Yeah, go ahead.
I think, I don't know, but I will point it out that it does. It's the evidence is in the Bible. Like you know, even for somebody who's not a big time religious, like so many times, there's like at least a few times in the Bible that the earth is stationary and it's immovable. Like that sounds kind of important if it's in the Bible from multiple books. You know, that's a fact that it's kind of tough to get around. I can and test it.
Right, right. This is one underlying thing, though. For me, it was really easy. I had already, you know, it's not about me, so I'm not going to talk about myself too much. But I had already been involved in this topic for a long time. I didn't even know it. When I was 12 years old, you know, back when we used to have to walk in the snow to get our video games, they in 1994, I believe it was, Electronic Arts came out with a flight simulator that let you build the missions and build the maps. And I'll never forget it. I was 12 years old. And you know what 12-year-olds do with a video game? We go to the extreme limits of the video game until it breaks. And I remember zooming off the map. Go ahead. Oh, it's just echoing, Brian. Go ahead and maybe just go on mute real quick because I thought you were trying to talk. But I remember being 12 years old and then, you know, zooming off of the map, right? It's a CAD two-dimensional map setup, right, to make a flight simulator. And as I'm zooming away, I started to realize it was not what I thought I was going to see. I thought I was going to see a ball. I'm a 12-year-old boy. I'm playing video games, right? I have no idea. And I'm zooming away from this. This is 1994-95. I'll never forget. It's a Jane's Electronic Arts video game. And as I'm zooming away from this map, this flight simulator map, you know, it simulates U.S. Navy combat over Northern Africa. And I'm zooming and zooming and zooming. A ball did not start to appear. What appeared was a giant desert square looking thing and then flat water all the way around the square, simulating literally millions of square miles. And I remember looking at this going, wait a minute, where's the ball Earth? This doesn't make any sense. I'm a 12-year-old boy. I've been shown a ball Earth on TV my whole life, and I'm looking at this video game, and now I zoom out of the video game, and this is a Navy flight simulator, you know, all the technical specs and all the blah, 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 yada, 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 pretend to fly this. It's a flat Earth map. And I remember looking at it for several seconds going, this is really weird. And then eventually I got distracted and I forgot about it. Almost 30 years later, 25 years later, it was literally one of the first things I thought about when somebody said those dreaded two words, that first F word and then Earth, F-E. It was like instantaneously, besides the military stuff that I used to do after that, besides this and that, the one thing that I couldn't believe, I was so shocked, I just kept thinking back to that flat Earth map in a flight simulator in 1994. And I thought, oh my God, literally, oh my God, in order to simulate Earth, it has to be flat. And that was it. It was over. I never asked a single question. April 5th, 2015. I knew right away after just contemplating it in my own mind. It took me less than 60 seconds to go, it's over. Sayonara. It's all over. 60 seconds, that's it. And then all the other things that I did, you know, regarding blah, 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 you name it, blah, blah, blah. Whatever my history was, it just matched up. It was like I already had 10 years under my belt with the topic. I was shocked. In fact, I was in such shock, I didn't want to look it up, Brian, because I knew it was over. It was like, it's like when you go to the theme park and there's a really big roller coaster and you go on it and it's scary. Then there's a much bigger roller coaster. I wasn't ready. I wasn't ready. I was like, wait a minute. Let me go to the back of this line first. I gotta get my life in order because I'm never gonna come back. My whole life is over. I'm gonna literally begin a new life, at Brian. As far as my concern was, I knew that everything was gonna change. It was all over just by thinking about
it. But I went look straight for debates, man, personally. And can you hear? No, if I'm coming in too good, man. I got a shit signal.
Yeah, I hear you right now. Yep.
I went straight looking for debates, man, and that led me to I couldn't find shit for debates. I couldn't believe it, man. I'm like trying to look this up. You know, I seen the Flat Earth Society thing, and you know, I was like, look at the moon and the sun. Like, who ever thought it was a flat Earth? You know, but that's before I heard any evidence. Just completely asleep, didn't even consider it, man. And I've been laying out flat lines for my whole life. You know, that's what I do. And you know, most of them not that long, granted, but I've done some pretty fucking long, you know, curves that stretch over, you know, miles, man. Not, I mean, I'm churching that up a little bit too, but like going on a couple miles and shit, man. I've done a bulkhead for a fucking seawall that was pretty fucking long, and I'm laying out, but every day I deal with flat, you know, and never even considered it, man. But so I started looking for debates. And that put me on Nathan Oakley. And I was like, man, it didn't seem like much of a debate. And then I caught an episode, it's a long time ago, like 2017. And then I heard people join, like I heard Rumpus and Brenda. And I was like, that's the fucking, this is their debate. I was like, there's no way. And then everything changed for me right then. I was like, this is their argument. This dumbass fucking bookworm fucking, and this bitch who fucking will say anything at all, you know. No offense to Brenda, but you know, she just that's when I realized the debate was so lopsided. Since then, man, it's I've came to places, you know, and they've come up with better answers. They've evolved, if you will, to the arguments, but so it's not quite as bad. But you know, still no demonstrations, not much. But I still keep an open mind, man. If I've seen the right evidence, man, you could convince me there's a triangle, man. If you show me the right shit.
No, but let me just show you where I'm at right now. So you got a pumpkin plant that you didn't even know about this pumpkin plant until the seed sprouted. Is there any way that I can convince you that it's actually a blue whale in your yard, Brian? Is that possible that I could convince you that's actually a whale or a dolphin?
Not a chance.
Right, so that's what it is. When it comes to existence, I know it's not a ball. I know for an absolute fact, I'll put my life on it right now, 1,000,000,000%. Sorry, there's no such thing as outer space. There's no such thing as space travel. There's nothing leaving this plane of existence. The Earth is an immeasurable plane of existence under the heavens and in the waters, and it cannot be measured. It's not an object. It's not something that you can even understand the size of. We don't even know how deep it goes. For one,
that's my stance right there. Like, we'll never know exactly what we live on, man. I don't think we're meant to, man.
Right, you shouldn't actually, because that's you're basically spitting in the face of God. God says you can't even challenge him. You can't even search for his understandings. And you also cannot measure the depths of his creation. He says you cannot measure the breadth or the width of earth or even the height of heavens. So it all goes against the Bible. If the problem is when somebody makes a claim about it, they're lying automatically. There's no ifs, ands. It doesn't matter if they were told to say that. They are living in a world where it's okay to say things that aren't true. And that's the problem, is that we allow this to go on for now 7 years, and people are still just lying through their teeth because we have tried to have a nice conversation with people, and we allow people to talk to us that way because it's the norm. It's the norm to meet somebody in 2014, 2015, and you might say something like, oh yeah, people used to think the earth is flat. How silly. But when somebody then confronts that person, you have two options. You can continue to act that way, or you can go kind of like I did and go, wait a minute, there's got to be a reason why this person thinks that. I would never call somebody stupid for disagreeing with the mainstream religious belief. You're going against the mainstream. There's got to be a good reason. I'm certainly interested. I would never call somebody stupid or make fun of them for it. And that's the whole point here, is that the approach to truth is everything. And the first thing that God tells us about things he hates is called a proud look. The very first thing he tells us is what he hates. These 6 things that the Lord hate, yea, 7 are an abomination unto him. The very first one on the list, Brian, is a proud look. And I see not only atheists doing this, I see so-called Christians. I see everybody looking at a certain group of people like that group is stupid. And that is literally a crime, and people don't understand it. If you don't know, again, that's why you can't answer a matter before you hear it. If you answer a matter before you hear it, you're obviously foolish, right? So that's all these rules are given to us for a reason. I'm just people that are making the claims, right? I'm not making the claim. I'm not the one saying you can't trust your eyes, Brian. You see, that's what we have now reached a limit. The lowest depravity and the dumbest group of people in all of history are now saying it. You can't trust your senses, and reality is an illusion. Not my claim.
Yeah, but listen, man, with the kids, it's not so like it's not a knee jerk like it used to be, like with us when we were young. The kids nowadays, man, they might not believe it, but they're not like, oh, how are you gonna fall up that? You know, maybe you'll run into one here and there like that, but it's not knee jerk to them. That to me by itself is a pretty drastic change. Just the fact their minds open. None of them believe in the moon landing. None of the kids anyway, except for there's always going to be your group, but the majority don't believe in the moon landing, and flat Earth is not a knee jerk.
I think you're right. I think that the generation has been changed so much, and now they are exposed to so many things so early. Yeah, half of them got to look at, wait a minute, we have all this technology, and you're saying we can't replicate this? That looks like it looks like this was made in a lunchbox. So yeah, just the fact that it looks so terrible, it looks so retarded, and you're saying we can't do it again, that's literally one of the best evidences for reality to make you know that they're lying. When I was a little child, I realized it myself, right? I looked at it and said, this looks fake. But then but it can't be, right? It can't be, Brian, because this is my government's most important mission. But as an 8-year-old child, I looked at it and said, this looks wrong. So you have to literally hide from even Ken Hovind. I mean, Ken Hovind, what a mess. He admits the moon landing's fake, right? But he's still stupid. What can you do?
Yeah, well, he hadn't been to this server. He'll at least see a good debate. Whether he maintains the belief or not, he'll hear our side and realize that it's a hell of a fucking debate, man. And I think the only reason it's a debate is because how long they've had to work on their model. Which brings me to a main point. I can't stand when they try and use the model to prove the fucking model. It's like, dude, you're using the model to prove the model. Okay, if you used the latitudes, okay, the angle to this star, and mapped out your latitudes and shit, now you're going to try and use that as proof. That's how you fucking mapped it, man. Okay, you got a fucking working model in most places. You've been working on it for years, updating it, but to me, there's still plenty of there's anomalies all over the place, Even they admit it, dude. I've learned now there's an anomaly off of Africa. I already knew about the South Atlantic, which covers the whole coast of South America. They say the Van Allen belts dip and the satellite info is just unreliable. Yeah, now that private people are getting their hands on this satellite data, well, yeah. So, yeah, of course you got to be tied into a central fucking computer because of the anomalies, and the South Pacific anomaly. And I just found out recently from a guy I had a one-on-one discussion with, Eggshell set it up, where there's a fucking anomaly in the coast of Africa in the south. So that covers the continents. It's just anomalous down there, man. But they've made it work and all this, but when they try and use the model to prove the model, man, that's not a fair debate, man. But I don't know. I enjoy the topic, man. I'll tell you that. I like talking about it. I don't mind hearing their evidence and shit. I hate it when they make claims like like you said it, like proud, like they know for sure that a star is so many miles, gajillions of miles away. You don't know that. Nobody, dude. They've made songs about shit. Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. How I wonder what you. But all of a sudden, y'all know exactly what it is because of this, that. You don't know what it is up there. You got a model. Okay, it's all you got. You don't know. Nobody knows what the fuck is up there. There's no rover on Mars. Even if they proved a ball tomorrow, I still can't unsee the bullshit I've seen from NASA. And fucking, I don't know.
No. Liz, let me tell you right now. If they proved the ball tomorrow, then the ball Earth would be the illusion. That's the point. If they prove the ball Earth tomorrow, that's the illusion that we can't trust. That's the point. The same people that said we can't trust reality, if they're proven right, then that's right. We still can't trust them. We can't just take back 7 years.
No, I mean, I was being facetious, man. I was being facetious.
No, I'm just telling you. My point is, well, let me be a little bit more elaborate than Brian. And go on mute just because I'm bouncing off your microphone. There you go. Even if the outer space religion, even if this outer space stuff was true, it would still be the largest group of criminals in history. We're spending trillions of dollars to waste in a space of nothing instead of helping the millions of starving people here that are dying of starvation because of the same governments. The governments have oppressed these peoples, millions, billions of people all over this plane of existence that are being destroyed by governments that are making them regulatory. You have to do this. You can't own a farm. Here's a new law, they are killing everybody and saying it's okay because we go to outer space. Outer space would still be the largest, most insane, perverted escapade in history. It would be still the largest group of criminals ever known to man, even if it was true. Too bad it's not true, and it's actually far worse. It's the biggest lie in history, this outer space religion, and we are literally in the one world government of outer space. If you notice, 2 years ago, there's a topic that I'm not even allowed to speak about, and all the countries got together and said all of the entire Earth's population is going to be now governed under these new rules, and they won't be able to speak about this topic. So there's already a one world government, and the fact that people already fell for it.
Before we go off that subject, I wanted to make a grand point, a grand fucking point here. Excuse my language, but this is a big deal to me. This topic right here. Okay, this point. Okay, this is one of the ones there's no way around here. Okay, so to me, okay, and you could argue this part, but to me, they tried to come out. NASA tried to come out and admit the moon landings weren't real, without saying it and causing a big fuss. They pretty much tried to come out with honesty, and anti-flat earthers wouldn't let them. Okay, they come out pretty much and said, all the astronauts, including the president, they all say we can't leave low Earth orbit. We're working on shit to get humans safely through this region, So they tried to admit it, but whether you agree with that or not, okay, here's the point. So when I brought that up and showed a video to the anti-flat earthers, they said, no, it's not the people who are in danger. It's the circuitry, So they're working on crafts where it's safe for humans, so the circuits and stuff aren't messed up. The semicapacitors and whatnot, transistors, we didn't have that back then. And they're dead in the water right there. Okay. So which is it? Do you have these satellites out there, okay, past this region we're speaking of? Do you have Himalaria freaking million miles away? Do you have, or Epic? Do you have, wait, which is it? Okay. Is the moon landing fake? And we can't, and they're being honest that before we send humans through this area of space, we need to, develop the shit to do it? Or is it the circuitry? Because if it's the circuitry, then how do you have all these satellites and all this stuff with digital freaking, you know what I'm saying? Like, they dodge it. They'll change the subject and start questioning me. I've never got a response on that. But there's no way out of one or the other there. If it's the circuitry, then you don't have no shit out there that you're claiming. We've already debunked that in other fashions, in my opinion. But still, there's no rover on Mars if the circuitry can't get through that region. And if it's the people who can't get through that region like they claim, then the moon landing, they're admitting it's fake. So which is it, right?
Yes, and they can't give you an answer. Remember, first of all, they were lying. As soon as they started making up excuses, they're just lying. They didn't get that information from their slave masters. They just start making it up. So the first thing that I noticed, was the attitude of people that are the whatever you want to call them. They're really, I get, Gio's got to give me permission to say certain terms, but the real term is not spoken often of what these people really are, and they're not really anti-flat earthers. No, it's much worse than that, right? I mean, we've had these same people for thousands of years telling us that we can't trust the Bible, we can't trust reality, we can't trust our eyes, and that was way before the flat earth conversation, right? But it is the attitude. All I have to do is see who is against a topic, and I can tell you who's telling the truth. As soon as I saw all the hate and vitriol and attacks, it was it. I mean, that was just another nail in the coffin. It was just thousands of nails. Every single experience after that day, I already knew it was over, but every time I would even just glance at it, it'd be another nail in the coffin. Anytime I met somebody to attack the fact that, the government's lied about everything, and the fact that we don't experience that, every time they would just open their mouth, it was the best evidence you could ever ask for. You see, the Bible says, we know you by your fruit. So the way that you try to attack an argument, the way that you're going to discuss this is going to be actually everything. It's actually the character more than it is the content. Your content, well, anybody can say whatever, but how are you going to handle this discussion? Once I saw who was attacking it, I knew it was, just another nail in the coffin. And that's literally the number one evidence for flat earth are anti-flat earthers. They are by far the number one evidence for flat earth is just look who hates it. It's that easy.
Yeah, but you see what I'm saying? When the NASA themselves come out with a video and say, I can almost quote him word for word, before we sin, shielding is being put to the test, and new technologies, so we need to get this right, whatever, before we send humans through this dangerous region of space. Okay, right now we're in low Earth orbit. Okay, and then all astronauts, over the years claimed, low, we're in low Earth orbit. Even Obama, so we're trying to leave low Earth orbit. They pretty much say flat out, before we could send people through this dangerous region of space. And so if there's no moon landing, then there's no. So even if you don't want to admit that, if you want to just go on face value what they say, which they tried to admit it, and the anti-flat earthers wouldn't let it happen, they argued for NASA. Okay, even when NASA tried to be honest, even Buzz to the lady, Neil Armstrong came out and flat out said, there's discoveries to be made. There's, if you could see past True's protective layers, that's as much as he could say, man, to keep his people safe. Buzz told the girl, because the truth is we didn't go there. And and that's my question, And so he did what he could, man. He ain't worried at this point in his life. He ain't even worried about dying, but his people, man. They've already killed people's families and shit, and then or killed the people like Gus Grissom. They pumped the fucking pot up with pure oxygen. Why would they ever pump a module up with pure oxygen? They don't ever do that on any mission. That's horse shit for them to do that. And then the dude who makes the report, I forgot his name. I can't quote his name, but he had a report, book long, to turn into to the Senate or whatever, to the Congress, and he gets hit by a fucking train on that, a NASA train at that. When I found that out, when I looked deep into it and found out that it was on NASA property and it was a NASA train, and his family died with him. I think his daughter, wound up living or whatever. But no, I mean, he had family with him. Maybe not his whole family died, but family died. And how do you get hit by a train, dude? If you're in a car, you just get there and, oh no, here it comes. Oh no, it's gonna hit us. Get out the fucking car, man. You don't get hit by trains if you're in a car and you're a human being. Anybody who got hit by a train is either an idiot and trying to book past it. But anyway, I'm getting sidetracked. Point is the report come up missing, and they won't even admit that's even like fishy, whatever, like their brain doesn't even register it, man. It's crazy, man. But I don't know. They did everything they could to come out and tell us. But if the moon, that was the first photograph of Earth that they even claimed, and the blue marble 2006 or 12, I think it was, was an admitted composite. And then so it was like 2016, I think, before they even claimed to have a full photograph of Earth, which we debunked. But until then, it was that one from the moon. So they've admitted we didn't go to the moon, we didn't go to the moon, we can't get humans to that region. All this time they've been showing us this shit, acting like they know for a fact what it is. They've been showing us this fisheye shit. Who can look at all that and not see the deception, whatever it may be exactly,
I'm telling you, that's the easy part. It is so easy just to look at that guy and go, oh, that guy's really not an expert. He just made a mistake and he didn't really mean what he said, Brian. Come on, you're just quote mining here. That's the easy part of their insanity. No. The amazing part of the insanity is when they say, no, even if you showed me 2,000 miles of flat Earth, then we'd have to figure out the refraction index. That's the insane part. That they have to deny their own senses, not somebody else's words. No, that's the easy part. Not the claims of NASA. That's the easy part. Not some engineer, not some video of some rocket failing, whatever. No, they are denying the actual reality in which Earth and water present itself. They're denying all of reality. They're saying reality is an illusion. That's the number one best piece of evidence for not only the flat Earth, but how dangerous this outer space religion. This is the most dangerous religion in history. No one has ever acted like that was a legitimate claim ever before in all of history. There has not ever been one sentence of anybody in history writing down an argument and saying that because I can't trust my senses, neither can you. Therefore, whatever. There's no such thing. It's never even been an idea until the flat Earth explosion of 2014 and 15, and now you have thousands of psychotic people saying that reality is an illusion. This is the literal the crux of the argument. This is literally the most important piece of evidence that for some reason even flat earthers aren't realizing. That is the entire argument. They don't believe in reality anymore. That's a 10,000 times more powerful than talking about evidence when they're saying they don't believe in evidence. Thanks.
Yeah, and speaking of evidence, the Felix Baumgartner, like they showed us the fisheye shit, and he's talking about he's seen the curvature of the Earth through his helmet. Well, I take a picture of the capsule and it's hanging. It's not just sitting on the ground because they tried to use that argument. No, it's suspended, and he's sitting in it. And I draw a line where the horizon is on the ground. I leave it on the screen. Fast forward to when he opens it, and the horizon's right where it was on the ground, right there. It's supposed to have dropped down like between 7 and 8 degrees according to their math. And there it is, that high up in the air. I don't give a shit about the left-right curvature you're trying to say with our line of sight. You want to say the horizon's equidistant with certain arguments, but that when you want to say that's the curvature, or I'm talking about straight out ahead. It's supposed to drop down between 7 and 8 degrees, and the horizon's right where it was on the horizon. And if you do the math, if the door diameter is 2.5 feet, and say that camera's like 3 or 4 feet back, that door, the bottom half of that door couldn't be more than about 25 degrees of vision. It had to be 1/3 of the bottom of that door. That's being generous, man. It's more like half of the bottom. So a quarter, it should have dropped a quarter of the size of that door, and it's not moving around either. Like they tell themselves, dude, it's moving around. Look at the video. It's not moving around. It's stable as a mug up there above all the weather and all that. And then you look up, and it is a black void up there. So like if we could call them out, we'd find out what's really, because Picard went up there in the early 1900s. I'd like to know we could get disclosure on what's really going on. So that's what they're doing. I believe they went with the powers that be went with the Einstein shit. That's where the science started veering into bullshit, and for multiple reasons. But the government has perpetuated this lie. Because they have technology. They know it's not just mass attracting mass. They've got anti-gravity from the Hutchinson figured that shit out decades back, man. And they got anti-gravity. They got crafts. That's what. So they're setting us up. These anti-flat earthers are setting us up for a government deception that von Braun has literally told us it was coming, and told his secretary on his deathbed over and over, and she got it out to the people that it's the aliens and it's all a lie. The aliens are coming. So they've got technology, and that's going to be the next thing for control is the aliens, and it's all us. It's all us, and so they're going to keep us in this bullshit paradigm as long as we let them, so they can maintain fucking control.
Well, that was going to happen no matter what. I mean, this is one piece of the pie. Make no mistake that the masses are so deceived. The last 2 years have proven this. Again, we're not allowed to talk about the details. And the fact that people are okay with that already shows it's way too late. I mean, there's not even a chance to maybe fix anything. It's so far gone. And the thing is that you're talking about the people that actually like the fact they're being controlled. It's much worse.
It is weird, but dude, they're making it out to be but most people just went along with it just to go with the crowd. But that they made a big mistake with that, because that woke up so many people. Not even to flat Earth or whatever, but to the bullshit that woke up so many people, man. I'd be shocked, but you never know. But I'll tell you what, that gave us a fighting chance for their next stupid shit. You don't shut a fucking world down because of a bad flu season. It's fucking insanity. But I'll leave it at that. But man, I had one other point to make, man. I'll remember it in a minute. I'll pass.
Yeah, we look for places to discuss these topics, but the worst thing about this topic is that there's so much truth, there's so much fruit, there's so much exposure, and a lot of people, such as this group, such as us, we, whatever you want to call it, sometimes we don't understand when we've won, right? Like sometimes it's like the horse is dead and now we're trying to go inside and get more ammunition. That's not going to solve the issue here, right? The issue here is that there's something else going on besides, there's a morality issue. There is a, does truth matter issue? There is a, when can you trust your senses? You know, there are so many other parts of this paradigm that are never discussed because we're so focused. And that's the unfortunate part about it. But I mean, we're all going to have our time and due. You know, 10 years from now, things are going to be very different. 20 years ago, people, you would meet people that would say, oh yeah, you can't take the Bible literal. It's really not 6 days creation. Now you'll hear that being thrown right out. People will say, of course it's a 6-day creation. And as time goes on, 10, 15, 20 years from now, people are going to be like, of course the earth's flat. And it's not going to matter. People are still going to be greatly deceived. People are going to still be committing crime. Nothing's going to change, even though people are going to be waking up to a truth. It's really so that a smaller group gets separated from the masses, and those separations continue and continue. It's called a separation from the wheat and the chaff, right? So it's biblical. So actually, God, the creator of the heavens and the earth, decides when these things happen. So there's no such thing as a controlled release. No. The man upstairs decides when everything is controlled and released. And he allows the evil of this world to think that it's on their terms when it is never on their terms. Make no.
I don't think he. I mean, I agree with most of that, but I believe in free will. I don't believe he. I mean, I do. I'm not saying he don't intervene, but I don't think that he. You know, I think he lets us play our parts. You know, I believe, you know, we might get a little back up, or when the I don't know, when against all odds and shit. But believe in free will pretty much, man. I don't know, man. Until we can prove, like, there's a big group of them out there, and I don't think they're agents or nothing like that. They just, you know, until we can prove that we don't know what the damn sun is, that it's extra dimensional or whatever it's doing it. It's potentially, you know, just until they even understand the possibility that it's not a ball 93 million miles away, that we can't prove that. You know, until we can prove that to them, there's a whole big group of them who will never change, just because their mathematical brains won't let them.
Well, it's already a problem when somebody thinks they know what the sun is. And to be honest with you, 15 years ago, 10 years ago, I wouldn't have said, oh, I know what the sun's made out of, because I'm just not that type of person. And I'm not trying to, you know, piss on anybody's parade, but that's the psychosis. The fact that people think they know what the sun and moon are and the stars. That is a psychosis of epic proportions. When people can barely identify what a baby is on Earth, we have arguments to what a fetus is, to what a baby is, when does it have the right to live. But you're going to tell me you know what the sun and moon and stars are made out of? No, that would mean that I'm sorry, the only term that's correctly used is called possession. You're possessed by something. Just like I was. I used to be possessed by these things. I understand it. What's up, Elbow?
I will go even worse than that, baby. They don't know what's a woman.
Right. So we don't even know what a woman is, but you're going to tell me what the sun's made out of. That's a problem, right? That shows the psychosis and that's evil. Listen, and if somebody says to you, well, since you can't tell me what the sun is, I'm going to continue to believe in my cartoon religion. That person isn't interested in truth. In fact, they just professed how evil they are. That's evil. When somebody says, you aren't God, therefore I'm going to continue to believe in something that's completely wrong, that is evil. When somebody says, until you can tell me something other than what you're telling me, as if that matters, that is a form of evil. This entire religion of dictating the earth because of outside objects, that's evil. If I'm telling you the earth has to be something because the sun, moon, and stars do this, that's not good. That's evil. I'm sorry. That's what this religion is.
Well, like, even if we knew what the sun was, even if we knew what the moon was, right? The earth is what it is. Like, we can do this, but they were created, regardless of what they're made of. They were created by a creator, full stop. So it doesn't matter what they are, right? Or where they are, right? They were created And that's all you really have to know at the end of the day. Because even if you do know what the sun, the moon, and the stars are made of, right? Then what? What's the next step after that? Right? Because we already know that they are.
You need a straitjacket,
Yeah.
actually.
Well, we already know that they are a creation, right? And have been created. We already know that fact. Okay, so the fact that they may be made up of hydrogen or a solid rock or whatever the case may be, neither here nor there as far as I'm concerned. They were created a particular way in a particular place to do a particular thing. Period. Right, and just admire them for what they are. Doesn't need any more than that. I think it's pretty simple.
Right. Well, the New Testament makes it clear that people were worshiping the stars back then, right? And before somebody was stoned to death, one of these nice gentlemen named Stephen said, "And God turned and gave them up to worship the hosts of heaven." So Stephen even shows us that God turns his back on people that are worshiping the sun, moon, and stars. I'm just saying, there's a reason why there's so many occult things attached to sun worship, star worship, these kind of things, because it's another totally wrong direction religion, to put it nicely. And this evil has been around for thousands of years. I'm sorry, it really has.
Well, you can probably understand why these things are worshipped, because they are an amazing thing, to look at. They're very magical and very mystical. So it probably is understanding why. It's another temptation put in front of us, isn't it? I'm not a Bible follower or reader at all. I was brought up very, very strict Catholic. But if you take anything from the Bible and why we are here for one particular reason, because of our free will, and that we gave into temptation. That's why we are here at the moment, because of our free will and our weakness to temptation.
Yeah, and back to what Brian said, about the free will thing too, since you just brought it back up. That's true, but I got to point out that many times God has actually forced me into a position, and he's also made me select the right choice. And maybe that's not everybody's experience. And that's why I am so energetic and what's the word? Motivated and passionate about my relationship with the Creator, because he's literally only given me the option to make the right choice sometimes. So no, yes, maybe I have free will, but the free will is not in your hands and your feet. Your free will is in your chest. It's your heart. That's your real free will. It's not the actions, right? And your actions are going to reflect on who you are. Go ahead.
Yeah, it was very interesting. Like, you said you've made the right choice, but you used a very interesting word there too. Sometimes, not all the time, like you make the right choice sometimes. So that temptation, that free will still does with all of us. Enables us to not make the right choice, to turn left instead of right, or instead of going straight ahead. This is what happens to us all. Like, we're all fallible, and we all fall into these traps every single day.
Yeah, I just want to say that, like this. Oh, go ahead, man. Sorry.
No. Go, buddy. I'd finish.
Okay, I thought you were done. Yeah. So what happened is that I kept making the wrong decisions, and God kept going, "Are you sure? Are you sure?" So I know that the timeline isn't my decision. I don't decide when things happen, is what I'm telling you. Even though I kept saying no, even though I was denying truth. And here's the crazy part, man. I already knew that not only was God real, I knew that his Bible was the word of God. And I ignored both. I ignored everything, and he kept coming. Why are you ignoring? You know who I am. I'm telling you, bro, there's just such a different level of spiritual experience for some reason for different people. Maybe it's because it's, again, we all have different backgrounds. So my background would have to do something about that, right? There's some sort of, we have trials and tribulations, right? Right. I always compare it to me, the fact that I lost my parents at a younger age than most, in two different ways, not just death. But I lost my entire family. So then it kind of makes sense that God kept following me around going, "Are you going to let me adopt you or not?" And that's the only way I can describe it. What I'm saying is that, yes, even though we are free to make decisions, sometimes we are forced into the right one. And that's why I'm so passionate about God, because he literally gave me chance after chance. And finally I said yes. That's why I'm here.
Beautiful.
Let me tell you one more thing, Band. Once I said yes to him, he then started overflowing me. And then, of course, not even a year and a half later, somebody said flat Earth. Well, instead of even challenging them, it hit me. Like I was already explaining to Brian, it took 30 seconds, 60 seconds, and I knew it was true. It was over. So those are the types of experiences I try to tell people, like, listen, I couldn't figure out anything until I got with God, and he showed me everything. I still haven't figured out anything. He gives it all to me. He puts it right in my lap and goes, here it is. And that's why I don't deserve it. And that's why I get so frustrated and confused. Like, how are other people not seeing this? That's why I just can't believe that people aren't getting this. Why wouldn't truth be the most important thing, Bandsaw? Wouldn't truth matter overall? That's my opinion.
Well, you would think so, wouldn't you? And you discover your reality, with your particular journey, your particular path. We all have a different path to walk. I look at things too and go, damn, like it's things are so obvious, not from a biblical sense, just from a practical sense. Oh, this is so obvious what's in front of us. Like, why can't you see what I see, what other people see? But it's the distractions of life, really. People are distracted by life and what they're told and taught to be distracted by. And we've all fallen into it. We've all fallen into it. We've all been distracted by life.
The world, Bandsaw, the world. Love not the world, neither the things of the world. For if any man love the world, sayonara sucker, or something like that. That's how it goes. if you love the world, if that's literally, God says it much better than I do. But if you love the world, then you can't love truth. And that's another reason. Once that person said flat Earth to me, Bandsaw, I already knew that the world hated that idea. So that's actually what made me immediately go, wait a minute. There could be something here, because I knew the whole world hated it. That's literally my first step was, wait a minute, the world hates that idea. I don't have to ask anybody, Bandsaw, Brian, Elbow. I know that if I go anywhere and if I use those two words, they're going to say, oh, that's the dumbest thing. Just like thousands of flat earthers have even told you that was their first reaction. So I knew right away, wait a minute. This lady just said flat earth to me in a world that's obviously going to hate that claim. So that was it. That my approach to it was the polar opposite. The only time the word polar makes sense, Bandsaw. My approach from it was completely different than everybody else. Some people say it takes them months. I was like getting sucked into a wormhole. Like I was trying not to know it. I was like, stop, I can't handle this. Like literally, it was like click, 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 going up the roller coaster. Like, I'm not ready for this roller coaster. Mommy, please get me out of here. I was not ready because I knew it was over, bro. And it's amazing how some people can look at it that way. And then you'll get somebody else. Oh no, that's ridiculous. My dad was a cake baker, and everybody knows that's only possible on a ball. That's another way of looking at it.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Interesting.
That's my favorite. Oh man, guy last night I was on at Rose Patton's. I'll give you a link if anybody wants to join. The only reason that I got together with her on that channel is because I'm not allowed to speak anywhere else, but Gio's given me a chance. Gio actually has given me more airtime, guy. Here's the crazy part, again, to Bandsaw and to Brian, is that people have these titles, but I guarantee you that for some reason, if I go over to a Christian server, they're going to ban me within the first 5 minutes. But for some reason, Gio, who has a different opinion, allows me to speak. And that's what I got. Like, you don't know who your friend is until they show you their fruits.
Yeah. It's fairly open here, as you know, XO. Like, if people get their fair share. Yeah.
Well, everybody's going to come to this realization differently, but this is Waterworld. It's not flat Earth. It's not a concave Earth. It's not a domed Earth. It's a water world. Look up in the sky. You see the blue. What happens when you come to the end of the land? Oh, it's water. And what are you breathing right now? This is a water world. And that's the exact polar opposite in which they taught us, right? They said that there's a rock ball in outer space holding water. Well, guess what? Guess what I know what isn't holding the water in our existence? It's not Earth. This is one of the biggest truths that even most flat earthers will have a hard time grasping at first. And it might take some private messages. But the Earth is not holding the waters of none of them. The oceans are vastly deeper than the Earth. And that can be seen in Exodus 24. And again, anytime you come to the edge of the Earth, the end of the Earth as the Bible describes, remember, and I'm going to use the Bible for a reason. The Bible says the end of the earth. It does not say listen, here's the punchline. It does not say the end of the water. The waters continue. After the earth ends, there's no drop off. It's called a beach. Thanks.
What about ice, man? Do you consider ice water? I mean, that's more feasible to me.
That's right. But after that ice ends, the waters continue. Don't put a shape and don't put a size on reality, please. Thanks.
No, I'm just saying it's ice is water, so it's just a possibility. I'm just saying.
No, you're right. Ice is right. Ice is water, but don't. No, I'm just telling you. Don't. You can thank me later. Don't make a claim that the ice wall is holding in water. Please don't do that. Thank you. That's all.
So, do you see it EXO as a like a bubble in water?
No, you can't describe it like that. No, because we can't right? Because that would add. Listen, I'm gonna give you my reasons why. You can't put a shape on existence. What's the shape of Hawaii? What's the shape of Alaska? What's the shape of Russia? What's the shape of, right? There's no shape to any of it. Those are land masses. Watch, hear me out.
Yeah.
The land masses coming out of the water. Genesis 1 describes this, that the waters were first, and God moved upon the face of the waters. That's before the earth existed. Then he brought the earth out of the waters. That's how I know that, right? And I'm just saying that all this is very clear. That's why they won't let us go anywhere, because this existence, the entire existence is bigger. There isn't just more earth. There's a lot more water. So another point would be, don't ever say that the earth is 70% water, because that would be the opposite of reality. Earth is always 100% earth, and the waters are 100% waters, okay? And sometimes you get mud, okay? Sometimes you get mud, and then you can start making a percentage claim. But if it's, you know what I'm saying? We still, here's the problem, is that we wake up to the deception, and then we still leave 136 incorrectly used buzzwords that are still in our vocabulary that make us sound like idiots 10 years later. I can't believe. I mean, you got flat earthers that still say global, right? Like, how long does it take to get rid of the bad habit? Like, what do I got to do? Shake it out of you? There's no such thing as global. Well, there's other problems. There's no such thing as a universe. No, it does not mean single spoken sentence. That's another deception.
You
right?
could tell first year flat earthers, man. You could tell first year flat earthers, because that's about how long it takes to lose that habit, man. Is about a full year.
No, that's true, right? Right, that's right. So the point, right? Go ahead.
I think it takes longer than a year to really shake that habit. But that's just my opinion on length of time. That's all.
Yeah, that's why I might have got cut up, but I said year and a half. But anyway, after about 2 years, you quit saying atmosphere. Maybe 2.5 years. In my opinion, but that's just a generalization. That ain't with everybody. But do you believe that that Antarctica is a continent or surrounding us?
Well, I mean, this is going to be 100% speculation, but from what we can tell, right, that when I talk to people in South America, there is a very large area past there that tourists can actually go to, right? And there was actually one guy in the 24/7 Discord talking about it. He was actually a much better source. He's from Argentina, so he can make a claim. I can't. I haven't been there. So yes, there are things there. Do I know what they are? No, I can't make a claim because I haven't gone there. But yeah, there's something there. Sure, are we surrounded by a solid whatever? No, I can't make a claim at all. I cannot. Sorry.
I'm with the XO on not giving. I'm sure you'd prefer me to say creation a shape. In totality, Things have shapes within creation. That doesn't mean creation has a defined shape, even though things have shapes within creation. There's a big difference between the parts and the whole.
Yeah, that's what I have a problem. Somebody mentioned earlier, I don't see him in the room right now, but they were looking at my profile saying no dome. And I was like, yeah, no dome. You don't put a shape on the firmament. The Bible says it's an extended surface or like a looking glass. It doesn't say it's a dome. So that's the problem. If I add to that, I'm making stuff up, and that's what I don't want to do. We don't know we don't know what this firmament is, and it's an extended server. It separates the waters from the waters. I mean, it's why we
Well,
have
it could be apparent. It could be apparent, but we see what we. It looks like a sphere up there, or a dome. It might not be physical. It could be apparent, but that's just how our eyes see, right?
Well, let me explain further. The sky actually moves as a two-dimensional set of gears. It does not move like a dome. If you look at,
I'm not arguing that. I'm just saying what it looks like. I'm just talking about what it looks like.
You got to let me explain this. So the sky moves like two-dimensional gears. It does not have any curvature to it. So when we see those constellations, the reason they're constellations is because they move in a pattern that we're always seeing the same, I'm going to use this loosely, profile, right? Pleiades, Orion, the Big Dipper, whatever you want, Sigma Octantis. We are always seeing the same profile. Why? Because it's another plane of existence above us. It doesn't have curvature either. The sky moves like gears in a clock, and they're all two-dimensional movements. Look again if you're not sure. There is, and here's the point.
I'm 100% sure of that, bro. Because
Brian,
yeah, go ahead.
Brian, the word orbit means to wheel, so it's one of the few words that we get to keep. Yes, guess what orbits require? A flat surface. Orbits.
Yeah, I agree,
circle,
man.
right?
I've studied airplanes, bro.
I'm just trying to explain this because obviously when we have a lot of bad flat earth channels saying things that are incorrect, it gets frustrating because now that's baggage that I have to pull out all over the floor. Give me your suitcase, and I have to go through all this chicken shit that's not mine every time because people don't want to think about what they're saying. There is no celestial sphere. There are celestial gears. Thanks.
There's but it's apparent, like when you walk outside. But no, I didn't realize how little I knew about perspective until I studied airplanes, like off in distances, and you really just looked at them. You never paid much attention. But if you think about what way they're moving, like I said, dude, I live in Florida, not very far north of Canaveral, and when I see a plane coming, every now and then I'd see a plane coming right at me in the distance, and I'd pay attention to it, like right when it becomes visible over the horizon, I mean, not right over the horizon, but when you start seeing it above the horizon, it looked like a space shuttle, literally a plane coming right at me way off in the distance, literally looks like it's going straight up. I swear to God, my whole entire freaking life, dude, I thought it was space shuttles. And I've realized, oh my God, my whole entire life, I thought the perspective, making it look like this thing is going straight up in the air and small and way away. It was an airplane coming right at me. I never sat there and watched it long enough to realize. And then I had sense enough to look away, and it's doing the same thing away from us. It looks like it's going straight down. That's just what it looks like. So perspective is crazy, So there might not be a physical dome, but that's just how things look. Like if you just walk outside, look at the clouds, we know that they're going down. It can't be Earth curve over that distance. And but it just, it's apparent. But a dome would explain a lot, man. So I don't knock people unless they claim that they know for sure what it is. If somebody says they know for certain what it is, I'll never be completely on board with that. Because the dome would explain a lot, like rainbows, like 24-hour light, and in Antarctica, like different things. But yeah, so I don't get mad at people who claim a dome, but as long as they don't say they know for sure what it is, because once again, I don't think nobody knows exactly what we live on.
Right there.
Well, it's just like when you're in a large warehouse that's really big. There's some hangars, the military has that can demonstrate this. I can't demonstrate it for you, but that's how a flat surface above you works. A flat ceiling above you works exactly how the stars work if you turn the ceiling into two-dimensional gears. I'm just pointing that out, that you can simulate this on a flat surface above you. When something is above you, the farther it goes out from you, the lower it appears. When something's below you, such as your shoes, if somebody starts dragging your shoes with string, the farther they go out, the higher you will have to look. And that's why we have a convergence point, right? So the horizon is when the sky and the surface appear to converge, right? And then if you get up high enough, you can get an event horizon, which is the attenuation ending point, and then reflection of light coming past your actual past your horizon. So these are things that I can show you. I mean, anybody can demonstrate that these only work on flat surfaces above you and below you. It's only possible if also the sky is also a plane of existence.
Yeah. So could you explain that to me again about the event horizon? Could you explain that again?
It's harder to explain because I recorded it and it's never been recorded before, so I kind of had to write the book on it. So I recorded it and I will be sending it to you, Fundamental. I will be showing that to you, but hear me out. So you have a limit to your view, right? We have the horizon, which is the limit of our physical eye, right? We cannot see past that point. Okay. However, if you are high enough, you can see the sun's light reflect off the ocean. That means the light is coming out from past your visual limit. So you have light attenuation in front of you, then you have beyond the horizon light coming at you. So it's something that's not seen often. I was at 37,000 feet, the only time I've ever seen it once. And I've probably had 35 to 40 flights in my life. I've only seen it one time. Yes, I recorded it, but it is something that can only be explained on a flat surface because the surface has to continue to be flat for the sunlight to reflect off the ocean. This was the Pacific Ocean into your eye. So you can actually see past your horizon in perfect condition.
Yeah, I gotta say, I got respect for your position just because that what you said about the gears, that actually was one of the only solutions. A friend told me that a couple years ago, but that's like one of the only solutions I've ever heard for the sky behaving the way it does. So I'm interested to hear more about how you understand it to be, because it's definitely different than what you hear from most flat earthers.
Well, yeah, man. I
literally drew the gears, man. I got the sky with 4 gears, a gear in the middle and 3 around it. I literally drew. That's the map I'm working on, man. But go ahead, Exo.
No, continue to talk. I gotta send Fundamental something. But yeah, I appreciate. That's probably the only time Kosho and I have had pleasant words back and forth. But thanks, Kosho. Yeah, I'm just trying to tell people that these time-lapse photography, these aren't even flat earthers. You just go look up time-lapse photography of the sky, and in the same direction. Now, hear me out, guys. This is for both sides. Looking in the same direction, not turning around, you can see stars converge and not what is it? Converge and diverge from each other. Right?
Yeah, I've made a lot of videos on this.
Right, but listen, from the same point of view, not turning around, from the same point of view, you can see the gears literally turn in and out of each other with a time-lapse camera. And I'm not saying I can explain it. That is beyond my understanding. What I'm saying is that doesn't work in outer space balls, bro. That only works if the sky is moving and you are stationary. You cannot be moving.
That's a big topic, bro.
That's the point.
That's a big topic here. That's been my argument, man, for years and years. It's my baby, man. I fucking, as far as I know, I fucking invented this argument. When they were talking years and years ago when I first heard about the shit, and they were telling me about and I was studying the stars, and I was like, wait a minute, man, this shit's actually deviating. It's slowly but surely fucking picking up ground, man. I've made several videos on this, but it's when they try and say that it's antipodal, why would there be deviation? But they have responses. But that's a big topic here on this channel, a big debate point.
Hey, let's catching on, because it's you guys, and then new perspective. He always talks about his friend. I don't know what his friend's name is. A1 maybe or something.
A1.
Okay, yeah, and it's his He's the only other person, the only other flat earther I've heard express anything like that. He's actually a glober who gave me the idea a couple years ago, and I was like, dude, don't tell anybody about this. But since then, yeah, I've heard you guys talk about it.
Talks about the Milky Way splitting in two and then coming back together.
Okay. Oh yeah, right. Yeah, same. Yeah, exactly. Same idea. Same thing that they were just talking about. Yeah.
That's another problem, man. I haven't made the video yet. Like I said, I'm still researching, but I've got pages and pages full of Milky Way pictures and time lapse from years back all the way up to now. I'm still waiting to see one on the other side of the antipode of y'all's Antarctica that reflects the bowl part of the Milky Way, the dome, I call it the rainbow section of the Milky Way that flattens out when it gets on the horizon. And because I've yet to find the inverse of that. Like we see the Big Dipper, it's about north. It's a pretty equivalent to where the Milky Way dome section is, and we see it in different orientations, and depending on the time of year or where you're at. But we're going to see it upside down, sideways. It's going to spin around the clock. I've yet to see the bowl section of the Milky Way, and if we're seeing across Antarctica or sometime during the year, given that we would see the inverse of the Milky Way rainbow section.
Hey, well, just if you ever want anything like this, I did write this code a couple weeks ago in the Stellarium to where I could make star trails for like any position and any perspective, and that way, because I'm not going to claim that that's what you would see in reality, but at least you could get an idea for what you might expect to see from some location or whatever. So I'm not sure where you would need to be to see what you're saying. Like maybe you need to be down south looking towards the south. That's what you're saying?
For the splitting of the Milky Way.
Yeah, I guess so. Well, I mean, no, I mean, you for all that stuff, you'd want to be looking on the equator, wouldn't you?
I'm talking about the section I'm talking about that's toward the south. It's a little bit lower. It's obviously lower than the equator, but it's the section of there's different sections of the Milky Way, but it's the rainbow section, I call it, for lack of better terms. But even when that section gets on the horizon, it flattens out. But when it's overhead looking south, it's a rainbow. I mean, it looks like a fucking rainbow. And if you get a fisheye lens, it exaggerates it, but it's a rainbow shape of the Milky Way. Depending on how you're looking at it, it's how you're going to define it. But I've yet to see it upside down. And if we're seeing across Antarctica, okay, somewhere on Earth, during some time of year, we should see the inverse of that. My point is, we're not seeing across Antarctica. We're seeing, I think the only thing I can come up with logically is that, it's gears and there's a couple or even a few different southern rotations, but they're the same. They're exactly the same. And they're like a sort of reflection of the north, of sort of parabolic reflection, but they're the same as each other. So if you go down south from the equator by South America, it's going to be the same thing. It's going to be, Africa is going to be opposite. In other words, it's its own rotation, but it's the same rotation, just a different part of that rotation. So you're going to see, it's hard. Let me try and find a way to put better words when I come back.
Before you go, just try to give me an idea of, and you could be off a little bit, but just like give me an idea of where you would need to be in the world and what direction you need to be looking in to get this.
I'll post a picture. How about that? I'll post a picture. It's the rough draft. It's the rough draft of my model, but when I first came up with it, just don't hold me to it, but it just to give you an idea of what I'm talking about.
Very interested in this conversation with the Milky Way because I've never seen it for myself, actually. How light pollution goes. And it's a strange thing because, like, the zodiac is like intuitive. You can understand like a circle, but as far as I'd imagine, the Milky Way doesn't like make say like a full wrap around a celestial sphere, if you want to put it that way, right? Would it only be on half of the celestial sphere because it's only when you're looking one direction? Right, you have to be looking in the globe model towards the center of the galaxy in order to see the Milky Way rift. You have to be looking inward. If you're looking outward, it's just stars. If you're looking inward, then that's where the whole, collection and cluster compiling on each other, getting in the way, So yeah, I've never seen it, which is unfortunate. I know, but I don't know how to work it out in either way, or any third way. It's just something I don't know how to imagine. I know how to imagine the sky and the stars like very well. Like I just don't know where the Milky Way rift fits into that and what like angle and like distance it covers.
I'll tell you what, there's different fucking Milky Ways. There's a Milky Way, it's the same thing that you're going to see if you go down south over South America as you're going to see is if you go down south over Africa. And the same thing, you're going to see a different section of the Southern Hemisphere. Altogether, it makes a circle, but it's a different section of that circle. I just posted a depiction of it. The center rounded triangle is the equator, and the outside kind of inversed. It's a slight inverse is Capricorn, and the slight concave triangle, rounded triangle is Cancer. So there, and then I've kind of shaded the corners to show that's like the apparent dome like type of that shows that it's three-dimensional. The triangles are three-dimensional. So Cancer is lower in the sky. So as it goes around, the sun's getting like it's starting to get higher as it comes around, or I mean lower when it's on its approach to Australia, making it seem further out, and then it still does that little inverse as it goes over it. So it's just ever so slight, but it's enough to make us see what we see.
It's a cool image, man.
But that's the model I'm working on, man. I ain't saying it ain't debunkable, but it'll work.
And just what direction are those circles rotating? Just to be sure.
Can you project? Can you project a flat Earth onto a flat map?
That's what I'm working on.
That's a strange question.
Strange question, but I think it's quite it's important.
Insightful.
Yeah.
Do you need a map? Do you, Damon? Need a map?
You can't project a globe model on a flat piece of paper.
I need a flat Earth map, man.
That's the problem. Is all the maps used are globe models based on the sun doing circles around, in the ecliptic, and so they try and map that out on flat piece of paper. So we don't have to change it that much to make it work. You just got to make a few adjustments, man. I've located some of the anomalies, man, and some of the spots that are that I can't prove, and I don't know how anybody else is going to prove. I've seen some anomalies, man, in some of the flights where you fly, and plus I've figured this out, man. It's a little bit of a subject change, but I've looked at some of these flights and looked at the one-way time. These long-haul flights are different planes, man. They're different airplanes. They're making better time. They're making better times because I've looked at a few examples. I'll give them to you in a minute. Where if you go halfway, I mean exactly halfway of that route, and then you look at another flight, same plane supposedly, but the other half of that route, and you're talking 25-30% longer time by adding the two half flights that are nonstop as the one long haul flight.
Wow, you totally convinced me. I'm a flat earther now.
No, I'm just saying, man. This is very common, man. So them long haul flights are not very common, and so you're gonna have trouble booking them. But they do exist from what I hear and from what people have shown and all that. But they're different planes. Man. They're different planes. I got
is the
one plane where
anomaly?
they broke the speed record doing over 900 miles an hour. So
what exactly? All jokes aside, what exactly is the anomaly that you're talking about?
Just that itself, man. Okay, if a flight takes 16 hours or like 15 hours and 15 and a half hours nonstop, okay, from a certain place to another certain place. Okay, now it's 9,000 miles, okay? And then you look at the exact halfway point on Google Earth. Exact halfway. It's in the path. Literally in the path. It's free space to fly over. And it takes 8 hours and 50 minutes. And then you look at the other half of the flight, and it takes 9 hours and 40 minutes. And I think that's literally the times and the one I'm describing. You're talking about over 18 hours of the same flight, bro. So why did the one that's direct shave almost 4 hours just from not stopping? That's crazy, bro. And that's pretty common.
Seriously?
I reckon if you need a map, Damon, just use Google Maps. It's pretty reliable.
Yeah.
If you need to get around.
That's pretty flat, right? That's flat.
Oh well, yeah, it's on your screen, it's on your tablet, it's on your net.
But is it the flat Earth though?
It's two-dimensional, yes. It's two-dimensional.
Damon's asking a good question. I mean, it's an old question. It's a pretty good one though. The obvious answer is it should be very simple to have a flat map on a flat projection of it, right?
Yeah, I would think like if you had a flat Earth, it would be pretty easy to put it on a flat map.
Well, you've got a flat map. You look at it all the time, so don't stress. It's okay.
Yeah, but you can't get enough.
Just use the other maps. You just do the existing maps.
You got
Yeah.
existing maps in there, and they work.
Any map's better than the globe.
Yeah, but the globe seems to work pretty well, actually.
Well, I don't know.
No, it don't, bro. I just gave you the first example of fucking anomaly, man. But there's anomalies. Look, you're talking about man, I could point out fucking 160 miles and 4 time zone changes. And 160 miles, 4 time zones? Yeah, right.
Dude, do you know there's places where you could literally just walk around and be in 10 different time zones? Time zones become arbitrary in certain regions. You know what I mean? So depending on what you're talking about, that could be very normal.
Walk half an hour.
Like once you reach the Arctic and Antarctic circles, right? Like that.
Yeah, they become arbitrary.
It is crazy.
Doesn't really matter.
I literally walk an hour and I lose an hour. What the hell's going on there?
Yeah, but that's because you've been living a crazy life, man. So. Yeah, but in the poles, near the poles, they do a thing where your time zones are completely arbitrary, and they base them off of who you're affiliated with. Like if you're affiliated with the Russians or you're affiliated with fucking whoever, and then they use your home time zone, because it makes more sense to do that for some reason.
I think it's all to do with the fruit bodies.
How many time zones are in Antarctica?
All of them really.
Why? I mean, that's kind of a rhetorical question. But how does all the time zones work? How do all the time zones being in Antarctica work on a flat Earth?
Fruit body.
I'm messing with you, man.
Damon, the man of logic.
am at that.
Apparently. Fails a little bit, I suppose, when you're looking at a big blue spinning testicle universe at whatever scene speeds that it is. Seem too logical, does it?
Ben, so what do you think about the gears in the sky?
Well,
Keep on turning.
I think that's exactly what they look like. They look like a mechanism.
You're a bandwagoner.
So, bandwagoner.
You just jump on a bandwagon, man.
I've actually used the term gears in the past before myself. That's exactly
Okay. Okay, Brian.
So, but they
Oh, is that pasta?
and they're reliable. Never miss a beat.
It's a microorganism, has gears.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
So is one of those going clockwise and one of those is going counterclockwise?
Damn.
No.
Oh, how could that ever work?
It must be a globy bug.
Glitch in the matrix.
Well, you got it wrong. One's going counterclockwise and the other one's going counterclockwise.
Same thing as gears, man. They're going the same way, but you know they look opposite each other. If you're judging by where they connect.
Wow, you're smart.
Genius, man. Literal genius. Thanks for noticing.
You know, it's when Rig first told me that, I thought it was like, wow, the idea, the general idea, it gets you past the point of saying that having the opposite sides, you know, the opposite rotations together is impossible. It gets you past that, but it doesn't get you to the point where it actually starts making sense, though, because, you know, talking about two plates rotating each other with a gear, like I said, on paper makes sense for the opposite rotation, but when you try to make sense of what we're observing, we're not really observing two plates in the sky, right? Like there's something else happening. There's like two hemispheres or something like that.
More than two, man. Like I said.
Say it again, Brian? Because I know you said the three or four.
Four.
Yeah.
It might be three though, man. I'm contemplating on how to finalize this thing. I've got two different chord like styles.
Yeah, Geo said some. He said something about four before, or maybe five. I forget. Geo. I forget. Maybe
You see my picture, right? You seen the picture?
Yeah, the picture. I thought it was a cool picture, man.
I was trying to talk about that picture in the text chat. The line, the meridian that you have each of those quote southern celestial poles on. If anybody's on either side of that meridian, the southern celestial pole won't be south for those people anymore, which is a problem.
Oh, I got Antarctica is not. Antarctica is there's east and a west Antarctica literally, and then there's an ice wall around all that shit.
Right, but the south celestial pole is in three separate locations on your drawing.
Yeah, but it's the same thing. It's a reflection of the north. It's like a parabolic reversal of the same thing. It's just in different. They're all in their own sections of that rotation. So no matter where you go, you're going to see that particular section of rotation.
I mean, I will say it's cool artwork, even though it has no basis in reality.
Right. The stars that you see to the south are not the stars that you see to the north, so they're not a reflection of anything.
No, it's not an identical reflection, dude. Best I could do is wait for new perspective and show you this guy he took a glass dome, and he put lights spinning in one direction and like a few different places. I guess every different place on the outer side of that dome, you got opposite rotation, and it wasn't an exact replica of them stars. It was like a parabolic, for lack of better description. Like you could see when dude did a video where they
Doesn't even come
converged.
close. What are you talking about?
Where yes, it does come close. You could see the Big Dipper converge. This dude did a video of the southern stars and the northern stars where they combined, and every cluster is fucking when he joined them in a split screen. I wish New Perspective was here, man. It's the coolest video. There's a Big Dipper in the south. It's identical to the Big Dipper. I know you know this, but it actually converges on itself.
There isn't a Big Dipper in the south.
It's identical to the Big Dipper. Okay, if you don't know this, we're not having this conversation because you don't know nothing about this fucking Southern Star.
I honestly, I'll be honest with you, I didn't know that, and I don't agree with it. But however, I'm interested and curious to see if it's true or not. You know what I mean? Because I've never heard that, and that would be one of those glaring evidences. You know what I mean? Because the Big Dipper in the north is very profound for several reasons. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm waiting for some Australian to tell me there's a Big Dipper down there.
Check the chat, Kosho.
So a Little Dipper and the Big Dipper are quite profound. Easy to see.
Man, so I'm guessing that's somewhere in the somewhere in the.
Brother, dude, don't ask for my ideas if you're gonna be a fucking smartass about it. I'm just giving you ideas, man.
I'm honestly curious, man. Yeah.
That's directly above our cave, Kosho.
Hey, dude, don't tell people about our cave.
Oh, nice. Oh, man. Don't start talking about pegging again.
Oh, my God. No, we're setting up a secret lair in Cooper Pedy.
How spectacular is that night sky, Kosho?
No, that's amazing, man. That's why well, Funny left when he said that he's never gotten a chance to see that. I say that's a shame because when you go out in the ocean, even if you go out in the country a little bit, you see stars like that. It's amazing.
It's great on the cruise ships.
Yeah.
It's generally too bright, like because they have the lights on or whatever. But like they have like a starry night time, and they shut off like the forward lights, and like it's pretty dark, and you can see like pretty decently like that.
Yeah, our New Perspective is here.
He's talking about E1.
We all just wished you were here, dude. That was weird. We wished.
I've been here. You mentioned me a couple times.
Is Pink Floyd here?
Yeah, dude. Like two holes in the fishbowl.
Machine.
Hey, Dave, how you going, buddy?
What's up, brother? How are you, Bandsaw?
All good in the hood, my friend. All good.
Sounds like another day. Sounds like another good day for the wheels in the sky.
Oh yeah.
Keep on turning.
Bandsaw's in the hood nowadays, yeah. So you got to lay down the truth for us, dude, because I think Brian was.
Hey, wait a minute. Who made that map? New Perspective. That's a fucking that looks that's buildable, man.
Yep. Which one?
Brian.
The one with the fucking the top one.
Yeah, two circles above and below the map. Yeah. Yeah, but New Perspective's been he has a bigger picture of that one. He's been sharing it for a little while. I think it's kind of funny, like comical, more than telling. But
yeah,
I say it with respect, though. I got respect for your friend.
That would also match Max Egan's compass from South America to Australia. How it didn't match a globe when he had the compass on the plane. Then he checked the compass when he got home, and there was nothing wrong with the compass. It just didn't match a globe. That would match that map, dude. I'm gonna look into that.
Compasses are bad indicators, though. I know it's a really stupid thing to say on my part, but when you take them over the world, you got the magnetic declination, and it's just gonna give you issues,
Hey, Kosho.
I cut out for a second. What were you saying about something comical?
Yeah, I will get to it in a second. What you say, Damon?
Can I ask you a personal question? Like, how come I don't see you over in Jump's server anymore?
I go over there all the time, man.
Oh, I do? Sorry.
Yeah. Listen, man, it is a personal question, Damon. Okay? So, but yeah, what you were saying, New Perspective, You know, I'm just picking on it. I honestly, I'd rather hear what you and Brian have to say about it before. Cause I'm not gonna tear it apart, man.
Definitely worth looking into.
Brian, did you see the one I just put in there, Brian?
I'm gonna look right now.
Almost got kicked out of
Is
here.
that the one you're talking about?
Oh, that first one you posted, Dave, has Antarctica as its own continent. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what E1 thinks too.
Yeah. I heard you talk about
It could
that.
still be an area surrounding us, but to say that Antarctica surrounding us 360 degrees is probably just red herring.
Yeah.
Eventually, they may prove that Antarctica has at least its own little area, even if there is an ice wall or whatever behind the 360. But to say that Antarctica is like that full area, they could prove that wrong, and then people would claim that flat Earth is over. But that doesn't mean that's not
Flat Earth
It
never
works with the
existed.
circling sun, man. It works with the circling sun, and it would just take a skip, like for the Tropic of Capricorn for
Flat
past
Earth is
equinox.
over.
That's
You have to take a
E1's
skip.
map. Yeah, I checked in with him, like I said recently, and he's gone over it over and over again. He's not changing his mind about the way he thinks it works.
I mean, you have to be honest. I mean, flat Earth never really got off the ground, guys. I mean, come on.
Dude,
Well,
shut
if,
up,
if you're an anti flat earther, that's what you'd say.
Yeah,
It's
you're in
been
the wrong.
default
You're in the wrong place for
cosmology.
that.
It's only been the default cosmology since the dawn of humanity, since literally
Yeah.
the moments
Burn.
humans existed since the
And it's-
beginning, and has only been touted as a globe for about 100
Yeah,
years.
that's actually
And its growth
not
has only
true.
been exponential for
Not
the last
even
five
a little
to
bit.
10 years.
It's quite funny hearing
It's just what it is.
comments
It doesn't
like
matter.
Like, it never really got off the ground, but day in, day out, Damon, you're here, you're at Gems, participating with something that's never got off the ground.
Yeah, it's funny.
Go figure.
It's funny. There's
Go-
about like 10 people per like 100 million that believe the Earth is flat,
Really?
and somehow
Well,
that's
yeah,
not
but
off the ground.
The people that assume it's a globe, they just haven't looked into it.
Well, there's at least 11 million in Brazil alone, right there.
Whatever. I mean,
No,
come on, guys.
It's just their mainstream, dude. How they laugh at the fucking globe, dude. That literally their mainstream TV, they fucking laugh at the fucking evolution, all that shit, and the globe and the fucking gravity and all that shit, dude. I could post fucking shows. Yeah,
That's
they're
weird.
fucking, that whole country is fucking flat earthers for sure.
Hey, have any of you guys seen the new Flat Earth's quote unquote spokesman type of thing, proponent, advocate? Jenny, I think her name is.
No shit. Was she in the movie The Level?
No, she was on Jeranism's last stream. She doesn't.
Oh
she
yeah,
doesn't
yeah, I
do-
seen her.
Yeah, she doesn't do YouTube. She does TikTok.
Ah.
Oh God, they're the worst.
Brazilian?
And oh man, yeah,
She is Brazilian?
She's all over it. No, she's not Brazilian.
Oh.
She's not Brazilian.
She's
She's
TikTok.
she's a Yankee Doodle dandy.
God, there are so many flat earthers on TikTok that are just so stupid.
She is, you know, keep your little comments to yourself.
I know, dude.
Well, look, I mean, those people on TikTok.
You're only here to be a smartass, bro.
Those
You
people
call
on
people
TikTok.
stupid. That's all you've done since you get it.
Make you guys look like geniuses.
Your little comments aren't appreciated, and if you keep them up, Damon, I will mute you. So I'm going to give you one warning and one only. So don't.
We're
you have
good. If you bring arguments, bro,
come
you're in the
on.
right
I mean,
place. If you have evidence, man, we'll go.
Why is
we'll
everybody
go
got to
with
threaten
it.
everybody?
And if all you want to do is call
let's
people
just
I am
stupid,
not threatening
That's what I
anyone.
say.
I am not threatening. Hold on, I'm not threatening anyone. I'm saying leave your ad homs at home. If you want to participate in a conversation, right?
Come
bring
on,
it,
you didn't even
right?
listen to what I
don't-
said.
But don't bring your little ad homs and little disparaging
Ad
comments. They're not
homs.
appreciated.
It wasn't an argument against you, so it's not an ad hom. It's an insult.
Is, all right. Okay, then fine. Stop them. You've been told.
Sensitive.
Yes. Yes.
Tell us what
I
she
believe
looks
I
like,
did.
Bandsaw.
Everything
Oh,
he
wow.
said, everything that's come out of his mouth has been disrespectful. Even his fucking little fucking smart ass laugh, dude. He's disrespectful, bro. Like I said, if you got a point, if you bring evidence, this is the right place to discuss it. We'll tell you our side and all that. But as far as your disrespect, bro, there's just no call for that, man. We're not disrespecting you, man. You ain't got to disrespect us and shit all over
You're
us.
talking to me, I didn't even laugh at you. So like, knock it
It's a
off.
brave new world, man. There's no room for fucking
I think that was
old
Jeremy
world
laughing.
cowards, man.
I'm sorry, but you're at the end of it. Sorry.
Jump on to Jeranism's last stream, Kosho. You will not be disappointed at all.
I got okay, dude. Oh, okay. I gotta tell you, dude. I gotta tell it to you.
Yeah, if you're into flat Earth women, which I know you are, it's like your number one dream in life. So.
Exactly right, Gio.
I
Exactly.
don't know how old is that girl though? Is she?
I'm
I don't know if
impressed.
she's
I think she's 25.
All right, so she's legal. So Kosho can creep on her. Kosho can creep on her without any major legal issues.
It's like the creator put her on Earth just for me.
Yeah. She's got a boyfriend who's also a
Perfect.
There you go.
Look at that.
Yeah,
That
no,
freaking sailboat's up in the air like that. How the fuck did that?
She knows her stuff. She's over everything, actually.
Must be flat.
Yeah, I'm hooked, man. I'm hooked.
There we go. Huh?
You know, I was actually I was watching
Now,
the Degrasse Tyson show.
Now, newsflash: Kosho was engaged. Was be the operative word.
I'm still engaged. She has a boyfriend, man. That's
I
good
know.
news.
Yeah.
All my girlfriends
You
have
know
boyfriends.
what?
She's
If
got about.
there's-
Sorry, Jerry.
No, I'm saying like she's pretty good looking, and is she like popular?
She's got about 60,000 followers on TikTok. She's had many of her TikTok accounts pulled down.
Yeah,
Had to
well,
start again.
if she keeps on going, I think the world might not be flat after all.
Uh-huh.
I got news for you, dude. This is not really that big of a deal. It doesn't change too much for me, but her breasts are not real, you know.
Yeah, Kosho, got a question for you. Like, you're in here a lot, and you're like been dealing with flat earthers for quite some time, and like, they seem to take a liking to you quite a bit. Like,
No, they don't.
And you have a certain like nicety about you, like some respectfulness about you. Like where I don't like, right? Like I'm kind of like wear my heart on my sleeve. Like I think this is stupid as shit, right? So like it's more of a fascination for me. But like how do you like get in here without get kicked out all the time? Like I don't get it, man. That's hard.
I
to
just
do.
watch myself sometimes, and when I make fun of Ban, so I do it in a way that he thinks I'm joking.
I don't think Kosho has ever been muted on this server once.
Yeah, he has muted.
Yeah, he doesn't just jump in and say,
once.
"Oh,
But I'm saying
those
when people
people are
complain like about getting muted, it's like sometimes I'm like, yeah, be like Kosho. He's never gotten muted because he doesn't interrupt people. He doesn't insult people. It's really that simple.
Yeah, but
Or if I
sometimes
did,
people are just.
it's
I'm not saying right now. I'm just saying like once in a while, even you, Gio, have to admit that sometimes, like you think people say something really fucking stupid, right?
Like Australia doesn't exist.
You know, I told this to a couple people before, because it kind of has
Like on a flat Earth, there wouldn't be a horizon. On a flat Earth, there wouldn't be a horizon. Like, dude, what the fuck is it? So which one's gonna fill up the picture? Is the whole entire sky gonna fill up the picture, or is the whole entire ground gonna fill up the picture? Because that's what it would take for there to be no fucking horizon, dumbass.
Well, why would there be a sharp horizon? Like, see how there's like a sharp horizon all the time? Why would there be a sharp horizon on a flat
There's
Earth?
never a sharp horizon. That shows me that you never go. There's hardly ever
What are
a
you
sharp
talking
horizon.
about?
It
There's
shows me
always
that
a
you don't
sharp
do-
horizon.
Just go out there with a camera, bro, and quit watching everybody.
Damn picture that
There's
Rakia
an
just
inferior
posted.
mirage
16 is
about
a-
fucking
is
about
a sharp
28
line.
days out of the month, bro. There's an inferior mirage as your horizon.
Rakia just gave you a sharp horizon, for God's sakes.
Yeah, I mean, there's one right here at 1016 by Rakia. Must be a ball. It's a sharp horizon
I'm
right
not saying
there.
there ain't horizons. I'm just saying if you went out yourself, you'd see that the majority of the time we go, we get inferior mirages, bro. That's what
look, I've been
dominates
on a
the
few
horizon.
cruises. I'm going on a cruise this summer again here on the 23rd.
What
And like
cruise
I
line?
bet you $1,000,000, like everywhere I look, there's a nice sharp horizon unless it's like super
I'll show
foggy
you
and I can't
pictures
see that.
from my cruise, bro. Where it's inferior mirage every fucking day of the cruise, bro.
Did
Right
you go to
now,
the Kid
dude.
Rock cruise?
What's that have to do with the sharp horizon?
Just telling you, bro. If you took a camera and went out and not just use your eyes, if you actually did observations.
Well, have you ever
you'd
thought
know
about
this.
how
I wouldn't have to tell you this, bro. You'd already know this.
I do know this. Have you ever thought about how an inferior mirage is created?
Ooh.
Bro, you don't. I'm not even going to talk about it because you didn't even know
All you're
that.
going to say is just like inferior
Bro,
mirage.
you did not even know that.
Inferior
You
mirage.
said that there's a sharp horizon every day.
Inferior mirage.
So
What
why
does
would I
that
have a
show
conversation
you?
with you when you don't even know what the fuck we see every day?
Right there's a sharp horizon. Look, Doofus just posted one.
Hey, real
Did I
quick,
say-
I just wanted to make sure. Can you hear me? Real quick, just wanted to make sure that whoever said something about Australia not existing, they just, you have to realize that that was put in as just a total LARP to make flat earthers seem stupid. No flat earther thinks Australia doesn't exist. That's just bait for people to jump on.
You know, I think that the Flat Earth Society, that they were really trying to be they were really trying to pretend they were flat earthers. You know what I mean? Because those arguments were obviously created by people who don't believe that it's flat, but at the same time have to make sense of all the things that you know, that you have to take care of. Like okay, let's just not include Australia. Australia doesn't exist. Let's say that the Earth is rising upwards at the same rate as the downward acceleration and all that kind of shit. You know what I mean?
That's relativity, bro. That's literally relativity. But look, anybody who says Australia doesn't exist, it doesn't matter if they're a flat earther, globe earther, fucking pancake earther, concave earther. They're a dumbass. Okay, I've never met that person.
I've heard a couple of people say that, but not really. Not too many people from the flat Earth, like the actual community.
It doesn't exist,
Yeah, no
guys.
one.
Get over it. Australia's
Well,
a fucking
over.
fairy tale land.
It's fairy tale, exactly.
That was
Best
just a
in the
Flat
world.
Earth Society psyop to try to link something absurd with the concept of flat Earth, so that people run around and say, "Oh my God, have you heard flat Earthers think Australia doesn't exist?" And it's supposed to be some kind of ridicule platform to then do whatever.
Oh,
they do.
listen, Gio. It doesn't exist. Okay, all those people I talk to over the phone, they're lying to me. Okay,
They're just
all
drunken.
They're
just
all
drunken
in on it.
They're all actually from New Zealand.
They're all a bunch of Kiwis. Well, if Australia doesn't exist, then where the fuck did kangaroos come from?
Gartha.
Hey, who's the guy that wanted to explain how inferior mirages are formed?
I don't. I'm just asking the question.
Oh,
right? Like,
okay.
what is an inferior mirage? Like, how do you get an inferior mirage? Nobody ever talks about that, do they? They just say inferior mirage, and like that explains something.
Dude, that's all we talk about on certain channels, bro. You know nothing about this shit, bro.
I do know about it.
Well, what do you know about it?
Want to know what
Let's
you
talk
know
about-
about it?
Let's talk about Phantom Morgana, right?
And
The word is
Anita
not phantom.
Muscaria?
Do you guys remember anyone who ran with the theory that, you know, there's no Australia? Kosho, did you?
Oh yeah, it was a girl I used to know named Phantom Morgana.
Who ran with a theory? Like Dallas Dave? Did he run with it?
Probably.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like, did he take that there's no Australia and run with it?
He
'Cause
trolled. I can't remember who did that in this community, but somebody, Chemo might have done something like that. I don't know.
Well, I think it's fair enough to say that no one even knows where that came from. I mean, you could name some people who like hopped on that bandwagon, but I don't even know like where that concept came
I've
from.
been in this community for going on 6 years, and I've
I
been
think
in every room that'll let me, every channel that'll let me, one time or another. I've never heard that, dude.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Why are we
if it
talking about
didn't come
that?
From, I
It
wouldn't be
came from a
surprised if
post
it
from
didn't
the
come
Flat Earth
from.
Society. It literally came from a post from the Flat Earth Society forums.
I don't know. It may have. Yeah, you may be right. But like,
So-
if anything, if it didn't come from that, I would think that it came from more of like a Glober, sort of like saying that as a consequence of something a flat earther said that may basically say like, if this is true, then Australia can't exist.
That was what I was saying though, is that's how you can tell, like you can tell the Flat Earth Society. It seems like people who are honestly absolutely globers, honestly doing their best to pretend they're flat earthers, because you have to
It could have been. It could have been. Listen, it could have been a flat earther saying it doesn't exist how it is on a globe, because we've shown that with a live flight and a fucking compass showing that that's not the direction that it's heading. So that's probably what you're mistaken. You're probably mistaken it as proof that it's not where the globe says it is.
Well, it's good that none of you guys know anybody who ran with it.
Yeah, not
You're
personally.
the only one talking about it, man. I don't even know why we're commenting. We talk about something else and you just bring it right back up.
To be honest with you, it's a dream we could all hope for. You know, other than the fact that my family lives there, I kind of wish Australia didn't exist.
What?
Well, I guess you could just
man.
create an opposite one. You could just say globe earthers believe that India doesn't exist, and just make up a fake thing and then start spreading it around. I guess.
Right.
That's a good idea, Gia. Thanks.
By the way, I just randomly picked India. No reason for that. I love India.
I think I did see a YouTube video that somebody said Great Britain doesn't exist.
There's actually evidence. There's actually evidence, man. Like, why did Columbus call the fucking them Indians here? Because they hadn't found nothing else to fucking call India, because it doesn't exist on a globe. Nah.
Now it doesn't exist.
I think I heard India, because I was like, why didn't they fucking just change? Once they realized it wasn't India, dude, why are they still calling these fucking? It's like 600 years later, still calling them Indians. But I think I heard somebody express to me that Indians was like a general term, kind of like barbarians was a general term for the outsiders. It was like a general term for
Aboriginals?
outsiders. Yeah, Aboriginal.
Yeah, I don't know. I thought Aboriginal just sort of meant like people of the land, like
Yeah, of course that does that. But I'm saying Indian though.
Yeah, I don't know why they stuck with that. That is a good question, Kosho. I wonder. It's probably just because once you get in the United States area, like the Americas area, you lower your IQ by at least like 50. So like people just sort of like
I don't think
once they learn.
I don't know. I think the Indians in the first place are kind of named after like the name that was the river, that the civilizations formed nearby, the Indus River. It's like the people near the Indus River became the Indians, and I think that kind of settles that. But as far as the like calling the natives to America Indians, I mean, I don't really believe in the whole Columbus story, so I don't have an explanation as to why we called them that in the first place, or why we're still calling them that. And in the same way, there's lots of opportunities. If you're like forming a new country, you have the opportunity to like adopt or create your own. Like Americans don't believe in. Americans don't necessarily believe in, say, Thor or Loki or Freya or anything like that. But we still decided to keep the tradition of the names of the week referring to them as. I mean, that's kind of strange. I feel like America had an opportunity to like fix the months, fix the names of the week, where it isn't so like focused on like different cultures and religions, but we kept it anyways. That's another weird decision.
Hey, we fixed the clock. We re-exposed. We brought back to light the celestial clock. So and Dave Weiss.
We were too worried about
clock app. He brought up the sky clock and Crow 777.
We were too
Maybe
worried
it'd be-
about beating slaves and murdering Indians.
There's plenty of time
Maybe it would
to address these like weird pagan rituals.
Sorry
Right.
about that.
Maybe it'd be better. Maybe it'd be easier to start with what you do believe in.
No. Oh, is that Brenda?
Why?
Hey, what's going on?
Yeah. Yeah. So I heard somebody say that they didn't believe in Columbus and others that they don't believe in Australia. I'm just thinking that maybe it's easier to start others to start with what you do believe in. What do you believe in?
Brenda, did you hear somebody say they believe that Australia doesn't exist?
That's what I thought I heard because I just arrived.
Okay.
It does.
We were talking about such people, but we weren't. No one here is that kind of person. We were just talking about that kind of person as a concept.
Are we sure?
Yeah.
No, I'm not sure, but no one's spoken up so far backing it or anything. So that's just how it is.
You don't believe in Columbus, right?
Well, I don't have a belief in it. It's on the table, but it isn't the one I've chosen to believe in. I'm aware of the option, but I'm not going to like bet on it.
Dan,
with all my chips, right?
So what do you think happened? What do you think is the facts about the Columbus?
Well, there's a few things I've heard. I don't have proof. I'm just saying there's lots of options on the table. And have you ever heard about cocaine being found in Egyptian sarcophagi? That's a plant. You know, that's a plant that until recent times only grows natively in South America. So to find it in in an Egyptian sarcophagus, it means that there must have been trade at that point in time. Well, it infers that to a degree. That there was travel and trade between South America and Africa before Columbus.
Well, sure, that could have happened, but I don't understand what that has to do with Columbus. He was a person, right?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I have my doubts.
Well, what do you mean? I mean, like, there's lots of people in the history books, and as a general rule, if they say that, oh, this such and such historical person owned this plot of land, was from this family, and they lived during this time, and these are the things they did, the books they wrote, the places that they went, stuff like that. What reason would I have to disbelieve that?
Well, you can understand what kind of figures would be invented to explain a historical narrative. Not little people. We wouldn't talk about, oh, Joe Smo had bacon and eggs for breakfast at this place on Earth at this specific time in history. When it comes to like defining a narrative that you want to present to people as something they should believe in, really the only thing you need to invent, and which would be the first thing to invent, would be someone who plays a major role in it. And I feel like there's the calling card. There's different types of calling cards that they kind of reveal their secrets or their deception by, and one of them that I'm just aware of as a possibility is just the name in the first place. So you got Christopher, so you got Christ, and you have Columbus. And Columbus is Columbia, the dove. And we all know when you go driving around America, the symbol for the Holy Spirit is the dove. And so you have Christ and dove in his name, which just seems like he's like a made up character symbolizing all sorts of concepts in reference to the Holy Spirit and Jesus Christ.
So you lost me a while back there. You just kept on.
Well, right? I didn't keep going on. It's pretty short, but I know you wanted to interrupt. But go ahead. I'll listen now.
How did you get from you? There was a they in there that were keeping secrets. How did you get that?
What part? Can you be more specific?
You said that the reason you have doubts about Columbus is because they are keeping secrets.
I'm not sure I said that, but I suppose I'm not opposed to that idea. People keep secrets, like a human activity.
Yeah, but we're not talking about secrets. We're talking about this was a person, he lived, he had a family. There's like records, there's births and deaths. People keep records of these things, right? Right. So why would you think that he's not real?
Do you have any birth or death certificates for Columbus?
I wonder if there's any living descendants of Columbus.
We have at
Do
least.
you have any, Brenda? Do you have any birth or death certificates for Columbus?
No, I don't.
Well, that's what you were appealing to. You said there are.
No.
You weren't appealing to death and birth records.
I'm going sort of like in general. I was asking fundamental why he chooses to disbelieve in certain people.
Yeah, we already know you asked that question. You just said, well, there are birth certificates and death certificates. So obviously,
I'm trying to answer your question. I'm trying to answer your question.
No, I don't need you to reiterate what you did.
But right? I'm trying to answer your question.
You're wasting time.
No, I'm not. I'm saying in general, how do you decide when somebody that you read in the history books is not a real person, but part of some secret plot to keep secrets by them?
I think that if you come across alternative historical documents or records that people have looked into that might present more information or contrary information like, let's say, for instance, I'm going off my education that I had in middle school and high school, and then later on in grad school, I come across more information where, lo and behold, it seems that there were records of Columbus killing massive amounts of people in the islands off of Florida.
Yeah, I don't know about that. So I was talking to fundamental.
Yeah, so you're just going to hand wave dismiss, right? Yeah. So my point is just like you're appealing to, just like you're
to a discussion. I was talking to fundamental, not to you. And now
that's fine. That's fine. We've been told numerous times that this is an open panel.
Well, Brenda's talking about someone jumping in and interrupting, and when they're not being talked to, that's crazy.
Yeah, but I was talking to fundamental, and now he's gone.
I didn't interrupt anyone.
Yes, you did.
Did I interrupt your sentence? Did I interrupt your sentence?
You know what though? You got in the way of her question to Fundy.
Come on, Issa. Come on.
Yep, I'll give it to her.
Back me up.
Back
me up, man.
Hold on.
Issa?
No. I call it like I see him, bro.
I'm messing with you. No. I just was taking advantage. I was just taking advantage of the conversation. She said what she said. I just jumped in and asked a question.
Oh no, because I liked. Well, I kind of liked where Brenda was going because she's not wrong in the sense that so many people are so quick to say there's this hidden conspiracy and these they're lying to us and that's how they show us these mysteries by the use of their names. And then what Brenda's question was okay, wait a minute, who is the they that's hiding the mystery behind Christopher Columbus's name?
And also more importantly, how do you decide?
Right.
How would you decide?
Right, and that makes total fucking sense. That's a great question. I can't fault. She's right.
I mean, from what I heard, he never stepped foot on continental fucking United States.
Well, no, but the point was the gentleman was bringing up the idea that Christopher Columbus is a hidden meaning name, and that there's this hidden. It's do you ever heard the concept of actually, Brenda? Have you ever heard the concept of America's the land of the serpents? I'm sure you're familiar with some of that.
There's a lot of snakes.
I've never heard that America's the land of the serpents. I've never heard that.
So right, there's this kind of line of reasoning to state that this term Americas is this land of the serpent, and that's plays into some of this theological references and whatever. And the way that some people may have looked at like for instance, like that guy, like is it Pierre L'Enfant, the guy who, like, you know, let's say like there's a whole you know, there's a good documentary called Riddles in Stone. But anyway, it's like the way that they made DC and the guy who made it, and you know, this like hidden mystery in the names that they used, and that the, you know, Freemasons would probably be the they, because they're the ones who encoded certain messages and things. You know what I mean?
I think Brenda's question though, what is, because I asked Gio the same similar thing earlier. It's a very fair question about, you know, like if there's if there's the possibility that some historical, like Newton or somebody, that they didn't exist, like that's someone's claim, and then someone else's claim is that he did exist, and both those are based on what's available to everybody. I would personally, I would go with that. The default would be to kind of just trust that he did exist, unless shown otherwise. Just because, there's at least record. There's at least people claiming he was alive.
Well,
it's better to say that he was clearly hijacked after he died, and they propped him up and utilized him for something that he intentionally distanced himself from and called an absurdity. That seems to be what actually happened.
So, for example, some people think that Socrates never existed and that he was just a character that was written in Plato's book, right? I don't know if that's true or not. I mean, but maybe. But I think it's probably a low probability because Socrates is mentioned other places. I think one of the standards that they use is how many separate documents reference a person gives greater support to them existing, I think, right?
If you're going to go into that, then the historical documents for the New Testament testifying to the existence of Christ exceeds any other historical figure.
But most people don't deny that he existed. They just deny that he was a Messiah.
I agree with Bart Erdman that Jesus very likely existed, and there's no good reasons to think that he didn't.
Well, he's the most historically written about person ever. So to even say very likely, you would have to like deny the existence of Alexander the Great, and who doesn't even have a fraction of it. So I mean, you have to admit there's still clearly a bias where Brenda has to say very likely, but we all know he clearly did. I mean, he's the most written about figure ever.
But co-witnessed, I'd say no, just because people written about him, you know, are writing writing about him basically. But I think that there's plenty of figures who had many more people write about them in present tense, or you know, had experience of them. But I agree that he's definitely the most written about person.
So I mean, again, that doesn't necessarily mean that he was an historical person who was alive. So the scholars who take the Bible to be allegorical understand that the book of the book of Jonah is an allegory. So Jonah is not an actual man. It's an allegorized story about the nation of Israel. So simply because Jesus then refers to Jonah doesn't mean that Jesus believed that he was an historical figure. It's just that he's referring to that story so that they would
that
then
seems like
understand.
a bit of a false binary, though, right? Like, because it seems like oftentimes the characters acted out things that parallel. Like a perfect example was Hosea. He told Hosea to take a wife, and then Hosea's wife was adulterous and kept leaving him, but he was supposed to stay faithful, and once she turned from her ways, take her back, because that he used the prophet to show the relationship of the creator and Israel and how they kept turning their back to him. So, you know, there's a pretty easy argument for that it could be both.
Well, again, if you're gonna, when you say that it could be both, are you saying that you're going to grant that Jonah was not historical, but that Hosea was? So you're saying that that's how it's both?
No, I'm saying the same thing. I'm saying Jonah could be a paralleled allegory, as in he could literally exist, and his story was documented to also explain a parallel with Israel, just like Hosea. That's my point. It's like to say that it's like either or. I think is not accurate either.
Or you could take the entire biblical record as allegorical. Right.
Of course you could, but it's like the most historically and anthropologically accurate and founded. You know, I mean, to claim that it's just allegory is wild.
When you say that it's the most historically, or no, when you say that it's the most anthropologically accurate, what do you mean by that?
Yeah, anthropological discoveries, as in like actual discoveries, have consistently supported the historical accounts of the Bible. Like,
Well, that doesn't
like
mean
Harvard has a Bible college. They don't have a Harry Potter college, right?
Sure.
It's historically accurate.
It's literature. So the Bible refers to the sun and the moon and the stars. Obviously, I would take it for granted that the sun and the moon and the stars are actual reference points, but that they are used symbolically in the Bible. So simply because it's just like the flood of Noah, right? If we're going to say that there was an actual catastrophic flood, the Bible could incorporate that flood in its story and change that. And okay, right. So
yeah, there was no.
So that doesn't mean that's what happened, though.
There was no flood. There was no global flood.
That's fine. I'm not arguing that there was.
Yeah,
okay?
I suspected as much.
Okay.
Well, wait. You're saying there wasn't a flood, Brenda? My goodness, what does the world come to, man?
We both do. We both think that.
That is insane, bro. Okay.
Calling it insane isn't an argument.
So there's not tons of physical evidence of massive flooding all over the earth.
Okay. Now hold on. Now I didn't say. I'm saying that the Bible's use of a physical catastrophe is allegorical. I'm not saying that things like that didn't happen in order to justify the Bible's using something that catastrophic in its story to make a point.
Now, I'm pointing out that it is very historically accurate. Like the timelines, the people, the civilizations, like the stories of how civilizations went down, then they went and discovered that, in fact, that very civilization was surrounded, that there's tons of evidence in very intricate, tedious detail that the story has some physical, literal validity. I personally think that the current Bible has been super messed with and super tainted and all this stuff. But my point is that it does have historical value. Like a hand wave dismissal as allegory is also like, I think both sides would be intellectually irresponsible. One that says they know it's all 100% fact, and one that says they know it's all allegory. Neither one of them. I see what you're saying. The nuance you're saying is, well, they knew about different things that happened and kind of absorbed it to make allegory. Or it could just be historical documents, basically a Jewish historical text of their history, although Jew is actually just from Judah. So it would be a Hebrew historical document. I mean, I don't see
that's a fair way to view it.
Why that's not.
Why did the global flood stop at the borders of China?
Tell me how it is that you have a global flood without a globe. And what are you talking about? Stopped it. What are you telling me? You know for a fact there was no flood in China? Can you explain?
They don't record a global flood.
So no one in China said there was a flood?
No, there are, of course, local floods, of course.
Oh, so no one in China claimed that there was a huge flood around the world?
Not a global flood, no.
No one used the word global because they weren't retarded. So, but yeah, a giant flood. Everyone experienced it locally, so.
Of years. So
I think it's a true. Like I know the thing that is true is that there was a 200, I think it's meters, 200 meter rise over the course of 2,000 years. There was a 2,000 year portion of time where the ocean supposedly rose by 200 meters, and for me personally, I understand this as what all these different separate cultures had kind of talked about when they talked about floods. Some sort of huge flood. I think they're talking about regions or periods in this time where the oceans must have rose rapidly.
You guys are denying one of the most historical events ever. I don't. Okay.
Well, I think you're right to say that it has historical context, but I think that it's also, it'd be fair for you, because the way it says in the Bible is it happened in 40 days, where that's a serious claim, where it could be the case that it happened in several different places in different ways, different times. And
Okay, yeah. Yeah, the
Well,
Bible
what's it?
makes very, very supernatural claims. That's correct.
I gotta read this for you, Witsit, because this is interesting regarding the flood. 2 Peter 3, of course, for this they willingly are ignorant, that by the word of God and the heavens were of old, and the earth standing out of the water and in the water, whereby the world that then was, being overflowed with water, perished. So not only do we have the story of the flood, then 2 Peter reiterates it again that people won't believe this, Witsit. What a coincidence.
No,
Yeah,
that's
no.
again, right. But again, we need to understand two things. The word for earth, okay, there is no word for earth in the Bible. There is an English word that we read that is different than the word land. But you need to understand that the word in Hebrew is the same word, eretz, and it just simply means land. It doesn't mean earth, right? That's a connotation. The same thing about world, it's cosmos. Cosmos, when you break it down into its etymology, simply means a construct or a structure. And so the allegory, hold on, the allegory of understanding what is meant by world is the construct or the matrix that God created with the nation of Israel. God at different times in the past destroyed Israel and used a flood as an imagery of that destruction. So the word world, which is English, doesn't necessarily communicate what the word cosmos intends to communicate.
Have you ever flown over the Grand Canyon, man?
Oh, what's that got to do with the understanding of biblical language?
Well, we're talking about the flood. So, I mean, you know, please
No,
tell me that the Grand Canyon has nothing to do with a flood. That'd be great. If you can enlighten me how that happened.
Okay, so first of all, the Grand Canyon has nothing to do with the Bible because the Bible is a geographically locked reference point to the ancient Near East. It was concerned with Assyria, Babylon, Egypt, sometimes Ethiopia, and primarily Israel. So that tiny portion of land is what the Bible is concerned with. The Bible has nothing to do and says nothing about China, Australia, or America, or anything like that.
Israel wasn't a place, so that makes no sense at all. And actually, there's an argument that the continental U.S. is actually Egypt and where Israel actually was. The Mississippi is actually the Nile. If you start to look at the actual distances that they traveled, it actually makes more sense. So, I mean, I don't. You're basically saying all of these historical claims that support it are a lie, and then you're also founding on geographical historical claims simultaneously.
All right. So when you say that Israel never existed as a geographical plot of land that was divided into 12 subsections for each of the tribes, right? You're saying that those geographical locations of the tribe of Dan and the tribe of Asher and the tribe of Issachar and all of those other tribes, they didn't actually have a local reference point in the ancient Near East. Is that what you're saying?
They were nomadic people, actually. And when you say the land and you refer to a literal land as Israel, that didn't even exist until the 20th century.
Okay, so again, I'm not talking about the 20th century. So I'm just trying to understand where you're coming from, Austin. So when Moses allegedly led the children of Israel into Canaan, right? Was Canaan a geographical location?
Yeah, while it was occupied by those people, that's correct.
Where was that?
Allegedly in the Middle East.
Okay.
What I'm saying is, you're claiming like I have to believe the current mainstream documentation of geography, and I do not.
Okay, so I'm just trying to understand where you're coming from. So, when you say allegedly, Canaan was in the Middle East. So then, okay, right, that's fine. I'm fine with that. So when the Israelites allegedly, are you good with me using the word of Israelites?
Sure, I don't care. That's 12 tribes of people, actually 13, and they were nomadic people. Okay.
Who was the 13th tribe?
Jacob.
Yeah. So anyway, and actually it broke up into
No. Listen, bro. Hey, I'm simply asking a question for information. Who was the 13th tribe? I
was
don't.
Jacob not the 13th tribe?
Okay, Jacob had 12 sons. His 12 sons became the tribes. Is there confusion on this?
I was just saying Jacob translates to Israel.
No, Jacob does not translate to Israel. Jacob was his birth name. When he wrestled with God in Bethel and overcame the angel, his name was changed. So it doesn't mean, Jacob doesn't mean Israel. His name was changed. I'm not trying to pick a fight. I'm just trying to ask Austin who the 13th tribe is, because as far as I know, in
Well,
all
Jacob
of my
ended up inheriting people that was then booked into one tribe, according to mainstream recollection.
well, all I would ask is I don't need to chase this down anymore. I mean, if you know, I'd be interested in finding out what reference you're looking at with that, because the only tribes that I'm aware of are the 12 sons of Jacob. Now, when he went down into Egypt after the famine, when Joseph was down there, he did go down and was, reunited with his long lost son. But I'm not really sure where you're getting this idea of a 13th tribe. But anyway, so
yeah,
just
like
going.
Manasseh and Ephraim are considered to both be a singular tribe because Jacob basically adopted and absorbed them, but in fact they were two different tribes.
Right, but you have to remember why he blessed two of his sons as one, right? So remember that the tribe of Levi didn't get any of the land in Israel. So there was no apportionment in Israel for the tribe of Levi.
But tribes are not lands, they are people, man.
No, but they were all allotted certain geographical portions of Canaan.
Okay, so then the group of people were no longer a group of people because they weren't allotted their own land? That's my point.
Okay, I'm
They're
not
still
sure
technically 13. It's like somewhat pedantic, but the
No,
point is that there
no.
were actually two tribes that were considered one.
Okay, there's two tribes that are considered one. That's correct, but that doesn't make it 13. Anyway, so going back to the geographical location. So when the book of Genesis is talking about the four rivers, the Tigris, the Euphrates, the Pishon, and the Gihon, where is it in your understanding? Where are those four rivers located? The Euphrates, the Tigris, the Pishon, and the Gihon. Do you know where historically the Tigris and the Euphrates were located? It would be Assyria.
So they call Mesopotamia.
Yeah, it would be Mesopotamia. So I'm not really sure why we're jumping across the pond and bringing everything into America. But anyway,
wasn't Jerusalem the capital of Israel?
Yeah.
What I heard was that in not like 1960 something or 72 or some shit that Israel was like reformed or some shit. But I have heard that they were nomadic and all that too. And
yeah, but they were nomads.
There is an argument though that they're the Jews are like the Hebrews and Jews. I mean, I've heard people talk about that they're the Jews like from Europe and all that aren't the fucking chosen ones from the Bible. They're talking about the Hebrews. I've heard a lot of people say that. I'm not sure.
Israel was only nomadic in their forefather Abraham, because Abram was in the land of Ur, which was in Chaldees, which was in Mesopotamia, right? So then God came to Abram and said, go to a country that you don't know, never seen before, and I'm going to take it and give it to you. So then he was nomadic. But at that time before then, he was living in Ur. So he wasn't a nomad. So then he packed up and became nomadic on his way to Canaan. So they weren't always nomadic. And especially when they were down in Egypt for those 430 years, right? So for 430 years, they were in Egypt. And then after that, they went into the land of Canaan. But that doesn't mean that they were nomadic the entire time.
Couldn't it also be like, translated over to the that they were still nomadic and he packed up his stuff from where he was staying in Ur?
You would have to have, I would say sure, but you would have to have evidence for that. Where's your documentation that said that he was a nomad before he was in Ur?
No,
whatever.
maybe they never left Egypt and they literally moved the map under their feet, man.
Hey, that's all relative, man. It's all relative.
All that is true.
Well, if you can't reading the face of the earth.
Somebody saying something?
Yeah, if you're trying to talk, you're really low and breaking up.
When he parted the Red Seas, he just ripped the map in half. He got mad one day, man, and stomped all and walked across it, man.
Is that true?
So the Bible says the whole face of the earth, but people think that's a local flood. That's the real problem.
No, the problem is, again, the word earth. That is an interpretation of the Hebrew word eretz. So if you go...
Say it right. Yeah, okay, you don't read Hebrew. Bro, you don't read Hebrew. You got to stop lying. You got to stop this insanity.
Okay, just for the record.
You do this all the time, man. You do this all the time.
It's just insanity.
I know, but I mean, whether you agree with his information or not.
Yes, denying the meaning of words is a crime. I'm sorry.
Bro, he's got hey, hold on, XO. He's got a master's in fucking the studies. I mean, at least if you don't agree with his information, don't let it upset you to hear it. Just because you don't agree with it, it's not going to kill you to hear it.
Yeah, so because I'm interested in learning, how do you pronounce that Hebrew word? I mean, you're calling my shit out, right? You're calling my shit out. You're saying I don't pronounce it.
He's gone, Travis.
He's left.
Wow.
Isn't there a what's that news station called?
Shout out to Aaron Moorfield.
Was that newspaper? Haaretz?
Yeah, Brian, if he's got a master's, no wonder he can't read. That turns people into retards. Thanks for solving
so he came back. He came back. Hey, so yeah, I'm really interested. So
you don't have a claim.
How do you pronounce it?
You've already lied several times. It's called edits.
Wow.
Hold on.
Wow.
Hold on, Travis. Hold on. XO.
He left
gone again. Yeah.
Anyways, there's a newspaper, right? A news station over there, Haaretz or whatever. I think it's the same base word. The ha just means the.
Yeah, ha is the definite article.
I think it translates to the land of Israel, like that newspaper.
Right, exactly. And so then you have the land of Canaan, the land of Israel, the land of Assyria, the land of Babylon, but it's never the earth. It never has in its mind an expansion of the geography beyond the local proximity of that land. The English translation of eretz into earth is an interpretation that takes the word away from its intended meaning.
Yeah, but you got to admit then Noah probably felt like a huge asshole whenever he collected all the animals on Earth. So I didn't have to collect all the animals.
It's allegory, bro. That is an allegorical story.
I know. Like I told you,
I believe there was a flood, man.
Yeah, that's what I said. There was.
Personally, I believe that because
there was a flood. There was a 2000 period where it rose like 200 meters. Places like the Arabian Gulf didn't exist before that. There was people who lived in the Gulf, and then we're complete. That's not a place anymore because there's water there.
But I don't believe that Noah. I believe there was a flood, a great flood, because to me there's evidence like seashells on top of mountains, every mountain, in fact, and fucking underwater fucking cities and all that. But I don't necessarily believe that a man named Noah loaded up fucking every animal on Earth. That's fucking. Who would believe that?
A lot of people.
I used to.
That's for goddamn ridiculous. Who's gonna get every animal on Earth, man?
I used to, and I still do now. So no, I don't. I'm convinced, like what it was saying about the Bible being a historical record. I think that for its time, it did serve that. I mean, it certainly is a collection of, I think, real experiences, at least interpreted by through the stories they were passed down, and then eventually written down. But they're based on real experiences, real events, just kind of loosely described with some stuff added in, obviously. So that flood, I think, is based on real experiences, but not necessarily the way in which it's told. That it's like one dude was the only guy who survived.
I'm almost forced to believe in a flood, though, man, because I'm so against evolution. Because it's just crazy. I mean, Earth might be older than what young Earth creationists claim, but I don't believe it's billions of years and we evolved from the way they claim it. Let me finalize this point. But the seashells on top of mountains and shit like that. I mean, I don't think anybody would argue that fact. And but I mean, you almost have to believe a crazy age of Earth if you don't believe in a flood for how the fucking seashells and shit get on top of mountains. All the mountains are, a lot of mountains. If there wasn't a big flood or a really, really old fucking Earth, I don't know, maybe catastrophes that it repeated. I guess that's the new concept is repeated catastrophes that happen every so often.
So if any of you have ever seen John Levi's channel and others who have dealt with the ancient maps, where they clearly show that California is an island with a massive amount of water between California and the prime, the land. That would clearly mean then that the land under the water obviously is lower in elevation. So now if that water is gone, so whenever I'm driving through the Midwest and even going through Utah, like I feel like I'm driving on the bottom of what used to be an ocean. I mean, it's just crazy amazing to think about how much water that would take. But if you look at some of those upraised plateaus, and you look at the way the base of those are shaped, if you then go into the readings and radars that you can see on Google Earth, what's under the water now around the islands looks exactly the same.
Sure. Shaped by water.
So Travis, if you think about it like that, like these waters were so high at one stage, like to think then how little land was around if the
yeah
high. Like you know what I mean? Like it's just
it's
really interesting.
I saw a map once where they would talk about quote unquote climate change and sea level changes, and you could put on this map the varying sea level changes, and if you varied it by 10, it was only 10 meters. I think nearly 90% of Australia was covered in water. 90% of Australia was covered in water by 10 meters. That's crazy.
I think that's only half of the story, though. If you look at the geological record or whatever, it's true the sea rises and falls and this and that, but the plates are actually the plates shift and they subduct one another, and sometimes they're above, like to get the mountain ranges are formed. They'll slide against each other and be raised up or lower down. So
It's liquefaction. They showed that with fucking earthquakes, how shit sinks and rises, and in the Bible it says build your house on a foundation stone. Build your house on the stone.
Yeah, 3 little pigs.
Maybe that's where Australia doesn't exist comes from, because back then it was all covered in water.
Well, there was
Yeah, who didn't think that? Who didn't think that when he? Who didn't have an Australia comment when he said that? Who didn't have an Australia comment, man?
Well, there was
Everybody
definitely
had
a huge. There was definitely a huge flood back in the day. There's a massive amount of evidence for it.
Yeah.
America's. If you check the Scablands, Randall Carlson debated a guy from Skeptic magazine over this. He bodied him.
Yeah,
Elbow
but that's
drops off the top rope.
Come on, Joe Rogan show.
Yeah, Joe Rogan.
Yeah.
When Graham Hancock debated Michael Shermer,
Yeah. I don't
Randall
like that guy.
Carlson right after that debated his geologist guy.
Yeah, like I've been saying, there's absolutely record of at least over a portion of 2,000 years, and it, you can narrow that down to a shorter time, I'm sure.
No,
But
this happened way quicker, bro.
well, yeah, the
This
point
happened
is
way
the point.
quicker.
The point is, over that 2,000 years, it rose by 200 meters, and so yeah, there could certainly be portions of that you could narrow down that time and describe a very rapid raise or whatever, but there definitely were lands like that were completely wiped out and completely destroyed, especially in that area. Like I told you, that the Persian Gulf, the Arabian Gulf, whatever you want to call it, there was people who lived down there before this time, because that's about 200 meters but below this, but the surface of the ocean floor was about 200 meters in that area.
Doesn't that point toward like an ice wall instead of just a continent down there? Like if there's a big ice wall around us and it's frozen lately, then the water level could go down, and then if it fucking got hot or some shit, it could melt and the whole water level of the Earth rise. It'd be more likely if the ice surrounds us. Just saying.
Well, yeah, that's the current belief, and I mean, there's a lot of evidence for it. Is that there was ice all around us because it was the ice age, and so a lot of the fresh water was stored in the glaciers.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter if it melts, bro. If you have a fucking ice cube sitting in a glass of ice water, if it melts, it's the same amount of fucking water. I'm talking about like the ice.
You're right. That's
around
icebergs,
us,
though. That's icebergs. Glaciers made from fresh water usually exist over the land. So it's that water melting that would have risen the ocean levels, sea levels. But yeah, you're right about the icebergs.
So where's the evidence of these sea level rising? Is this from eroding shorelines, perhaps?
Historical context, what you said about the shorelines, even the Sumerians. The Sumerians, they talked about they had the different cultures that lived there, and there was one culture specifically that has unknown origin, and I think the name for them translates directly to people of the water, and so those were probably those people who lived in this city area that no longer exists now because it's taken by the water. But yeah, but all these cultures talk about the the floods.
Well, there's more evidence in regards to eroding shorelines to be linked to sand dredging and sand piracy than actual rising sea levels.
Say it again.
Sand dredging and sand piracy. Pirating sand, dredging sand illegally. It is a
I heard there's evidence of that the king of Spain or France. They found an island not too far off the shores up there, and they named it after him. And like in 2 years, I mean, it was mapped and all that, and then a couple years, the bitch sank again. It came up and sank like within decades or something, like a decade or really it was less than that. But I don't want to sound like I'm lying. But the story I heard is it came and went like in a year or something.
Yeah.
Sand is the most consumed resource that we have.
Oh, is that right?
Most definitely. Name one that even comes close to sand.
Water?
No, not even close. Not even close.
Sand.
Sand. Yep.
No, Bans, I don't want to argue with you, dude.
Well,
Might
I
be
want to
right.
argue with you, Kosho, because I am right. You know I'm.
Your word for it. But right. The sea level. There's a lot of
There's an
evidence.
unlimited amount of sand and water. They're two things that are, dominate the earth. So there'll never be a need for sand or water ever.
I think that's a bit
Promise.
silly though to insist. Yeah. I mean, everything's got finite resources, but that's not the point either. There's lots of evidence for the floods. Like in New York City, like in Central Park, a lot of those rocks that are there are, they left those undisturbed. Then that part of the city, and that those rocks are actually evidence of that they got carried over from glaciers that were, moving very quickly. Same thing with like the Grand Canyon. There's lots of evidence in the northern United States from this abrupt exodus of the water melting.
Look into it, Kosho.
Where's the glacial? Where's the glacial edge, Kosho?
Glacial edge. That's a great question. Ask him that question.
I was just asking. Like, I don't believe there was a fucking glacier fucking walking down America.
Oh yeah, for sure. Glaciers don't walk, so that's definitely not. You don't have to look for any evidence of that, but there is evidence that the glacier was moving across America. The evidence is in the Great Lakes and the many lakes of what do you call that place? One of those states, Wisconsin.
You believe everything you fucking read, don't you? If it's mainstream and you read it, it's got to be true.
No, but there was this mentally challenged guy that I was tutoring, and he was taking a geology class, and I ended up having to do his homework for him because he was like really demented, and I ended up taking the class for him basically, and so I studied this stuff indirectly.
So why would a glacier move up?
Fucking asshole.
Ain't the middle of ain't the continents like getting higher and higher toward the middle? Why would a glacier move, bro?
Why would a glacier move?
Yeah, and uphill at that. Like, I'm just asking.
Well, first of all, the rivers they all go from higher elevation to lower elevation, right?
Yeah, water. Yeah, I agree. Everything you're saying, water moved them rocks. And
so why are you saying it's going uphill?
I'm just saying, you said this glacier fucking swept down North America. I was wondering, I just pictured a big glacial edge. That's why I asked that, and you said it was moving. I did say walking. I know.
Look at the Colorado River, the Mississippi River, and things like that. Like these aren't going uphill. The Colorado River goes through the Grand Canyon. Am I wrong?
Yeah, but if you start working your way out from like the coast, from the Great Lakes, is like sea level down. Right. You have to be going uphill, right?
Yeah, therein lies the problem. The glaciers didn't come from the shores.
Fun fact: in India, sand piracy is India's largest organized criminal activity.
It's not a fun fact; it's just a regular fact, Banson. But thanks for that.
Well, it's not fun. Actually, it is a fact. Yes.
It's subjective, isn't it?
Yeah, well, yeah, I suppose. Objective. So it's a fun fact. Yeah.
Back to fun again.
Yeah.
Okay. Banson's just trying to fucking lobby for big sand and trying to create some sand pirate clan.
Big Eartha.
It is a problem. I can't believe how you dislike kind of just blowing over.
Dude, what kind of asshole is going around pirating sand?
Why? Dude, I heard evolution is
what kind of a fucking asshole glacier doesn't come from the sea?
They come from mountains. Why would you steal sand?
It's the world's #1 resource, Brenda. It is used in absolutely everything. Sand.
I'd make it in my pies, everything.
Yeah, I was gonna say something like that. Yeah, but
I live in Florida. Just in my city, there's enough sand. Just fucking within 10 miles of my house, there's enough sand for the United States for 10 years.
There is not.
And that's not even talking about the beach. I'm not even counting the beach, bro.
Talking. You don't know that.
There is a difference between desert sand and sea sand. Distinct difference between.
What's it? Are you an expert on sand? Huh?
He's a sand snob.
I'm not an expert, but there is a distinct difference. Like desert sand, you can't use in construction because it has very different properties to sea sand. The sea sand is crushed and it looks like little volcanic rocks. It has lots of sharp edges. So in construction, it has a lot of structural integrity to it in concrete, in everything like that. It has a lot of structural integrity. Whereas desert sand is more like marbles. It is very smooth and doesn't have the same sort of structural integrity. So it is useless to use in those sort of situations. And sand dredging and illegal piracy is a huge problem. And it is put down to be one of the world's biggest problems at the moment, which is getting absolutely no airtime. So I just thought I'd raise it as a fun little fact that you guys might want to look into on your own time.
Makes me lose hope in humanity, man.
Wait, he's being Bansal, you're being serious about this?
I'm being 100% serious.
Oh my god, dude! I'm sorry,
He's
dude.
a
I'm
fucking
sorry.
sand
I swear
bandit.
to God, I thought he was joking when he said fucking sand dredging. I
He is a
swear to
sand
God,
bandit.
it sounded so sarcastic, like sand dredging. Like, dude,
Yeah.
sand.
No, I'm dead set serious, Brian. Like this is
What's
a
that messing up though, bro? I mean, what's dredging sand?
Well,
concrete.
The way they,
concrete.
everything. The way they do the dredging in the ocean, the way sand is, it's like a living organism, right? So you can see this down the beach, right? So if you go to the beach,
I got you, bro.
kids,
You answered my question right there. He answered my question, and so you're talking about the beaches and the waters and shit. Okay, I got you. I was picturing dredging in the desert, bro. I swear to God, that's what I was picturing.
No. We're talking about in the ocean, in the deserts, because that sand is completely different. It's useless. It's not good for construction at all. You have to use sea sand for construction. They have two very distinct properties about them.
Of course.
Very distinct. Yes, exactly right.
You know the Sahara. So there's a very important ecological phenomenon that occurs every year from the Sahara dust, like the sandstorms getting flown over, through sandstorm magic over to Amazon, and actually feeds the soil and all the plants in the Amazon.
That's weird. It must take a turn then, right?
Yeah. It's some current, some regular current. Yeah.
It was a joke, Kosho.
Oh, I'm sorry. My bad.
Yeah.
On the globe, it's a straight shot over to South America.
Yeah, right. Yes, of course, yes.
But it's true. Like in India, it's India's biggest illegal organized criminal activity. It's absolutely huge. And the way they do it in India, it's quite amazing. Like they go out in these little junket boats and they dive down with these buckets and they pick up the sand from the bottom and they bring it up and they fill up their boats and go back in and whatnot. It's absolutely incredible how they do it.
Is that going to be the new Pirates of the Caribbean movie?
Yeah,
It's going to be about.
I know you make fun of it, but it is a huge.
I think White's Word said it best, that you're basically a sand bandit.
Well, they'll be back and in greater numbers. Huh?
And
come on, that was a good joke, right?
Yeah. And and the sand piracy is done both legally and illegally. You have these massive dredges, huge. They're big. They're like aircraft carriers. They're absolutely ginormous, and they just suck the bottom of the ocean floors. They are tremendously big, these dredges. and they're
Ban-
causing huge problem. And when you
Tremendously.
and when you dredge the sand from the ocean, the sand from the beaches, because it's like one big living organism, right, erodes back into those holes and fills it up again. And that's where we are seeing the drifting of our beach fronts. It's getting sucked back into the ocean, and this sand, right, is filling up these holes quite natural.
I mean,
That's proof of flat Earth right there.
how many buckets of sand can you actually? I mean, how could you get enough to make it profitable? Use a bucket at a time, because you know, I would think you'd need a lot of sand.
But they put it in their pockets too, though.
Yeah, they put it everywhere, and they do it, Brenda. Like seriously, they have like 100 little Indians jumping off boats with buckets, going down, picking up bucket at a time. Like this is
That valuable? How can it possibly be that valuable and worth their time?
Yeah, there's another name for this sand piracy. It's called lazy piracy, dude. Sounds like the laziest
Why?
pirates in the world.
Get out of town. Stop it, Kosho. Why?
It's got to
is
go
it
in all the
valuable?
concrete, Brenda.
It is
Fiber optics, concrete,
Yeah.
fucking everything.
It's the most used resource on the face of the earth. The number one. Bigger than anything. Bigger than water. Bigger than anything.
Isn't it also the most general, you know, encompassing resource? It's like a lot of things. Sand refers to a lot of different material, right?
You kind of think because there's a lot there, it's not really a problem. We can kind of like just take it willy-nilly and not really have to worry about the consequences, but you see the consequences.
Yeah, it's sort of like oil. Yeah,
Bro, like I said, I live in Florida. I'm not even talking about the beach. There's enough sand 10 miles around my house for fucking the United States for a fucking year, bro. There's
you
more.
think so, man?
And I'm in Florida. You wouldn't think there'd be so much sand in Florida, like way away from the beach. Not that far from the beach, but yeah, sand is. You ever been in a plane ride, dude? Like fucking go over I mean, dude, there's so much sand, man. I understand if they're fucking with the environment by dredging and beaches and shit, but like as far as the abundance, somebody suckered you, dude. They try and put limits on everything, dude, like water, sand, shit, dude. We're not running out of shit like that, bro. Fucking take a plane ride, bro. Take a plane ride, man. It's fucking.
But Bandsaw, there's logic to what Bandsaw is saying. Like I said, using oil is the same way. Like if you believe the stories that oil, it takes a long time for that resource to be created. Same with helium; it takes a long time for that resource to be created by the Earth. And so the sand, if you use it too fast, you know, there's obviously going to become a point where you're using it faster than you know you can. It's not being created that fast, you know.
Yeah. And to actually say, Brian, that there is plenty of it and we can use it willy-nilly with no detrimental effect, I think that's quite naive, really, to kind of have that kind of flippant attitude towards it. Like you just can't take and expect nothing to happen because you see around you.
All right, Greta.
Enough sand. I'll do my little preaching here, right? Because you see enough sand in Florida to last you for the next 10 years, just put you in a false sense of security that you can do what.
Bro, look at maps, bro. Look at maps and fucking like you see the portions that are tan. That's all sand, bro.
But I
Fucking
think he was
literally
saying that not all
fucking
sand is created equal. Though.
giant portions of the earth, bro, are sand, bro. Trust me. I use sand. I do concrete. I mean, we go get sand. Nobody pays for sand, bro.
You know,
Nobody buys sand. Only people who buy sand are people who buy the bags at Home Depot, like the old men. Who don't just feel like going and grabbing a bucket of it, bro. They just have somebody load it in their car. Nobody buys sand.
I bought sand. But
you buy sand all the time when you do your guttering and your concreting, Brian. You're buying it all the time.
Or if you buy glass, yeah. But
no, we don't. It's everywhere, bro. I'm in Florida. You wouldn't think that, dude. It's everywhere. You just grab a bucket and go grab it. If you want to go get beach sand, you go get beach sand. But there's sand everywhere. Oh, I don't even go to the beach to get sand. I've never in my life paid for sand, and I use it almost every fucking day.
Lordy Lord.
You can write the equation, though. You know, like just write on one side of the equation how much sand you know, in the different proportions of the types of sand or whatever, how much sand there is, and then the rate at which, on the other side, the rate at which we are consuming it, you know, and put it on the other side where the amount of sand. Also put at the rate at which it's created.
There's as much sand as there is dirt, or probably more. You pay for dirt,
and we're losing dirt.
Yeah, dirt. Yeah, dirt's
We've only
another one
got
of those
50%
resources.
of our topsoil left.
If you think that
Gone.
we can just rape the ocean floors with no detrimental effect, Brian, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you.
You will be hearing from Greta.
I don't go get it from the ocean, man. I have once or twice, but I get it from the dunes. You know.
Like I said, it's just a simple equation. You put the rate at which it's created on one side plus the amount that exists, and the other side just put the rate at which we use it, and you know, find the balance, and you'll figure out the amount of time you have left at that rate until there's no more sand.
How can
This
you
makes
be
for
sure how
the
much there is?
the dumbest post-apocalyptic.
Dude, what do you think's happening to the sand? Like when the bricks break back down and fucking concrete breaks back down, it's gonna break down into fucking part sand.
When it breaks down,
yeah. When?
Yeah, there's a lot of concrete sitting around in Australia that certainly isn't breaking down with sand in it, Brian.
I guarantee you it will, especially as soon as dirt gets over it. It accelerates, man. It takes about 20 years if dirt's over it.
Wouldn't that be
no
the
one's
lamest?
denying that. It's just the rate with which we use it versus the rate with which it breaks down.
The lamest like apocalypse though, like there's no sand left. You imagine like a movie where it's like they have plenty of water and all the other resources are fine, but they've run out of sand. Yeah. Like,
that's actually a really funny thought.
Yeah, it's like I'm trying to think of how, you know, how people would be hurting, you know, but I guess it'd be somewhere.
Yeah, how to dramatize that. You know, how to pull on the heartstrings. Be a bit difficult.
Yeah, they still have air conditioner and water and everything, but
So what? When we go to the beach now, there's only rocks? No!
and that's the other thing though, is if that really was a worry, the fix would be fairly simple because if you started just what's it called, desalinating the water, you know, and to get you'd both get sand from the water and fresh water, right?
They say what there is a shortage of, man, in the industry is Portland cement, volcano. What they say there's a shortage of, I'm not sure it's true or not because there's no volcanoes around me, but like the shit they use to fucking make Portland volcano ash, fly ash and shit, you know. So anybody who lives near a volcano would have to vouch to tell me if that's true or not. I could tell you about sand, but I couldn't tell you about volcano ash. You know, is that shit dwindling?
What did he just ask?
He asked if volcano ash is dwindling.
What does that mean?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Like, is it running out? Like, is it harder to get? You know.
So basically, I think you're saying there's a limited amount of volcano ash in the Earth's core.
No, I don't know. That's kind of why I'm asking, man. I don't know how much volcano ash there is. That's not something I have access
Supply
to.
versus demand. I think he was meaning. Like, are the supplies running low versus the demand we need?
Exactly who is demanding volcano ash that there needs to be a supply?
Oh, ash.
One of the main, that's the main ingredient in Portland cement. It's the main ingredient, man. You got a little bit of, like in concrete, you have lime and rock and sand in Portland, but Portland cement is the main ingredient. Volcano ash.
Oh, you need sand in everything. Glass, fiber, you name it. The sea. Every last bit of it.
Yep, you sure do.
You can't use
I,
desert sand.
I actually used to dredge for about fucking 8 years, and sand
All
is
the
extremely dynamic.
It is, and it'll and the hole will fill up too, won't it?
Oh yeah.
Exactly. And where's it come from? A higher place.
And do you know what, Bandy? Do you know what it's all about? It's all about pressure. Low pressure and high pressure.
Exactly. You can't move anything without pressure, my friend. Nothing at all, as
No.
we know.
In fact, things get drawn to the low pressure points. That's the amazing part.
Exactly. Exactly.
It's almost like negative pressure.
It's quite funny. Like when brought up this topic once before, and it's kind of just flippantly passed off in a joking kind of fashion. Find that interesting.
Yeah, well, I mean, again, you've got to think about what causes that pressure. But yes, pressure is a key fucking thing.
Most definitely. You can't move anything without
It
pressure
can,
at all.
yeah.
But anyway, I killed the chat, so I'll back off.
Well, I thought you were going to just announce you're on your way to a UN meeting, mate, to talk about fucking the value of sand. You know, like you know, shit. But you know,
I did get on my pulpit for a minute there, didn't I? Must say, but anyway, it is what it is. It is what it is.
hey, without beautiful sand in your little pristine beach there, you're not going to be able to fucking catch too many whiting and whatnot. So it's pretty important for you, I can imagine.
You know what happens down here in winter, in the middle of winter, the sand completely disappears. It's amazing, and the whole beach is like rock. All these rocks everywhere. It's like, where the hell did all the sand go? Where did it all go? And anyway, you wake up one morning and you go down to the beach, right? And then all of a sudden you're there one day and it's all rock. You go down there a couple of days later and it's all sand. It's like, what the hell just happened here? It's quite
And that's
amazing.
amazing.
Yeah, very, very dynamic. And when I saw this thing years ago on TED Talks actually, and he explained sand in the oceans like one big living organism, and it all kind of moves as one, ebbs and flows all over the place. And yeah, you can see that, and like you say, you know, when you dig a hole, you can definitely see it, you know, filling itself back up again, and you know, through that pressure, you know, taking it from higher places and filling in that lower place.
Yeah, we used to dredge like 40-meter wide, 8-meter deep channels in sand, and within a few days, by the time we'd got maybe 50 meters away from like a starting point, within a few days of moving away from that point and not disturbing the water, that channel's filled back in. It's fucking like amazing. Hasn't filled into the same density it was, but it's certainly filled back in to the point where it looks like it's filled back in, but if you tried to cross it, you'd disappear.
Yeah, exactly. Might send a
And not
letter
only
to
that, there's a huge industry where people are just fucking filtering sand for fucking gold, you know, running it through sluices all over the joint, you know, on small scale and big scale. And as soon as you upset that sand, it fucking goes into that water and resettles God knows fucking where. It could be just around the corner down the river, or it could be 100 kilometers away. It's amazing.
Yep. Yeah, exactly right. Yeah.
And I still think some of the most beautiful artwork is those fucking things you put on the wall with the sand between the two bits of glass, and you turn them around, and it all cascades down and resettles.
Yep. I follow this woman that does sand artwork, and she'll have a canvas of sand, and then she puts like 2 or 3 points on the sand, and she has a stick, and the stick will have 2, 3, 4, 5 pegs on it, and she places one of the pegs on one of the points, and that's her starting point, and she'll rotate it like
Oh yeah,
90
two different
degrees.
patterns.
Yeah, and then
Yep.
stops, and then moves, the opposite peg to another point, and then moves it. And she does this, and you watch this beautiful geometrical, perfect shape just evolve in front of your eyes, and it's called sand art. It's quite
Mm.
amazing. It's quite mesmerizing, actually, just to watch it, kind of happening in front of you.
I like how sound does that. I think that's brilliant. The different
Oh, yeah.
frequencies and the different
Yes,
shapes
yeah.
that come with sand.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. But they put it on a speaker or on some sort of table or whatever, and that frequency.
Yeah,
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 Yep.
that's phenomenal. And it represents so much of what we see in nature too. Like not everything, but certain things stand right out.
Yeah. It's amazing when you see some pattern. And then I've seen some other footage of stars on. I'm pretty sure it's stars where you see the same pattern, like the same frequency pattern in the footage of the star, and it looks identical. It's absolutely identical.
Yeah,
Similar.
I've heard the excuses from the ballers that that's out of focus fucking or digital fucking apparition. I don't know what they say, but they say it's bullshit. But yes, it looks exactly like that, doesn't it?
Yep, and you also see too, like the same sort of pattern with snowflakes. I've seen a same person do that frequency thing. It was either with water or sand. I can't remember which one it was. And then side by side, like a split screen, they had a picture of one snowflake, and the thing looked identical to a snowflake. It was amazing to see.
Yeah, all these sounds that we can't hear that must be permeating our environment. If these things form those shapes in nature. I wonder what the sound of a volcano is, or the sound of an earthquake. You know how they claim dogs and that can hear that shit?
Yep.
I wonder what the actual sound is that they hear.
Yeah. Is it would be low or be high frequency type of ringing, rumbling that they hear? Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah. At first thought, I would think it'd be a low frequency, like low rumble, but I could be wrong, because then when a volcano erupts, it seems to be quite violent. So perhaps it's a very high frequency.
Yeah, like a volcano specifically, I suppose. Well, even earthquakes, it's from a pressure thing. Again, it's pressure building. And that tends to, if you think of something that's really full of pressure and about to explode, it's normally a high-pitched sort of scenario.
Yeah.
High frequency. But yeah, ground waves tend to be very low frequency. So if they're feeling that, that would be low. See, birds know that shit too. Are they hearing, or is it electromagnetic, or fucking what's going on there?
Well,
like some of the camera footage around Yellowstone Park. I remember maybe 10 years ago, there was all these animals just mass exiting, and like everyone was just like, what's going on? It's like, well, obviously the animals are onto something and they're getting away from it. But meanwhile, everyone's just going, oh, what's going on? Maybe there's something happening under the ground. But they were definitely moving from something.
Yeah. And you would think that if anything that has a frequency, and everything has a frequency, you could probably extrapolate from that alone that it also too emit some sort of sound. So, you know, same.
But why are we as a species not in tune with it if the other animals on this planet are? Are we actually different?
Well, if we were to hear all those frequencies, it would drive us absolutely balmy, wouldn't it? If we were to hear them all, right? So we're being designed only to hear certain frequencies, get on with what we need to get on with to, you know, to thrive and survive, type of thing. So every single animal is given their senses in a very particular way to survive and thrive in their environment.
Yeah, but earthquakes and volcanoes are part of our environment, and the dog, and the wolf, and the that's what I mean. We've grown up in the same environment. You think we'd have the same requirements for survival, in essence, you know, food, fucking safety, shelter.
Look, I don't know. Like, I don't know. But you know, when it comes to hunting and all that sort of stuff, you know, you whatever animal you are, you know, you have to be in tune with a very particular thing, don't you?
Or predators, yeah, based on the predators you might have. You want to be in tune with those fuckers.
Yeah, exactly. You know, all of that gamut. You've got to be in tune with it all. So we are in tune with what is most important to us.
Nah,
now.
I can't hear a lion prowling up, stalking behind me, fucking Ben. So I don't know if you can hear it, but if I was out in the jungle and there was a lion hunting me, I wouldn't hear it. I haven't been brought up to know that shit.
Yeah, no, it is.
We're different,
It is, you know, very interesting, and everything has a particular place in Mother Nature, a very particular reason. So whatever reason, whatever reason they are there for, they have to be in tune for that reason, because everything has a purpose, doesn't it? At the end of the day.
It's a bit of a wild tangent from Sam. Well,
I know. I think we've deafened everyone. Everyone's deafened. That's what
dear.
That's what I did to the chat, Larry.
Hey, if the Earth's a ball, doesn't gravity have to exist?
Gravity exists. What's it?
Yes.
Do you guys agree
to
that?
be, yes.
Do you guys agree that the way that we came up with gravity is we were like, well, the Earth's a ball, and if we assume the Earth's a ball, then gravity has to exist.
Nope.
It literally is. That's literally how it started. That's literally how it started.
Yeah, and you know why? Is because they understood centrifugal force. They understood that if the Earth was spinning, then everything would be moving away from the surface. So they had to have something hold it down.
Yeah, it's not like they just went out and discovered gravity. They literally came up with it out of philosophical necessity.
The word gravity,
like everything.
The word gravity was hijacked. The word gravity was hijacked. Gravitas.
Yeah, of course. Gravitas means weight. Yeah, it means heavy.
Exactly. Yeah. That's right. So it was hijacked.
But this is my point. The conceptual abstraction of some type of force that's not a force now or whatever, that pulls everything to the center of a ball, just like he explained. Well, it had to explain omnidirectionality. It's an intrinsic part of the theory when you postulate a globe. So that's the first step. Objectively, gravity was just come up with as a theory out of necessity.
Because it exists.
No, it wasn't come up with because it exists. It was come up with because it would have to exist to claim the Earth's a globe. That's the first step.
To claim anything that makes sense of the world around us, gravity needs to exist.
No, that's not true at all. So the only way that you need gravity is to explain omnidirectionality.
That's not true at all.
And so you're saying I can't explain a flat Earth without gravity?
You can't explain buoyancy without gravity.
Why not?
Because gravity is a prerequisite of buoyancy.
That's incorrect. That's a cool assumption you have. But so define gravity then. If you're saying I have to have gravity for buoyancy, can you define it?
Gravity is the distortion of Earth, space, and time, which causes objects that are moving in linear paths to move towards each other.
So the only way that you can have buoyancy is to have distortion of space-time?
Yeah.
Wow, that's very profound. That's all you got?
I mean, all you have is I don't believe you, so I don't care.
No. All you have is a baseless assertion, but it's called pseudoscience. But this is the thing, my man. So everything that is material is intrinsically electrostatic, and we have a downward
You have
current.
no basis for that
I
claim.
think you accidentally interrupted me, but it's okay. So I have no basis for that claim except just objectivity. All molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature. There is no matter that exists that is not electrostatic. That's objective. So we're going to move on past you interrupting me now. We're just saying nonsense because I'm just talking about objectivity. So we have a downward current, a downward electric current on the Earth. The Earth is the ground. That's why it's called the ground. Okay, we have 100 volts to 120 volts per meter increase above that. So everything that ever falls to the ground or goes up is electrostatic within electrostatics. So
The
that's just
electrostatic potential within the Earth's atmosphere is not adequate to explain everything falling at the same rate.
Why not?
Because you could literally perform an experiment where you made something charged, put it in the air, and dropped it, and you wouldn't see a difference in the acceleration.
Actually, you can make things float with the manipulation of electrostatics.
Well, yeah, I agree that you can make things float with acceleration. Put something where that would not happen. Validate the claim, Whitsit.
Okay, here you go. Acceleration is relative to electrostatics because if we're measuring downward acceleration but it goes up, did I manipulate the downward acceleration? Yeah, game over.
Manipulated.
Game over.
The total force on the object.
Okay, so what you call weight, you attribute it to gravity. Like he said, gravitas was hijacked. It actually means heavy or how heavy something is, weight. Okay, now if you're attributing it to gravity, which you've now fallen off in a pseudoscientific fairy tale metaphysical world where you claim that space-time bends and warps.
Stop
and all
with
this
the
nonsense.
fucking bullshit tactics, Whitsit.
No,
It's just annoying. You're not going to influence anything that I think by using those bullshit tactics. Saying that pseudoscience over and over and over again doesn't make it pseudoscience.
You are spiraling. So
How do you accelerate your...
No, now it's the other Glober's turns to spiral.
How do you measure weight?
So, hey, can I ask you Goobers a question? So when one person interrupts me and then I go to continue, how is it that you take that as a cue to then you start going on to talk?
Well, because we need to team up on you, obviously.
Well, why did the conversation go from like just interrupting Whitsit and then just kind of taking into like a personal attack kind of thing? Like I guess that was Andy. Like Andy, was there a problem?
It wasn't a personal attack. I'm just tired of dishonest tactics, Gio. I'm tired of the dishonest tactics required to argue about flat Earth because it's bullshit.
Okay, so it does seem like that's okay.
Gio,
why are you just kind of exploding? He was just saying his
I'm not
viewpoint. He was speaking, and then you just instantly started calling it
because he's dishonest. He uses dishonest tactics to argue and make points, and
there was nothing dishonest about anything he said.
It's the way. It's the behavior, Gio. It's not the words that he said. It's the behavior.
Are you my dad?
The rhetoric that he uses is dishonest.
Are you my dad or something? Like, when did you get this position in which you critique? Oh, now it's people's turn.
Why is that every time Whitsit talks and he stops and then someone else starts talking and then you start talking? Always seems to be interrupting you. Why is that?
I didn't stop you, but I was in the middle of talking.
Yeah, but it's always someone interrupting interrupting you, but you never interrupt anyone else, do you?
The only time I start to interrupt is whenever you guys all start dogpiling after the initial interrupt. Now you're doing it again. You have a problem.
So you do it.
You're doing it right now. So my opinion shouldn't trigger you that much. If I'm so off, you should just be able to hear my opinion and then refute it. You shouldn't get so triggered.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying, Andy. It's like he didn't do anything. You're calling it, you're saying dishonest and tactics. You're making all these claims as if he did something. He was literally speaking about the content of the conversation.
Okay, you don't need to tell me every single time that we talk about gravity that it's pseudoscience. You don't need to tell that to a Glober. A Glober is not going to agree with you ever about that.
Then if it's not,
so there's no reason to even bring
pseudoscience-
it up in the conversation.
Okay, if it's not pseudoscience, the audience is listening. So once he's finished speaking, you can then say, well, Whitsett, I actually disagree with you, and this is why, and then you can state your point. But just kind of freaking out and trying to call him names and trying to do all that, really
I'm just
it's
telling
like you're
you,
just trying to pull a ripcord on the conversation because you're uncomfortable with the information that's being shared.
I'm uncomfortable with dishonest conversations with Austin. That's what I'm uncomfortable with because he is dishonest. If you don't see that, then you're not fucking paying attention.
So are you saying it's not my actual opinion?
You're the one doing the tactics. It's obvious.
All right, because the only way I'm being dishonest if this was not actually my stance. So that doesn't even make sense. So
You know you don't believe it, dude.
Yeah, let's see
You're kidding, man.
if you're actually.
Oh, now it's B-Ball's turn.
I guess he got what he wanted because he derailed the whole conversation.
Exactly. Now B-Ball. See, this is the part that's
It was
crazy.
my conversation that I was having. We can keep talking about it, but I just want Whitsett to stop with the rhetoric. That's all I want.
Dude, how is it your conversation when I'm
because
the
I
one,
was talking to you? I was the person talking to you.
I'm the one that brought up the fact that to postulate the globe initially, you had to come up with gravity.
And guess who responded? It was me, and you were wrong.
Are you satisfied with the 5 minutes you've wasted? Okay, we can move back on now to the point. So, like he said, gravity was hijacked effectively because it's gravitas, which is heavy, how heavy something is, or weight. So if you're claiming that something's weight is based on gravity, which you now define as what I consider pseudoscience, which you attribute physical properties, just space-time, okay?
This is dishonest tactics. Stop. Just have a normal conversation. I just want Whitsett to have a normal conversation.
Hold on,
Andy. I just want
Whitsett. Andy, you're muted. All right, I'll unmute you in 2 seconds. All right, stop with the dishonest comments that you're throwing in. Okay, now he's gone.
Wow. Yeah. Okay. So anyway, my point is just this, right? So if gravity is supposedly the causal agent of something's weight, right? That's the claim that I'm contending, right? And he's saying electrostatics isn't a sufficient replacement, as if for one, he doesn't have to prove it first before it's replaced, but nevertheless. So we're going to replace it with electrostatics. He said I couldn't. Now, if gravity is the cause of something's weight, if I can manipulate something's weight with electrostatics, then that sufficiently substantiates that its weight is relative to electrostatics. Well, if I make something float, if I make something float, it manipulates its weight, doesn't it?
Okay. Can we answer? Or are you just going to keep monologuing, or are you done?
Can actually respond? That'd be great.
Okay. So my question is, I'll answer yours. You're right. To answer your question, yes. So my question is, how do you measure the weight of something?
You just put it on. You're just measuring downward pressure on a scale over a certain area.
But that's not true, because if I stand on a scale with 1 foot and I stand on the scale with 2 feet, I've changed the pressure, but the weight hasn't changed.
Downward pressure. You've changed the downward pressure?
I have changed the downward pressure. The pressure is less or more force per area because I'm on 1 foot versus 2 feet. So I've changed the pressure. The weight hasn't changed.
All right, let's do this. Since you're asking, how about you tell me how do you weigh something?
The answer to your question is you put it on a scale, but it doesn't matter about the pressure. That's kind of irrelevant because, again...
Well, you asked me what you're measuring. So what are you measuring then?
Well, I mean, that's... How do you measure gravity, or how do you measure weight? You stand on a scale. Will you agree there?
You asked me what you're measuring.
No, I asked you how you measure weight. That was my question. How do you measure weight?
Okay.
And the answer was you put it on a
scale.
scale. That was the right answer. You're making it more complicated because that's the answer I wanted to hear.
How much does something weigh when it floats?
If you put it on a scale, it doesn't weigh anything. That's fair.
So game over.
Weight
Right?
is still
Now
the same if it's floating.
Oh, really? So we're
Yes.
measuring weight on a scale as it floats?
Okay, so you'd have to come up with a different method to measure the weight of the object if it's floating.
Like what?
So what does a human weighs 150 pounds? What does he weigh in a pool? Does he weigh less in a pool or more?
If you try to, how do you measure? How do you measure the weight of a person if he's floating?
So here's the trick. If you measure just the person weighs less. But if you measure the pool plus the person, then you got both. You got to add both weights.
Yeah, you're making my point even stronger because weight is actually not just mg like you think it is. It's relative to it's relative to coherency, location, medium. So it's medium specific. That's what the pool would be. That's my point. Okay. So next.
This is what I wanted to just make the distinction real quick. Although this does bother some people, it needs to be done. There's a distinction between weight and what could be termed as net weight or the net force, which is net weight. Because when you guys are discussing weight right now, the answers and the discussion is based around net weight, which is different than just the weight. Because I think that's what Andy was saying is the weight doesn't change because the weight doesn't change in a pool or if it's floating or anything like that. It's just the net weight will change. But the weight is consistent. It's consistently the F equals ma.
Okay. So why do we need gravity?
So you could say the net force changes.
Right.
Why do we need gravity for F equals ma?
Well, it's the A. It's what gives you the A.
So that's a claim, right? So I've already said that actually it's electrostatic acceleration because you can manipulate downward acceleration with electrostatics.
So you're changing the net force of an object that's not manipulating the weight.
Okay, so can you manipulate the weight by manipulating gravity?
Yeah, you could actually, yes.
How so?
Have you not seen the experiment where they have some apparatus where they, move a very heavy object underneath us something and it is pulled down ever so slightly more? That is manipulating the weight. That is manipulating the weight.
Can you cite it?
It might take me a minute to find it. I haven't seen it in a long time.
That's not even real, but yeah, like look, check this out. So if I have a magnet, right, and I drop it on dirt, and then I take the magnet and I drop it over still, is the magnet going to drop faster?
Yes, and we understand why that happens.
Why?
So,
why does it happen?
Because you're adding an additional force to the acceleration of the magnet.
Okay, so if I take like wood shavings and I put it in a Van de Graaff generator on a scale, and then I increase the electrostatics and the wood shavings begin to float, did I
You're
manipulate
introducing an additional force. Again, it's the same thing. You're just you can't just replace gravity with electrostatics. It doesn't work.
I can.
It doesn't work. You haven't.
Go ahead.
What's the Tesla of the?
Oh, now
is there some sort of Tesla involved here, like a measure of the magnetic or electric force?
Okay, so I'm not adding an external additional force. Electrostatics was already present. I'm just manipulating it, which is how you do science.
Kosho
You
posted the video
manipulate.
that I was talking about.
Hey, that's how you do science. You manipulate the independent variable to alter the effect to substantiate that it is the cause of the effect. So when I manipulate electrostatics, I did not add something that wasn't there.
You also didn't manipulate any kind of change in gravity. So you'd have to somehow remove the gravitational force, which you can't do on Earth.
Are you serious?
Okay,
Yes.
so that's called a begging the question. That's called a begging the question fallacy. For falsifications independent of replacement, you would have to initially substantiate gravity before you ask me to do something with
Gravity
it.
has been substantiated so much that it's ridiculous.
How did you manipulate gravity in the Cavendish experiment?
Moving masses. That is manipulating the curvature of space-time in the area around the mass. That is the manipulation of gravity.
That's called a reification.
So mass
Gravity is caused by mass. Yes,
Wait for it.
everybody
Is this
understands that.
Einstein or Newtonian gravity they're talking about?
They're both the same.
They're both the same.
That was going to be the next question. I just wanted to head it off.
No, it wasn't, extremists. I guess that you should probably shut up. So, anyway, you can actually manipulate electrostatics, the variable that can be physically proven. Right now, you're claiming something else is there, and you're telling me that I have to manipulate it and isolate. No.
Yeah,
it isn't there. It's
isolate
what's
gravity.
in contention. It's what's in, no. It isn't real.
Okay. You can come up with an experiment that you can verify that there's not electrostatics like you're normally talking about involved by making sure all the charges on all the objects are exactly the same and that there's going to be no mutual attraction because of electrostatics. And then you could do the Cavendish experiment like that. Just ground everything.
No, you can't. Actually, you would just create a circuit that way. So thanks for plan. So now we're going to go back to what I'm trying to say. You're going to interrupt me again, though, I'm sure. So the variable that we know is there is electrostatics. And if I manipulate the variable that we know is there, electrostatics, I can make things float, right? So I can manipulate acceleration, downward acceleration with the manipulation of electrostatics.
Yeah, I can do the same thing with my hand by throwing shit up in the air. Who cares?
That's a non sequitur.
So is your argument, dude.
No, it's not, because all matter is intrinsically electrostatic. You're claiming that all matter is intrinsically affected by gravity. The difference is I can actually prove mine.
Can you eliminate electrostatic? Can it be eliminated?
No.
Okay. Just
hence the word intrinsic. Yeah. So you know how you guys claim, see, you have a double standard, because now you guys want to say it's unfalsifiable, but that's what you do with gravity. Right? But ironically, I can actually prove mine.
We'll say that Andy's claim about accounting for the charge and all that, electrostatics, the Cavendish, at least the paper I have, when they measured it on the smallest material, they measured it on the gold. They described how they did that, how they accounted for the electrostatics.
No, they didn't. Did they completely eliminate the variable electrostatics?
Well, they accounted for it. So they eliminated what they could, and they accounted for what was, what was present.
They eliminated what they could, but they can't eliminate it because it's intrinsic in all matter.
Right, that's what I'm saying. They accounted for what was present. So they, limited it as much as possible, and then they accounted for what was still present.
Yeah, so as much as possible is still there.
Yeah, and then so they account for it, though, is what I'm saying.
Okay, and so the point is, he's asking me why things fall. Okay, well, things don't just fall, they go up or they go down, right? And the manipulation of electrostatics will make things go up and or down.
That's true, but there was the reason why I made a distinction earlier about net force and force is because once you have that distinction, you can net weight and weight is because once you make that distinction, you can describe the weight, which is isolated from the others, and then you can describe everything else acting on it. And any given weight measurement is going to have these other effects on it. So if when you measure something on a scale in the atmosphere, it'll have the downward weight, and it'll have some upward buoyancy, which would be something. There might be some magnetic charge somehow decreasing the weight it's giving on the scale. But whatever the case is, you would add all these forces together, and what you'd measure on the scale would just be the net weight. But that doesn't just because there's other forces acting on it doesn't mean that the weight itself is not what's bringing it down. So you can have magnetism.
No, we're trying to define weight, though. We're trying to define weight, so that was a begging the question fallacy implicitly. So
okay. Yeah, what's wrong with the definition we have about the acceleration due to gravity, and then
gravity's not real.
But that acceleration is real.
Yeah, that's right. It's incoherent dielectric acceleration. That's not in any way proving gravity, though, because I can actually prove and manipulate mine. Yours is just a story.
You can't prove incoherent dielectric acceleration.
You literally can.
You can't. You haven't done an experiment that proves incoherent dielectric acceleration.
Yes, I have.
Show us the experiment.
Okay, you can do it yourself. You ready? Take a balloon and rub it on your head, and then you can stick it. Why not?
Incoherent dielectric acceleration.
Why not?
Fucking you're adding a charge. We know you're adding a charge. We know that the charge is completely coherent. We know that it's a coherent charge. So you're not making it incoherent dielectric.
You got a little impulsive there, buddy. So when we add the charge, it's going to stick to the wall. But what happens over time to the balloon?
The charges move to the wall and the balloon falls.
Right. Now, when the balloon falls to the ground, is the balloon still electrostatic?
Yeah, everything. I mean, yes, everything has some inherent electrical properties. That is well known, but that does not get rid of gravity with it. However
First of
much
all,
you
it's
want
not
it
something
to.
that needs to be I'll have to get.
That's what you're trying to do. You're trying to say that you're trying to replace gravity with electrostatics, and it doesn't work.
No, in order for there to be a need of replacement, it needs to be substantiated. Now, again, I can prove mine. Yours is just a story.
Can we go back to that proof though? Because that's a cool test and it's fun for everybody. But can you kind of just break down how that is in any way related to the dielectric, or I'm sorry, or the incoherent? Did you say incoherent or did you say dielectric? I'm sorry.
Incoherent dielectric.
Oh, you said both.
Yeah, well, and dielectric is interchangeable with the word electrostatic.
Sure. I was asking because I thought you had said that was evidence for the incoherent nature.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's right. Because we created some coherency, right? But the charge on the surface of the balloon, as it resides, the balloon falls back to the earth. Now, the balloon is still electrostatic. The air the balloon falls in is still electrostatic, and the earth it falls to is still electrostatic. So we have one variable that's relative to all of these phenomena that's always there, and I can prove it. Your claim is just a story.
The 100 volts per meter in the atmosphere should cause the balloon to go upwards or downwards after you charge it. So that debunks your claim.
That's not true either. So if anyone thinks that that's a good point, I mean, feel free to speak up and back him up.
I'm gonna respond to your last point about the charge is still there in those three objects. That's not really the best argument because the mass is also in those three objects, and that's our claim. So
what do you mean that's your claim?
Our claim is that there's mass in all those three objects. And
wait, are you saying I'm claiming there isn't
allowing for this phenomenon?
Sorry, are you claiming that I'm saying there isn't mass?
No. I'm claiming that your argument is that this is true, and the evidence is that it's true because we see this happen, and also because they all have electrostatic properties.
Well, see, mass is not synonymous with gravity in your paradigm. I know you guys love to run around and pretend it is, but it's not.
You're right. It's the cause. Reason, we understand.
I think you accidentally interrupted me for the 400th time, but I forgive you. So the difference is that you can't manipulate gravity, so you have to claim that it's basically synonymous with mass, because that's the only thing you can manipulate, and that's called a Beck in the question fallacy, because you're now claiming that mass is intrinsically a property of gravity. Although in your paradigm, gravity has not been an intrinsic property of matter for over a century.
No, not at all. It's not synonymous, nor it's simply the property of matter that gives rise to this. So it's that pertains to that force. It's the same way that charge is a property of matter that pertains to the forces you're describing.
Mine can be
synonymous. Yeah.
Mine can actually be proven and physically manipulated, and yours is just a story.
But iris can be manipulated in the same way, though. Like, you can change the
You
charge.
can manipulate gravity.
No, but in yours, you can change the charge, in different particle or different objects. You can use different objects with different charge, and this would be how you would manipulate the your experiment. And in our case, it would be the same thing, except for we would use a property that pertains to what we're saying. We would just change the mass.
No, it's not the same thing, because I can manipulate electrostatics, and you cannot manipulate gravity. Mass is not exclusive to your paradigm.
Oh yeah, of course, I know. But in your situation, as I said, you would manipulate the electrostatics by changing the charge of the different objects that you're using, whether it's the charge of the it's just whatever you're doing. You would change the charge. You would use the objects with different charge, and you would test the results. And in our paradigm, we just change the mass and the distance these masses are from one another, and will change our results.
So thank you for your concession, because I just pointed out that in your paradigm, you have to manipulate mass because you can't manipulate gravity. You have to just try to equate the two.
In our paradigm, mass causes gravity. So why would that? It's not a conflation of the two ideas.
It's an unfalsifiable, not isolated claim. My claim can be isolated. That's the difference. Mine's real, yours is fake. Yours is pseudoscience.
How do you manipulate yours without changing the charge of whatever you're using for yours?
Who said no? No one said changing the charge. I'm talking about how you think that changing mass is equivalent to isolating your claimed independent variable.
You haven't shown incoherent dielectric acceleration. What's it?
Yes, I have, though.
Adding a charge to an object does not prove incoherent dielectric acceleration.
So are you saying that the object isn't electric?
An incoherent dielectric is a object that has basically a neutral charge on the object, right?
Let's get really fundamental here. Is there any matter that exists that isn't electrostatic?
You're not. This is just a rabbit hole. There's no reason to talk about. Yes, I already agreed with you that all objects in the fucking universe have, if it's made of matter, has
electrostatics.
Protons, neutrons, and electrons, which
Just
are
say electrostatics.
The neutrons themselves are not electrostatic.
Yes, they are.
They are not.
Kosho, do you agree?
I agree with what he said, yeah.
So neutrons are not electrostatic.
Well, they have zero charge, so.
But are they electrostatic?
I would say no, yeah.
Oh, yeah, they actually are. You've just claimed to basically negate it, and it has a resting potential. So now we're going to move back to actual matter, not subatomic pseudoscientific claims of matter. So the point is that every piece of matter in existence is electrostatic. Okay? So when I drop a piece of wood, is that wood coherent or incoherent? Uh-oh.
Are you asking if the charge on the wood is coherent or incoherent?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
The charge on the wood would be incoherent, so there would be no reason for the wood to be accelerated towards the ground.
Okay, this is getting really good. Okay, so the wood is incoherent. We've agreed the wood is electrostatic. And when I drop it and it goes to the ground, does it accelerate?
Why wouldn't it accelerate upwards? What's it?
Hey, we established that the wood is electrostatic.
You didn't establish why the incoherent dielectric acceleration accelerates things towards the ground.
Why not up?
Okay,
after all, the balloon was going up.
Oh man! So actually, the balloon wasn't going up. What are you talking about? The balloon went down. Okay, so you guys are really scared because I just broke it down with fundamental logic, okay? So he said, I can't prove incoherent dielectric acceleration. Well, I then brought up wood. We all agree that the wood is incoherent. We all agree that the wood is electrostatic. And we all agree that when the wood falls to the ground, it's accelerating. Therefore, when you drop the wood to the ground, it is incoherent dielectric acceleration.
How do you describe a magnet falling?
What about it?
Well, it's not
a
incoherent.
magnet that falls at the same rate as the piece of wood that you dropped. Why would it do that?
Does the magnet fall at the same rate over a piece of metal?
That's introducing a different variable that we didn't talk about. That wouldn't be incoherent dielectric acceleration. That'd be a magnetic repulsion, which is something different.
Okay. Well, he's the one that brought up a magnet, buddy.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. Because I'm describing the magnet falling, and it wouldn't be true to say that was incoherent dielectric acceleration, because it's not incoherent. It's a coherent charge to the material.
Okay. So if I drop that magnet over all kinds of different areas on the Earth, it will accelerate at different rates based on the composition of the Earth beneath it. You can prove that. You can prove it.
Yeah, no, but that's based on a different force that we already understand. But we're trying to define this downward force, and if we define it in the way you said, we wouldn't be able to use it in that case. It wouldn't still apply in that case.
Well, I said it's electrostatic acceleration.
That's
right.
That'd be a magnetic.
But the incoherent, is magnetics not electrostatic?
Electrostatics and magnetism are coherent, or inherently coupled, but
thanks for playing.
But that doesn't make a magnet incoherent dielectric. What's it? It would be actually a coherent dielectric.
When you guys ask about majority of matter that goes down, it's typically incoherent dielectric acceleration. What you call gravity is nothing more than incoherent dielectric acceleration. If you add coherence, you're adding an additional variable, okay? But the matter itself is within an incoherent field falling down to
There's
the
no
Earth.
reason it should go down, though. That's the problem. There's no reason that it should go down instead of up.
That's incorrect.
In your paradigm, there's no reason incoherent dielectric acceleration causes things to drop to the ground and not just move towards each other or upwards or sideways.
That's incorrect, because we have a negative charge on the surface of the Earth.
Okay, that wouldn't cause an incoherent dielectric to accelerate downwards. What's it?
So try and keep up.
It wouldn't cause it to move.
Try and keep up, okay? So, for one, you obviously are going to have to factor in density, which is based on the charge because it's compactness of matter. But secondly, we have a downward current towards the surface of the Earth, and it's measurable and provable. See, there's a recurring theme here. Everything I'm stating is objective and provable. Everything you're stating is pseudoscientific metaphysics.
What's this downward current equal to? Is it equal to something? Is there a number?
It's really, really, really fucking tiny.
Is it there though?
Not everywhere, no. If you're in a building, if you could eliminate it. Let's say we build a metal dome, I don't remember what they're called, a Faraday cage, and then you can validate whether or not your incoherent dielectric acceleration works within the Faraday cage, where you eliminate the variable of the charge in the atmosphere.
Okay, so you never eliminate the variable of electrostatics. A Faraday cage doesn't eliminate it.
So what
you don't even
you would be
understand
doing is
Faraday cages.
reducing the effect of the charge in the atmosphere to see if it accelerates at a different rate.
Oh,
if it doesn't, that would be no. That's because you have to be honest with it. You have to come with an experiment that actually shows that the variable that you're talking about is actually doing what you're saying that it's doing.
You're trying to talk fast now too, because you had to change your claim. So I'm going to now expose you. So first you said that we could eliminate it with a Faraday cage. Then you knew I was about to expose you, so you backtracked, and now you're saying, oh, well, we can just try to control it and negate it as much as possible, but it's still there. A Faraday cage does not attain zero. That's ridiculous. And if you think it does,
it would significantly reduce the effect of the charge in the atmosphere. Your claim is that the charge in the atmosphere is causing the incoherent dielectric acceleration. Or really, your claim was that the current in the atmosphere is causing the acceleration, which is total non sequitur. But you could validate that claim with it by putting it in a Faraday cage, and you'd have completely different
Wrong.
Potential field inside the Faraday cage than you would outside of the Faraday cage. Then you could drop something within the Faraday cage and outside of the Faraday cage and see if they fall at the same rate.
Okay, but you admitted yourself that it's very, very weak, and you've also admitted
100 volts per
yourself
meter is quite a bit.
now. Oh, so now you're
I know that's
contradicting
100 volts per
yourself.
meter in
Now
a
you're contradicting
dry
yourself.
desert.
Now you're contradicting
Not the
yourself.
same
Okay.
everywhere.
Now you're contradicting yourself. So,
I didn't contradict anything that I said.
Yeah, you did. You said it was very weak, and now you're saying it's not weak. So that's a
100 volts per meter is pretty weak. It's a pretty weak charge.
Okay, so is it weak or not weak?
It's a weak charge. Yes, 100 volts per meter
Okay.
is a weak charge.
Okay, so try not to interrupt me just so you can contradict yourself. It's really making this take way too long, okay? Maybe you should just come watch my channel. I'll break it down for you so that way you can't interrupt me and you can actually learn, okay? So, incoherent dielectric acceleration. We have downward current on the Earth. Now, if you put a Faraday cage, you didn't eliminate it, you just weakened it. But it's already very, very weak. The reason that this was invoked is because you guys thought you have some home run question, and you said, there's no reason that it would go down instead of up. Explain why it goes down.
The current in the atmosphere doesn't explain why things fall. The current in the atmosphere is not a valid explanation for why things fall.
So I explained what creates the downward bias, and it's very, very weak. The reason I explained that is because you guys asked for the reason. Now, admit that you were refuted when you claimed that there's no reason that it would go down instead of up.
Yeah, so you could validate that claim too. You could charge something, right? You could charge something negatively, you could charge something positively, and you could see if that affects the downwards acceleration.
Okay, so you could do that.
Have you done that?
Yeah, you can actually manipulate the charge, and you can make things go up in the air. And
right, maybe with something like a piece of paper, you can make float. We understand.
So you're making my point even stronger. You're making my point even stronger, which is that it's very,
a fucking
very
piece
weak.
of paper.
Yeah, it's very weak. That's my point. Thanks for playing. You'll never, ever, ever win this argument ever. I've thought about your side.
You haven't done enough experimentation to validate your claim. What's it? And
that's
I know
very
that
ironic because you've done none. Okay, so anyway, if I can manipulate the charge and things go up, that refutes your claim that it doesn't affect the acceleration. Now, if you really wanted to see, what you would do is you would increase the charge significantly. Because it's so weak, you would have to increase it significantly. You would also have to drop it from a pretty high height, right? So this is almost never done. So you're telling me that if I drop something from 50,000 feet in the air, it's just going to go at 9.8 meters per second squared the whole way, all the way down, every single time?
Until it reaches its terminal velocity and you have significant drag on the object.
Right. So we'd have to control the variable of drag, which means we'd have to have this gigantic vacuum chamber.
And
Can
they
you
did
please?
that, didn't they?
No, they didn't. It wasn't very tall at all. You're losing. Okay.
How tall do you need this? You need it to be 40,000 feet in the air? Is that how tall you want it to be?
Yeah, honestly, because it's so weak.
A 40,000 tall foot vacuum chamber.
To see a measurable difference, you would have to have a very tall vacuum chamber because it's so weak. Wow. Now, you guys asked me, why is there a downward bias?
Let's see your calculations that validate that claim.
You guys asked me why there's a downward bias. I just explained it. Extremist, do you have anything to say since you said that I couldn't explain it? Do you now understand that I clearly can? Interesting. Of course, silence is equivalent to Glober concession. We know that because
you might have just walked away. You don't know.
I do know.
You can't see his face. You can't see what he's doing.
You guys always do this because you guys will never concede that you were wrong. You will just say
neither will you because you're wrong all the goddamn time.
All right. Before we go,
you admit when I'm wrong. So.
Before we go into that whole thing, I feel like you didn't address my criticisms. Of course, you did bring up reasons, but I don't think they were valid. Like when you said about the So I asked you about the magnet, like how's a magnet in that thing? I don't think the answer was very adequate. And also, when you described it in the first place, you said you can test for incoherent dielectric acceleration, and you would do that with the balloon. I saw that was related, and I don't think that answer was. It showed how that test was related to that.
Well, we'll see if you're honest, okay? So, is a piece of wood coherent or incoherent?
We've told you it's incoherent.
Okay. Is a piece of wood electrostatic?
Inherently, everything is, sure.
Okay, if I drop this piece of wood to the ground, does it accelerate?
Yes, it does. Yes.
So that would be incoherent dielectric acceleration.
That is an
hold on.
incoherent dielectric accelerating. That is not incoherent dielectric acceleration. You're conflating two things there. What's it?
Well, it's not just
would that be
that
incoherent dielectric acceleration? Yes or no?
The argument you just said is you could replace what you just said with mass, because that's also true about that object. And
so you can't answer the question.
No, I can't answer the question. I mean, I answered all those questions actually just now.
And then
I don't see how
you ran away from the final question.
You said, "Is it dielectric acceleration?" I'm telling you, no. I mean, there's no reason to claim. You could, if you're going to claim that, you could just as easily claim it was the mass that did it.
Okay. So if something is incoherent and it's electrostatic and it accelerates, then it is objectively incoherent electrostatic acceleration.
You could just say that about anything moving ever, anything accelerating ever.
Now you're catching on.
So that's why it's stupid, Witsit.
You actually can't see.
That's
You
why
said
your claim is stupid, because you try to claim it about anything ever. Only I can actually prove mine.
Yeah, but what Andy said the first time, I think, was more correct. But because when you said that, then that's incoherent dielectric acceleration. But that's not what that is. What it is it's an incoherent dielectric accelerating. That's true. But to conflate, to correlate, or to conflate the fact that it's doing that because of that is there's no evidence for that. And like I said, if you're going to claim that, you're going to claim that by the logic you just did, you could easily replace those words with mass, and it would still be true.
So if I change the mass of something, it'll accelerate faster?
No.
Okay, so cool story. So, if
I
manipulate
on Earth, no. Hold on, I validate it. On Earth, no. But if you are strictly comparing two objects, like if you have you're doing a Cavendish, then yes.
So you're asking why things accelerate downward. You're claiming that it's because of gravity. Now, that means that if I could manipulate gravity, I could make things float. Right?
Sure. I mean, if you can manipulate some of the properties of the apparatus, namely the mass, you make things float, sure.
Well, if you're claiming that downward acceleration is because of gravity, then that means that if you manipulated gravity, you can make things float.
Yeah, well, like I said, properties, like the mass, namely, but yeah.
No, just manipulating your claimed cause, which is gravity, not mass.
No, but that's what early. I mean, there's criticism about your paradigm as well. Earlier, when I said in your paradigm, you're not manipulating the electrostatics or the electricity or the magnetism. You're manipulating the charge, and so you indirectly manipulate the other by manipulating the property of the material.
What the hell are you talking about? I'm not manipulating the electrostatics. I'm just manipulating the charge.
No, but by the same argument you're making about mass and gravity. Like with gravity, you're manipulating the mass and the distance, and that manipulates the gravity, but you're actually manipulating the mass and the distance.
Just always assume I'm setting you guys up for the follow-up question. Okay, so now if gravity is the cause of downward acceleration, then if I manipulate gravity, I could make things float. Now, if electrostatics is the cause of downward acceleration, if I manipulate electrostatics, I can make things float. Well, guess what? Only one of those happens in reality. If I manipulate electrostatics, I can make things float.
Can you describe to me how you would manipulate the electrostatics?
Yeah, use a Van de Graaff generator. And you
increase what will this do?
Yeah, by moving the wheel, the motion will actually transfer electrostatics to the object, and it will float.
Yeah, but what means is this transference happening? What's the phenomena that's occurring?
What's the relevance of that? Are you denying
Because what you're not saying is what I've been insisting is happening, which is you're manipulating the charge. You're manipulating the charge.
Exactly.
So you're
Stripping or adding electrons to a surface.
You're manipulating the charge. You're manipulating the charge, which indirectly manipulates the electrostatic nature of whatever it is you're doing.
Indirectly?
Yes. You indirectly.
What kind of charge is it?
Whatever, depending on what you're doing. And in the case of the
Van de Graaff generator.
Yeah, what kind of charge is it? The charge comes from the field.
What kind of charge is it? I didn't ask you where it came from.
What do you mean, like what
It's
kind
both.
of charge? Yeah,
It's both. You've got some surfaces. You're removing electrons from one, creating a like a discrepancy, like a differential between the actual dome and the.
Didn't ask what we were doing. Didn't ask where it was coming from. I asked what kind of charge is it.
There's only two types.
What kind of charge are you manipulating with the Van de Graaff generator?
I don't understand what you're, because there's only two types of charge, and
just guess one. He's looking for an answer. Just guess one.
Let's say positive and also negative.
Okay, so do you know what a Van de Graaff generator is?
Yeah, it's like this is the thing where you can make the ship move. Like you can put like pencil shavings in there, and you can make you can like show the field basically.
Okay, so how do you make things move with the Van de Graaff generator?
Well, like I said, you're manipulating the charge. Usually the thing will have the material in there will have charge, and you manipulate the field, and the field the charge behaves in the field.
Okay, so what kind of charge are you manipulating with the Van de Graaff generator, Kosha?
I mean, as I said, positive and negative.
It's electrostatics, dude.
Yeah, exactly. A charge inherently is electrostatics. That's clear.
Okay, so whenever you say it's not electrostatics, it's just the charge, and then 1 minute later you say, yeah, duh, charge is intrinsically electrostatic, you have contradicted yourself.
Let me make it clear what I'm stating, so that I think you would agree with me. But you're not following what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, let's take two cases here. We have electrostatics, we have electromagnetism, we have electricity, we have magnetism. And this is the name of the phenomena, the force. Okay, this is so we'll say electrostatics. Okay, and what you as a experimenter or a person is going to be able to have any effect on is the charge. You're going to manipulate the material, whether you're going to use some outside field to do something with the charge, or you're going to use an object that has different charge. You as a person are going to have a effect with this force by dealing with its charge. And when you talk about the case of gravity, it's the same thing. It's not like you are doing anything with gravity. That's just the name of the phenomena. You interact with the mass, whether it's the distance between the masses or you change the object with different mass, but it's these properties of the material that you experiment with to understand those phenomena. So it's not like one has, one superior than the other.
Well, it does, because one is actually real and can be proven and physically manipulated.
The charge can be physically manipulated.
That's right.
Yeah, and so can the mass.
No. Can you physically manipulate gravity without reifying it?
Jesus, I don't understand how this isn't. You're not following the charge.
Dude, is there anyone else in here that's hearing this?
The charge is the property that you're manipulating, and that's perfectly reasonable.
We're all hearing it.
Gravity, the mass is the property that you're manipulating.
So no. What I think he's saying is, if it's electrostatic versus gravity, then you're manipulating the charge, but not electrostatics. Gravity, you're manipulating.
What is electrostatics?
Hold on.
Yeah, how do you manipulate the charge but not electrostatics?
But with gravity, you're manipulating the mass, not the gravity.
How do you manipulate charge? Yeah, but it's a stupid point, because how can you manipulate charge without electrostatics?
That was my point, is that you manipulate the electrostatics indirectly by first actually manipulating the charge. And then so by extension, there's an electrostatic difference in whatever it is you're doing, and you've now affected that. And the same thing with gravity. In gravity, there's a
That is
gravitational effect, and you
electrostatics.
manipulate the mass to see that effect.
Yeah, but you've got time and you've got space. You've got other things than just mass. Mass alone isn't gravity, is it?
So hold on. So you're equating electrostatics with charge, but do electrostatics have?
That's what electrostatics is. It's standing charges. That's what it is.
Are there other properties? Is my question. I don't know the answer to that. That's why I said. Are there other properties besides charge?
That's literally what electrostatics
They need to be stationary, not moving.
My goodness.
Okay.
Okay. So, yeah, you can't manipulate the charge without manipulating electrostatics because the charge is intrinsically electrostatic. A Van de Graaff generator is an electrostatic generator. Okay, so what you're doing is you're manipulating the electrostatic charge. That's what a Van de Graaff generator does. When you do this, you can make things float.
I agree with you. Yeah.
Yeah. So can you show me the gravity machine that makes things float, please?
Sure. As I told you, when you manipulate the mass, and we'll use we'll include density in that when we talk about mass. So yeah, you can manipulate the mass, the density, and show things floating. Yeah, it's not hard.
Wow. So we have
you can also substantiate that that's exactly what you're doing because the forces that are obtained in any kind of buoyancy apparatus or whatever, it's going to be equal to the downward forces of those volumes, like whether it's the volume of water or volume of air or whatever.
Okay,
And
so
you
we
don't
have
need a Van de Graaff generator to do it.
This is so funny, bro. So we have two baskets, right? In one basket, we can manipulate electrostatics and change the direction of acceleration. In the other basket, we claim gravity is the cause of acceleration. But of course, in this basket, we don't have a generator that's going to manipulate space-time. It's just a freaking claim. It's a baseless assertion. So in one basket, we have an actual, viable, empirical, testable, repeatable, falsifiable, physically manipulated phenomenon. In the other basket, we have a pseudoscientific, metaphysical, abstract concept that can't be verified.
Okay, check this out. You gotta follow along with this stuff, dude. And I'm gonna do my best to be concise about this. But in those two baskets, this is what you have. You have electrostatics in one basket. You have gravity in the other basket. These are the name of these two phenomena, or two forces, or whatever. Okay, in one basket you have the property of the material that allows you to adjust or manipulate this phenomena. And one in the electrostatics, it's the charge, and in the gravity basket, it's the mass. You know, there's some other things like distance in both baskets, but those are the main properties of the material. In the electrostatics, this happens because the charge behaves in the electromagnetic field, which you manipulate by again messing with the charge of the field.
Mass is in both baskets, buddy.
Hold on. Yeah. So is electrostatics. Yes, they're both in both baskets, but we're talking about the baskets these baskets pertain to what those phenomena are. So
if you manipulate mass, you're manipulating the electrostatics, though.
How so?
Because the more surface you have, the more charge you have.
Yeah, but the surface has nothing to do with the mass.
He just changed the mass.
Wow. So how much mass something has no relation to charge?
Yeah, it doesn't have the charge can be described without ever bringing up the mass. And if the same material is if you're increasing that material, then the charge is going to increase by the fact that you're using that same material. But you can use two totally different masses and have the exact same charge.
Okay, so both baskets have mass. One of them is claiming, both baskets have mass. One basket's claiming the causal agent is electrostatics that can be physically manipulated and you can change the direction of acceleration. The other basket is claiming that the bending and warping of space-time results in downward acceleration. Now, for the one basket to compete with the electrostatic basket, you need to manipulate the bending and warping of space-time. Now, the only thing you can do now is claim that whenever you manipulate mass, you are manipulating the bending and warping of space-time. That is just a pseudoscientific begging the question fallacy. However, in my basket, you can literally, physically manipulate the cause. So one's real, substantial, eons ahead of the other basket. The other basket is just sitting over there, made up fairy tales.
Well, as I told you before, which you didn't let me finish, so I maybe have to get to that point. But in the case of space-time bending because of mass, in the case of electrostatics, you have the field, the field around the object or whatever there's different strength now, and this is going to be due to the charges in that field. So in both cases, you have the property of the material, which are influencing the field, which are then emanating this force. And that's not my main point. That was
redundant.
Say what?
This is so redundant because you keep on trying to differentiate charge and electrostatics, but you can't do that.
I'm not differentiating them. I'm actually describing the properties of what in both cases, one is a phenomena, right? And then one is the property of the material that you adjust to adjust that phenomena. So in both cases, they have the same, as you say, limitations for gravitation. They both have the same properties and the same effect. And all this stuff. One is not more limited over the other.
Make it float? If I change the mass of something, can I make it float?
If you adjust the mass of something in more ways than just the way you just described it, yes, you can make it float. But
let's get specific here, because if I manipulate electrostatics, I can make it float. Now I've proven my cause.
That's not specific, though.
Yes, it is.
That wasn't specific. What you just said.
Yes, it is. If I manipulate electrostatics, I can make something float. You cannot manipulate mass and the bending and warping of space-time relative to make something float. You can just claim that if something floats, that's what's happening. The difference is I'm physically inputting my causal agent, physically manipulating it, proving it in the real world. You're literally just making up a story.
No, what you just said wasn't specific in any kind of way whatsoever. And if I use the same specificity, I could do the same thing. However, I can get more specific and very easily show, like as I told you a minute ago, when you manipulate the mass to volume ratio of the medium or the object in it, what you get is you get an object that both objects are being compelled downwards, but now the object is going to be accelerating upward, and the rate is going to be equal to the downward force of that medium, of that same volume. So it's showing you that the effect has nothing to do with charge or anything like that, and has everything.
Now you're manipulating the medium.
Has everything to do with its mass.
No, with
and
the medium.
the point that I didn't get a chance to ask you a second ago, because you keep saying that the mass has to do in both cases.
You just manipulated the medium.
Yeah, but what property of the medium?
The density.
Right, and what is density? Does it have anything to do with charge?
You're about to get destroyed. So density is the compactness of matter. So if something has a stronger charge, the matter will be more compact.
Yeah. Okay. So what density is the mass divided by the volume, right? So the mass is what you are is going to be what you're adjusting here, or the volume, but in relation to the mass, and the charge is going to be in no way related to it. And
wrong.
No, that's absolutely the truth.
Density is compactness of matter, which is relative to charge.
It's not. And the other thing
is.
It's not. There's no point arguing that. But
are things that are more dense have more charge? Yes or no?
No, not inherently.
Really? So the periodic chart needs to get thrown away then.
No, dude. I don't know if you know this, but there's material that have a neutral charge. This means that it doesn't matter how much of that material you have, the charge is still neutral.
What material has a neutral charge?
Anything that is internally stable. If it's internally
name one piece of matter, please.
The wood, the incoherent chargeless wood. It's gonna have the charge is gonna cancel each other out.
So the wood is electrostatic, but it's neutral.
Yeah, that's why it doesn't attract anything. That's why there's no electrical.
Doesn't conduct.
So what?
Well, no, that would be. It's because it's not coherent. That's why it doesn't conduct. So.
Yeah, there's no. If you were to measure it with anything, like a gauge meter or whatever, you're not gonna have any sort of
wrong
charge that you're gonna see.
So if I scoot my foot on the ground and then I touch the wood, I can transfer electrostatics to the wood, right?
Yeah, you can transfer charge to it. Yeah, absolutely.
So you're claiming that the wood isn't electrostatic?
No, I'm claiming that it's got a neutral charge until you introduce some. Yeah,
the actual matter of the wood itself.
You can ground it, and then
the actual matter of the wood itself is held together by electrostatic charge.
That's fine. But that's not the point of what we're discussing. You brought the wood up because we're talking about, if you add more of it, are you going to create more charge? But the charge is already neutral.
I didn't say if you add more of it.
You said if you add more, if you change the mass, you're going to add more.
No, we were talking about density.
Yeah, that's right. You make it more dense. Sure. Yeah. So
Compactness of matter is proportionate to charge.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not. You're not going to add any charge to it.
No, okay. So let's see if we can do a thought experiment here for you, right? Okay. So if we have some matter and then we have a little machine in the middle and it's electrostatic charge. If I turn the dial on the little machine in the middle up and increase the charge, it's going to draw via attractive force. It's going to draw that matter towards the center and make it more compact. Okay, all matter and all density is intrinsically electrostatic, right? Okay. So this is the variable that can actually be proven. You had to go in your little basket over here, which is just getting obliterated. It's not even a basket anymore. You had to go and manipulate the medium. So now you're getting into a density relationship of an object and its medium, which is both electrostatic. The object and the medium are electrostatic.
Will you allow me to finish speaking? Yeah.
You're just making my point stronger.
No. You're making your points, and I'm not able to make my points. What's happening? Because I've already told you, right? Because you say things and then you don't allow responses for them. Because you said masses in both cases, in both baskets. It's not in your basket. You haven't substantiated that.
Just went out.
And hold on, because that's one point, right? The other point is the one you're saying now about density. Now you're saying density, which is strictly related to its mass. You're saying it's actually a product of the charge of the electrostatics, right? And if you change the density, you're going to change the you're going to add charge to it, which is not going to happen. So I don't know why you're saying these things. And
what's the formula for density? Mass over volume. How does charge play a role in mass over volume?
Just like I'm looking for a video. You guys all love Jace. I'm gonna let him tell you guys so you guys can just stop acting like you're teaching me. I'm gonna let him tell you. Okay? So just a second. Go on, Coach. Talk forever about how somehow I didn't physically manipulate my causal agent, and you've yet to do so without reifying it and attributing physical properties to concepts. You go ahead and tell me how your basket's somehow real, and you can manipulate space-time to make things float. Go ahead.
So what I'm going to have to do, because you're acting like you don't hear things or you don't understand things, and instead of saying that that's true or not true, I'm just going to have to make a picture that have just the words on them that show you what the properties are in either case. And these baskets, right, that were these baskets that have these two forces in it, because in both cases, though both baskets have material, which there is a certain property of that material that is pertinent to this phenomena. In one case, it's the charge, and the other case is the mass, right? And they are not in either. They're not interchangeable in either basket. So the the electrostatics is not going to be related to the mass, and the gravity is not going to, need the electrostatics to explain it. So I don't know why you're saying that they're in either basket. But yeah, and the way you manipulate these phenomena is by affecting those properties of those materials. And the fields, in both cases, one is electromagnetic field, one's space-time, these are affected by the properties of that material existing in that field. So I don't know how you can say that, in one case you can manipulate something, and in the other case you can't, because in both cases you're manipulating the property of the matter, and that affects the phenomena. So you can say that you are affecting you're manipulating the electromagnetism or the electrostatics, but you're doing that by manipulating the charge of the apparatus or the material.
Hey, does anyone know I'm not going to keep going in circles with you. Does anyone know Man of Consciousness current screen name by chance? Like Man of Water, Man of Consciousness. Anyone know his current screen?
Yo, what's up? What's up?
Oh, what's up, bro? I'm trying to find my DMs with you. What's your screen name?
I don't think we've ever DM'd before, bro. Also, this is a new account, man.
Okay, I see your name now.
Flawed.
Damn, it's a new account. I sent you a video of Jace. You remember that?
I'm not Jace.
I screen recorded him though about density.
You sent me a video.
No, I want to put it in the chat. That's what I'm gonna do because I'm not
can't find it. So summarize it.
Well, yeah, he admits that density is relative to. If you actually want to figure out the technical density of something, you're going to have to account for its charge. And I'm just going to let him explain it to you so you guys can grab it. I'll find it.
I'm not Jake.
I know that. I'm saying
He says he DM'd you the video or something.
How do you describe the density of a neutron star?
Oh, now we're talking about neutron stars. Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm asking about neutron
It's
stars.
perfectly logical, though, isn't it? Really, when you think about it.
It's absolutely logical, yeah.
Yeah, so a denser item would have more, even if it's just surface charge. Not necessarily, you could make them equal, but it would have the potential, a denser item, to hold more surface charge.
Yeah, but a neutron star, the charge is not relevant to describe it. So.
A neutron star.
Yeah, but the density, however,
to get the neutron star. Go back to what we were talking about before, where you just got the masses and attraction, and we're talking about electrostatics. Density does matter because the atoms are packed closer together. Therefore, the potential to have more surface charge is greater.
But that's
doesn't
not the question.
mean it will have it though.
That's not the question. The question is about density, not does the density affect the charge, but is the density defined by the charge, or is it that the charge or whatever, can it be described using the charge? Which there's cases where no, it cannot. The charge is irrelevant in describing the density.
When we talk about neutron stars.
Well, no, I mean, like I told you, with things that are already just dielectric or that are already neutral. They have neutral charge because the charge is already canceling each other out. So in those cases, you make something more dense. You're not changing anything to do with the charge.
No, you're right. You couldn't reverse it. You couldn't take something's surface charge and then equate its mass or its density. No, you couldn't do that.
I'm saying that's the fundamental intrinsic property that holds matter together is electrostatics. So any type of compactness of that matter is intrinsically relative to charge.
Yeah, but that's not always
but
true.
Electrostatics has to do with surface charge, like stationary surface charge.
Not just surface charge, because all molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature.
No.
But they're all locked in though. They're all doing their thing. It's the surface charges that can change and are free to interact.
Well, we're not talking about manipulation of density. We're talking about what is the cause of its density in general. Like, to say that you can isolate the two phenomena is incorrect. It is impossible.
I thought the whole point of this was to so that we could have mass in both baskets. Density mattered.
Well, yeah, of course you can. Yeah, we do have mass in both baskets. That's my point. Like, first of all,
He was
mass.
claiming that we don't.
Yeah, but mass is not even agreed upon. Like if you use mass spectroscopy, for example, guess what you're doing? You're trying to get a quote unquote mass to charge ratio. That's like one of the most supposedly specific quantification methodologies of mass.
Yeah, that's fine. But the point of these baskets is to so for instance, when you're using something like Coulomb's law or any of these other laws or equations like Maxwell's equations to describe the electrostatics or the magnetism or the electricity, you don't the mass is not required, the density is not required. It's true that you can have specific situations where you're changing things with the mass or the density, and they will have an effect on what you're doing. That's true. But in these and describing these forces, they're not needed, not relevant, right? And it's a case for both. So in the case of gravity, it's not necessary to bring up electrostatics or charge or any of that kind of stuff because it's just the mass and the distance.
But you have to talk about the charge, though, don't you?
Oh.
Well, you have to talk about the increment of charge, and that is fundamentally based around the density.
No.
Yeah, watch. I'm going to play Jay. I found it. So everyone listen. I dropped it, but I'm going to play it, and you tell me if you agree or disagree.
Does gas is first relative to its density? Sure. Density is intrinsically relative to electrostatics because density is defined as the compactness of matter. The average density is a formula, and if you really want to get the real density, you do crystallography, you measure the unit cells, and those are held together through electrostatics.
Agree? Disagree? Comments? He on deaf, and maybe he's listening to it.
Molecules are held together by the electron orbitals, right? So I suppose.
Yeah, there's no suppose. All molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature. It's just subjective.
It's not so much electrostatic. It's I think it's the weak force.
It is literally electrostatic.
Yeah, I agree with what he said. Yeah, I don't see how that substantiates what you said.
I said that all density is intrinsically relative to charge. You can't separate the two.
Can I just add something just for thought? The whole PVC pipe experiment, whereby you run just air, breeze over PVC pipe, or if you want to, you can use a woolen rag or whatever. Now, by doing this, it builds up static charge on the outside, right? Now, the thicker, i.e. the more dense that pipe, the more charge that pipe can build. Now, it's got nothing to do with will it build it or will it always be, have more charge because it's denser or anything like that, but it has the potential to. And that's where I think we're getting in the weeds here. Just because it has the potential doesn't mean it has to. And just because it hasn't got the charge doesn't mean it's not capable of having it.
Yeah,
okay, but this is the problem, dude. He's claiming the causal agent for density. Actually, let me not put words in his mouth. Kosho, what's the cause of density? Since you asked me that question and you're not satisfied with my answer, you answer it.
The cause of density or the definition of it?
That's a dumb question.
Yeah, that's a very weirdly worded question. It doesn't have a cause. It does have a definition, though. And density can be caused by lots of things, dude. What are you talking about? You can be caused because you're sitting on something.
It's compactness of matter.
Yeah, that's the definition. That's the definition of it. That's not the cause of it. That doesn't.
Well, I know that. I know we've already defined it. Okay, compactness of matter, and the only way that you have the matter is the electrostatic attractive forces within the matter. Okay, so
that's
that
not
is just objective.
That's not. What happens is that you have a nucleus with protons and neutrons, and depending on how many it has, there will be so many shells, electron shells, that are available to be occupied by electrons. So if a material, if an atom has an empty spot, it has a hole, as they would call it, then another atom of a different kind comes along and it has an extra electron. Then they bind together.
We know this. It's not what we're talking about.
It's not really electrostatic.
You're right with the electrostatic charges pulling things together, but what I'm trying to get across, and it may be irrelevant, but it doesn't matter how dense something is, even if the electrostatic forces are pulling it together, it can still have zero electrostatic force on the surface.
Yeah.
Its potential is for loss. Yeah, okay.
Technically, that's non sequitur to my point, but I see what you're saying. But Brenda, what you're saying is irrelevant. Are you going to say it again?
I'm going to say something different. I'm going to say it would have a neutral charge. It would have an even number of positive and negative charges on the surface.
Okay. Again, not relevant.
Well, it's relevant because
I just cited it.
So it's relevant in that some materials would be electrostatically neutral. They would have neither positive nor negative charge. And so they would not interact with other materials easily.
That would be artificial, though, in my opinion, because everything in nature has fields and shit running through it and breezes and whatever. So I think everything in nature in its own environment would have charge. Yes, you can do things to take that away. But
actually, most things are neutral because positive charges and negative charges are going to seek each other out and neutralize.
Yeah, but we're in a dynamic environment, so it's always fluctuating, always in flux.
That's why we have lightning, right? Because the friction of the cloud.
Yeah, welcome to flat Earth.
Builds up a static charge. Eventually, it becomes large enough that it can bridge the gap between the cloud and the ground.
Yeah, welcome to flat Earth. Shirts in the back, snacks on the way.
Electricity doesn't prove a flat Earth.
Well,
better have some fucking jerky.
You're just now jumping in here, but we're talking about how. Let me give you the context so you can try your best to obfuscate away from it. Yeah, and you can more efficiently obfuscate once you kind of know the context. Okay, so this started with the simplicity and the objectivity of my statement that gravity was not just discovered. The idea of a sphere Earth was proposed, and it is a necessity that gravity exists to explain omnidirectionality. Okay. Now, then I was bombarded with Glovers saying I can't explain why things go down and not up. I can't explain why downward acceleration is consistent and blah, 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 blah. And then I explained that I very clearly can. All matter is intrinsically electrostatic. The air that it falls within is intrinsically electrostatic. The surface of the Earth is intrinsically electrostatic. You can try your best to control these variables, but you can never eliminate them or negate them. Okay? So everything that falls to the ground is electrostatic. Now, if that's the cause of acceleration, then we would be able to manipulate it and prove it. Well, we can literally manipulate electrostatic charge and make things float. We can change the direction of acceleration with the manipulation of electrostatics, i.e. the independent variable, the causal agent. Now, you're claiming space-time, the bending and warping of it specifically. Now, if you want to try to step up here where I'm at with actual science and try to pretend yours is just as viable, you're going to need to manipulate the bending and warping of space-time.
Why don't we state
and
our own
show
argument?
that is your argument.
No, we'll say our own argument. You just said yours, and then we get the opportunity to say ours. And in our case, we manipulate the mass just like you manipulated your charge. So there's no
the difference is though, you're just begging the question and reifying your claim when you say that you manipulate the mass, i.e., therefore I am bending and warping space-time. That's just you claiming that and reifying it. The difference with what I'm saying is you can physically manipulate and prove it.
So why do things fall down?
Okay, so first of all, not everything falls down. Okay, now if we're going to talk about why do things fall down that do fall down, I've already explained it. We have a downward current towards the surface on the Earth. Everything that falls to the Earth is electrostatic. The air it falls within is electrostatic, and the ground itself is electrostatic. The bias, quote unquote, is there because of the downward current resulting in a downward electric pressure.
But there's no, so I still don't understand.
I know.
I know, yeah. So I'm trying to figure it out. So, simply being electrostatic doesn't really tell me why. Is it because it's positively charged or negatively charged?
Well, it's because the air above the Earth has an equipotential increase of positive charge, 100 volts per meter. The surface of the Earth is negatively charged. This results in a very weak downward current towards the Earth, resulting in a downward electric pressure. That's what sets the quote-unquote bias.
A current? Also, there's like a wind?
No, there's a downward electric current on the Earth. You didn't know that?
Are you saying there's an electric wind?
Why are we talking about wind?
Well, you said there was a current.
She's trying to fucking play dumb, mate. That's why.
Not. I'm trying to figure out his thoughts on this, and he's saying.
Would you call electron flow through a wire? Would you call that wind, Brenda? Would you bring wind into it then, or not?
He's saying that there's a downward current in the air, so it makes me think that there's some kind of a wind, maybe an electric wind, not a literal wind, but an electric wind. And I want to know if I'm right, if I guessed right.
Okay, you keep going then.
No, let's not keep going. All right, so how about you just answer this question, Brenda? Are you denying that there is a downward electric current on the Earth? Are you claiming that you didn't know that? Are you trying to gain clarity? Specify exactly what you're saying. Are you saying you didn't know that?
And I don't understand.
Okay, well, do you agree that positive goes to negative?
Isn't it negative to positive? Doesn't current go from negative to positive? I'm not sure.
Okay, so it's just the stronger charge is going to initiate the movement, right?
Well,
so
no, direction. There's a direction. It goes. If you put a positive charge and a negative charge close to each other, the current will flow one particular direction. But I can't remember if it's positive or negative.
Positive goes to negative. So we have 100 volts per meter increase from the surface of the Earth. That's positive charge. So the higher you go, the more positive charge you have. Okay, this positive charge is going to result in a downward current towards the negative charge, which is the surface of the Earth. Okay, so there's an electric current. You can prove this. Let's just save some time. You can prove it. You can use an electrostatic motor. You can tie a wire to it, and it will harness the downward current, and it'll run the motor. It's called a corona motor. Okay, we have a downward electric current on the Earth. Now it's very, very weak, right? You couldn't power your house with this motor, but that's not what we need. We just need this very slight bias that you guys are so obsessed with.
So
right?
I'm
proving it.
Yeah, so I'm just going to deny that there is an electric current flowing from the air to the ground. The air is an excellent.
You can prove it.
I don't have to.
You can prove it yourself. You can.
You can prove it. So how are you going to deny it?
I can't bend space-time, Brenda. I can't warp space-time, but you can prove this yourself in your backyard with a bit of wire.
What's the hypothesis?
What's
there's
the
a potential.
hypothesis of what? Yeah, there's a downward electric pressure because of the downward current on the Earth.
Yeah, I understand now. So I don't think that that's the case. You have a hypothesis, and I think you need to demonstrate that, do an experiment to show that your hypothesis is true.
Okay, before we get to that, do you agree that if that is true, then that would explain a slight downward bias?
A downward bias in what?
On the Earth.
No, it won't.
So a downward electric pressure wouldn't create a bias?
No. Why would it?
Because there's downward pressure.
Well, it might affect some materials, but not others. Because some materials are insulators and some are conductors.
What materials are not affected by pressure?
What's not affected?
What materials are not affected by pressure?
Well, wood, for instance, is an insulator. How would it be affected by this downward electric current?
Okay, first of all, wood is electrostatic. Secondly, wood is affected by pressure. So the current results in a downward pressure.
Well, you're
that
talking
creates the bias.
You're talking about electrical pressure or physical pressure? There's no physical pressure. You're talking about electrical. And wood is an insulator. It doesn't conduct electricity, so the current would not affect it.
No, it doesn't have to conduct the current. It is affected by the pressure that is a byproduct of the current.
What pressure?
The downward pressure that's resultant of the downward electric current.
You're talking about an electric current. That's not physical pressure. That doesn't push. That doesn't push things. What's it?
So you're saying if we have downward electric current all over the earth going down towards the earth, that wouldn't result in physical pressure down towards the earth. Is that your claim?
Correct. You don't understand at a very basic level how electricity works.
Says the person who just said there wasn't a downward current on the earth.
I'm saying that an electric current doesn't result in a physical pressure.
Hey guys.
Look, someone just said, Jesse Gordon in the chat says, and besides, the earth is negative, so the electrons are going up. Wow. Okay, you can take a corona motor, you can tie a string to it. The string will move the current down to the motor from the air to the earth, and it will spin the motor.
I measured it. It's positive. Up high is positive. Down low is negative. The Earth is negative.
That's what I said.
Yeah. So
and electrons are negative, and so they move up. The electrons are moving up.
So why does the motor move then?
Jesse is correct with it.
So why does the motor move, Jesse? Brenda, shut up. Brenda, you just said it didn't exist. You just said it didn't exist, and now you're saying he's correct. Jesse, why does the motor move then?
Because of the electrostatic forces. A motor will run on either polarity. It would run on positive in the air or negative in the air. You can run them either way.
Where are you getting the current to run it on the ground?
The electrons are coming from the Earth, going up through the motor, and then going up your wire and then into the air.
Oh, so you wouldn't need the wire then to run the motor?
Well, it depends on how much current you want, because air is a very good insulator.
You wouldn't need the wire to run the motor then?
It depends on how much current the motor needs. Because
enough to make it move.
And it depends on how much current the motor needs. If it needs a tiny, tiny amount of current, and you only need a small amount of wire sticking up, you got to get enough potential for the motor to run on whatever it needs. If it takes a lot of potential and a lot of current, then you got to get your wire way up there.
But wait, why would we need a wire if it's just going to get the current from the ground coming up?
Because that current has to go somewhere and it has to disperse into the air. You have to have a complete circuit in order for current to flow. The electrons have to not only have somewhere to come from, but somewhere to go to. And if you just have the wire hooked to only one, it's like hooking or the motor only hooked to one, it's like hooking a motor to one terminal of the battery and thinking it's going to run without hooking it to the other one also.
Okay, so we have a current going down the wire to run the motor.
No,
do I need to?
The wire.
Okay, so if I actually cite Richard Feynman, I'm guessing that you would say he's wrong.
No. He didn't say that the electrons are going down. He said they're going up.
He said there's a downward electric current.
Well, he was referring to a non-electron current called a counter current, a positive current. But it's only imaginary. There's the electrons are what actually, because see, they didn't know what carried current in the early days, so they thought, well, we'll just pick the positive and say that the current goes from the positive to the negative. But they didn't realize that there was actually electrons and that they were actually going from the negative to the positive.
What does that do with Richard Feynman?
He was using the convention of traditional positive electric field.
Oh, in the 21st century.
But the actual look it up, man. The actual electrons are flowing from the negative towards the positive.
So Richard Feynman was wrong.
No, he just knew both definitions, and the people he was talking to knew both definitions, and so they
The people he
understood
was
him.
talking to is modern people. It's Richard Feynman. Do you know who that is?
Yeah, he was talking to people who had, passed like high school physics.
Yeah. He was giving a lecture in college.
And if you had passed high school physics, you would understand what he was saying as he said it.
So you're saying there's not a downward electric current on the Earth?
Not an electron flow. The electrons are going up, and they're what carry the electric current. Look it up if you don't believe me.
So answer my question, yes or no. Is there a downward electric current on the Earth?
Not an electron one. If you want to call current, if you want to arbitrarily define current as being positive in the way that it's actually negative, then you can say there's a downward. I don't think he said force. He didn't say current. He would have said force, an electric force, or a field.
He said current.
Could you cite that for me?
Sure.
Look, we know now that it's not even a flow, right? It's just an excitation. We know this now. So it's not even a flow. So move on.
Right. If it was a flow, the potential wouldn't be there because it'd just be like a dead short. It's a potential, really. When you put a wire into it, then you can collect some electrons or disperse them into the air, and you get a little bit of flow that way. But the air itself, it's not actually flowing. The electrons aren't actually, the current's not actually flowing. Until you put a conductor up, then it flows through the conductor.
Okay, so we don't need the wire then, right? Because the higher the wire goes up in the air, the more power that the motor gets. Right?
He literally just said you need a wire.
Because the air.
Hey, but I'm asking. Hey, the higher the wire goes, the more power the motor gets, right?
Yeah, the more voltage it gets, and the more current. But that's because the air is an insulator.
The air is an insulator, so we're going up towards more positive charge, right?
You can call it a positive charge because it's not negative. The Earth is more negative, and that by definition makes it more positive up higher.
Okay, and so
the unionized air is an insulator.
Correct.
Okay, so when you say I can call it positive, are you saying what would you call it?
I would call it positive, so long as you understand that the actual current is being carried by moving electrons, and electrons are actually moving up from the negative towards the positive.
So we don't have a downward electric current on the Earth.
Not an electron current.
Well, what other kind of current would there be?
A theoretical imaginary current, imaginary positive current. It's just a figurative construct because that's what they imagined was happening before they knew about electrons, and so they called electric current positive, going from positive to negative, because they didn't know. But it's just a convention is all it is. The actual current flow is electrons going up.
Okay, so we can substantiate that there's no downward electric current on the Earth, is what you're saying? Because I'm just going to cite him.
Yeah, cite him. Maybe I don't know. Just cite him and let me read it.
Okay.
Okay, so electrons don't flow. We know this now. They're excited. They bump into each other with more excitement, and that force is moved along, like the wire or whatever you want to talk about. The electrons themselves aren't actually physically going from one end to the other.
I don't know what you're talking about.
They do in a cathode ray tube.
Oh yeah, how so?
The electrons? Yeah, they do you know what a cathode ray tube is? Like an old TV?
Okay.
So they are literally launched from what's called an electron gun in the back of the cathode ray tube, and then accelerated towards the front at a high voltage, which makes them go really fast, moving towards a positive field.
Yeah, but you're not tracking. There's no ID tracker on that particular electron that you're shooting. You don't know that they're not literally bumping and exciting each one along the way. You don't know that.
In the vacuum?
Yeah, you can't tag it in any way, shape, or form to say that is the electron I spat out.
Well, I don't know. They seem to have a kinetic energy when they hit a target. But anyway, we're getting in the weeds.
Yeah, put a million ball bearings between me and something else, and I knock on one. If they're all touching, there's a force at the end. You know, if we made all the ball bearings between invisible, they're still there, aren't they?
There's nothing in the vacuum tube, in the TV tube.
Oh,
in the old-fashioned TV.
Prove that.
Oh, come on.
TV tubes, if they were a vacuum, phosphors on the screen end, and an electron gun at the other end. That was the part that would stick out in the back. And you put an electric charge there, and it would shoot electrons. They would light up the phosphors on the screen.
Yeah, that's the story, and that's the result. You get to see that. Doesn't mean what the story is actually happening, does it? Now, just because you've used a vacuum pump to pull out air molecules doesn't mean anything else has been pulled out of that space that you call a vacuum, Brenda, including electrons.
There's nothing in there. It's a vacuum. And besides, TV tubes...
Vacuum means void of air. That's all it means, Brenda. Please acknowledge that.
No, it means that there's nothing there.
Actually means less air. There's still air there.
There's no electricity.
Okay, less air.
There's no electrons just hanging around inside of a vacuum tube.
Sure.
Hang on, what do they connect to a vacuum tube, Brenda? Is it an air pump or some other type of pump? Please tell us.
When they make one, I would imagine they just...
When they... Go on.
No, you were going to say something, so I stopped.
Yeah. So not when they make them, when they actually bring the pressure down to almost zero or whatever it might be. What do they suck it out with? Is it an air pump or some other kind of pump?
First they suck it out with an air pump, and then they suck it out with another air pump that can only work at even lower pressures. And then finally they seal it up and they light off an incendiary inside it that burns up all the rest of the oxygen and binds to all the nitrogen and all the other gases to form solids. So it's so void of anything that the vast majority of the electrons can accelerate at high speeds from the back to the front without ever hitting an air molecule.
I'm sorry, when oxygen burns up,
thank you for being specific.
When oxygen burns up, what's the product of that reaction?
Well, if it burns with iron, it's iron oxide. If it burns with cesium, it's cesium oxide, which are both solids.
That's it?
They're solids. They would collect on the sides of the tube.
It's called a
Right,
getter.
so there's an air pump, there's an incendiary, another air pump that works even lower. So there's never an ion pump. There's never anything else, just other than just matter. Removal of matter, and that's it.
Well, if you believe that there are ions inside of a vacuum tube, I think that would...
I don't know.
That would be a good hypothesis, and I kind of wonder how you would test that.
Yeah, I don't know. It seems to me that they're just whacking an air pump on it and then just burning some shit and assuming that removes everything and not even trying to think that there might be something else still in there that they don't know about. Seems odd. Not very scientific.
Because the electrons will not be able to move that fast if there's any gas or anything in there, because they'll hit it and make it glow, and that stops them.
Yeah, I'm not saying matter in the way of the substrate, the natural substrate, doesn't cause them to slow down. But you're claiming that when you move the matter, the air, etc., that the speed that the electron is due to the removal of that matter and nothing more. Not that it's already got an existing medium that it's going through that has a rate.
No, there's a 20 to 30,000 volt power supply which accelerates electrons towards the positive screen.
Yeah, no, that just missed my point completely. So you're assuming that those electrons are going through like literally the vacuum of nothingness, and there is no medium. Now, when I say medium, I don't mean air.
Oh, you mean like ether?
Well, what is it that you think?
Not necessarily.
What is it that you think that they failed to remove?
Well, just for example, is the electrostatic force been removed? Is it void of that?
There's no such thing as an electrostatic force. There's an electromagnetism.
Yes. No, there's electrostatic forces all around us, Brenda. Fucking hell, Google, mate.
You mean electricity?
Yeah, no, there is electrostatic forces. That's how they would actually steer the electron beam on a lot of old oscilloscopes. They, instead of using magnets to scan the beam, they used little, well, just basically like capacitor plates, and the beam would shoot between them, and then they'd put voltage across those plates, and the electrons would steer towards the more positive plate because the electrons are negative and they're attracted to positive.
Exactly. Very good. Now, not your assumption, but it is assumed that when they adjust those plates, the charge on those plates, that they're doing that from, I suppose, I won't say zero, I'll use Brenda's terminology, neutral. So when the charges are going straight, the forces must be neutral. If they're there at all, they must be neutral. And then you just manipulate them and you can get it to curve in different directions, yeah?
It steers at the point between, as it's passing between the deflection plates, but then it goes straight once it leaves the deflection plates. And the reason it's accelerated is because of the 20,000 volt potential that it crossed when it left the electron gun.
Right. So the point with which you manipulate the electrostatics on its path, it varies, but other than that, it doesn't alter. But there still is no verification that before it's manipulated, that it's not already being what's the word? Acted upon by forces, but just they happen to be neutral.
I'm not sure I understand, but we can measure the speed at which the electrons are traveling, and they can travel anywhere from just like really slow drifting to like super, super fast. And we can measure that speed by measuring the time it takes them to reach the one end of the tube to the other end of the tube.
Well, Playo, what is
okay, I think we're just going in circles a bit, because at the end of the day, when you measure the speed of it with no matter in there, because it's a vacuum, you assume that speed is because there's nothing in the way. Whereas what I'm just trying to say is, just because you remove the air, you haven't removed the potential that there is still a medium with which it has to travel through. And that medium, that base medium, is what you call and understand to be, zero, essentially, or unaffected, or the fastest it can go.
What is this medium? What is this medium? And what do you think that, how do you think that it...
I'm not suggesting that there is, Brenda. I don't know. But using an air pump to pull out air is only going to pull air out. And we know matter impedes things. We know this. Sure, get that out. But what else has been attempted to remove?
So you're granting that we are removing all matter then, as in airs, solids,
almost
liquids,
all
gases.
of it, yeah.
But
not a chance.
But I mean, enough of it that it's essentially a straight path from the back to the front of the tube for 99% of the electrons.
With regards to impedance from matter, yes.
Yeah,
but
because
I'm not suggesting. Yep. Okay.
Because we've found that even just a tiny bit of air, like an equivalent to maybe 200,000 foot altitude, just almost a vacuum, but like even that will stop those electrons in their tracks. Or, and then of course solids and liquids, they stop the electrons really good. So there's the fact that the electrons are able to obtain such a high speed and not get blocked from the back of the tube to the front is pretty good evidence that there's nothing of the matter type in there. It would have to be something in a different realm or something.
Sorry, I was stepping away. But hey, remember we were talking. So you agree that there's an current going down towards the Earth?
Well, I need to see your citation.
Oh yeah. Sorry.
Because I'm saying its electrons are going up, and the only down
But
current
that's
is
a pedantic argument. That's a pedantic argument. So like we're not talking about that's why you keep on having to say electrons, right? Because we all understand that there was this misnomer about like what we call now the conventional current, But the point is, of course, that the higher electric potential is going to move to the lower electric potential.
But if that direction of top to down movement is just a construct, then why would the construct cause a bias towards down when the actual electron flow is upward?
Because the higher
Because that's just terminology.
potential, yeah, exactly. Because the higher electric potential is moving towards the lower electric potential, which is at the surface.
Who's to say one is higher
Just
and the other is
quickly,
lower?
Well, we know.
have you ever seen lightning filmed at high speed?
Yep.
It creates a positive ionic path before it actually shorts out. So the flow originally is down in the positive direction, it creates the leader path, finds the path of least resistance, and then it earths out with, if you want to call it electron flow, you can, even though it's not.
If I recall correctly, when a lightning strikes, there's flow back and forth between the cloud and the ground until it equalizes, because that's what it's seeking to do, is to neutralize itself.
Yeah, that's exactly
Look
what
at
White.
high speed lightning.
Yeah, White literally just said
It's
that. Brandon.
amazing.
Wait, Sid, did you get that Feynman reference for me? I got to get to bed here pretty soon.
Well, I just got back to my phone. I'm about to look it up for you, which you could probably do, but okay. And wait, but before you have to leave, I'm going to cite it for you. But you understand that you have just diverted with semantics, but the higher electric potential goes to the lower electric potential, correct?
Well, I mean, it's relative. What if you were way, way, way up in an airplane or a balloon or something, and you'd look down and you'd say, look, down there is the higher potential. Because compared to you, you would be at zero potential, and then down there would be higher potential. It's just a difference. And
Wait, you agree we have equipotential lines of 120 volts per meter increase up from the surface?
yeah, I've
You
measured it.
You measured it.
Yeah,
Okay.
I built an electrostatic differential voltmeter and ran around with
Okay.
it in the yard and measured. It's there.
Cool.
It's real.
So the greater electric potential is higher and higher up, and it's going to go to the lower electric potential.
No, potentials don't go anywhere. Current goes anywhere. Potential is just a potential. It's like a difference. It doesn't go anywhere. It's just there. It's like
Conventional current flows from higher electric potential to lower electric potential.
yeah, look up the word conventional convert current. The word conventional is actually a keyword that means what they originally.
Yeah, I know.
Like I
I get
said,
it. I
it's
know
just a convention. There's not actually anything physical flowing.
Okay, well now you're going to get into what actually electrons are, right? So this is why it's semantic, right? So now we're going to talk about, oh, you think that the electron is this? Well, no, it's not. It's the terminal end of one unit line of dielectric induction. It isn't physical, right? And so all it is a vibrational exchange, and we have a higher potential at the top, up above us.
Maybe this will help with it. Imagine two spheres, and there's a charge on a negative and a positive charge on one, and then the other. If that would have a high electric potential, but there won't be any flow until you bridge the spark gap, right? By placing, say, a piece of metal or another conductor across the spark gap, and then the current will flow. But until then, no current will flow. It's just a potential, but it's not actual.
Okay.
No, it'll still slowly dissipate through ion transfer. Even though you can't see it, you haven't put the metal there, Brenda, it still happens. It's why car batteries discharge. It's why things just happen through the atmosphere. Happens.
Look, this dude says now Witzer starts making up definitions of things. No, that's me quoting J.J. Thomson, the person accredited with discovering the electron. So good try. I'm trying to respond and look this thing up. Are you saying that you've looked at Richard Feynman's lectures about atmospheric electricity?
I don't remember all. I've looked at a lot of his stuff over the
Okay,
years.
I'm going to source it. I'm not about to read all of it and then find the quote. Okay, but I'll source it.
Okay. anyway, if if we're talking about the flow of an electric flow in the atmosphere causing a bias one way or the other, it'll be the actual flow of the electrons, not the conventional backwards, purely conventional description of it being, as a positive flow, because it's actually a negative flow. The convention was wrong, and it doesn't influence reality. It was just a convention. So that's maybe that helps. Maybe it doesn't.
But not really, because this goes back to your presupposed definition of an electron, right? When it's actually just a gap in a dielectric field.
Well, I agree with Feynman, and so you're quoting him, so I assumed you agreed that the electron was negative.
No, I'm just yeah, okay, but what is negative and positive? It just variances of charge. That's all it is. And electron is a terminal end of one unit line of dielectric conduction. That's what the person who discovered it said. Okay, now you now live within this confinement of subatomic materialism. I do not adhere to that. Okay, so whatever. The point is that the Earth is the ground. Things want to find their equilibrium. Okay, if there's something that's intrinsically electrostatic and it's going down, that is electrostatic acceleration towards the ground. That's what it is. And electrostatics is 10 to the 39th power stronger than gravity even claims to be on the smallest scale. And all molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature. So therefore, all matter is electrostatic. All matter that falls is intrinsically electrostatic acceleration. And it is significantly smaller than gravity claims to be. Now, just because you have some concept of, abstractions, bending and warping, and then you say it's scalar and it takes over, that's non sequitur. The question is, why do things fall? Well, it's relative to density. Density is relative to charge. Everything's intrinsically electrostatic. And this is all just objective.
What do you think things are made out of, Winston?
And then we have Brenda ask questions like, what do I think things are made of?
Well, you reject atoms, right?
No, see, I don't reject the phenomena of atoms. I reject the materialism, right? The confinement of materialism within the atomistic interpretation and the subatomic scale. That's pseudoscience.
So do you believe in atoms? Do you believe in carbon
atoms? I believe in the phenomena that you call an atom. I don't believe in the confinement of materialism that you attach to it.
Well, then I guess I don't understand what you mean by that.
Well, then stop talking to me.
Explain to me what you mean by that. Because
I'm trying to get this gentleman that's actually clearly intelligent the source. I'm not trying to be distracted by your non sequitur ridiculous question.
Are atoms composed of protons, neutrons, and electrons?
Yeah, for convention's sake, for intents and purposes, but they are not they do not fit within the materialistic confinement that you attribute to them. I'm not going to respond for a second. I'm trying to get this to load so I can drop it.
But what does that mean? I don't understand what you mean. I'm just trying to get understanding.
Well, it looks to me like Whitsitt pretty much agrees with what Niels Bohr said about atoms and Heisenberg and Rutherford, that isolated material particles are abstractions, their properties being definable and observable only through their interaction with other systems. Also, Heisenberg said, I think that modern physics has definitely decided in favor of Plato. In fact, the smallest units of matter are not physical objects in the ordinary sense. They are forms, ideas, which can be expressed unambiguously only in mathematical language. Yikes.
I don't think that, that's just nonsense. So
okay, well, they're the guys who came up with the model and the theory, so I'm going to trust them over people on Discord.
I don't think you've understood what they said.
Yeah, ditto.
Oxygen, an atom of oxygen or hydrogen, it exists. It's what we call matter. It's made out of electrons, protons, and neutrons, right? It has an objective existence that is not based on my ideas about it.
Nah.
Yeah, that's the way things work. We have atoms that combine to form molecules that cluster together to form materials like rock, stones, wood, plants.
Yeah, that's the model. Yeah.
Well, that's the reality, actually. That's the reality.
All right.
Okay, so yeah, we're not gonna we don't have to adhere to your pseudoscientific dogma. I'm sorry about it.
But that's fine with it. I just want to understand yours. And when I try to question you about it, you kind of shut down. And
no, I don't.
I'm just trying to get an understanding.
Okay, so all you're doing is isolating phenomena within the background, and then your need to quantify things due to a confinement of materialism has caused you to impose a materialistic nature on these phenomena that cannot be substantiated. It's merely conceptual for needs of quantification.
Okay, so I don't think that that's the case because these things will have effects in the real world outside of my conceptions. So my conceptions doesn't give them reality. They exist whether I have concepts about them or not.
I'm sorry, I'm literally typing, and I know for a fact there's no way you're saying something of value.
Well, sounds like
Come on, what's that?
To me.
Well, I'm trying to also type to this other guy who's sending me freaking paragraphs, and he actually kind of knows what he's talking about. I've had the same conversation with Brenda 100 times. I don't have to adhere to your confinement due to a materialistic need for quantification. You cannot quantify the immaterial. Let me guess. That's where it's out.
Yeah,
I wonder why Austin doesn't want to engage with Brenda. I can't imagine. I can't imagine why.
Atoms aren't immaterial. They're material. They're physical. They're real. They exist whether I want them to exist or not. They're not concepts.
Really, can you please substantiate the materialistic nature of the subatomic scale for me? Can you drop it in the chat?
What makes it material is that it exists independent of my concepts about them.
Can you existence, physical existence is not material. Yeah, can you provide evidence, please?
To be material, that's what it means to be a material, is that it exists whether I believe it exists or not, irregardless of any of my concepts about it. That's
I left my crayons at home. So.
Do you have evidence for the subatomic particles existing in reality?
The fact that if you stick your hand in a particle stream, your hand will get damaged. Yeah.
Wow. In a particle stream, your hand will get damaged.
Yes, like in a cyclotron. If you stick your hand in there, they'll go through your hand and they'll destroy your tissue.
Wait, say again? I'm typing. I'm going to say again.
Hey guys, pardon my interruption. I'm heading off to bed here. It was good talking with you.
I dropped it, by the way. I see you say if you find it.
Right.
I dropped it up there, bro.
Oh, super.
Yeah. But yeah, nice talking to you. I've never heard you. You seem decently informed. I don't know why you would think the Earth is a spinning ball, or why you would ever adhere to the idea that conceptual abstractions can have physical properties of bending and warping and dilating, because that's impossible. But you'll come around.
I would be honored to go over my observations with you sometime.
Sounds good.
Wait, isn't it obvious that some concepts can have physical properties?
Can you name one?
Yeah, the route that I take to work.
The route is the concept, but the road is physical. That's irrelevant. Just like the word tree is a concept.
So my route could be straight, or it could be kind of like chaotic, right?
Yeah, but the word route, the concept of a route, is independent of your physical movement.
Yeah, but the route could be straight, or it could be roundabout.
What does that have to do with you attributing
Those are
the physical properties of bending and warping to a concept?
No. I mean, my route, if I ride my bike to work and I take a straight route to work, the the concept of my route to work is a concept, but I can apply some physical properties to it by saying, oh, I take the straightest route.
No, so I can take out a piece of paper and draw a line, and then that's a physical route.
No, the concept of the route, the concept of me going to work is a concept, right?
Like again, so like if you like the word tree is a concept.
Yes.
Trees are physical reality, but the word tree, the agreed upon colloquial use of the term, the concept, isn't physical, it's just a concept. Like, can you bend freedom?
Can I bend freedom?
Yeah.
No.
Can you bend love?
No.
Right. Yeah, you can't attribute physical properties to conceptual.
I can bend my route to work.
No, you're not bending the concept of a route. You're just taking a certain path physically as you literally maneuver in a car or a bike or you walk. You're physically moving. That's independent of the concept of a route.
Okay, so maybe bending is the wrong way to put it, but maybe I could say something like I could describe some physical characteristics of it.
Yeah, a description, exactly. That's my point. That's why I brought up, like, if you took out a piece of paper and drew a line on it, that's just a description of a concept, but the physicality itself can be substantiated because conceptual abstractions can't be physical intrinsically.
Got it. Okay. I think I'm starting to see what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, and then we have to, an honest person would then ask themselves, why did we ever go that route of absurdity then? And then the answer is because it was demanded based on the confinement of heliocentrism after Michelson Morley and Michelson Go. That's the actual answer. But again, I said intellectually honest. There was no other option, right? We had to invoke something outside of the material world, but still simultaneously attempt to cling on to the confinement of materialism. If you follow what I'm saying. So it's like there is no luminiferous ether, there is no background medium. We know the earth is spinning and revolving, so therefore there must be something else causing a physical mechanism or resulting in a physical mechanism that is outside of reality. It's limited to metaphysics because the physical world has debunked our claim. So we need a physical mechanism without physical reality. So we are now metaphysicists, and that's where you get time, right? Like metaphysics, space, the idea of the area void of matter, absence of the privation. Like it's Einstein was a metaphysicist.
Yeah, I see. So metaphysics is interesting. And some people, I mean, there's arguments about, is the number 2 real or is it just a concept? And I used to be more of a Platonist and say some of those concepts are real, but I think I'm not anymore.
Yeah, nice, man. Yeah, like I mean, it's a convenient concept that we've all agreed on. The construct survival. It's like I don't have beef with math. I just have beef with the conflation to reality, right? I mean, and we're talking about the fundamental glue of a worldview that was sold to us. And so it's a pretty big hiccup to make if you conflate it to physical reality.
Yeah, but wouldn't you say that mathematics describes some things well?
Yeah, of course. I think math is like incredibly valuable.
Yeah, because if you shoot a cannonball, it sort of traces out roughly a parabola, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So this way we can hit our target consistently and replicate it, right? Like math is very, very valuable, but it's just a description. So the cannonball is physical, right? So I mean, it's actually real.
Can I ask you a math / geometry question then?
I suppose.
So if you have like a parabola or some curved line, it's possible to pick a point and draw a tangent to that curve, right?
Mm-hmm.
So wouldn't you say that if you have a sphere, we could pick a point on that sphere and there would be a flat plane that is tangent to that sphere?
Conceptually, you can say that very precise moment of connection, but technically speaking, there would be no actual like horizontal.
What if you define the horizontal to be that tangent plane?
Tangent, right? That's somewhat circular. But the problem is when we're talking about the globe Earth, I mean, you basically just like compile that area like right beside each other all the way across the Earth. So it just doesn't really make sense.
Well, the reason I'm asking is because there's this guy named QE that says something about curved adjacent, and somehow he says you can't find elevation angles on a curved surface. But I don't know if he understands that you can get a tangent to a curved surface.
Oh yeah, conceptually. I mean, I understand what he's saying, right? So, I mean, you can try to conceptually, sure. It's just a concept. It's a mathematical concept. It boils down to it's a reality.
Yeah, so you can measure a angle, even if there's a sphere.
Well, of course, technically speaking, an elevation angle is going to come down to a horizontal. So you're just trying to put a horizontal where it doesn't technically exist. You're just going to hypothetically draw a line to a curve.
Right.
So, I mean,
yeah. Okay.
We understand his point. Is like the efficacy. Yeah, it's not real. Like, the efficacy is dependent upon like the reification, and it's not actual reality. Dan, I'm actually interested in talking to the other guy, man, at some point, because like he seems like he actually knows quite a bit, which means if he's honest, he's just a flat earther in the making. What were you gonna say?
Was it that Jesse guy? What's it?
Yeah, the Jesse guy.
Okay.
Like he understood, like he's not wrong about how, right? So like the story is that it was just assumed that, you know, for intensive purposes, positive goes to negative, because it was just a concept needed to push forward so you could like actually invent things, and we call that conventional current because it's a convention. But you know, he's saying, well, we've actually discovered that the electron actually, you know, goes the opposite way. But of course, he needs to boil it down to like, what is an electron? What's actually happening in a current? And that's where it gets interesting. Like there's a reoccurring theme here. One side has like physical reality that can be manipulated and like empirically tested, or like empirical meaning like verifiable, repeatable, testable, falsifiable. That's empirical. You know, and then the other side has a bunch of ideas like, well, this could happen. Oh, this could be the case. Well, if this was the case, and then if this was the case, and if this was the case, then this would be the case. Right? I'm like, oh, electrostatics, everything that goes down is electrostatic. So if we're going to say that electrostatics is the cause of acceleration or directionality, in order to prove that claim, we would have to manipulate electrostatics and then alter directionality or acceleration. And we literally can do that in the physical real world. We can manipulate electrostatics to make things flow. If you're going to claim that bending and warping of space-time makes things go down, then you have to manipulate the bending and warping of space-time and make things go up. It's just the concept that has no reality to it. Like, it's a reoccurring theme. Oh, well, in reality, of course, technically speaking, in order to get elevation angle, it's going to come down to a horizontal. But we can make a tangent to a parabola and then pretend that that area is horizontal for intensive purposes, and we can pretend some more and pretend some more. Like, how do people not see the reoccurring theme here? I don't understand. The theoretical viability, sure, we'll grant it to you. We need reality to back it, though. It's like, why don't we feel the Earth move? It's like, oh, can two kids play toss on a train? Okay, yeah, that's stupid though. You know, for one, that's not even analogous because it's a closed system. So, you know, you want to get like a closed Earth real fast too. But like beyond that, even if that was somehow analogous, which it literally isn't, then you could just be like, You're just saying like, oh, look, theoretically it's possible if what I'm saying is assumed to be true, and then that's conflated to proof that it's true. It's insane, bro. It's actually insane. There should be like a million proofs of the globe, dude. There should be like a million proofs that the Earth's a spinning globe.
Well,
We
if
have
you,
a million
if you
proofs
count
the Earth's a
photographs,
horizontal.
there's something. I mean, not a million maybe, but tens of thousands. But
If you count, yeah, images, CGI images, yeah. I'll grant you, Glover's, that it requires that leap to throw out all of the space claim, and I get that's a hurdle that some people really can't wrap their mind around. So I mean, I will say that it does seem crazy. It seems crazy to like, certainly if people haven't really researched the corruption of the government in depth. The same government that faked the Vietnam War with the Gulf of Tonkin and blew up our own ship and claimed that they attacked us. The same government that brought literal SS officers from the Nazis over here to work with our government. The same government that experimented on how to literally brainwash people in MK Ultra and actually projected these frequencies and these different brainwash techniques on the unsuspecting public, including like college students without their permission.
it sounds like you're assuming that because they lied about those things, therefore they are lying about the shape of the Earth.
No, see, that's a straw man, right? No, it's not. And I'm not assuming that they're lying, because there's no doubt they don't literally lie about everything. But my point is that it requires you entertaining that they did. And for a lot of people, it's easy to understand that they most definitely could, because look at all the other stuff they've lied about, and egregious things that include the death of millions of people over time. But, like, that's not to say that they are automatically lying. It's to say we can't trust them. They're not a credible source. They must be set aside. We need proof independent of that. And if all we ever get is to fall back to them over and over, then that is, if anything, more of a red flag, because there should be way more than that.
Yeah, we're just kind of gonna have to wait until commercial space travel is available in 5 years. Just like 5 years ago, and 5 years before that, and 5 years before that.
Yeah, that's crazy. I don't get how people can't be honest about that part either. How many times I got to kick the can down the road for you're like, this is sketchy?
I believe within our lifetimes, it'll actually happen within the next 20 or 30 years.
Somebody said that in the 70s too, Matthew.
Yeah, they were wrong. It didn't happen.
That's correct.
That's hilarious.
No
Do
hesitation.
you think it's possible to get accurate distances between cities on a flat Earth?
Reasonably accurate. I don't think that we have any like completely accurate distances. It's very difficult. Definitely can't do it in water. Definitely can't do it in a plane. You can test your GPS out. It's wrong all the time. I know somebody that did a 25-mile ride on a bike, mapped it out on the GPS, and then he actually tracked it himself, and the GPS was off by 1.2 miles. This is 2022 GPS. So what's going on here? We can get relative estimates. Like, if someone says it's 3,500 miles from this side of the U.S. to the other side, I'm not claiming it's actually going to be like 7,000, but it may be like 3,200.
But I mean, if we were trying to figure out the distance between like Johannesburg and Sydney, for example, couldn't you use a sextant to calculate that?
Well, a sextant to navigate on water?
No, to calculate distances between spots.
Yeah, sure. In theory, using the apparent locations that are consistent. But why? Like, I don't dispute that majority of the distances are pretty accurate. Like the sextant isn't like literally 100% accurate down to a decimal place.
Because the four cities, London, Johannesburg, Sydney, and Santiago, can't fit on a flat map with the distances that we're given.
Oh, well, then that's the problem, Matthew. Right. So we don't have a map.
Wrong.
Well, we just don't. Well, the relative locations are wrong. The actual layout of the land's wrong. You need an accurate central position to make a map that's accurate.
But I'm saying if these distances are right, then there is no possible way to put them anywhere on a flat map.
Is that so?
It is.
Yeah, this is map agnostic here. It doesn't require a map.
How does it not require a map? You're going to try to lay them out proportionate and then add in the distances. So it literally requires you to lay out the land.
Yep. And if you make that map flat, that's a problem. It doesn't work.
Oh, I thought we didn't need a map. I thought it was map agnostic.
It's not a claim about a specific map. It's a claim that it is impossible to make on any possible flat map. Doofus posted it at 2 past the hour, and I posted it at 3 past the hour. 2 examples.
Just say.
So the best flat earthers can say is, "Oh, those distances are wrong." You have to kind of like discount distances.
Well, for one, I don't think we have accurate distances, but I don't even think that we have to do that. So I'm gonna save this though. This is great.
Doofus, I like that animation. I haven't seen it before.
Sorry, I was away for a second. What's up?
I like that animation you posted. I hadn't seen that before. It's a much better version of what I posted.
Oh, that's from a YouTube video. That's Just Lays. I might be able to find that.
Hey, Matthew, I have a question for you because I'm about to go sleep, and I've been asking all the Glovers this. So, can shadows refract?
That's an interesting way to ask it. I would say the line of lights can refract, so maybe the edges of shadows could refract, maybe. I'd have to think about that. Yeah, so
refraction's a property of light, right?
Yes.
The absence of light can't have a property of light, right?
Well, yeah, it can.
Yeah, the light all around a shadow can have the property of light.
Okay, but the shadow requires physical obstruction. It's the absence of light. So the actual absence of light caused by physical obstruction or actual location can't have the properties of light. So,
But all of the light that is around the shadow has the property of light. If all of the light around the shadow is bending in a direction, in a uniform direction, the shadow will also be displaced.
No.
Yes. If all of the light is changing direction, then the shadow will also change direction.
But will it change location?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah, that makes sense. No, he's right. That makes sense.
It should be easy to replicate then.
If light refracts, then the absence of light does too.
No. So this should be easy to replicate. Then you should be able to show a shadow, like you know how you guys show your little experiments where you use like super dense gas and you show an object beneath the table optically rise above the table. You should be able to create a silhouette and have it optically lift and be displaced as well above the table.
Yeah, so this happens all the time. The most common use of refraction is when people look through their eyeglasses or contact lenses. And so sure enough, the shadows are bent and put into focus with people's eyeglasses, just like the light is. So,
what are they? No, we're not talking about bent. We're talking about refracted and optically lifted up and displaced.
I'm talking about refraction in contact lenses and eyeglasses.
I'm talking about optically displaced.
Yeah, me too.
Those are optics.
No, like displaced.
Yeah, that's what happens.
That's
with
how
eyeglasses.
they function. That's how glasses work. The light is having its direction changed within the optical medium.
Yeah, if you ever look over the top of your glasses, you can kind of see the lines don't line up.
Yeah.
Right. So like, okay.
And the shadows
You
don't
don't.
either.
I'm
Well,
guessing you don't wear glasses, Witzik, do you?
No, I actually have good eyesight. So, and I also know that you can look at
Don't
the
worry.
sun.
I had good eyesight till I was about sort of 48, and now I need glasses. So
Have you
it
tried
happens
sun
to
gazing?
everybody.
Have you tried sun gazing?
Do not do that; it'll ruin your eyes.
No, well, so like work,
It will.
like work your way up.
Gazing. God
Well,
damn.
I literally know people that you like had no longer wear contacts. So cool story, bro. So you got to work your way up. Like you can be a dumbass and try to stare at it painfully and like at noon or something. But what
You're
you
going
do
to
is
build up a tolerance to it before, through time is what you're saying.
yeah, like start at sunrise and sunset.
So there's some magical aura that increases your chi and energy by looking into the sun or something like that?
Well, actually, actually the sun does activate your pineal gland, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about your eyes will begin to adapt, and you'll get to where, and I literally do it. You'll get to where you can see, and I don't do it enough, but you can get to where you can see the sun's like outline very clearly. Right, but when you first start, you won't be able to, but when you start doing it, you'll be able to see like this like it's not pulsating is not really the word, but it looks like the outline is kind of moving around, but it's like this very defined outline to the sun, and you'll be able to see it like more in the middle of the day as you go.
Yeah, I saw the outline of the sun earlier today. I even saw some sunspots today.
Yeah.
With
Like it's
my
really
own
good
eyes.
for your eyes. Your eyesight will improve. Well, I mean, I only have anecdotal evidence for this, but I know numerous people that have said this to me, so I don't know. Like that no longer wear glasses or contacts.
Matthew, here's that thing. Here's that thing I
That's-
brought up earlier.
That's miraculous. They don't need to wear glasses anymore. Like they went from like what, like a 20/40 vision to 20/20 after looking in the sun, basically.
Yeah, I don't actually know any of the specifics, but yeah, like I know one person that had contacts and one person that had glasses. And then I know another person who didn't wear either, but said their eyesight improved. He's actually a pretty famous rapper. And he said he's been doing it for like four years. King Los.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll look him up.
He showed he's like probably
Los
one of
is
the best
killer with the
freestylers
freestyles.
ever. Dude, he's like the best freestyler ever. I mean, that's me. I mean, like he's top 5 freestyler.
Yo, 5 Fingers of Death, he killed that shit.
Dude, and then he has people just say random words and he just doesn't even miss a beat. Just keeps it pushing. That dude's pretty damn woke. I mean, I don't agree with him on everything, but I think we're gonna start a flat Earth room on Clubhouse. Actually, if you guys have ever heard that app. But anyway, I'm just saying, and he also said that over the course of time that he started to be like much more intuitive, and like he would like get answers to questions he saw like much quicker, like intuitively put the answer together. It's like I mean, again, I guess it's kind of like metaphysical and anecdotal, of course, but that he would he begin to like gain wisdom effectively. That he would become more intuitive over the course of the years looking at the sun. I mean, I can't vouch for that. But I will just say I feel better. I feel better when I walk on the ground barefoot and I look at the sun.
Well, when you've got some actual data that can be validated, then I'll be interested.
Yeah, okay. Pretty difficult to do, and there's like this huge fear porn narrative about how you're gonna die and ruin your eyes and all that shit. It's kind of like how my grandma is on all kinds of like blood thinners and all this bullshit, and she's scared to try a natural path because they told her basically like, exactly, they told her that she's gonna die. But there are many people that can attest to the fact that when they took that leap and they went the natural route, that they cured many ailments. So I'm not saying that she for sure would.
The very simple question I'd ask for that, whenever you look at any medicine, whether it's herbal, whether it's pharmaceuticals, whatever, there is always, it'll work for this percentage, it'll possibly kill this percentage, and these are the side effects from taking it. So what are the negative downturn analysis have you done for these natural remedies?
Well, it's all very relative. So it's like, how dependent is your body on the synthetic medicine? Like, it can be argued that my grandmother is far too dependent on it now, that like any drastic removal would actually be
And
detrimental.
how have you qualified that?
I'm explaining that well, are you saying quantified it?
No, qualified it. How have you qualified that your data set is accurate and representative?
I'm
So
explaining that that's like
what's
a
your
very
blind
difficult.
test process for doing this, and what was your sample size that you did it with?
Again, you'd have to get specific. So, like, is it someone that's been dependent on synthetic drugs for 10 years? I haven't done it. All I know is anecdotals. Like, again, that was my whole point. That was my whole point about the sun.
And that was my whole point about the fact that would you rely on anecdotals to make a life or death decision? No, I will stick with good, hard data that allows me to quantify the level of risk that I'm putting myself or a loved one into.
Okay, I mean, fair enough. Like, I can only, like, I wouldn't even tell people to do it. Like, I would
No,
tell
no,
people to,
I'm not saying you would, Witzik. Believe me, I'm not saying you would. But it is one of the things that annoys me. I'm a huge fan of natural remedies. I very rarely take pharmaceutical drugs. But it beggars my fucking mind when people say, do this, do that. It's all really cool. Not that you're saying that, by the way. I'm not saying that. But, you know, we know people that do that. This is bad for you. This is good for you. And the thing is, when you go down this route of questioning, you realize, well, actually, no, just a mate of mine tried a bit of this, and you know, he said it felt pretty good, and you know, and that's bullshit. In the real world, when we're dealing with someone's fucking life, that is bullshit, man.
Yeah, sure, I agree.
That's where I have a problem with it.
I agree that it lacks wisdom for people to watch a couple YouTube videos and run around giving definitive medical advice that could literally cost people's lives.
Yeah.
Very irresponsible.
Yeah, and I have a real problem with it. And it's not the fact that I agree with the fact that all pharmaceuticals are good, and that's a great way to go down. It's the fact that what we're doing is we're quantifying risk. And when you quantify risk, you need fucking data. If you don't have the data, you don't fucking know.
Well, yeah, I mean, this is again the reason that this is a difficult conversation when it comes to data is the same thing with the sun. That was kind of my point. It's like it has such an overshadow like fear aspect, an overshadowing fear aspect, like and like, you know, due to me not lacking empathy, like I'm actually like an empath to a detriment at times. I don't even necessarily suggest it. I can say that I would try natural remedy 100% of the time, but like, and you know, that's just me. And I'm like, it's easy for me to say. I'm pretty blessed. I don't like ever get sick, and I have a great BMI and blah blah blah. So like, I get it. Like, I'm just saying, it's like it's kind of like this. It's like the people that like can fast and get rid of cancer, but like then their cancer comes back worse. And so then everyone's like, look, you stupid, conspiracy theories. Oh, like, you killed this person or this person died because of this. Well, no, not actually. That's not necessarily true. It's like, just like if you do chemo, it can come back worse. Like you can get rid of the cancer, but if you don't,
of cancer, to be honest. And that's the other thing. There are some cancers that are really, really. In fact, generally, the more aggressive a cancer, the slower it is. You know, the more difficult it is to get rid of. Aggressive cancers, fast cancers, you know, you have a better chance of getting rid of with things like, you know, chemotherapy,
for sure,
you know, and radiotherapy.
But this is the thing: you have to be able to isolate the actual cause, right? And it's like modern medicine rarely does this.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of modern medicine. I'll agree with a lot of things like headache tablets, but then again, you know, you can say that the codeine, the aspirin, those come from natural sources, and those natural sources in themselves are suppressive, not curative. So,
that's true. That's true.
Is a good example.
Aspirin isn't that bad though, because from like tree bark, right? I mean, like it's not bad to cure symptoms. Like, I mean, like not cure them, like, you know, but like to
it's a suppressive medicine.
Yeah. It just
and that's what you're talking about. The difference between a curative and a suppressive.
Well, yeah, like so, like when someone does the fasting and they get rid of cancer, which there are numerous people. Like I know people that actually did that. Okay, so, but this is the point. It's like if their cancer comes back, it doesn't mean that fasting is bad or something. It's just that if you don't actually find out the cause, like if something in your diet that you just overlook is resulting in like toxicity that's really messing you up, and then you just keep eating that, like if you just keep eating that before and after you fast, like you're just gonna get cancer again. So it's like, in that fact, it can be argued it's gonna be much worse. Your body
Yeah, I
has
mean,
like this luxury protection.
What if it's just the fact that you drive a car, you're in traffic a lot, you're breathing a lot of fumes, and that's the carcinogen that's actually triggering a development of cancer?
Sure, I mean that's where it gets tricky, right? I mean, almost everything is a carcinogen in today's society, but
Not
it's
everything.
like, but I mean, like, obviously that's hyperbole, but like a lot of shit is carcinogenic, bro. Like potentially carcinogenic is what they say.
Yeah,
Like
but
a
the thing
lot.
is you do know there's a scale for it, don't you?
Sure.
Yeah. So if you look at the World Health Organization, there's a scale of carcinogens. So talcum powder is a potential carcinogen, but it is way down the fucking scale.
Yeah, of course. But
And
I think the World Health Organization can kick rocks. Again, I'm not giving medical advice, but it's like
No,
I'm
no.
gonna start a family, right? Okay, so my intention is to start a family soon. The World Health Organization has lots of advice as to how to give birth, and they recommend like cutting the umbilical cord like at like 30 seconds. There is a ton of evidence that shows that that is very detrimental to neural development because of the oxygen exchange and the like the pivotal nature of oxygen exchange after birth. And so,
Well,
like, I'm just for
generally
me, I won't be
over
doing
here,
that.
having been present for one of the births of my kid and actually giving birth to two of my kids, actually helping deliver them because the midwife didn't fucking turn up.
Wow.
I can tell you both times, when the C-section was done, the placenta was taken out with my son. And again, it was way over 30 seconds of that. When my eldest of my twins was born, we were waiting for the placenta to come out before taking the clamping the umbilical cord.
That's awesome, bro. Well, I mean,
Yeah.
C-sections are definitely a bit
Yeah, I mean
different.
that was fucked up, but
Yeah, but
is
dude,
what
that's
it
crazy. The midwife didn't show up.
is. Yeah.
I definitely agree with what you're saying. What's absolutely like the cutting of the umbilical cord early, it causes asphyxiation in the infant because of the lack of oxygen. It actually causes brain damage and neuronal damage. A lot of the issues people have, learning disorders, inability to think in different ways, and some of that is actually correlated with that as well. So yeah, in the mainstream medicine, it's part of their plan, really. They want to traumatize children and dumb us down literally from birth. So the drugs that are used, cutting of that umbilical cord, because the real way to do it is to actually leave the umbilical cord and the placenta intact. So the mother, like after birth is given, you just leave it on there. So if you wrap the baby up, well, really it's best to get skin to skin contact from the baby's skin right to the mother, especially after birth. But even at some point, if you wrap them in a blanket or something, like keeping the umbilical cord and the placenta on there, and it actually will just fall off on its own naturally.
Yep. And like you want them to be on the chest of the mother.
Do you know how long that would take?
Like 3 days.
Yeah. And
basically, because all of the cells that create that have oxygen and all the neuronal stem cells are in that placenta for the entire brain of the baby. So if the connection is kept between the baby and that placenta, even after birth, they're kind of they're getting accustomed to breathing oxygen. So they're gonna start shifting into obviously breathing oxygen from the air instead of getting it all from the bloodstream of the mother through the placenta. But essentially, all those stem cells and that whole fluid exchange can just continue doing its thing and just basically nourishing the baby through the time period, and then it basically just kind of dries up, and then it disconnects on its own when it's time to.
Yeah, trust me, I grew up on a farm. I'm quite familiar with watching that, but you still have a problem with doing that, and there is an issue, and I agree with the skin-to-skin contact thing. I'm a huge fan of that. And I think that breastfeeding is actually one of the things that it's a shame how modern society treats breastfeeding and the ease with which they push formula. That's the evil thing to fight.
Yeah, it's criminal.
Actually, sort of, and there are organisations like the Lalesh League.
Yeah, it's
that
insane.
really
They want
help.
you to replace it with. They want you to replace it with genetically modified soy and corn and other chemicals like those feeds. Yeah, it's absolutely horrible.
Yeah, and that to me, that's the big thing that I would join with you guys. I would fight for that shit, and we'd be on the same page.
Well, I mean, yeah, I think those are different, right? They're like independent of each other.
Yeah, but for me, there's definitive research. We were talking about quantifying of data. So it's a qualified choice. And the thing is a lot of what we talk about in these kind of like, these areas are so anecdotal that it scares the crap out of them.
Well, like, what's the detriment to letting the natural course of things, like a lotus birth, which is where you leave the umbilical cord alone? Like what's the detriment?
Blood infection.
Okay, I'd have to look into it because I'm literally intending on making a family.
And I'm a huge advocate of natural birth. Though let's face it, we don't have to go through it, so make sure it's your wife's choice.
Are you actually?
Yeah, of course.
Are you claiming that leaving the umbilical cord on is actually a risk of infection? Are you claiming that for any reason to, or is it just kind of a?
Yeah, I read. I mean, this is my kids are 12 and 14 now. I looked into all this. I'm a fucking hippie, so I like all stuff. With our first son, we were planning on a home birth. That didn't quite work out. And we've very unusually in the UK, because we had to fight for it a bit. So, I understand some of the pressures that's put on to you by medical care. We had what was called a VBAC, which is a vaginal birth after cesarean at home.
Well, I just looked it up. So it says the risk of a lotus birth is once the placenta and umbilical cord leave the womb, the placenta will no longer have blood running through it. It will be made of dead tissue. This makes the placenta susceptible to an infection. Oh, that sounds like a cool story, bro.
Well, I would go and look at if there's any actual data. And again, what you can do is you can use the NHS with it because they record the good stuff, the bad stuff, the kind stuff, the cruel stuff.
Well, it's a closed network. It's not like an open bloodstream. It's not like having an open wound or anything. It's sort of like how your digestive tract is like it's a closed system, meaning like that kind of. It's interesting when people say the idea like your digestive tract is actually outside of your body, which is kind of strange to think about because obviously it's in there, but like this. If you think of it as like a tube going all the way from your mouth all the way through to your anus, if it's a tube like that, then essentially that's open to the outer world because if you eat something from the outer world, it then goes in. But then there's an interface. But the umbilical cord and the placenta, in a similar way, well, actually it's slightly different, but also similar. But what I'm saying is it's a closed system. Like it has its own kind of skin layer and all that. So it's not just having some open thing. So, but I mean, at the same time, yeah, you wouldn't want to like drag it through the mud or whatever. You should definitely keep it, next to the child, just like you would their skin or, you wouldn't obviously.
I've always kept the skin of my child very close to them.
Well, I'm just saying you wouldn't want to
drag it through the mud.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to dip it in a swamp or something. I mean, keep it like next to the child and whatnot.
I think we can say to Witzik, Childcare 101 Witzik is do not skin your child. And make sure the skin stays close.
Duly noted. My friend, he's James Grounded Extracts. Like if you want some natural stuff, he's dope. But anyway, he just did back-to-back lotus births, like delivered himself lotus birth. And then I think they actually like did something with the placenta to put it in capsule form, and she consumed them afterwards. You guys heard of that?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
Sure have.
Yep. Once it kind of dries, you can like.
Oh man, you can take that stuff and just slice it up and fry it up like bacon.
Well, some people freeze it. The only good thing about freezing is that it obviously preserves it longer, but it also will damage it as well by freezing it. But the real way to do it would be to like essentially cut it up into sections. So like after the umbilical cord falls off naturally, and then you have that all basically take that whole thing, cord and the placenta, cut it up, into like maybe 3-4 ounce little pieces, maybe put those in little baggies in the fridge or whatever. And then every day the mother would, eat some of it until it's all gone. Yeah. Cause then now you're taking, yeah. Cause that then recycles then through the breast milk. Yeah.
So, okay. So the idea is that it's basically like re-implementing the nutrition.
So
yeah, exactly.
All of my children.
It helps the mother and the child with the nutritional part and all the neurotransmitters and chemicals that are needed. And those nutrients end up coming through.
How many kids have you got, Gio?
Ends up coming through the breast milk, and it especially ends up coming through what's called the colostrum, which is the first milk before the regular breast milk. So if you get like placenta nourished colostrum, like you're gonna be creating a super baby at that point.
So how many kids you got, Gio?
24, I heard.
That you know
of. Hey, sperm donors.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a huge advocate of breastfeeding. I mean, I think that's so important for kids.
Wait, what? You said something about initial milk, like the initial milk. What?
So colostrum. So there are 3 stages to that when a woman breastfeeds. The first stage is colostrum. Then there's the main milk. Then there's the back milk. I can't remember the exact names for all 3 of them. But the difference that I see in, and again, this is anecdotal, and I'll be upfront, but there's good data to support it in the health of the child as it gets older. The development of the child in early stage period is so much better. My kids were breastfed till, my eldest was breastfed till he was 2.5, and the twins were breastfed until they were about 2.
Yeah, there's like it's called the first milk. It's the word
colostrum. Yeah,
colostrum. Yeah, and there's like a first colostrum and then a second, like kind of a first stage and a second stage, and then there's the sort of third, which would be the regular breast milk. But yeah, the colostrum, it's kind of interesting. It's like this like almost clear looking fluid. It's like different than the actual breast milk, but that's like the most essential. And in terms of like the stem cells that are in that for developing like the brain,
long protein chains.
Yeah, there's like a lot of very like probiotics, like very unique probiotics to get their intestinal tract all up and running. So that's like super essential to get that colostrum for the baby gets all of that colostrum and none of it's wasted. And then, yeah, if the mother's eating the placenta, because essentially the mother would be eating the placenta during the time where the colostrum is at its, peak, where it has the usefulness that the baby needs from the colostrum is at that peak time. And then to have it fed by the placenta, they're getting literally all of the neurochemicals and stem cells and everything needed to like fully build and develop.
I'm not sure if there's stem cells in placenta, Gio.
In the cord there is, just the cord's full of them. Yeah.
Shit.
Wow, this is very fascinating to me. So I don't know anything about. So like, how fast? I guess the baby just immediately starts drinking from the tit. Like how fast?
No, it can be quite tricky. So that's why it's worth understanding that there are organisations out there like the Lalesh League. Breastfeeding isn't just something that happens immediately. Once a baby latches on it and knows what it's doing, you're fucking banging it. It's on.
Well, I mean, how fast does it need to be fed? Basically, is what I'm asking.
Pretty much. Yeah,
like
within the first hour of birth.
I got you.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
So that's one of the reasons. Once a baby starts taking bottle, it's really difficult to get them back on breast.
Yeah, you don't ever really want to do a bottle.
No,
yeah, ideally you would never do a bottle. Bottle's synthetic. It's
actually, it sounds super lame.
Yeah, it's somewhat actually traumatic in a sense because it's like a synthetic.
Because it's like a fake. Yeah, it's like you're faking the baby out. How dare you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, again,
so, like, you guys agreed 2 years, baby breastfeeding at least.
I mean, we did 2 years as planned, and that was for those reasons. It was for developmental. It was for a relationship. It was for emotional bond.
Well, I heard like babies grow, like their bone density improves. Like they're actually typically more likely to be taller and stuff like that. But like, so here's a question.
Put it this way, Whitsick. I'm 5'10", my 14-year-olds are a good 2 to 3 inches taller than me.
Yeah, I've heard that from a lot of people, man. So like, here's a question
The
I have. Though. So
smallest
say I
pair of
wanted to
shoes
make.
I can buy, the smallest pair of shoes I can buy for my kids. I'm a size, 11 and a half, 12, which is, quite a good size set of feet. The youngest of my twins has got size 13s. My eldest has got size 15s. These are UK sizes. I think you had one for yours. And my 17-year-old, he's got size 14 feet.
Yeah, they probably were giants. They just drink from the tit. But like, so
no, well, they're part Dutch, so there's a lot of genetics in them.
I got. So what? Say I want to knock my wife up like back to back to back. Does anyone have any info on that? Like, how long should you wait?
Yeah,
and also, is it difficult to like? How would you breastfeed multiple babies? Like, would that be difficult?
Well, again, you want to give. I would normally recommend if you want to have children, have 2 years between your births. So have 2 year age gap between your kids because.
Damn, 2 years.
Yeah, because it's having a baby is not a trivial thing for a woman to go through, mate.
Well, yeah,
it's carrying a child to term. It's then giving birth. It's then recovering.
I mean, if she's a carnivore, she can pump them out back to back. Of course, carnivores can do
She's eating liver. If she's eating liver, especially.
Dude, you know how Google says that liver is bad during pregnancy? How funny is that? But like saying that it literally like, could cause like a miscarriage. Like it says it's terrible.
Too much.
Like, I heard.
Well, too much. Yeah, so too much iron in the blood causes a condition called preeclampsia.
Gotcha. Yeah. So like,
and the vitamin A toxicity.
Not
for
from liver. Anyways, that's a whole other topic. Go ahead.
Is a year like not enough? Like a year is not enough time.
I think
in between. You're saying?
Like before I knocked her back up, basically.
Yeah.
So I guess maybe that would be about.
For me, there was a couple of reasons. One, it's about the actual gap between siblings. 2 years is a really good gap. It allows you to effectively get through what's called nappy phase, and trust me, you'll understand that when you have your kids. And before your next child or children, because you could have twins like I did, come along. It also means that from a support mechanism, you have an elder sibling who is then really, really good for helping support and help that nurture and that development of their younger brothers.
Yeah, for sure.
And that's really good. And that 2 year age group is just enough maturity difference to make a difference.
Right. Well, I'm already 30 and my wife is 27, so I want to make a lot of babies. So I'm trying to find the reasonable middle ground here.
Late.
I know.
Get a younger wife. That's the best thing. You can keep bashing them out till you're 70. She's got about, if you forgive me, she's got about sort of 12 years.
Yeah. See, I fell in love with my wife. So this is the cards that were dealt with. So it's like. Okay, so I mean, I can still pop out 5 children pretty reasonably, I think.
Yeah, I was gonna ask how many you're thinking. You're talking like 4 to 6, or you're talking like 15 or something.
I don't know. I wouldn't be mad about 7.
Yeah,
but like 4 or 5 realistically, probably.
Yeah, I mean, you can pretty much do it. I mean, it depending. I mean, if she's up for it, like her health, and all of that. But I mean,
do lots of yoga.
The body is designed like it will not receive the semen to create another child until it's able to. So,
right,
you could technically just keep having sex ongoing, and the babies will just come when they come.
Yeah, I just want to be.
No pun intended. No pun intended, or maybe pun intended.
Yeah, pun intended.
I swear to you, I've literally got. We decided to have kids, and my first time my wife was pregnant within a week. 2 weeks, I think it took us to get pregnant the first time, and the second time it was about 2 to 3 weeks.
Wow. So like I'm obviously,
I'm very keen swimmers.
We covered some basics here, I'm interested in a lotus birth. My friend just did it, and then like the placenta reconsumption. That's pretty interesting, and especially because like the initial breastfeeding is important.
I don't know if you can do. So when you talk about lotus birth, you're talking about leaving the placenta and the afterbirth attached, or because how are you going to do a lotus birth and then eat the umbilical cord?
Well, Well, you eat the placenta or both?
Yeah, you basically would have the birth. The umbilical cord and the placenta would stay attached, and that would fall off naturally. Once it falls off naturally, you could just cut it up into little 3-4 ounce sections, and then just every day from that forward, the mother would just consume that. You even put it in a blender, if you mix it with fruit or whatever. It depends on that. I mean, you could even get even more sensitive and say, does blending it actually kind of damage it, because now you're whipping it around. I mean, the best thing would be just to eat it raw. That she would every day, basically from that period forward, and then just be breastfeeding throughout all that.
Okay, gotcha. And obviously, I mean, they're coming out. They're not getting shot up with 72 poisonous concoctions in the first few years. They will obviously be organic all the way through. So and then none of this rip the baby away, wipe it off, slap it, wrap it up. Immediately the baby gets to lay on the chest. I heard there's a huge importance of chemical exchanges skin to skin on the chest of the mother.
Definitely. Oxytocin, specifically oxytocin is released in high amounts. Yeah, for bonding. Yeah, right after the birth, to have the child be brought up right to the mother's breast and skin to skin contact, and that is ideal. Yeah, that's really important.
It's crazy because they basically engineered hospital births in the modern world to do the opposite of all these things.
Exactly.
And of course, circumcision, they want to immediately just get to shredding you up, and it's crazy.
Yeah, if the mother eats really good nutrition throughout all of the conception, pregnancy, the whole thing, especially the animal-based vitamin A is what's really key. And really, liver is the only thing that has the high enough amounts of vitamin A. Like eggs and raw milk and milk, it has to be raw to really get vitamin A in the milk, and the eggs have to be raw to get the optimal vitamin A content. But even in eggs and milk, there's not really that much vitamin A. It's a pretty small amount compared to liver. And all of our ancient, tribal ancestors, all of them, they would actually get the livers specifically for the pregnant women in the tribe always. And they would save them for the women, and always the women would have adequate amounts of that, either fish liver or, land mammal liver. So by eating that throughout the whole pregnancy, the vitamin A and the other compounds in that, specifically vitamin A, will actually form the skeletal system correctly, like the jaw, the teeth, the brain, the bones. All of the skeletal structure will form properly. So then the baby won't have TMJ, teeth issues, teeth crowding issues. Their face will actually form fully. Their brain and their whole skull will actually grow correctly. And then if you have no jabs, of course, do the breastfeeding, the umbilical cord, a very, very natural birth, very peaceful environment, either a water birth or whatever it may be, but and have the woman being as peaceful as a state as possible. The babies that can come out of that are literally the strongest humans, the strongest, most intelligent, on point, their immune systems are just absolutely undefeatable. And, no allergies, no psychological issues. I mean, it's the benefits are so far reaching, to create really just the most ideal, human form reproduction process.
Yeah, that's crazy. I've heard of the water birth as well. For sure. That's I've been suggested the water birth by a lot of people.
Yeah.
Oh, this is awesome. I'm trying to think if I have any more questions.
Another huge one is when the mother's this one's actually very important. When the mother's giving birth in the kind of modern system, they put the woman at an angle, the whole kind of in a reclining position, and then the legs up, and that actually kinks the birth canal. It creates it much more difficult for the baby to move and to come out. And it's insane that they do it that way. Of course, they want the doctor to be in there, and they're fucking pulling with, they're trying to pull it out, all the crazy shit they do. The real way to give birth is to squat, for the mother to be squatting and to kind of be spiraling, because you're spiraling with the ether. So essentially you're spiraling in the same direction that the sun, moon, the whole ether is moving. And the woman will have, if she's really in a good meditative zone, she'll actually do that, naturally and organically. So to be in a squatting position. And if you do it in a water birth, of course, you would just kind of have that position. And then when the baby comes out, the baby's coming directly down You know, so it's not going at like an angle. It actually just falls kind of down. And then of course the mother would catch it with her hands, or someone else could catch it, but really it's ideal for the mother to. And then if you're in water, of course, it kind of slips out that way. But it's something that's like so key is to be in that squatting position, because you're getting like the polarity of the electrical field above and below, and then you're kind of connecting with that vortex of the ether. And yeah, it's another thing, the modern births, when they put women at that angle, it's really detrimental. It makes it much harder for the baby to be born, and it makes it much more painful for the woman as well.
Yeah, I've heard that one too. And that's so counterintuitive that you would have them like lay at this angle and like put their legs kind of up in the air. Like, what is going on?
Yeah, it's all kind of a control mechanism so the doctor can like be all up in there and doing whatever, yeah, kind of to control it. Yeah, it is very unnatural.
And they try to push. What about epidurals?
Oh, I would say that's majorly problematic. Yeah, any drugs at birth is going to be traumatic for the child. It can cause drug addiction in later life, because basically they link in a very deep cellular level. They link drugs like anesthesia type drugs, like numbing drugs. There's so many components to that, but yeah, it can cause drug addiction later in life, because they basically link, the solution when things are challenging, when things are painful, because obviously birth can be a challenge in certain cases. The answer is to bring in the numbing agent. So it can cause like alcoholism and other forms of drug addiction. It literally like damages the brain of the baby. It causes the mother to be more disconnected. It's tough because women can be in pain. So there's more components to that. And it has to do with how her her body is formed. And there's a lot of complexities to it, but I would say any drugs involved, and the hospitals, they give so many drugs now. They give inducers and they give anesthesia, and they go back and forth. Induce it, makes it more painful. Then they give anesthesia to relieve the pain. Then they induce it more. It's insane. But yeah, any drugs at birth is going to be toxic and traumatic for the child and for the mother too, but especially for
that's crazy. Baby. That's the idea of like this psychological effect where like anytime something's like troubling or difficult, you go to some type of numbing agent. That's pretty wild. So I'm like wondering, so basically I guess the solution to pain would be like all these steps we're talking about to make the birth as seamless as possible, like where the baby just kind of falls out and she's in a peaceful state, etc. Like and just kind of roll with the punches pain wise.
Yeah, well, there's actually even a deeper component to this, which is that, and this is actually a whole nother thing, and we don't have to.
It rewires their brain.
Well, what I was going to say is that essentially, like, there's something like birth trauma. Like, there's a certain level of trauma that we all have had coming into this world because our mothers were in trauma, and there's a way in which, like, the mother's fear and all of that. And the thing is that gets imprinted in us. So basically, a woman who's going to give birth, when she goes into labor, her own birth trauma, her own memories, her own cellular experience of her own birth gets reactivated on a very deep cellular level. So if she is reactivated into her own birth trauma, as it were, if it was traumatic for her, it then transfers to the baby and makes it more painful and so on. So there's a deeper part to this. Before the woman even gives birth, if she actually processes her own birth trauma through various different ways to do that, if she actually processes it fully within herself, like actually goes into herself and actually purges any trauma that's there, when she then gives birth, it actually has like zero pain and is actually orgasmic. It literally feels incredibly orgasmic and positive, and there's virtually no pain because the like restriction that the birth canal and the entire like constriction process is what causes the pain. And that's why they then give epidurals and then they give inducers because it's so contracted. And that's likely because the woman, when her birth was happening, her mother was contracted. And of course the hospital births, it all plays into it. But that's even the deeper layer of it, like is wow. That, yeah, and how that transfers through.
That's very crazy because I thought you were going. I've heard that during the pain that the mother's brain is basically rewired, and similar to how like wisdom teeth coming in is actually a good thing. It's that time of like puberty effectively, or when you're starting to really mature, and it rewires your brain due to like overcoming a pain threshold. But so like, and I was like, damn, are you just giving me like this negative thing that can't be solved, bro? Don't do this to me. But you're saying that there's some type of way that basically she can internalize and accept and purge like the previous trauma she experienced prior to the birth.
Exactly. Yep. And if she cleanses that from herself, that yeah, when she gives birth, it will be incredibly blissful and orgasmic, literally to the point where there's like no pain at all. It actually, for women that go through that, it's like the most profound orgasmic. And it's not necessarily orgasm like some kind of hot sex type of orgasm, you know, because obviously she's giving birth, but it's blissful and basically feels like just a extended orgasm for them. And I mean, to give birth to a child in that, I mean, obviously conception happens with an orgasm, or at least ideally it should, or it does, as it were, you know, so it starts with conception and then the birth can be an orgasm as well.
Yeah, that's a trip.
And actually the people in power know this. They know that the birth trauma transfers, and this is why they've kept birth. So, because like, if a mother gives birth to a woman and then she's all contracted and there's drugs and there's all the stuff involved, and then that woman never processes that birth trauma, and then she goes to give birth and then she's reactivated in it, and then it's painful for her, and then, you know, drugs are involved. So it's like they kind of, this is how they're creating multi-generational mind control, really. I mean, it's linked to that too, but it's like trauma-based mind control essentially through the birthing system.
Well, like, this is very fascinating. So it's like I'm very interested in the actual process one would go through. I guess like just confronting and accepting it effectively, like like coming to terms with it, like because I feel like that's probably pretty compartmentalized for most people. They don't really know it's there. So like their birthing experience.
Yeah, I mean, generally it's very deep within the unconscious. So it's not something that they can necessarily just access with like, you know, regular talk therapy or something like that. Like, it's very, very deep within the unconscious, and it's also at a cellular level. So generally there has to be more of an experiential type of therapy involved, where the woman can actually experientially kind of get into it and actually be able to access it on that cellular level. And there's a lot of different ways to do that. But yeah, it is something that needs to be, you need to kind of get access to that layer basically within the, you know, it's not something that just like talk, because obviously it's at such a deep cellular level that it, like, you know, if something happened to you when you were 8 years old or something, you could, oh yeah, I remember this happened. You could try to, because you have memories of it. But in birth, we don't necessarily carry like memories in that same way. But it has been shown in many, many ways that we do actually register. Like, mainstream medicine will say that we don't register anything during birth, but it's insane what they say, because they'll say, oh yeah, when the baby, there's no memory, there's no imprint during birth at all. They call the baby just a clean slate, like that it has no memory and has no ability to store memory. However, right after birth, they claim that, you know, the way that the nipple and, you know, breastfeeding, like that can be traumatic. So it's like, oh, it's not traumatic when you're, you know, in the womb, and then all of a sudden when you're born, you know, it starts. So anyways, mainstream medicine has purposely tried to denounce the fact that we absolutely hold memory from the birth process. And they've done that obviously so they can kind of create more trauma and so on. But it's been shown on multiple levels and multiple ways that we do indeed store that. And it's actually the root of, like, a lot of people that have anxiety, depression. It's a major source of depression, especially people that feel like their head's being crushed or headaches. All of that is being like essentially crammed in the birth canal. And there's multiple different stages of birth, and there's different trauma levels. Dude, it even gets deeper, dude. The different stages of birth are actually correlated with the wandering stars. That's it. That's a whole nother layer of it. But
wow, this is getting into some gravy. I'm really interested in like the methodologies of solution for something like that.
Yeah, and it's going to depend on every woman. Every woman will be different too. Like, some will have more of that, some will have less. But yeah, generally experiential based therapies are one of the most direct ways to be able to cleanse it. Because yeah, it basically needs to be cleansed and purged on a cellular level.
That is crazy. I've never heard this. This is very fascinating. Well, I appreciate you guys. Gio, you have answered every question I could think of, and that was awesome. I'm going to crash out now. But thank you so much, bro.
Yeah, for sure, man. And yeah, I'll throw a link in the chat since we're talking about this. This is this documentary is called Birth as We Know It. And then there's also the website's called Birth into Being. But this actually came out in like 2006, but it's just a really good documentary on birth in general. And she does talk about, processing one's own birth trauma. I don't know that she really has the most potent methods of doing it, but it's not as much her focus, but she is it's just a really good documentary, and she's got good information on it as well. So yeah.
This is something you would suggest me like watching with my wife?
Absolutely, yeah. I would say so for sure, yeah, because it's all about conscious birth and natural birth, and
sweet, bro, perfect, bro.
It may be on YouTube or BitChute or some of these channels. I'm not sure where it's at. I mean, she's obviously charges for it if you buy it, but I'm sure it's available. I'm sure on somewhere. It may even be on YouTube. I'm not sure, but yeah, dude, if you watch it with her, I would definitely highly recommend it because yeah, it's really good, and it also shows like women giving birth like orgasmically and naturally, and there's so I would definitely recommend it.
Yeah, that's cool. That sounds like good vibes. All right, bro. Thank you so much, man. I've got to go sleep, but I love you guys, and I'll catch up with you guys later.
For sure, bro. Yep. Have a good night.
Peace.
I think I actually found the whole documentary. I think it's on.
I think the worst thing you can do to your kids after they've nourished with beautiful breast milk from a well-nourished mother is to then try and put plants in them. When you research that stuff and what it does to a beautifully primed digestive tract, it's fucking criminal.
Yeah. Dude, totally. I know. It's really bad.
And they don't even want it. Like, just naturally the kids are averse to it. They screw up their face, You've got to put sugar with it, basically, to get the kids to, have it. And yet they'll numb on a bone, they'll chew on a piece of bloody, roast meat or whatever, even raw, without even questioning it. And yet we just, for some reason as a society, go against what comes across as natural. It's crazy.
Yeah, it seems like they have an agenda to break down that. I mean, it's wild. It's like they know that the gut flora is like the entire defense system center of the whole body, like the brain, the immune system. And because if you have a really, really strong gut bacteria, it's like you'll basically never get sick. I mean, you could more or less do anything, and the bacteria is going to just eliminate poison, toxins, bacteria, all that stuff. And then also your brain will be super strong, and then you won't get sick, which is obviously they want to sell you antibiotics and they want to sell other drugs. So they want people obviously sick. So they want to break that down. And then that also is connected to the blood-brain barrier. So once that's broken down, the blood-brain barrier is opened up. So toxins and heavy metals and all that stuff gets through. And
yeah, but we evolved from plant-eating dinosaurs, Gio. Don't you understand?
Dinosaur sex? You remember that from that?
Yeah, man.
That's from that the way he says it. Well, that dinosaur sex thing was like a funny meme, but in that music video thing, he goes, dinosaur sex?
Yeah.
Yeah. Here's a question, Whites. How do you repopulate the digestive tract after it's been destroyed? Is it possible? And how? What's the best way to do that? He might have stepped away. Do they actually say that we evolved from dinosaurs, like literally, or did they just say dinosaurs existed? But that we didn't really.
Yeah. Everything comes from everything,
I've
doesn't
got
it?
feathers. I got feathers coming out my back. Sorry, I was on mute, Geo. The bloody answer to that question is tricky because I can't remember your question.
Well, basically, my idea would be like if you have a very healthy mother, breast milk, colostrum, the whole 9 yards, the baby, you know, no jabs, no bullshit, no drugs, you know, your baby's just natural as can be. They're going to get this full flora, digestive tract, and gut flora saturation of all the good shit. And they'll be in top. And then we were talking about, you know, the benefits of that. Now, obviously that's ideal. And you don't ever take antibiotics. You don't ever do any of that shit. You just are just healthy naturally. Now, if that's already been fucked up through antibiotics, through chlorinated water, God knows what else, if that's already been thrown into a state of dysbiosis and all the rest of it, leaky gut, everything else that comes from that, how can that be? I mean, you know, there's definitely ways to heal leaky gut, and these are all different things. But I guess my question to you is like, how can the gut flora be fully restored? Or can it be?
Yeah, right. Okay. Yeah, look, definitely. Yes, leaky gut obviously has to be handled first if that's an issue. But aside from that, you're only ever populated with whatever your mum gave you. So if your mum was super healthy and gave you a really good, diverse, you know, colony coming out, you know, the vaginal tract and all that sort of stuff, by the birth canal, you're going to have a good diversity and you hopefully can maintain that. If your mum's sick and full of candida, you're going to be bloody primed with that on your way out, which is sad as well. Now, once you've decimated your colonies with antibiotics, the only way, in all honesty, to rebuild them is to just eat the right diet, because you can't. There's no way to reseed the diversity that we naturally have, because there's like a few thousand, you know, different things. So there's no way to naturally reseed that. And even if you could, those seed spores or bacteria would only ever thrive if those conditions inside the small intestine and large intestine were actually conducive for that, which is the sole reason most people don't have good diversity, is because they eat the wrong fucking things and the wrong colonies thrive. So they naturally evolve. That's what a lot of people mistake, is they think you've got to put them in there, and if they're not there, you can't get them back. But they will naturally evolve within the system if you give it the right environment.
Yeah. Well, there's the idea, though, that like the antibiotics kill certain things that we can't get back very easily. And that's where it becomes challenging. What do you think about like fermented animal foods to repopulate that?
Well, that fermented animal foods aren't the bacteria that we need in them. The bacteria that we need in there are the ones that will grow when you've got the right food in them, right? And only those will grow. And other bacteria that try and grow will just be dominated by the other ones, and so they won't thrive. So that's just how it happens in the intestine. You don't need to colonize it with stuff. It's nice to get primed with the right stuff from mum's birth canal, right? But on the other side of it, that's not a requirement to get that. You can destroy your gut flora and then get it all back in all its diversity by eating species appropriate food. And that comes down to monomorphism and pleomorphism, and whether you want to look into that and decide what you believe is correct. I'm very much a pleomorphist, going by my current name.
Nice. Well, that's cool. That's a good idea. Just yeah. And then do you think that eating carnivore would help that, or do you think that eating, I should say, does eating plants actually slow that or cause? I mean, there's certainly some plants that are going to absolutely cause damage, like wheat and gluten and corn and GMOs and shit like that. But I'm even talking about other plants. But and there's so many, so I guess it's hard just to put them in one category. But do you think that plants actually, like, if you can get all the bacteria repopulated naturally by having everything in proper homeostasis, does that then require not eating plants or certain plants? Like, are fruits okay, but beans and lentils and grains are not, or potatoes, or are there certain things that will block your ability to get all the digestive bacteria back into a good condition?
The ultimate optimized, fully thriving person answer is you want to avoid fiber, because fiber is like, especially the insoluble stuff, because that can it's a lattice work, and that can basically help colonize bacteria that are quite prolific. And as much as they have some benefits to them, these bacteria, in regards to what they produce, they also produce negative side effects. And they have a very easy ability to dominate other very, very beneficial bacteria in terms of like brain health and neural development and things like that. I think if you have any starches or anything anything carbohydrate that converts to glucose or fructose, you're asking for, again, all the bacteria that love that shit, right? All the stuff that absolutely thrive on that. And again, they have the same problem. They've got some benefits. Those benefits are also found in the other bacteria that are good, in terms of, if you want to, in quotation, use good and bad bacteria, those words. Beneficial and non-beneficial is probably more accurate. So sugars just in general cause that problem. And fiber, for a different reason, because it creates a substrate for colonies to thrive, causes a similar problem. So I personally keep away from it, and I think my digestive system is fucking much better off for it.
But you got to eat your fiber, man.
Yeah, apparently 35 or 45 grams a day.
Says the television.
Yeah.
Television says you gotta eat your fiber. They are just fiber crazy. Fiber. Yeah. And how many people have they convinced that of? Like, I'm talking just like, 55-year-old men or whatever. Oh, you gotta eat fiber. I mean, that's like almost a religion at this point, the fiber cult.
They got scared, mate, by being told they're going to get colon cancer if they don't use fiber to, like, clean out their bowels. It helps keep the movement going and helps, it's like, oh my God. Yeah, no, it's the most detrimental thing you can put in. Paul Mason, if you Google Paul Mason on YouTube, he's got a fantastic video where he covers all the actual fucking studies that have been done on fiber and trials with fucking actual people. And all these people that went into a couple of these trials had, like, constipation, like, flat out, and had a history of it and all this stuff. And the only people that come out of there happy and shitting nicely each day were the people that fucking took all the fiber out of their diet. Everyone else was still backed up and not fucking happy. And the poor people that were given heaps of fiber, oh, I felt for them. Oh my fucking God. Oh, shit. So, you don't want fiber.
I mean, I may not fully agree with you in terms of fiber overall, because I don't necessarily think. I mean, do you think all fiber is bad, or?
Well, okay, like all fiber in terms of insoluble and soluble, or? Well,
yeah, like, because I think of fiber, there's different forms and different kind of structures. Like, I think of, like, the fiber in an apple is very different than the fiber in soybeans or something, or corn, or wheat, or grains. Like, the fiber in grains,
it's either soluble or insoluble, and the soluble stuff, pretty pointless. And the insoluble stuff which is what the real rave about is, because you need some bulk for your stool and you need, the lattice work for these bacteria or whatever. That's the stuff that they actually really want you to have, is the insoluble stuff. And that gives you no benefit, absolutely no benefit, other than bulking your stool and creating the colony for certain bacteria types to thrive. That's all it does. You don't get anything other than that from it. The only real I suppose, positive that people tout about even doing it, other than bulking the stool and helping with clearing out the bowels and helping to avoid colon cancer from, putrefying meat, is the fact that there are some short chain fatty acids produced, right? But it's already well established that those short chain fatty acids are only absorbed in a very small portion of your large intestine, right? So there isn't really any, you're not missing out on it, because if you're in ketosis at all through your day, every day, which most people should be, because they shouldn't be eating 24/7 or every 2 hours, then you've got short chain fatty acids in your blood anyway, and they're constantly coursing through every cell in your body if they're in your blood. So there's no benefit to those ones that get produced from fucking out your bowels over years with bulking your stool for short chain fatty acids that you don't need.
Yeah.
Why do you disagree with regards to fiber?
What's
So
the
in
top?
an apple, what fibers are in there that you see you need?
Well, maybe I might have spoke too soon. I don't know if we do agree or disagree, but I guess you were sort of saying that all fiber is problematic, right?
Yeah, all of the insoluble stuff for its benefits touted, yes, is detrimental.
Yeah, I'd have to. Well, there's a couple things, I guess. There's one is like, can fiber be neutral? And then there's another thing, is it actually beneficial? And then there's another thing, is it problematic or damaging? And then there's the last thing, which is like, is it essential? So yeah, there's a lot of factors there.
I would say get a microscope out, or even Google the microscopic images of fiber, and you will see that it's not pretty to what it will do to the lining of your digestive tract. And if you're putting it in and it gets full of water and swells up and bulks, it's essentially being pushed against the lining of your colon, right, as it's swelling with water. I mean, the whole purpose of your colon is to get the water out, is to extract the water and to dehydrate the poo to a certain extent. And your poo should have enough bilirubin and should have enough leftover bile and fat from your meal that it's got enough moisture to come out. No water content is required for a nice stool at all. And the whole job of the colon is to remove the water and put it back into your system. So using fiber goes against what your body's trying to do, for one. It creates abrasions. It bulks up your stool, so you're effectively trying to get a larger thing through a small hole, as opposed to a nice compact small thing through a small hole. So there's another reason I don't fucking touch it. There's multiple reasons. If you can bring out some benefits, I'm honestly all ears.
There's not a lot of natural sort of fats in fiber as well, because like things like everything else that we eat, we have natural fats in there, which are oils and fuels that we need, like you said, in ways that helps keep it sort of the water's been taken out and hydrated. But anyway, with fiber, it hasn't got any lubricants, anything like that. Yeah, and it is bad. Yeah.
I suppose in really small amounts, Geo, you could class it as being neutral.
Well, what about like long chain polysaccharide types of fibers that work as prebiotics that help as a prebiotic to help your bacteria flourish.
It's supporting the wrong bacteria. That's what I'd say to that.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I like plants. So it'd be hard for me to think like fruits, for example, and I mean, I like when I think about the fiber in fruit, I feel like it's beneficial.
Oh, I know the whole feels like thing doesn't really cut it for me personally, though. I mean, I'm all after. I'm all for you feel better on it, and power to you. But I go with what it's doing inside, and do I want that to occur, no matter how I feel. If you're with me.
Sorry, what would you consider fiber? When a person says fiber to me, I think of bran, I think of fucking cereal, I think of brown bread, I think of all the shit that. But anyway, but you mentioned fruits and apples. I wouldn't have considered fiber and fruits much in the same, no?
Well, they still contain fiber. It's just a different form. Yeah, the ones you're talking about, the like grain fibers, those are bound to gluten and all these other gliadins proteins. But yeah, gluten in general and grain, that is kind of what's touted as fiber, as it were. You know, oh, eat your wheat. You know, what are those? Not Wheaties, but what are those like wheat bran or whatever? Those like nasty like puffed up cereals or whatever. Anyways, yeah, all that stuff. I mean, that is a form of fiber. I think that's just highly toxic and problematic. Totally clogs up the system, causes constipation, all kinds of issues. It's bizarre that they keep telling people to eat that, but that's their whole genetically modified grain agenda and what they're doing with grains and all the rest of it. But it just, I mean, all plants have fiber in them. I mean, even like, green leafy vegetables, fruits, but they're all different forms, and they all have different chemical constituents and cofactors. So like the fiber that you're going to get from like beans or grains, for example, is very different than what you would get from, like a watermelon or a pear or something, but they both still have fiber.
Yeah, the insoluble ones are just less, I suppose, digestible by the bacteria. We can't do fuck all with them. Bacteria can do some stuff with them. The soluble ones, obviously the bacteria lap up, but yeah, I personally think that's the wrong bacteria. You don't want that stuff. Which is evidenced by the, fecal samples and stuff of the native carnivores that's been done. As much as you want to put any stock in that.
Yeah, I mean, a very strict carnivore diet will have virtually no fiber, at least not from plants. So yeah, it is interesting.
But our past used spelt and cassava. There's a thing called cassava, which is like a hard. Anyway, but they're talking about these things coming back again. And it's almost like we're going in a full cycle again. That we discovered gluten, then we put it into our system, then we're trying to stop gluten, and we're going back to spelt, and we're going back to all the things full circle.
The problems you got with gluten nowadays is that the bloody wheat plants are so genetically modified. Like apparently, like a wheat plant from 1,500 years ago stood about 6 feet tall, but of course, when the wind blows, you lose a lot of the grain out of the head, and so over the years they've modified it so that it only grows 2 feet tall for a greater yield per acre. So once again, the love of money has bastardized everything that's good in nature. But what I understand, like the old kind of heirloom wheat plants, people don't have a gluten intolerance to them because that's how nature made them, or God, or whatever you want to put it down to, and people could digest them and process them properly.
That's clever, man.
No, I don't think that was the case. I don't think until agricultural, processes, we weren't getting around eating grains as such. And any native tribe that was animal based that has introduced them purely because it's convenient cost wise has had detriment, brought upon it. So I think it's a little bit different than that.
Yeah, and I wonder
it's
if
worse for sure.
If the when it was interesting when you talked about really high grains, that if they're being blown all over the place, then possibly we would actually have a lot more wheat and considered a weed in some ways, because all the seeds are blown all over the place and we've got wheat everywhere now, like a weed, because of the seeds. But interesting, thank you.
Yeah, the hybridization has definitely made the gluten a lot more prominent, without a doubt. Thank you.
Yeah.
Soya, like I was watching a great video and they're like something to do with like 75% of the farmland that we need are for growing crops for the animals that we're trying to eat. Hence, like there are people talking about like, going vegan and shit like that. Interesting. I mean, the soya is going in everything. I mean, like I'm in the catering trade. We have to identify the allergens and the ingredients for everything that we produce. And it's amazing how much soya is in basic products that wasn't in there before. Yes, cost wise, but the detriment effects of soya to our bodies, estrogen levels, what's that thing? Overactive thyroid and underactive, things like that. What do you reckon about the soy future?
Soy's a nightmare for blokes. And yeah, it's in a lot of things. It's hidden in a lot of things. But once again, see, soy, Monsanto has genetically modified soy that makes it much worse than it should be. Like the Asian culture's been eating soy for thousands of years, but once again, for commercialized profit, they've buggerized around with it and made it worse for us, far more estrogenic than it originally was.
Exactly. Yep, they modified the shiznit out of it. It's terrible.
Mankind is responsible for a lot of our own ailments. Back when mad cow disease was around the year 2000, some of you might not remember it, but I ran an abattoir, a slaughterhouse, whatever you call it, back then. And like in England and in the States, in the feedlot, they were feeding meat meal to the cow. So they're basically feeding cows to cows. Instead of cows grazing on grass and shit that they're supposed to, they were feeding cows on meat because it got them a greater yield, a greater yield from the carcass. And they wonder why we end up with problems. It's like man messes up nature and then man reaps the whirlwind from that, and then somehow or other it's nature's fault.
Do you think there's like technologies that they're hiding from us of how they actually modify things and what is actually modified that they don't even tell us is modified? And also, I guess just to go along with that would be, that soy, they only admit to soy being modified in maybe certain ways, but it actually is modified in way more ways than they even admit.
Well, you're making tofu. If tofu it's not the main thing, but the only thing I could think of was like you can modify tofu by turning into a curd, and therefore you're putting an enzyme into the process. But on the dry side of things, it's probably the mix. It's probably it mixing with the other ingredients is probably detrimental as well. I mean,
I don't think they keep any secrets, Gio. I think they're just honest and upfront with us about everything.
They wouldn't be modifying things behind our backs. They would be transparent and
No
honest
way.
about all of their modifications.
Our bread, our bread supermarket bread has got soy in it. So you go back to the fiber, you're throwing the soy in with the fiber. How's your colon or your digestive tract now interpreting that? That it may be similar thing could be you take a glass of water and you drink it. You will be hydrated by that glass of water. The minute you add any sugar or any flavoring to it, you apparently you confuse your brain, and then your stomach will think that it's more of a food than a liquid. If that makes sense. I know it sounds basic, but if you drink juice, I tell my wife and kids, like, drink juice like once or twice a day, but the majority of it drink water, because your body is only hydrating the water because it thinks this water's coming in or something like that. No.
Yeah, it's a bit like if you just eat a piece of steak, your body will hold that protein, hold that meat in your stomach for a protracted period of time, so that your stomach acid can break down the protein before it lets it wander through into your intestine for further digestion. But, if you eat a piece of steak with a mouthful of vegetable, then once again, your body can end up releasing the meat into your intestine tract early, because it senses that it's, got the vegetable or carbohydrate or whatever in there, if you eat it in a sandwich. And so it doesn't get properly broken down in the stomach, and then it's unable to be properly digested in the intestine, and it ends up rotting and fermenting in there, which then causes, a chronic problem. So, yeah, I don't know. Combinations of what we eat, I think, is part of our problem.
Yeah, definitely, mate. Definitely. I mean, a lot of things, like if you talk about beef in the UK, they've got the minced beef and all that. The supermarket stuff is all the stuff that I would say the male cows, and there's steaks. So they're mincing steaks, and you can't do anything with minced steak, can you? But yeah, just people eating the wrong stuff.
Yeah, a lot of mince. A lot of what we eat here in Australia, a lot of mince is basically just the trim, the bits that you've got your steak and your fillet and shanks and all that. But the trim is what will often get ground up into mince, which is relatively high fat content. Obviously, there's some meat in there, but yeah, we generally don't put steak into mince.
Yeah, but the general public, when they're buying from the supermarkets, I'll just say UK as an example, because that mince there is it's I know you say the trims. General mince is the trims, but the supermarket is using more like you could say veal in a way. It's the unused tough fucking steak that they can't sell off or whatever. So the supermarkets don't seem to be using trim. They seem to be using a lot tougher. It doesn't break down. You can't cook it out. Not like a butcher's mince. You know what? If you cook mince and it's got enough fat and other enzymes in it, it'll cook itself out, and it'll be very, very soft and subtle. But with all the treatments they do to it, rehydrating the meat. I mean, I used to make biltong, if you know what that is, like a dry
I love biltong, mate.
Yeah, and I knew you would. And biltong using supermarket meat. I'll buy a kilo of meat. I will yield, right, 250 grams of fucking meat. Right?
Yeah, right.
And the other 75% is a mixture of something that holds moisture. I don't know what the right word is, but anyway, it's like a liquid that's more viscous, thicker than water, and it just keeps the weight in there. When you cook it out, there's fuck all left. And that 75%, part of that is with something that shouldn't be in our bodies. And this is supermarket, which is basically feeding 75% of the population,
Yeah. Just a bit of bad news for everyone. The meat industry is as corrupt as fuck. Like they'll colour meat, they'll put fillers in there, they'll rehydrate it beyond what it should be, because then they're just selling water. But the meat just doesn't matter at your butcher. Maybe not your butcher, but at the wholesale level and always as fresh as you think it is. Yeah, and sometimes they substitute. I mean, here in Australia, we had big meat substitution issues about 20, 25 years ago. A lot of people went to jail. They were substituting, you know, kangaroo in for beef. I think just the whole industry is very questionable.
Yeah, you're saying about feeding cow to cows, and you know how we've created these diseases, the chicken fucking disease, and all this that. The way that we're treating them, the battery farming them. But this program I watched, and you being in an abattoir, did you come across a lot of meat that was pussing out? You know, like a big pocket of pus in between the fibers. They were having cysts, tumors, all sorts. Did you see a lot of that in your abattoir days?
Not so much, because we didn't buy feedlot animals. So, yeah, all of our stuff was, there's a lot of just broadacre grazing here in Australia. So, yeah, we didn't buy a lot of feed. And we only slaughtered small stock. So, venison, lamb, sheep, ostrich. We didn't actually do beef, but, yeah, a lot of pork. There's a saying in the industry, whoever eats the most pork eats the most pus. So there's something nice to remember. And whoever eats the most goat eats the most hair. So pork's known to be, because it's so intensively shed farmed, yeah, you get a lot of tumours and pus problems. Yeah, that's not good.
What is the salt content or something to do with a sodium of some sort? Like basically, you get green back bacon, yeah. You know what I mean when I say green bacon, yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't. But we weren't processors. We weren't meat processors or small goods manufacturers. We just killed it, cut it, bagged it, or packed it and on shipped it. So we didn't cure any meat. We didn't smoke any meat. We didn't do anything like that.
Yeah, cool, man. Thanks.
We just cut it down into its primals, or like a half a carcass in a stockinette or something like that. But yeah, when you're talking about on processing it into bacon or curing it, we didn't do any of that stuff. So I couldn't offer any information.
I guess we are possibly feeding our animals with this wheat fiber shit as well, which they don't necessarily naturally would have chosen to eat.
Yeah, they wouldn't. They definitely wouldn't. Yeah, cows wouldn't be able to eat barley or wheat as a chosen grain, because they never find it anywhere intensively. You know, but we put a big bag of it into the feed trough in front of them, so they're actually eating. Whilst it is plant matter, it's not what they're actually naturally inclined to be eating.
That goes with the milk as well, and the produce, the other produce that we get from animals. You know, and we weren't naturally supposed to drink milk. We whenever we started to put milk in our teas, whenever that was, but the whole process is like the amount of yogurt that we eat. If you let your fucking milk get past its date, you know, in the fridge, it starts to coagulate. Yeah. You can tell. It might not turn sour, but you can tell the viscosity's got thicker. You know, fucking hell. And you guys were talking about probiotics earlier, and I've thought about that as well. It's like there's no fucking positives to eating something that's been fucking modified, and then you've been feeding something else that is the source with modified fucking stuff. Fuck knows what we're fucking. Fuck knows what we're having now. You know, do you add water to milk to make it semi-skimmed and skimmed? And it's not quite as simple as that, but it tastes. The results taste the same, if you know what I mean. So what do you have to do to the milk to make it semi-skimmed, skimmed, and all that sort of stuff there? And everyone's drinking that stuff as opposed to the full fat, which is probably the better stuff because it's got the fuels and the oils in there to help you, you know.
Well, I think you're spot on. I think the simple rule of thumb is the further it gets away from its natural state, the worse it will probably be for you. Well, no matter what it is, whether it's an apple off of a tree or a glass of milk, you know, if you eat that apple, if it comes out of a can instead of off the tree, it's probably not as nutritious as the day it was picked. So yeah, the further from its natural state, the worse it gets.
You know, to talk about an apple being fiber, I could cook an apple down to nothing. Whereas people have what we would call a typical fiber, it would probably just there's not moisture in it, but it's not. I wouldn't class it as apple. I would say the apple is mostly water, where I say fiber is hardly any water, if you know what I mean. And the cereals
it comes back to soluble and insoluble fibers. Just Google it and you'll see that there's a whole range of them.
Tasty energy.
See, fiber, I did a ketogenic diet for a few years, or maybe a year, and you know, fiber technically is a carbohydrate, but your body can't digest it. So, I guess just go straight through. Whites, is that right? Just you don't.
Sorry, come again, mate.
Oh, the insoluble fiber, you just don't digest it. Your body can't synthesize it.
The insoluble, it's just a lattice work for the bacteria to ferment. They can digest it to a certain extent,
Right. Yeah.
What about the word carbohydrate? I was having this conversation with my daughter yesterday, and we're talking about proteins, and I was saying, well, the closest word I could think of was protect. You know, something that reminded me of PROT. And then we started talking about carbohydrates, and I thought of carbon and hydrates. So stupidly sounding, is a carbohydrate a way of hydrating your body of carbon? With carbon?
Oh my goodness.
Essentially, yes.
Oh
yes, it is. Everything essentially comes down to carbon base that we can use as a fuel source. But our bodies just are geared up to predominantly use one over the other. And if you choose the other one, like more often than not, there's a detriment to the system overall long term. That's really all it comes down to.
Well, what a wild guess, eh? I'm sure there's other words we can use that we can break down and actually simply explain it to a child what it's actually doing, you know, using the word.
In many cases, yeah. Some words have lost their meaning, but yeah.
There was a conversation yesterday when they were talking about time dilation. I said it doesn't seem right, and I came up with the word time dilation. So you replace the I with an E because it's a delay, isn't it? So it's a time dilation. Just a fucking. It's the vowels. It's the vowels that give one word 5 different meanings. Depends on how many vowels are in the word. But I would say just the first vowel of the word. Anyway, but going back to fiber. Sorry.
Ain't no damn time delaying. That's what they want us to think, though, man. Yo, I don't know what you're talking about the carbohydrates, man. It's because they got oxygen and hydrogen and shit with the carbon, isn't it? Because they get the hydrate with them. But anyway, man, can I say something, Gio?
Yeah, man, go for it. Go ahead, Crux. Go, man.
Is Gio here?
Stopping you, mate.
Yeah, well, Gio's not on mute, so yeah, you go ahead.
Yeah, I'm here, Don. Sometimes I'm just not right by my mic, but yeah, I'm listening.
Okay. Have you heard this shit? They talk about this fucking shit on Mars, these fucking hologram rock structures and shit.
I don't know.
This motherfucker on Coast to Coast tonight talk about some fucking hologram rocks on.
Okay, so it's not like a NASA mainstream thing. It's like a a theory or an idea about aliens?
Yeah, he's getting a little bit of
What is it?
support from NASA now. Find something. He got the NASA pictures. He going wild with them. And then I just posted something in the chat. I want to know if anybody knows what's up with this China talking to aliens bullshit. Okay, what is this?
It's bullshit, but yeah.
Well, of course.
Well, that's what's up
So
with
then
it.
the dude was talking about they gonna MK mind control us with this Mars propaganda, right? He's talking about why would they let us, you know what I'm saying? If it was a house or a door or a wall on Mars, why would they let us see it? You know what I'm saying? They wouldn't let us see that shit. Right? It wouldn't just leak out there, right? So, you know, I don't mean to change the topic from nutrition to aliens, but
No, you can change the topic to absolute speculation of something. Yeah. Apparently there's diamonds raining somewhere on some planet too.
well, here's what it got me thinking about the aliens, right? Is when you're talking about carbohydrates, carbon, like we are the carbon-based things, but then we hear these stories about maybe like other life forms could be like based off of different shit. You know what I mean? Like
Silicon based, yeah.
that was one we've heard, but who knows? Like I've heard other alien stories like diamond raining type of stories where if they were made of crystals or other shit, or you know, fucking if they was made of gold or whatever, you know, it'd be some crazy shit.
Ultimately, why not? Why not? Because depending on what your worldview is, this thing we get around in is just what do they call it? A meat bag or a meat suit or a
The meat, we have the meat,
sack.
right? I've seen examples of the meat.
What makes you is not the meat sack that you get around in. So who's to say that
It's how
another
you
life form
ride your meat sack.
hasn't got a different vehicle that it gets around in? Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen different vehicles. I've seen speculation of mindless vehicles, like just, you know, just whatever, whatever, what do you
Hey, that was
call
a
it?
cool idea you were talking about the other day, Don. I was listening back to a little bit of a conversation between you and Nate, and you were saying something about like the parasite maybe our consciousness.
Oh, he was bringing that up, right? So yeah, like there could be the other aliens with like no brain, like stupid and dumb, non-conscious. But I've heard examples where it could be like just a fucking chemical reaction burning, like a fucking, you know, like a lava person or something, or like any type of thing, and they just trying to seek out more energy.
But you don't believe any pictures. You don't believe any pictures from Mars or any of that, do you?
I don't feel the need
on.
to. I don't feel the need to have to believe them. I feel like it's the smartest thing to do to just be able to be like, well, these could or couldn't be real, and then the possibilities from both
You mean
directions.
smartest or just like easiest?
Not easiest. No, it's this. The more difficult is to delve deep into both directions.
Right. I mean, I'm not sure where you stand as far as like pictures from space go.
I stand as if there's a range. I mean, it's, you know, possible they're real. It's possible they're not real, right?
Well, is it possible that images are of real things, but on Earth portrayed as space?
Of course.
Okay, right, cool.
Yeah.
Dude,
Like
think
if they
about
release
orbits.
if they release a picture of a door, you say, why would they do that? Does it leak out? Like if they release a picture of this door in the side of a mountain, you know what it does? It makes 2 billion people just continue being interested in Mars, and it helps you just perpetuate this bullshit narrative. That's my take on it.
Right. That's the MK. That's the thing, is like, that's the little trickery bullshit they doing. Right. Like, but is it like just to keep interested? That's a good one. There's the like, precondition of like, comfortability for aliens to then use it to do XYZ and fake invasion, fake funding, fake anything. different.
Oh, exactly.
All
Suits the
of the
narrative
above.
moving forward. Yeah.
Yeah, all of the above, man.
That's what propaganda's for, Demos. That's the old television's goal.
Yeah, just throw out 20. It's probably got 20 angles of usefulness to them. It hits everybody differently, doesn't it?
Definitely, yeah.
I like this crystal silicon thingy, aliens being our wonder. And if our inner planets, our solid planets, call them, if they're made from silicon or crystal, what properties would they have better than anything else to levitate or held easily by some type of force? Static maybe might be a relevant force that's more appropriate to silicon than, I don't know, something else.
Maybe it's helium people, right? On a planet with high enough pressure. But like then they couldn't, stay in form, outside of.
Oh wait, you think aliens come from other planets though?
No, dude, come on with the you
No,
think.
they might.
Man.
I didn't know. I thought you were flat earther for some reason.
Dude, I am open.
Oh, okay.
I'm a real person who doesn't over-assert shit that he knows when I actually have no fucking
I'm just
idea.
trying to figure it out. I don't think there's other terraform up there.
I would bet highly Mars pictures, those type of shits from NASA is propaganda. Touching the asteroid.
Well, just any planet
Vegas,
you could go to, gas planets. I mean, come on.
I can't see Vegas setting the bar high on this. If there was an actual perfect truth court that can make the ruling, I don't.
But like even the idea that you could go up there and walk on any of those, that doesn't even seem real.
I would be surprised if true people wouldn't set that at 50-50. Like it shouldn't be higher than that. Come on. I mean, right? Like, come on.
Yeah, like why would they fake it? If it was real, they'd just show us the real shit, right?
There's been like a handful of things that have touched Mars and validated it. Like it's not that serious.
What
supposedly there's only.
Did you see that new perspective? Did you see that thing that when Jaren? I didn't mean to interrupt. I was just going to ask, have you seen that thing that when Jarenism? He was basically looking around. He was on a live stream. He was looking around on Google Maps, Google Earth, and he found like up in the very, very high northern. I believe it was kind of like north of Canada, but it was way up there, and he basically like there was actually pictures, of like a site that they were, that there, and there was actually pictures you could click on, and it was basically like a Mars. They claimed it was like a NASA Mars testing site.
Oh, I did see that. Yeah.
And
Like people just no suits or anything standing around.
Yeah, it looks exactly like what Mars looks like in that environment. And then he zoomed in on the truck and it had a NASA logo. He's like, "Yep, here they are."
I saw that. I did see that. Yeah, there's another one we found actually. It's actually in California somewhere, and it was just like a practice place. It had like a warehouse with like Mars stuff in it, Mars rovers and stuff. Like it was just like I'll have to figure out. It's like a Hollywood type set, basically. Then there's Devon Island, which matches exactly the pictures they're showing us on Mars. Right? You guys know about Devon Island?
Devon's Island.
Yeah, Devon Island.
Devon.
Yeah. I wonder what that California island's called, because there's quite a few islands in the whatever you want to call it, the between the two land masses. Straight there. There's a few islands there. Interesting. Never heard that before.
And a baller will just be like, yeah, well, that's where they make sure that the equipment works. It just happens to look like
bang bang.
Look like Mars. What?
So I would ask the question, like, if our wandering stars and our space is like a lot closer to what we think, let's just say, would humans be stupid enough to send something up there to disrupt the flow? Because let's just say you it's moving liquid. Let's just say moving liquid. and you go up there and you interrupt it, the butterfly effect of that would probably ricochet, or not ricochet, but the butterfly effect on us just even touching what's going on up there would knock one thing off sync. You know,
Good
knock
point.
something off.
I was bringing up butterfly effect with like colliding galaxies. The whole idea of like there's these other galaxies colliding, and somehow that doesn't have a butterfly effect on any of our supposed orbits and all that. You know, you would think, but I mean, it doesn't matter. You wouldn't think because it's not. I mean, obviously, if they're a lot closer, then we're not a planet that's going anywhere. It's just a stationary base, and then we're looking at things up there that aren't our size. They're just something up there that's some kind of frequency or light in general. I don't know.
Even hits
the idea that they're like we are is just I don't even conceive it that way anymore.
Even sending humans up to the moon and landing on the moon and just putting a 1 mil of pressure on it in the opposite direction, that there would still change its outcome. Maybe that's the right word.
But just putting a rocket through the membrane, if there's some kind of hole put in whatever membrane it is that's holding the gases in, like puncturing a hole through that could cause all kinds of pressure problems. You think, or if their conception's even real, you're right.
But even knocking it off spin, like spinning a snooker ball, a pool ball, when you just pin it, you hit it just off center. So just a slightest move in one direction, but force from one direction going towards the center, skimming it, making it go sideways. Just the smallest thing would change its routine. And maybe something simple as it was on a set, never made a difference. It always returned to the same exact position, and something impacted it, like fucking humans sending rockets up and set it off. And now
even just with our regular orbits and different supposed rotations and all the speeds and everything, and then with momentum changes, they say are nebulous or not nebulous, but negligible, and it's just ridiculous. Like I was asking Chronic the other day, like, has there ever been a worry or some kind of momentum change caused by some sort of anomaly that we didn't plan on as we're hurling ass through space and at over millions of miles every day. By the way, millions of miles every day, we're just like hurling through space. There hasn't ever been like any kind of like alteration that would maybe, cause a slight change in our momentum that we didn't expect, and then things would just like totally change. No, there's never been any worries about that. It's always just completely smooth. Never been any concerns. It's just ridiculous.
I love talking about this stuff because it's not the usual subjects, Best books.
That's what earthquakes are.
Yeah.
Here's one that I thought of a while ago. Nobody really answered me, but if you oriented every car on the Earth north-south, and then somehow had the ability to coordinate, all of them accelerate like a perfectly coordinated. They all put their foot flat to the floor at the exact same second. So if every every car has got, say, 200 newton meters of torque, and you've got 10 million cars times 200 newton meters of torque, all hitting the Earth at exactly the same time, pushing it in one direction, would you, this east-west rotation of the Earth, you'd surely disrupt it. Did I explain that properly?
Yeah,
electric rotation. I should have said. I should have said electric rotation.
Weren't they claiming something about there was one report about the wobble changing due to the population of people in China or something like that?
No, it was the Three Gorges Dam. It was a big dam they made, all the water.
Three Gorges Dam.
Look, man, there's probably moving water on Earth.
They claimed it.
there's way more water and earth moving that's going to change. I don't think that those people are going to make it different.
Just the idea that the satellites that are supposedly orbiting us are still orbiting us perfectly as we hurl ass through space in all these different directions, and they just, no worries, like they just stay with us, gravity, which isn't even really a force, but it totally works like a force, but makes everything stay perfect, even though it's not a real force. It's just ridiculous.
It makes more sense that they're electrostatically locked in than anything else, doesn't it? To be doing that over so much time.
Well, stationary, over a stationary Earth, yeah.
Yeah, but you're talking about the moon being. But you were possibly talking about the wandering stars being electrostatically locked. Possibly.
As a thought experiment, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, as natural as we see it and how they react and stuff. It seems to me that the sun is the form of the static, because I only get static shocks during the day and blah blah blah, heat and whatever. Blah, blah. And then at night time you don't get any static. So kind of the sun and the moon kind of controlling a environment like that, and they are the cathode and the anode, maybe in one way. You've got the moon, that is the thing that takes on the elements or sheds them, just like we do in electrolysis. Which one in electrolysis is the one that takes on the materials?
Oh, well, I suppose the one that's building would be the...
Maybe the anode cathode, yeah?
Cations, positive, negative. The cation, I think, wouldn't it? Yeah. Cathode?
I'm thinking that as well. But it's if the moon is the cathode and the sun is the anode, then you've got cathode, there's cathedral, there's another catholithic, charcoalothic, something to do with charcoal maybe, but you've got the anode, the cathode. So the moon being the cathode and the sun being the anode. And anode, I kept on thinking of what's another like anode? Other words we use anode. I'm thinking of anatomy. I don't know.
Pole.
Anyway. Yeah, no, the A and O. Like when you said the word anode, like cathedral, you can, say cathode and cathedral have something in common, similar. And then
I said
anode,
cation and anion. If that's based on charge.
yeah, anode. Anomaly. It's I think all English word that we use. I think it's all like been well designed, for us to sort of like look at that word and say anode and say a node. You've got a node, which is something completely different. But then again, it's a point, isn't it? A node is a point. So does it go from the cathode to the node, then back to the cathode all the time? Because everything goes in one direction from the positive to the negative. Is the cathode the positive or the negative?
The positive, cathode positive.
Head fuck. Yeah, so it's going from the positive to the negative, then back to the positive. But then we say in DC or AC, I don't know, I say DC maybe, people will say, oh, it goes from the negative to the positive. But we swap them around because it depends on the orientation and how you look at it and all sorts of shit. So basically it's whatever it's called, it's one and the same thing. It depends which way you look at it.
Yeah, I tend to think, just given footage from some of the cameras I've seen, which I haven't done myself, which I should, but I tend to think all the luminaries are more of a vibrational nodes. So back to the nodes again, but just junctions with like, interference patterns essentially. And
yes.
we see the little nodes light up in different points. I don't know what the medium is, and I don't know what's causing the sound frequency to interfere and cause these nodes, but that's what I think it is.
I fucking love it, mate. I fucking love it. I love conversations like this, where just using everyone's natural knowledge. But Node, I play music. I understand music theory quite well, and we've got
What
a word
instrument do
called.
you play?
I play guitar.
Nice. Do you have anything you could post we could hear?
Not really, to be honest with you. By the time I had kids and shit like that, trying to find a band.
You're trying to find a
Trying to
band?
find-
You must be good.
Yeah. No, I'm in a band, but I'm in my 40s now, and people are having kids, and it's a bit different. But we're sort of a blend between Avenged Sevenfold and System of a Down. But anyway, going back to the notes as opposed to the node, but a note as well is also like a node. It's an interval of a circle fifths or a circle fourths, which is either ascending or descending. But interesting when you talk about the luminaries, each one has its own frequency, and something is coordinating that frequency of some sort. But you would only think it's just a master, but the divisions of the notes, so like the highest frequency being closest to the source and the lowest frequency being the furthest away. And when we talk, we can detect vibrations in the space and stuff like that. So there is a hum coming from space, and that's a frequency, and that is what's keeping those things up there partly. The frequency is possibly the torque, the push, and then the levitation is possibly something to do with the source. Levitation, repulsion, one or the other. But you can levitate something, or you can do the opposite. But until you push it sideways, it'll just remain locked in that position. And you would need like the moon. In simple terms, the moon uses the harmonic minor scale or something like that. It's called the octatonic scale. So it's do, re, mi, so, fa, la, ti, do. There's 8 notes. But the point is, yes, I totally agree. Sorry.
You're right. I'd like to do an experiment where if we had a big enough pond potentially, and we could put ourselves at the bottom of the pond and just, for example, look up, right? View the zenith direction from within the bottom of the pond, and get the surface of the water to resonate under influence of different frequencies, and have the surface of the water have all these magical patterns form, and just see what we see from the bottom of the pond looking up through, and just to see if we see anything that might resemble in any way, shape or form what we might see at night time.
Have you
ever seen what a frog does in a pond when it makes its noises? Like the patterns that form across a pond when frogs are in there fucking doing their thing. And if you've got one frog doing it, there's a certain pattern. And if you've got 2 frogs doing it, there's another pattern. And if you've got 10, there's all sorts of patterns depending on where they are from each other, right? And you think of all the nodal points between those patterns and what it might look like from down the bottom of the pond looking up for the fish, for example.
Maybe a bit like standing inside of a guitar and strings vibrates, possibly.
Yeah, and being able to visualize those interference patterns and stuff. Yeah.
Because I like the way that we used to play a game called Marco Polo in the swimming pool when we were kids. One person would have their eyes shut, and the other one would say Marco, and the other one would say Polo. So they would go towards where the person, although they couldn't see them. And the same way, you're talking about that, yeah. But like ripples in water, do they actually move away from the source, or is it just the water going up and down temporarily? And the water doesn't move itself; it's just moved up and down, but not sideways. And the other thing is, like, if you're lucky enough to have some sort of spotlights in your bathroom, or and you fill the bath up. I noticed the other day there was an eyelash in the bath, and the shadow of the eyelash to the bottom of the bath was not as thin as the eyelash. It actually made it more of a crescent, like a crescent moon or a thingy, a crescent shadow that was a lot thicker than the eyelash itself. I mean, a good 10 times, 10, 15, 20 times thicker, probably like half a pinky's worth, you know, of a shadow. The pinky nail, sorry. But the point was is that the light source was 1.5, like 2 meters above the water level, and then it just made the shadow of the eyelash appear a good 20 times bigger. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah.
So I guess
as the light disperses through the water, spreads out, increasing the shadow size.
Yeah, definitely. And if you could say that the distance between the water, the level at the top of the water, and the light was 2 meters, and the depth of the water was, let's just say, 100 mil. You've got yourself a ratio of something that you can devise. Well, if I have a shadow that's 80 kilometers wide, 800 meters wide. I think I saw a moon shadow once on a YouTube video, and it was 800 meters wide. And we can kind of figure out that our lensing is at 100 kilometers, for example. And then you know, there's so many ways that we could figure out how high stuff is. It's just so many. You just need the fucking time to sit down and do it, you know. Like for me, if you were to reverse engineer how we time the moon, I've got 23 hours and 15 minutes a day. Because if it's going in the opposite direction, it's not doing a full circle and a bit. It's doing a bit short, or the same bit. It's doing a bit short than a full circle. And I timed the moon at 23 hours and 45 minutes, and not 23 hours and 50 minutes, because that's an average of the method they're using is fucking wrong, because we don't understand what our exterior or our space, the space of the shape is, or the shape of the Earth. But interestingly, that in some time format, we should be counting 23 hours and 15 minutes as a day. When you start to add them all up and synchronize them with this and synchronize with that, I think the 23 hours, 15 minutes, and 24 hours also reflect on the 27.3 day moon cycle and the 29.53 moon cycle. It all depends what the relevance is. Thank you. I know I talk a lot. Where did everyone go? Or was I talking too much?
Oh, we're still here.
The frequencies of the heavens.
Yeah. If we've set our, we could be slowing down or speeding up what's going up there, because the frequencies that we're using on the
So maybe we have the ability to slow things down, where back in the old days they had 8 months in a year, and that possibly was 8 months in a year, and a year was 8 months. And over time, the universe expanded, and naturally our year got longer and longer. And possibly why they said threw in Ophiuchus, the 13th star sign, zodiac sign, solar sign, whatever it's called. But surely it was always there, you know. So naturally, gone from 8 months calendar to a 12-month calendar, 365 days at the moment. Back then, 8 months. You know, you're looking at what, 266 days a year, maybe. I don't know. And now we're at 365. If the universe is expanding, then does the value or the width of the stars, for example, we say between that part there and that part there is 1 degree. If those stars, if the universe was expanding as I understand it, then those stars are going to separate as they're moving further away from whatever it is, if that's the simple crux of it. So will we have to adjust our measurements yet again to synchronize with what we see in the sky?
Expanding into what realm?
Sorry, no, you know, this general conversation about the universe expanding. So, how can anyone define what they mean by expanding? Is it the apparent that the stars are the distance between the stars are getting bigger, and therefore we just use the hypothesis that the universe is expanding away from us? Or how do we, why do we say that it's expanding?
Well, exactly. Me personally, I don't personally buy into the expansion of the universe. I think it is a set size. I can't see what it would be expanding into. And why would it be expanding? Like, for what reason would it be expanding? I ask. Why would the heavens be getting bigger than what they
Exactly.
already are? Like, is there a purpose for that now? You know, we know the globe explanation for the expansion of this universe, which obviously this isn't something I buy into realm. So, you know, from how I look at things, it's like, why would it be expanding? For what purpose? There has to be a purpose for it. You know, what and why is it, and what is it expanding into? Like, you can't expand into nothing. Like, something has to be there
Yeah.
for it to expand into. You know, it doesn't make logical sense to me at all for any of this to kind of be happening. You know, how we look at stars through these more advanced telescopes, and how we study light, and the reasoning we put to what we're seeing through these telescopes, what this light is actually doing, that this light is expanding into whatever, and getting increasingly bigger. No, I don't see that myself, mate. That's why I asked you when you said, you know, the universe is expanding, and then you made the comment like, well, my version of the universe expanding. I kind of wanted you to expand a little bit more on that.
Yeah, I think I was just mentioning, like everybody knew this topic was, because I've heard it talked many times. But in other ways, expansion, like you say, if there's maybe a container, where's it going to expand to? If you start off expanding foam and you put that inside a fish bowl and then you close off or whatever, but you get the idea. And it naturally is going to expand outwards, but you haven't changed anything. But that the expanding foam has just absorbed the air around it, if that makes sense. I want all sorts of things, like I guess when you air out of a container, the whatever's inside will expand, like a marshmallow, for example. Put that there in a vacuum, take the air, container, take the air out, it'll expand. So this is where I think it's trying to identify what I'll need to look it up, and then it'll exactly what they mean by expanding. And I think it just comes down to they've just got a visual observation as always, and they just put two and two together and so the words. What have you interpreted those words?
Oh damn, you're roboting. You're roboting at the moment, buddy.
But whipping cream, use CFCs. Obviously, it's the back pressure of the whipping cream coming out of the container squirts out because it's got a widget on them. A widget maybe now, but still the point is that the whipping cream expands basically. Does it just absorb
This
the
is
air?
your best gravy that you've ever dropped, Realm, and I can't hear a word of it because you're robotic.
It's coming out the nozzle. So
Damn.
We don't want to hear how bad it's dribbling out the nozzle, mate. Go see a doctor.
I was actually keen to hear what he was saying there, but unfortunately it got destroyed. Whatever tunnel he was driving through. Damn. When you come back, Realm, I'll ask you again. Give you another crack at it. We're on the edge of our seats.
Don't all speak at once, folks. It's hard to bloody hear everything.
What do you got for us, White? Come on. Fight me.
Nothing. I was just trying to discern what everyone here was saying. I just couldn't quite hear. You follow the football, Bendy?
Oh God. Well, yes and no. Yes and no.
A lot of people are like that these days.
Well, yeah, it's. I don't know. It look, the game is definitely faster. Seems more skillful. Look, I grew up in an era where it was a lot more argy-bargy.
Oh, sure.
Not necessarily that was a good thing, but seeing the odd scuffle here and there. Yeah, happy days. But yeah, it's and I used to like it too, like footy. All the games were played on a Saturday afternoon, all of them. So
yeah,
so come Saturday night, you knew exactly all the results, the ladder, all this type of thing. Now they drag it out over bloody 3/4 of a week, nearly.
Come on, don't be silly. They only have Thursday night games every now and then, so it's over 4 days. Come on. But you know what? The AFL is going woke, so they will go broke. All right, taking all the fucking biff out of the game and all that sort of shit. That's why we watch it. They don't understand.
Exactly.
Like, I understand, like, you know, duty of care and all that sort of shit. It's fair enough you can't shirt front someone, but it's still nice to see a fucking nice clean bump. You know what I mean? And I feel like I feel like players hesitate now because they're like, "Am I going to get suspended for this?" You know, so they double take on a lot of their actions now.
Yeah, like
I think there's more contact in field hockey now, and that's a non-contact sport essentially. It's crazy.
Definitely no one agrees with some of the actions like the Halls and the Lockets in the past with the behind the scenes king hits, that sort of thing. But
that's dog stuff. That always will be dog stuff.
Yeah, exactly. But you're 100% right. Like that good old fashioned shirt front where you're going at the ball, but it's like you get in my way and you miss the ball. I'm coming for you, type of thing. So
yeah, if you say it, you want to tuck your arm in, mate. You know?
Yep. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
If not, you're in trouble.
But yeah, the way the way we've been going. Well, actually, it has been a bit promising for, even though we haven't played, or we haven't won many games this year. We definitely are showing promise, because we've had, I think 5 of our losses have been within a goal.
Who do you go for?
Hawthorn, mate.
Oh, fucking hell, man.
Yeah, exactly. Well, don't you worry about that, Mr. Third from the bottom.
Yeah, I know. I can't talk, mate. If West Coast and fucking North weren't in it, Jesus
I know.
Christ.
I know. But I must say, watching a little bit of the Hawthorn games that I have, Mitchell seems to have them on the right track. I must say, so it's looking pretty good there. I was actually disappointed with the way he got the coaching position. I didn't. That left a nasty taste in my mouth. I think it should have been how it was kind of agreed with. Just the peaceful handover. But
Yeah,
it
it never
seemed to
works
be
out like that, mate. Come on.
no, and that whole coup action. I just don't think it's a good look. I just don't think it's a good look at all. Especially when you have a champion of a coach like Alistair Clarkson. Like the amount of premierships that he has brought to Hawthorn, plus the amount of prodigies he has had that he has sent to other clubs in within the coaching realm. I think the way they handled him was a little bit disrespectful. I think he deserved more. Quite to be quite honest. But anyway, it is what it is. You can't cry over spilt milk. And
Yeah, he's a good coach. You think you guys would have learned from things that happened with Buckley and Malthouse, They shouldn't have handed over then. Malthouse wasn't done and they still made the finals next year and lost. So, whether if Malthouse was at the Reigns, would they have gone all the way and taken the flag? Who knows, But he wasn't done.
Y'all fancy boys.
Yeah.
Balls look like they're made to fit in your hands or your feet. I mean, come on, guys. What's with this old fancy using shit for what it's not even? Don't y'all know the NBA Championships of America, which claims it's the World Basketball Championship, was today? Any one of y'all could have a team in the NBA. Canada has.
Who cares about the NBA? Really?
It's the bestest people, guaranteed bestest in the world.
America have fucking one team from a different country like Canada, and they're like, "Oh, it's a World Series."
I know.
Jesus Christ,
it's like
man!
It's like that. I tell you
It's
what,
open to the world.
Yeah, cricket's more of a world game than what your NBA is. That is for sure.
100%.
And
that's funny.
And what you guys call football over there, that pansy game where you got to go in all armed up, helmets on, padding on, because oh my god, don't touch me, I might get hurt, type of thing. Yeah, come on, Gib, that's a joke of a game.
Right.
That's an absolute joke of a game.
That you just got to touch it. Motherfuckers clean earth your ass. You got to go up and catch the ball. As soon as you touch it, them motherfuckers come in, flying ass perpendicular tackle, bro. Get the fuck out of here.
I'm not a big fan of all the smashing and bashing that they do in football. However, there is some pretty cool skill involved in the plays, when they do the. I'm not saying I'm a big fan of American football necessarily, but it is pretty cool to see some of the plays and some of the strategy involved and the long throws and all that stuff. It's pretty fun, And the tackles and they're blocking the dude.
You've got one person that has one skill, he can kick. You got one person that has one skill, he can throw. You got a few people that have a skill that they can tackle. Like, it's not a very skillful game, really. Whereas in footy, right, the real football, right, you got to be skillful across the gamut. You got to be skillful with your hands. You got to be skillful with your feet. You got to be skillful with your tackling, with your defending, with your offense. Oh my lordy lord!
Bansaw's a savage. Bandsaw hates capitalism. He doesn't like
Bansaw's right though. The biggest thing is reading the play. If you can't read the play and put yourself in the right position, you won't get the ball. So
exactly. Don't you worry.
I find soccer. I find soccer to be a bit boring. I mean, maybe I just,
Boring as fuck.
yeah, it's just too slow. I mean, when they get near the goal, yeah, that's awesome. I love to see the kicks and the goalie and all that. But otherwise, the field's so big. And I'm not saying it's not fun to play. It's probably fun to play, but the field's just so big that it's pretty slow.
You know what they should have? They should have Gio. Gio, check this out. You know the goals like for frisbee golf, they're like floating net goals. They should have some of those, right? On a field. And there should be a multi-ball game, and jugglers should have to juggle the balls in their hands as they move down the court, and it would be like hand soccer, right? They'd have to just be juggling, juggle the ball.
That's a new one.
That's all y'all be doing, bro. Y'all just be juggling the ball with y'all foot and shit, bro. That's all y'all be doing.
Well, that reminds me of like lacrosse. You know lacrosse?
That's amazing. I can't believe motherfuckers whip that ball that fast in that game. That's just amazing.
Because they do kind of have to juggle it, the back forth to kind of keep it in there, whatever they call the sticks, or to keep it in there. And then, yeah, it's a little bit similar to water polo or something in that way with this. Well, not really water polo per se, but yeah, kind of with the way the way the setup is.
All right, y'all want to hear some evil shit? Since we talk about games, and then Gio just made it deadly. Talk about lacrosse. That should be taking people's heads off, Gio. Have you seen that ball? How fucking hard it is? How fast they throw that shit?
Yeah, that shit, it's insane.
That shit ain't
whip it. Yeah, it's because they get like all that leverage. Yeah. I was noticing because I actually saw a little lacrosse clip, and I was like, wow, that goal is pretty small. You know, like they whip it fast, but God, they have to get it in there. And the goalie's got all this padding on it. The goalie also has a bigger netting, whatever they call it, a stick. You know, it's like a much bigger one.
Right.
It's tough to get.
Okay, I'm thinking about the juggling game. Okay, here's what it is. Everybody has to juggle 2 balls at once. Okay, you just do your little 2-ball juggle. And then there's this special ball that's the game ball. And that be's the 3rd ball. They throw it up at the beginning like in basketball. And the 2 guys got to reach up while juggling the 2 and intercept the 3rd ball. And then you got to make it down the court with this 3rd ball while juggling 3. And people can come in there and try to put their little hands in your hands and juggle and snatch that shit. You know what I mean? Full contact or no contact? What do you think, man? What you think? No juggle war.
That's an interesting concept. Yeah,
juggle ball, juggle ball, bro. Let's go. Okay, so y'all want to hear some evil shit that I just learned today from games? Little fucking kid gamers started the fucking phenomenon of like the most phenomenon of snitching on people and getting the SWAT team to come to people's house. Have y'all heard this called swatting? I play games. I've never heard of this shit these kids fucking do.
Yeah, I've heard of it. I've seen some video, like not a lot, but I did see one of those YouTube shorts or TikTok or something. Yeah, apparently it's a thing. So how did they get the whole SWAT team to come though? Like I get that they might call the cops or whatever and make up some shit, but how do they get the SWAT team to actually do that? Because yeah, like they storm the person's house. I mean, it's like
first of all, it's a joke that like I apologize, dude. This is just I saw a Netflix special on it, but like some of these ones, it's a joke that the SWAT team even comes because the guys can like you can tell the pranker is going to mitigate as much, over claiming he's going to lie to the police or whatever as little as possible or whatever, or make it as, because he wants to get the reaction, but he still doesn't want to be accountable. You want to be able to go back and be like, no, look, I only said this. Right. But he did do some bomb threats, but then he did do some other ones where it was just like, my dad and mom were arguing and I shot my dad in the head. And it was like all calm. You know what I mean? It wasn't like, you don't need to send a fucking SWAT fucking team for a call like that. The kid's calling you, reporting, you send cops, they pull it, you know what I mean? You make sure you get, you know what I'm saying? Like you got one kid telling you his arm shot his dad because the people were fighting and calling and asking for help. Why would you send the whole, freeze, push your hands, come out? Like that doesn't need to be done. You know, the dispatcher could be like, okay, well, you're gonna come outside, sit on a porch, wait for the police, or you know, there's so much mitigation that could be done. But yeah, eventually someone got killed. The SWAT team pulled up at just some innocent people's house, and it was terrible, guys. It's terrible. You know, it's all fun and games till someone gets hurt, you know. But so I wanted to ask this, and I really want to segue it back to the fun spread and circus sports. So, you know, some of the best YouTube videos are the shorts where people run on the field at halftime or they get fucking tackled. Like security will fucking just tackle the shit out of a person that comes in from the stands. And it's like, I wonder if anybody's ever like died like that, or if there's ever been any conspiracies involved with it or any crazy shit like that. Like, I know people at soccer games, they've got murdered and just murdered fans, right? Yes, y'all say it. I don't even gotta look at own y'all shit, man. On y'all's crazy foot juggling, fanatic, savagery, fucking crazy shit.
No, it's interesting that we were talking about that. Yeah, that people outside of America actually see American football as
violent.
As what? As a pussy sport?
Yeah, kind of as a lame sport.
Because you got rugby.
Makes sense. Like I hear where you're coming from. Yeah.
No, I feel you though, dude. They got helmets on and shit and all this. And what is crazy about America, like I'm saying, dude, the fucking the Iron Man shit got on the pads, and then the video gamers are calling fucking SWAT teams on each other and shit, trying to fucking murder each other, bro. Fucking lame ass fucking video game.
Well, American football is also very sort of iconic, I guess, for the United States in some way. It just, you know, the helmets and all the gear and all the sort of beer drinking and men screaming. It's like basically just the trauma of circumcision just taken out on the world. Just all this aggression, pent up aggression and anger that they're all bashing each other's heads in.
It's a funny way to put it. I mean, dude, it's just such a fun game. Dude,
well, there does seem to be like an excessive, like smashing their heads part of it. But I mean, there's a bit of that in hockey. You know what blows my mind about hockey? Like, I don't know what hockey's like in other countries or how popular it is, but the hockey, like in the United States, and when they fight like that, it always surprises me that they just let them just throw punches at each other, just full on like boxing in the middle of the hockey match.
I see it every time. I mean, I just seen one like last week. There was a hockey fight. Like, it's amazing. I love it. I'm pretty sure it was like recently. I'm like, this live. Yo, there should be football. Like, dude, football, American football is so amazing. Like, the position, you talk about skill position. Like, think about that. Whatever you're good at, you go, you do that. You're just trying to beat that motherfucker on a wide receiver route. So you're trying to just, you know, you're the big guy on the line. You're just trying to push that other motherfucking big dude over and get around. That shit is exactly what they want to be doing. It's so much fun, man. Man. We should get wild with it though, man. There should be like multiple balls like in pinball. It should be multi-ball. Can you imagine multi-ball in soccer? That's what we need in soccer, multi-ball.
I don't know, because it's so boring to watch soccer, a bit like gridiron, right? They actually were considering making the goals bigger at one stage, so there's more goals scored.
Why is the awesomest idea that anybody's ever heard just pass? Can I please get some support from multi-ball soccer?
And won't dismiss that one straight away.
Like, what is, I mean, like, seriously? Like, let's step it up now.
I agree. There should be more games. It seems like there's a lot of other options.
Just put a second ball on the field.
Well, that would be interesting because yeah, exactly. Now you've got two things going on. Have you seen that basketball where they're on trampolines?
That is awesome.
Yeah,
There
it's
is.
what's it called, like slam ball, or I don't know, I forget the name of it.
Really?
I
Oh,
thought
it's
they brought
crazy.
back.
Yeah, it's a whole basketball court basically made up of trampolines. And I believe the net is maybe, or the rim, you know, the backboard and the rim is maybe taller. It also might have like padding on it. And these guys are crazy. They are out of control. Just like 30 foot in the air, like dunks, you know, like all these dunks and slamming into
It's
each
not that
other.
high.
And they're doing flips. Yeah, it's probably not 30 feet in the air. I'm kidding. But yeah, they're doing flips and stuff. It's crazy.
But that game, I think it's off again. But that game was a mix of football and basketball. They could run straight through each other in that game. Also, that shit and jump up and tackle each other in the air. That shit was amazing. There's a new one.
What did you think of Gaelic football, Bandy? You remember that shit?
Oh yeah. Well, was it Gaelic? No, was it Gaelic football? They called
Yeah,
it?
it's
What did they
called Gaelic football. I think in Ireland or whatever. I think they started it, didn't they? It's
Oh,
cross
my
between
horn.
soccer and AFL, man. They fucking
yeah,
kick
no,
a
but
round ball around.
yeah, no, but was that called Gaelic football or was that called something else? Because I thought the Gaelic football was their traditional game, and then they did a hybrid game.
Yeah. They changed a couple rules to suit us a little
Yeah.
bit, just because of our gameplay and style and stuff. But
Yeah,
it's still inspired by our game.
yeah, oh, exactly. Obviously, like all good games are inspired by Aussie rules. Yeah, I didn't actually mind it. Riggs,
You
at
remember
all.
when it was hot and heavy there for a couple of
All
years?
good
You know,
games.
Yeah,
after the-
yeah,
Hey guys,
Yeah.
remember when the Jack Russell got on the field?
No.
Oh, it's the best footage of all time. Google
Alright.
Jack Russell Gaelic football game.
Okay.
Are they chasing
Jack Russell.
But
The dog pretty much takes over the whole game.
The fights were better, mate. The fights were heaps
Swarmy
better.
little
There was
dog.
like a couple of rounds there that were just fucking blowing big time.
Weren't they, Rig? Yeah,
Yeah,
because
the AFL told them to pull their head in. Like, got the squad together and told them to pull their head in. That's you know, that's not a good representation of the game, right?
yeah, exactly. But yeah, no, the Irish just won't back down. So it actually was a good format for that little bit of argy bargy there.
Fucking hope it was.
Yeah, but yeah, no, I didn't actually mind it, and it used to be, when they used to have it over there, it used to be on like some insane hour, like 1 o'clock in the morning or whatever it was. I remember. But yeah, no, but I didn't mind it at all. But it kind of, it just kind of fizzled out, didn't it, Rig? It kind of just went away.
Yeah, I don't know why they stopped playing that. I thought the numbers were good for it, so I don't know why the pin got pulled on that.
Yeah.
It was good having some representation of like Australia, where we could have AFL players representing Australia.
Yeah.
'cause we can't. You know, there's
Yeah, it was a way for the best of the Aussie rules guys to don the Aussie Guernsey, wasn't it? Really?
got the vibes of State of Origin from back in the day.
Oh, and then what's happened to the State of Origin too? Like that was good.
They had
Now they
whispers
have
of bringing that
that,
back a few years ago, but nothing come of it.
nothing. Like they do the Teddy Whitten game.
It's all just a distraction from fucking flat Earth, and you all know it. You've all been distracted. All I said was, what do you think about? Oh no, do you follow football? And it's been a 1 hour tangent, man. Seems like you follow it a lot.
Fuck, I played for almost 20 years, so.
Yeah, right.
I know, and I don't play anymore, but I did play at a fairly high level when I was younger. I played in the Herald Shield.
Herald Shield, what's that?
That was the competition between the colleges back in the day, Rig, and I had the honour at actually playing at Waverley in front of about 20 odd thousand people as a precursor, which was a
Fucking oath, that's sick.
buzz. Yeah, it was John Paul College versus Assumption College, and it was on like
Consumption.
Donkey Kong. Yeah, Consumption College, exactly. It was on like Donkey Kong, and yeah.
How long did you play for the college for, man?
Oh, for 3 years. Yeah, 3
Yeah,
years.
right. Very
Yeah.
nice.
Amen.
And then I played for the Seaford Tigers and the Frankston Dolphins back in the day. So.
Get fucked. You played for the Dolphins.
Yeah, I did back in the
Fuck
day.
off, man. What? Was that in VFL or what? Was that back? Were they classed as VFL or were you made their resis?
Yeah, I didn't get the privilege of playing in the VFL at all. But
That's still alright, Bandy. That's a decent club to still run around for, man. That's alright.
Yeah. Like it was.
Post a photo. In the Guernsey with the mullet. Come on.
I could hold my own rig. But you know what I hated? You know what I hated, Rick? I hated training. I hate running with a passion. I absolutely hate it with a passion. But because of my height, I was either playing centre half forward or I was playing ruck. They were my two main positions that I played, and I hated playing ruck because you were just running all the time. I fucking hated it with a passion.
Yeah, it's a bit of a dog of a job, but someone's got to do it.
Yeah, exactly right. So, and then come training, you do all your training, and then at the end of the training, you'd have to do 10 laps. So, I would do 3/4 of a lap, sit on the fence, and watch everyone go round, and the coach he would just always rim me. He would just rim me like there was no tomorrow, to be quite honest.
I used to do the same shit, Bandy, and they go start running laps. I'm like, oh, fuck, a bit tight, need a rub down or something. Go to the club room. Don't you worry, mate. I was onto it. I actually got spoken to by the senior coach for the last club I played for, and they were like, we really reckon you're going to slot in nice, or we just need a little bit more running out of you. I was like, I don't know, mate.
I don't know about this.
Yeah.
It's got whiskers on it. I don't know how committed I am to the game, type of thing. But it was a blast back in the day. Like I said, it was good fun, to be quite honest with you.
It always is, man. The social side of football's awesome.
Oh, exactly. But even game day, you're playing in the middle of winter, you're freezing your ass off. It's pissing down with rain, and it's just an absolute quagmire. There's nothing but mud, and all you're doing is slip sliding all over the place, and
but you love it.
2 minutes into the game, you can't recognise your teammate because everyone's the same colour at this stage. They're all just a shade of mud type of thing. Oh, it's crazy. Absolutely crazy. It was cool.
I heard a game against Glenroy that was that bad. We had to take off our jumpers at half time and fucking wash all the mud off them because we literally couldn't see who was who.
Yeah.
Fucking insane.
And then obviously in the summer I played cricket, which I played at a fairly decent level too. The cricket.
I only played one season of fucking outdoor, and it was too much time because I played football as well. I was like, I need the time off, so I only played one season of outdoor. But I ended up playing indoor cricket a lot, and I could fit that in between football and that as well. And we ended up winning 3 flags in indoor, believe it or not. It was good shit.
Is that the Kanga cricket or not? Is that different? Who remembers Kanga cricket?
Kanga cricket? No.
No, it's indoor cricket. It must have just been for juniors at the time, but I used to fucking absolutely love that.
Okay, then, yeah.
Kanga cricket was cricket's version of Auskick. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
for
the
juniors,
kids.
yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Had lunch.
Yeah, it sounds like that, but I used to fucking love it. I got good memories of that, as opposed to the outside version where it takes all fucking day and you're standing around in the sun and yeah.
We used to go to the bar before the match and have a couple of fucking beers, get you fired up, mate. It was
Oh,
awesome.
the indoor cricket. I only played
Yeah.
once. I only played one season of indoor cricket. I must say.
Fuck, it's good shit, Bandy. If you got some good people to play with, it's awesome.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Trouble
And
was,
squash.
you know, I was
squash.
well. I used to consider myself a fast bowler back in the day, and I tell you what, my run up was longer than Dennis Lilly. Like I would start
How
my
many
run up
clicks?
from bloody 2 suburbs away by the time I got in. And
Nice.
for someone that hates running, why I had such a long run up is beyond me. But
That's funny
anyway.
shit.
Yeah. But by the time I hit the crease to bowl the ball, I was that exhausted. I was just bowling medium pace.
What were your click spans for?
Sorry, buddy.
No wonder
What
you're
were
a
your
flat
clicks? How
earther.
fast were you bowling?
Oh, me. Well, look, at least 140 to 160 miles per hour, at least, I reckon. I don't know. At the end of the day.
I remember I thought I was bowling absolute lightning one year, and we finally got we could measure our speeds, and I was steaming in. I was bowling about 112 k's an hour.
Oh, nothing. Medium pace. You're bowling medium pace, mate, at best. At
I
112.
was bullying everyone at that 112.
Yeah, no, we never had radars or anything like that when I was playing.
You just get the local cop down.
Well, the way you knew you were bowling fast is when the batsman
Told
dropped
you.
and you hit him in the groin, or you left a nice nasty big bruise on his forearm or whatever. You knew you were bowling.
When he's telling you to settle down.
Yeah,
Fucking
pretty much.
settle down, Bandy.
I like the balls that are pitch close, grab a bit of seam and stand up and hit them in the hands or something. They were beauties.
Yeah. I actually played a game against Mount Eliza, and Dermot Brereton was playing for Mount Eliza back in the day.
Awesome, damn it.
Yeah. And he rocks up. I shit you not. He rocks up to the cricket game in his soft top Ferrari, convertible Ferrari, right? Rocks up, right? He's got no shirt on. He's got his tight little footy shorts on, because back then, your footy shorts were that tight, Yeah. And he just gets out of his little Ferrari there and in front of everyone. He takes off his shorts and puts his watch. He thought his shit didn't stink, right?
He's driving a
He
Ferrari.
impressed you.
Yeah,
he
back
impressed
then he
you,
was,
Bandy.
yeah.
All these years later, you remember
exactly.
the detail.
Well, I remember it because anyway, we were bowling first, and anyway, I was fielding it silly mid on at the time, and he'd come in to bat, and he absolutely just spanked one. And I've stuck at my foot to try and stop it, and it hit me right on the top of the big toe and broke me big toe. Broke it instantly.
That.
Oh yeah, and my toe instantly just swelled up. Oh my god, it was painful.
Did you get your shoe off straight away or what?
No, I didn't dare, Rig. I didn't dare. I didn't want to see it. I knew straight away what had happened, and I thought, if I take my shoe off, this is going to hurt even more, type of thing.
Yeah.
And I'm hopping around and whatnot. Anyway, I ended up, sort of limping around for the rest of the game, because we were already short a player that particular day. We were just playing with 10. So anyway, I hung around a bit. Anyway, ended up getting off the field and taking off my shoe, and my toe was just black. It was absolutely black. Anyway, Dermy's come up to me later after the game and whatnot, and just walks past me, pats me on the back, and goes, you'll be right, son. And then just walks off, struts off to his Ferrari, jumps back in again and drives off. Like a little freak he was, but anyway.
Thanks, Dermot.
He was a Frankston boy, wasn't he, Derm?
Yeah, he was, but he played for Mount Eliza.
And you used to live on the peninsula, did you, mate?
Back in the day, I did, yeah. Well, in my teenage years, I did, yeah. Prior to that, I grew up in a little on a dairy farm and at Murrabit.
You ever go through the great town of Cranbourne?
Cranbourne? I remember Cranbourne when it was Cranbourne.
Yeah. We my parents moved there in the early 90s and the population was about 12,000. It's now 120,000.
Yep. It definitely has seen a lot of development.
Oh, not much development, mate, just a lot of people.
I remember going to the dogs at the Cranbourne racetrack back in the day.
Yeah, spent half my childhood at the dogs.
I do have to ask a qualifying question. Is it really a great town?
It's a shocker.
What? One in the pink, one in the stink.
They say Cranbourne's got a 40% meth rate.
No, well, it's pretty.
Geez, that's
pretty
low.
great on. It's pretty great on the meth
Low.
rating, then. Yeah, we
That's
don't
not
see
even
much
half,
meth in the
mate.
UK. Yeah,
Doing good.
Is it not a problem in the UK?
not really. No.
Are you sure, or are you just blind to it?
No, pretty sure. Cocaine, weed is the two sort
Heroin.
of drugs of choice over here. Heroin's quite popular. Yeah.
Coke's definitely made a comeback lately. I can say that.
Is it still as expensive as ever?
300.
Yeah, fuck that.
Anything less, it's garbage.
Yeah, it's incredibly low usage here.
I remember in Cranbourne, my my local milk bar, it became like a meth shop. So people came in from Queensland, from Townsville, I think they said they were from. And they opened up like one of the fridges, sold like a couple of drinks, sold bacon and egg rolls for $2, and then they just had nothing else. They didn't even sell the newspaper. And then eventually I worked it out. P-plate cars constantly going to the milk bar. And I informed the police about it, and they didn't even care. I think they were sick of houses blowing up from people like cooking it themselves. So they almost wanted the milk bar to sell meth from Townsville.
Yeah, but the thing is
Nice.
if people cook their own meth, it's kind of a bit like a Darwin Award, isn't it? You know, if you actually succeed in doing it, then you probably deserve to survive. And if you don't, then, you know.
It's like anything. Imagine if we all had to distill our own fuel for the car. You'd have a few people fucking losing their lives over that.
Yeah.
Survival of the fittest, people. Get it right or you are gone.
Pretty much, yeah. Pretty much.
That's just like following a recipe, isn't it? Do-do-do. Chemistry is good though. It's a fun thing to do.
I'll tell you what is really fun if you want a bit of thing to play with, obviously be careful, is if you get a lithium battery, you know, just a normal rechargeable little AA or AAA cell, open it up, take the lithium out. Don't do it with your hand because it's actually a hand contact poison. So, you know, wear a decent pair of gloves. and then put it in water and stand well back.
Oh yeah.
That's a fucking
Like
awesome
sodium.
reaction. Yeah, like
Yeah.
just well, I mean, it's as bad as sodium, if not somewhat worse, because it really explodes quite nicely.
Awesome.
Not that I've done that.
Yeah, I think you can
maybe.
just drive a nail through one of them too, and you'll get a nice reaction after a few seconds.
Yeah, it can catch fire doing that, but the reaction in water is really, really, really exothermic.
Yes, I've seen plenty of YouTube videos where they underestimate the reaction and they do it in a barrel of water or whatever. And, you know, the fact that water doesn't compress as well adds to the destruction when they get it wrong. Yep.
How long does it take for the reaction to take place?
It's pretty instantaneous.
Quick.
Yeah. I think Record's just asked the most interesting question I've had today so far, which is, Truss, is the UK's Walter white?
So you get around in an RV in your underpants, do you,
gotta go.
Russ? Yeah, he's running. I take that as a yes.
Oh, Walter. I thought he said water.
You know, Walter White. Yeah. Definitely. He's just going to go check to see if his garage doesn't blow up.
It's all just a distraction.
That footy didn't take off in the US. There's been a couple of attempts to get it going over there, but it just hasn't taken.
They don't
What do
want
you
to
think
adopt that.
Ben, so what do you think about the AFL having a relegation system?
Nah, I don't.
Why not?
Why? For what reason?
Well, imagine the local clubs, right? It would benefit all levels of football. All of a sudden, every single local game would have 10 times more meaning.
That'd be wild. Absolutely fucking wild. But then you could see clubs like Collingwood, Carlton, Essendon, Hawthorn be actually relegated and not play a season. That'd be
Imagine
fucking
how interesting
unbelievable.
everything would be.
Yeah, no, I don't like
Maybe with the VFL sides. Maybe with the VFL sides, maybe you could work something there, but you've already got teams that have got reserves in the VFL, so that might only be limited to like Frankston and, you know, all that those sort of clubs, the originals. That'd be good to see like the Borough in the AFL. That'd be pretty cool.
I don't know how much more popularity it would actually gain on the local level. It
would change the whole league, bro. It would change the whole game. It would make everyone obsessed. Imagine Cranbourne slowly building their way up, and then all of a sudden they make the AFL.
Yeah, but see now, how is a team like Cranbourne gonna compete with a team like?
Well, the same way.
Say even like North Melbourne, like with North
The same
Melbourne's
way.
budget.
The same way Burnley competes with Man United. Right, Burnley's a small town with a population of 30,000, I think. But like, you know, just someone fucking got on board and paid heaps of money, or you know, the community like cared about their football heaps.
The English Premier League has a lot of private backing though, and we don't with AFL clubs.
Well,
do we?
there's only one
that was
way
a
to get that private
catastrophe with
backing.
what happened. It was a catastrophe what happened with Brisbane and all that shit. That's why the AFL own the clubs, you know.
Yeah. With what happened with Sydney, Brisbane, what's happening with GWS and whatnot, the AFL's having to prop these teams up hugely financially, and I personally don't think it's fair on the rest of the clubs that the rest of the clubs have to prop up these other clubs. Why should my membership or my support for my club go to some other club that I'm not even interested in? I don't care about Brisbane or Greater Western Sydney or Greensborough or any other team. I only care about my team. Now, my team, right, has its lower ranks in the VFL and whatnot that we can call on. I've got no problems in my money going to my representative team, but I don't want my money going to any other team at all.
Yeah, well, that's
They need
what's
to just
been
pay them
happening.
all fucking 200k a year flat rate for a couple of years and bring it back to reality. No player should be paid more than 200k for a season, and then no club would need support. Like, why the fuck do they need support? That's crazy.
No, you can't limit their pay to 200 grand, man. Do you know how long the average span of an AFL player's career is? 4 years, if they're lucky.
Yeah.
4 years. So this dreamer playing for like 10 plus years. Have a look at the players that have done that. It's like Hurd, Buckley. It's all these
it's a
big
choice to
names.
go into it.
It's rare, and your career can be ended at the start of your very first game. Can be completely
Yeah, but that's the risk. Like, I honestly don't think that justifies getting paid a lot. There's so many other walks of life where that's just not the way it works. And the only way it seems to work in AFL is because they've monetized with merch and all this other shit, and they've got this spare money, so they started paying more to buy in better players because it's a business. Right.
But they still have to work within a salary cap per se. So if you're prepared to pay one particular player $10 million, right, then every other player suffers because of that, because you have a salary cap. So you've got to work within your salary cap. So it is regulated somewhat.
That would create disunity within the club as well. If one player's getting paid heaps and the others are getting, like, it's a team. But like, everyone should just be getting paid the same. Like, to get the ball, the guy at the front who's a good mark. Like, I just think it's gone way too commercial. And
No, well, like Bandy said, the salary cap does that. That keeps, teams from throwing everything they've got at it. Or else you'd have these massive clubs that have got heaps of money. They'd be fucking shitting on everyone because they just throw money at every good player in the game,
Yeah, but they can still spend, in my opinion, they can still spend too much money on one player and attract them from another club, right? Just because there's more money on offer, someone's going to go over there.
100%. But in the long run, that might hurt him. Is that player actually going to be worth it? He might underperform or whatever, and they could have had some other young talent as well, So it's whatever risk the club is willing to take and the benefit they see in it,
So which clubs are getting support financially? And if they are, isn't the salary cap just obviously too fucking high?
Oh, it's GWS, I'm pretty sure, are getting support because their memberships are really low. Same with Gold Coast as well. I think they're the only two that are honestly getting support, and maybe North Melbourne. But apart from that, I think everyone else has got their head above water at the moment.
I know in our area there is a lot more girls that go to the training, like playing girls football, than there are boys. So our local club is struggling. They've got a heaps bigger girl fucking team than they have boys.
Well, there's been
And
a
that's in
push
a
for
few of the
women's
grades.
sport, isn't there? So
There's a lot of them that want to do it. There's more on them than netball, and it's full on.
The women's AFL, it's like final scores 139 to 2-4-16. What a thriller!
Have you seen Essendon though? Essendon have been mopping the floor with every fucking side, man. Like 10 goals to nothing, pretty much. They'll win the flag in the women's league.
The soccer people will like it because they can watch 90 minutes of fucking soccer and it can be 0-0 and they like it.
Yeah, they need a few more years developing younger kids and stuff to get good talent and watchable games, It's just
I'll
not
need
there
100
yet.
years, bro. It'll never happen unless there's fucking 18 trans men playing.
Not unless they made it naked fucking football, then it would take off, I can tell you that. But that's sexist, you can't do that. Fuck off. You can have fucking mud wrestling. I'm sure that's allowed somewhere still. Is it? Actually? Does anyone know if there's still mud wrestling or is that cancelled now? That must be cancelled. Jelly? Jelly wrestling? Is that still a thing?
Reckon all the clubs do represent like areas, like Greater Western Sydney's like Canberra, and to the west of Sydney, Sydney, Brisbane's Brisbane. Like, but in Melbourne, like, it started in Victoria, so we've got more clubs here. I think we've got 10 clubs or something, or 8. I can't remember. There's a couple that are gone, but there's a big representation for the areas. Like, I grew up around Essendon, so I go for Essendon, and obviously Bandy was out the other way, so he goes for Hawthorn. Like, there are these clubs that represent areas that everyone goes for.
Oh, that's why I had the idea of the relegation thing, because I've followed Collingwood my whole life, and then one day I had children and my life got a bit more busy or whatever, and I realised I don't give a fuck about Collingwood. Why do I even care? I don't fucking live anywhere near there. Like, why do I have this affiliation with that club? Like, there's not. And then I thought, well, I live in Warrnambool now. If Warrnambool got slowly went up the ranks and won the division, and I'd be into it. You'd want to support your local community, because it could bring benefits to your local community if the club gets really successful.
Yeah, that'd be wild. That's
Exactly.
fucking something wild to think about if they would to implement that, where these
And you'd
clubs
want
just come from nowhere.
It would actually help your community, like, imagine if, I remember Cranbourne, for example, like, it was just, there's nothing to fucking do in Cranbourne. Being a child was shit. But imagine if, like, your community cared about that club and you wanted to play for that team and get up the ranks, because maybe one day they'd be in the AFL and, you know what I mean? You'd fucking maybe be fitter and eat better food. I don't know.
Didn't you want to do that anyway, to try and make the AFL? Oh, well, I did.
It'd be more like, I feel like it'd be more intimate if it was your suburb, your local town, I guess. But maybe it was. Well, you said you grew up in Essendon, so
Yeah,
I guess you sort of had
stone's
that.
throw from fucking Windy Hill, pretty much, man.
I hope you still own the
As soon as it
house
was
around
all
there.
about money, it changed.
No, we sold it
And it was
probably 7 years ago or something.
Oh, 7 years ago. Shit. Just when it was starting to get really
1.3.
expensive. Oh, yeah. Well, if you got 1.3, it's probably like 3.6 now.
Yeah.
Fucking Essendon.
Don't talk about it. Shoulda, woulda.
It's not the same though now. It's honestly not the same. It doesn't have the same vibe and shit anymore. It's just expanded too much. They've knocked down too many houses, too many units gone up and all that shit. It's just fucked.
Yeah, nowhere's the same vibe. There's no community anywhere. I mean, you walk down the street and most people would prefer to cover their faces. No one wants to see anybody. I'm in a country town, Warrnambool, which is
Whole
probably
suburbs getting
known for
flipped.
community, but there's no fucking community here. Community's just about dead.
Yeah, it takes a lot of work to keep community going. All the volunteer work and shit that goes on that a lot of people just aren't even aware of.
Yeah,
Sporting clubs, etc.
brainwash everybody to think that
That
McDonald's is
fabric is
good.
breaking apart, that's for sure.
McDonald's is good, and you can get sick from everybody else. That'll really help community.
Divide by 6 feet and conquer. It's got to be a backlash, though. I mean, there's enough people that see how obvious it is. There's going to be some kind of.
Well, funny you say that, bro, because community is actually reforming, especially in my local town. Like, people started gathering together, like they having these freedom barbecues. Everyone.
Oh, you're the one. That's right. You're the one talking about that. That's right. I've heard
See
you a
through the
couple times.
bullshit. All of a sudden,
Right.
we've got a big community. We've got a homeschooling groups. We're talking
Right.
like I'm in a town of like 30,000 people, but we've got like a couple of hundred people now that are like getting together and doing all these things.
Yeah,
So,
you were saying they were all flat earthers too, pretty much.
oh, pretty much every single one of them now, man. Well, if they're not a flat earther, they're not arguing. I'll tell you that right now.
And you're the one that also is trying to get your retirement early, or your
My super, yeah.
How did that work? How's that going?
I've written a final notice to the super company who wrote me back. They emailed me last week saying that they were going to give it to me, but I had to fill out a form. I had to fill out an early release form, which was like the whole point was that I didn't want to fill out the form. I want the fucking money because it's mine, right? And but on the email they've tried to be clever. They're saying, look, fill out this form, and they've added 2 more terms of release. The terms of release are like temporary incapacity and another one. And usually on the form, when you tick the box of the reason why you want early release, it's you have to provide evidence. But on this form, you don't have to provide any evidence. So I think they're trying to say, look, just do it our way, and we'll give you the money. We're like, this is our way of doing a dodgy. But I'm writing them a final notice to say no. I don't want to fill out the forms. It's completely on my terms. Otherwise, I'm going to the ombudsman.
So you're gonna refuse that and see what they do.
Yep. And then if I don't know, I pretty much need the money, so I'm going to write a final notice, and then if they act belligerent again, I will likely just fill out that form, tick one of the boxes, just so I can get the damn money. To be honest,
Is this the same process they put your friend through?
No. With I think you're talking about Iggs. With Iggs, he didn't even have to go to the ombudsman. He wrote his handwritten letters, and then they just transferred the money to his account.
Oh, it was Iggs. I didn't know it was Iggs you were talking about. It worked,
Yeah,
huh?
I think Iggs did it better than I did, and they were maybe a little bit more afraid of him than me. I'm also dealing with Colonial First State, and they're the biggest super company in Australia, so I think they got more balls.
How much did they give Iggs? Like $1 million or something, or what?
No, it was 80 grand, I think.
Okay.
It was just his whatever super money, whatever retirement money he had.
But he was using threats to the to somebody, right? Wasn't he using like threats to expose somebody or something?
No, that was with another matter. With the superannuation, all he was saying is I don't consent. The legislation doesn't apply to me. The ATO's rules don't apply to me because I've presumed my power of attorney, and I don't need the ATO to act on my behalf in any way. Then you inform the ATO that you presumed your power of attorney, and you don't need them to do anything for you or to consent to superannuation. or anything like that. And then once you've informed the ATO, you show the super company that you've informed the ATO. And then, like, if they don't act and give you your money back, then you can sue them.
And you didn't do that process. You did something different?
You sue their insurance company. No, I'm doing that. I've done the same process, but they haven't released it like they did with him. They're acting belligerent. And so now I go to the
What did he tell you to not respond to that type of response? Are you taking?
He told me I can do what I want when it comes to that email they sent me. He said, "You look, they probably will give you the money, but do you really want to get it like that? That the whole point is, it's not. I don't want to fill out their forms, tick the boxes. It's
Right.
It defeats the purpose of what I'm trying to do.
Could it be a trap with a check the boxes type thing?
Yeah, I think that's what he said. He said it could be a trap. They could just, as soon as you send it in, then they'll say, well, now show me the evidence that you're fucking temporarily incapacitated or whatever.
Yeah, they're trying to get you to claim something. Yeah.
Yeah.
Rather than say it's your right to have it.
Exactly right. And then if I don't say it's my right to have it, then they might even think I've just been bluffing the whole time. And who knows? It might be like, I think a lot of people, if you've got super in Australia at the moment, you're probably about to lose a shit ton of money. Because like the Australian stock market's crumbling at the seams, shit's going down big time. So
yeah,
I don't know. I think I think the super companies want to hold on to everything for dear life. I think a lot of people are probably trying to get out. It's one of the most epic scams you could possibly conjure up.
Right. Well,
10% of everybody's money.
It kind of works the same, and to a certain degree, it works the same everywhere. Have you done your declaration of life through IGS too, with the Fox stamp and all that?
The birth certificate?
Yeah.
I haven't done that, but I'm hoping that he's going to come down to Warrnambool and run us through everything in the next couple of weeks.
Okay.
I've got 100 people lined up that want to do like a fucking, like an info night basically, and get it all done with him.
Cool. Well, I sent your friend request. Definitely let me know what happens. I'm friends with Jake.
Yeah.
He sent me the forms, you have to get 2 witnesses and then make sure you do all that. Also, I'll send you my other friend's channel that knows a lot about this kind of stuff, and he's got PDFs he's going to offer and everything for people to go by.
Same process as IGS as explained, where you make your own birth certificate. Oh, I better go. My wife's ringing me.
Hello?
I'm out of here. My wife. Yeah, you cut out. I'm out of here though. My wife's ringing me. Please message me, bro.
Yeah, check out this my friend's channel. I'm sending his channel right now.
Yeah, send it to me. I'm Anthony. See you, buddy.
Oh, okay. Somebody else is out of here. Okay.
I'm out of here. Yep, wife's ringing me.
All right. Take care, man.
Come on.